The Demon King always thinks I'm secretly in love with him. Chapter 59 to Chapter 101. The others were frightened and stopped in their tracks, not daring to move forward. The Eternal Night Devil was in midair, staring at them disdainfully. Then, with a cold snort, he disappeared with Bo Yang in his arms. Running away after acting cool, it was indeed the style of the Demon King. Actually, Bo Yang knew that the Eternal Night Devil was a little forceful just now. Originally, the barrier in the human world had already suppressed his cultivation. Previously, he had suffered from chi deviation. Just now, he had been continuously transferring power to Bo Yang and fighting with others. His body was already unable to bear the burden. If they continued to fight, they might not be able to escape. The move of killing the chicken to warn the monkey had bought them time, so that the others would not dare to chase after them as they did not know their limits. The Eternal Night Devil carried Bo Yang and rushed towards the passage. Just as they reached the passage, a figure came from afar. That figure quickly approached and landed beside the two of them. Then, he knelt down and said, "I did not know that the master had arrived and came late to save you. Please forgive me, master." The person who knelt down was Lu Jianfeng. The Eternal Night Devil must have sent him over. The Eternal Night Devil waved his hand. "Your identity is special and it was not easy for you to escape. It is already good that you were able to come so quickly. Get up." "Thank you, master." Lu Jianfeng stood up and looked at Bo Yang with some confusion. "I heard that someone stole the Bianzhu in the Tingyun sect. Could it be? You don't have to worry about this." The Eternal Night Devil waved his hand. "Go back and find out which elder raised the rebirth goo and kill him." Lu Jianfeng's expression became even more confused. "Rebirth goo?" "Yes." The Eternal Night Devil nodded slightly. "Remember my words. Find him and kill him." "Yes, master." Lu Jianfeng received the order and left. If they killed the person who raised the goo, no one would know where Bo Yang was. The growth of the goo would also slow down. Although this method could not solve the root of the problem, it greatly reduced the threat of the goo worms. The Eternal Night Devil was indeed worthy of being the lord of a realm. Under such an urgent situation, he was able to think of such a step. Even Bo Yang himself did not think of finding a way to kill the goo master. Lu Jianfeng accepted the order and left. The Eternal Night Devil signaled for Bo Yang to follow him back to the demon realm. Bo Yang didn't really want to go back because he was worried about the male lead's current situation. Just now, the male lead had actually pleaded for leniency for him and even became friends with him. Now that he had exposed his identity as a member of the demon race, how would the sect master deal with him? However, it was obvious that the Eternal Night Devil would not allow him to stay in the human world. Bo Yang did not dare to say it out loud and could only obediently follow him through the passage back to the demon world. Just as the Eternal Night Devil passed through the tunnel, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Master?" Bo Yang looked at him in confusion, only to see that his face was very pale. "Master, are you injured?" Bo Yang immediately became nervous. The Eternal Night Devil took a deep breath, an unnatural color appeared on his face. Then, the color faded from his face and his complexion returned to normal. "I'm fine." The Eternal Night Devil snorted. "How could mere cultivators of the human world hurt me?" Bo Yang observed his expression for a moment and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there was nothing wrong with him. The two continued to return to the Palace of Eternal Darkness. Just as Bo Yang thought that he was safe, the Eternal Night Devil suddenly asked, "Have you eaten the pill I gave you a few days ago? If you haven't, hurry up and eat it. It can increase your cultivation and also reduce the influence of the goo worms." Bo Yang was stunned. The Demon King did not remember? "Why are you in a daze?" "I'm asking you a question." Probably because he did not get an answer for a long time, the Eternal Night Devil raised one of his eyebrows. Bo Yang hesitated whether he should say it or not. What happened that night was too embarrassing. It would be best if the Demon King did not remember. It seemed that he did not remember. But how should he explain the whereabouts of the pill? Before he could think of an answer, he tried to delay him. "Master, you were so cool just now." This time, it was the Eternal Night Devil's turn to be stunned. He probably did not expect Bo Yang to say such a thing. He coughed. Is that so? Bai Yang continued to forcibly change the topic and shamelessly flattered, just now in the human world, I thought I was dead for sure. In the end, I didn't expect that Xianxia could beat them up with just a pair of feet. It's really too cool. The eternal night devil did not speak, but his ears started to turn red. After a while, he calmly said, You really think so? Yes, that's what I think. I've always thought that Master is handsome, your cultivation is unparalleled, and your intelligence is outstanding. This time, I personally experienced it. Bo Yang continued to boast. The eternal night devil coughed again and took a step forward. Other than these, did you feel anything else? Bo Yang blinked. He did not quite understand what the eternal night devil meant. The eternal night devil stared at him, as if he was anticipating what he would say next. Bo Yang looked at him for a moment and suddenly had an epiphany. Master, in order to save me, you risked your life. Your subordinate is so touched. In the future, this subordinate will do my best to repay Xianxia's kindness. The eternal night devil placed a fist under his lips and coughed softly. How are you going to repay me? Your subordinate is willing to repay you with his life. Bo Yang said with a strong sense of righteousness, as if he could die immediately. The eternal night devil looked at him for a moment and said with disappointment, That's it. I already said that I'm going to give you my life. What else do you want me to do? Bo Yang also did not know what he wanted. The two looked at each other again. This time, Bo Yang really could not understand the eternal night devil's gaze. He could only look at him innocently. After a long while. I don't want your life. The eternal night devil said faintly. This time, you risked your life and got injured. It's all for me. It's only right that I save you. Bo Yang laughed. His smile was awkward and guilty. He did get injured for the eternal night devil, but it was not only to help the eternal night devil get the Bianju. After all, his main purpose was to get the pill for the male lead. Thinking about it carefully, his original purpose was not pure. He wanted to find the Bianju to give to the Demon King so that he could repay his debt. In the end, he was saved by the Demon King. Not only did Bo Yang not feel that he had repaid his debt, but he also owed the Demon King one more time. If this continued, he would owe more and more. He did not know when it would come to an end. Absolutely not. It was best that he did not have any deeper entanglements with the Demon King. Otherwise, his mission would be affected. After all, he was someone who would leave this world sooner or later. The eternal night devil said, Why did you take such a big risk to steal the Bianju for me? Bo Yang took out the excuse that he had prepared beforehand. Because your subordinate is loyal to Master. The eternal night devil listened quietly. After a while, he realized that Bo Yang did not speak. He said with disappointment, That's it? What else do you want? Bo Yang immediately knelt on one knee. Master, your subordinate's loyalty to Master can be witnessed by the heavens and the earth. Other than your loyalty to me, do you not have any other feelings for me? Bo Yang finally understood what the eternal night devil was asking. He was a little embarrassed. If it was in the past, he would definitely continue to say that it was only for his loyalty without hesitation. But this time, he felt guilty and did not directly deny it. Master, after hesitating for a moment, the eternal night devil's face revealed a trace of a smile. His eyes suddenly lit up. I understand. What? What do you understand? Bo Yang was confused. I haven't even said anything. What do you understand? I understand your feelings. You have risked your life for me so many times. I should not doubt your intentions. But why do you always say one thing and mean another? The eternal night devil sighed softly. Bo Yang widened his eyes. He understood what the eternal night devil meant. Did the eternal night devil think that he did all this because he liked him? He hurriedly said, Master, I don't mean what you think. The eternal night devil smiled faintly. What do you mean by what I think? Bo Yang wanted to say that he meant that he liked him, but it seemed that it would be especially awkward and shameful to say it out loud. Master, the eternal night devil placed his hand on his shoulder. Don't worry. My heart is the same as yours. You risked your life for me. I, am not a cold-hearted person. As he spoke, his face revealed a shy blush. A bolt from the blue. Bai Yang was stunned on the spot. What did the Eternal Night Devil say just now? He said that his heart was the same as mine. He misunderstood that I liked him. Now that he said this, does it mean that he likes me too? Things are getting serious. Bo Yang's mind went blank for a second. Then, he wanted to shout, Master, why don't you think about it again? I'm such a playboy and promiscuous person. What do you like about me? I even used your feelings to raise a wild man. Wake up, Demon King. Unfortunately, the Lord Devil Lord could not hear his thoughts. Bo Yang could only suppress the turbulent waves in his heart and said, Master, everything I do is for the sake of Master's great cause. I don't mean anything else. The Lord Devil Lord only smiled. It seemed that he did not take it seriously again. He said again, there's no need to talk about other things. Quickly take out the pill I gave you last time and consume it. After going around in circles for so long, they were still back to square one. However, during this period of time, Bo Yang had already thought of a way to deal with it. Okay. He agreed readily. Then, he searched his body for a while. After searching for a while, it seemed that he did not find anything. His face revealed a shocked expression. Then, he quickly searched his body. The Eternal Night Devil frowned. It's not on your body? Bo Yang turned all his pockets inside out. In the end, he found nothing. Then, he said anxiously, Master, I kept the pill in my Qianquan bag. But now, my Qianquan bag is gone. Under normal circumstances, it was extremely difficult to lose a Qianquan bag. The Eternal Night Devil would not believe it. But now, maybe it was because the fight was too intense. I only cared about running for my life. I don't know when I lost it. Bo Yang said, his face full of self-blame. His heart was thumping. Would the Demon King find out that he was lying? Probably because of his agitation, the past life goo began to move around in his heart. Bo Yang groaned. He held his chest and bent over in pain. It's acting up again? The Eternal Night Devil immediately supported him anxiously. It's okay. As long as you're alive, it's fine. If you lose the pill, then so be it. I'll refine another one for you next time. Bo Yang suddenly raised his head and stared at the Eternal Night Devil in disbelief. Another one? Would it consume another 1,000 years of the Eternal Night Devil's cultivation? No, no. Absolutely not. It's okay. The Lord Devil Lord said casually. Master, I feel like I've recovered a lot. The Eternal Night Devil frowned. I thought that it would take a long time to recover, but after that day, I actually recovered more than half of my strength. It won't be a problem to make another one. This time, the chi deviation had become serious. In the past, he had not completely lost his mind, but this time, he had started to lose it. If not for Xianxia, who knew what would have happened to him? Xianxia had tried so hard to steal the Bianju for him. He must have seen that he had lost control, so he took the risk. The Bianju had told him that it was a timely help. He was prepared to settle the matters at hand and go into seclusion for 3 months to deal with the problems in his body. It was strange that he could recover so quickly from the chi deviation. Xianxia must have done something else. It was fine if he did not say anything. He would slowly remember. Bo Yang was very anxious. He had already accepted the pill from before and would not accept a second one. He was too ashamed to accept it. Master, I don't need you to waste your energy to refine the pill. I'm very satisfied with my current condition. Satisfied? The Eternal Night Devil's face darkened. You've been poisoned. The poison is absorbing your energy every second, and you're telling me that you're satisfied? His tone was low, and his eyes were very strict. Bo Yang swallowed his saliva. He was a little scared. When the Eternal Night Demon Emperor really put on a preaching look, it was still a little scary. Probably sensing that Bo Yang was a little scared, the Eternal Night Devil eased his expression and said, let's talk about it next time. The most important thing now is to find a way to get rid of the goo worm in your body. Thinking of this, the Eternal Night Devil's frown deepened. Bai Yang didn't care about the goo worms, because he couldn't live for that long anyway. It was about the same for him to die after 8 to 10 years. However, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor was so concerned about his safety. If he continued to act like he didn't care, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor would be very angry. Bo Yang sighed heavily. When he sighed, the Eternal Night Devil thought that he was not feeling well. He comforted him and told him that the goo worm could be removed, so there would be no problem. Bo Yang repeatedly agreed. The Demon King probably thought that he was heartbroken and in a bad mood, so he gave him a period of leave and told him to go home and rest. He didn't know if it was out of sympathy or something else, but this time, he didn't insist that Bo Yang stay in the Palace of Eternal Darkness. Instead, he allowed Bo Yang to go with the flow and go wherever he wanted. Bo Yang could not ask for more. After returning to his own residence, Bo Yang ate a good meal, washed up, and had a good sleep. In his own residence, no one dared to say no to him. The courtyard was filled with joy and harmony, except for the second night when someone came to climb into his bed. At that time, Bo Yang had drunk a little wine. When he entered the room, he found that the blanket on his bed was bulging. He lifted the quilt and found a handsome man lying inside. This person looked a little familiar. It seemed to be someone called Xiao from his harem. Bo Yang felt that the person who wrote this book had named his harem after the names of the brothels. They were all unfashionable names like Pink Butterfly, Little Red, Chun Tao, and so on. But this person called Xiao was a man. He was very young, about 15 or 16 years old. His large watery eyes blinked as he stared at Bo Yang. His face was flushed red, and he looked a little shy. This Xiao was very beautiful. He laid on the bed and posed in a seductive position to tempt Bo Yang. But Bo Yang was only stunned when he saw him. He didn't have the slightest bit of interest. This scene made him involuntarily recall the day when the Eternal Night Devil went crazy and the two of them were entangled. He still remembered that he had a reaction at that time. Stop, he couldn't think about it anymore. At that time, he found that he had a reaction. He was always afraid that he had been turned gay. So, intentionally or otherwise, he avoided the Eternal Night Devil and hurriedly ran to the human world. But now, looking at Xiao coquettishness in front of him and constantly throwing flirtatious glances at him, his heart was still like an ancient well. This showed that he was still a straight man. If he was gay, such a beautiful man trying to show off in front of him, he should have a reaction. But now, he didn't feel anything at all. So he was still straight. He wasn't gay. That night was probably just an accident. Speaking of which, there were so many beauties in his harem. There were both men and women. Not to mention the women, there were all kinds of men. There were handsome and cute ones, handsome and confident ones. He could pick out a few of them, and their appearances were quite outstanding. But he had never been moved. If he really liked men, he should have some interest in one or two of them. But no, never. The only one that made his heart waver was the Eternal Night Devil. Then, am I gay or straight? Bo Yang couldn't help but question from the depths of his soul. Staring at Xiao beautiful face, Bo Yang thought to himself, maybe I can go one step further. Anyway, there's no one else here. It doesn't matter if I try. Bo Yang's expression was uncertain as he stared at Xiao. His mind was filled with thoughts, and he didn't speak for a long time. Xiao was originally in a seductive position, waiting for him to come. But after throwing flirtatious glances at him for a long time, his eyes were about to cramp. The person in front of him still didn't have any reaction. He even stared at him with a gaze that he didn't understand, as if he was a piece of meat on a chopping board. Xiao's face was about to stiffen from smiling. Sir, why are you looking at me like that? Me? Bo Yang was embarrassed. Actually, this was the first time he heard someone in the backyard call herself that. Xiao gathered her courage and got up from the bed. She stretched out her hands and carefully approached Bo Yang. Bo Yang still didn't move. Xiao's courage grew. She wrapped her arms around Bo Yang's neck and pulled him closer to her. She said in a sweet voice, Sir, you keep looking at me like that. I'm so shy. Her sweet voice made Bo Yang shiver, and he subconsciously took a step back. Xiao was originally half on the bed, and the other half was leaning against Bo Yang. Bo Yang was caught off guard, and his body fell into the air. He directly rolled off the bed. Because he wasn't prepared, his posture when he fell was quite ugly. He was sprawled out on all fours, and one of his legs was still on the bed. There wasn't a trace of beauty in it, and it was very embarrassing. Bo Yang immediately looked away. Just as he looked away, he remembered that he was the one who caused this. He quickly turned back and pretended to be calm as he helped him up from the ground. "Are you okay?" Xiao Tao's eyes were already filled with tears. She wanted to cry, but she didn't. "Sir, since you don't like me, why do you have to humiliate me like this?" She then covered her face with her hands, picked up the clothes on the side, and hurriedly put them on before running out. Bo Yang looked carefully. The clothes he was wearing were no longer the transparent white gauze he used to wear. They were very formal clothes that didn't reveal anything. He suddenly remembered that Qing He had mentioned to him before that the people in the backyard were wearing too revealing clothes. It was immoral, and she asked if he was willing to let her take care of it. At that time, Bo Yang had something on his mind, so he nodded and agreed. Now, it seemed that Qing He had taken care of this matter well. Bo Yang stayed in the room for a while. He felt that it wasn't good to treat Xiao Tao like that, so he called out, "Someone come." With his personality, he should have gone out and apologized. But with Xiaotian's personality, he definitely wouldn't do such a thing. The servant at the door came in and said respectfully, "Sir, what orders do you have?" Bo Yang said, "Go to the storehouse and get 1,000 spirit stones for Xiao Tao." "Yes." The servant left. After giving out the orders, he apologetically rolled back to his bed to sleep. At the same time, he was sure that he didn't have any feelings for Xiao Tao. Not only that, he was disgusted. He didn't hate sissy men. In the past, he had friends who were gay. That friend also had a sissy man as a boyfriend, and brought him to play with Bo Yang. When Bo Yang played with that person, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. But being friends was one thing, and going to bed with her was another. When he thought about doing intimate things with Xiao Tao, he felt goosebumps all over his body. Mother asterisk cur, am I retarded? I actually came up with such a stupid idea to test if I'm gay. Bo Yang lay on the bed, but couldn't fall asleep. He kept thinking about the eternal night devil. He thought about how well he treated him. He thought about his face, his eyes, and the way he frowned when he was worried about him. He also thought about the innocent look he had when he lost his mind that night. Thinking about it carefully, the eternal night devil was so good-looking and had a strong aura. He belonged to the manly type and wasn't sissy at all. Even if he wanted to find someone to try it on, he should find someone manly. He should politely decline the Xiao Tao just now. "Xiao Ling," he called out in his mind. He was silent for a moment. "I don't know what to say." Xiao Ling understood his dilemma. "Sir, are you worried about the Lord Devil Lord?" Bai Yang grunted in response to her words. "Sir, do you like the Demon King?" Xiao Ling asked. Bo Yang lay on the bed and turned around like a troubled fish. "I don't know." He paused and said, "I didn't like men in the past, and I've never thought about liking men." "Then do you like the Demon King?" Xiao Ling asked again. "It's not a sin to like someone. But I'm not sure if I like him or am grateful to him," Bo Yang said. "I think I'm grateful to him." "So sir, you're worried that if you accept his feelings, you'll regret it in the future?" Xiao Ling asked. Bo Yang nodded. He was also worried that she would regret it. Xiao Ling said, "Time will prove everything." Sigh. Bo Yang let out a long sigh. Forget it. Xiao Ling was a system. She wouldn't understand. In order to confirm whether he liked him or not, he had to first confirm whether he liked men. After making up his mind, he relaxed a lot. He lay on the bed and unknowingly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Qing He came to find him. In the eyes of others, Qing He was Xiaotian's most beloved woman. He doted on her so much that he gave her the power to manage the house. Bo Yang was happy to see her. His daily task was completed again. So without saying anything, he went forward and hugged her waist. He pinched her chin and teased, "I've been away for so many days. Did you miss me?" It wasn't an exaggeration. Bo Yang's appearance was very good. When he smiled and teased people with his words, it was very moving. Xianxia hadn't seen him for a while and was suddenly teased. Two blushes quickly appeared on her face. "Master, don't be like this so early in the morning." She shyly pushed Bo Yang away. When Bo Yang heard the ding sound that indicated the completion of his daily task, he let go of her. When the people who were guarding outside saw this scene, they were even more certain that Xianxia was the most important person in Bo Yang's heart. Last night, Chen Tao ran out of her room crying. Many people saw it. It was obvious that she failed to seduce him and was chased away. Comparing the two, could Xianxia's status still be questioned? Bo Yang washed up and talked to Xianxia for a while. Xianxia came under the Eternal Night Devil's orders. Seeing that he didn't mess around, she knew that the Eternal Night Devil was worried about Bo Yang. She didn't dare to mess around with him. Even though she was teased to the point of blushing, she still regretfully left. Actually, after interacting with him for a while, she found that Xianxia was different from the rumors. Rumors said that Xianxia was extremely lecherous. He was very arrogant and domineering. In short, he was not to be trifled with. However, after interacting with him, she found that this wasn't the case. She even felt that there was nothing wrong with staying and continuing to be Xianxia's concubine. However, a woman's intuition was very accurate. In the past year or so, Xianxia had been detained by the Eternal Night Demon Monarch in the Palace of Eternal Darkness every day. Not only was he kept by his side every day, he even specially opened up a palace for him to use. This kind of treatment was given to all the previous devil queens. The Eternal Night Devil had never been moved by anyone. He didn't even have any concubines or beauties. He only had his career in his heart. The beauties that were sent to him were left untouched. He casually arranged for their living quarters. Xianxia was originally one of the beauties in the palace. However, the Demon King suddenly found her one day and gave her this task. He also told her that if she completed it well, he would let her out of the palace. Xianxia knew that with the Eternal Night Devil's personality, if he wanted to wait for her in this lifetime, who knew how long he would have to wait? He might not even be able to wait for her in this lifetime. When she heard his suggestion, she was moved and decided to leave the palace to pursue her future. At first, when she was arranged to stay in Xianxia's backyard, she didn't think much of it. However, as time passed, she gradually felt that something was amiss. Was the Eternal Night Devil really just urging Xianxia to not touch anyone else just to encourage him to improve himself? However, when Xianxia was in the palace, it was said that he dozed off every day and didn't do any proper work. Not to mention this, the Eternal Night Devil even opened up a palace for him. In the life of the Eternal Night Devil, this was probably unprecedented. Xianxia had a bold guess. The Lord Devil Lord was probably a little interested in Xianxia, and that interest was quite obvious. However, she wasn't sure. After all, Xianxia had stayed by the Demon King's side for so many years and nothing had happened between them. Why would he suddenly be interested in him? This was very strange. Of course, Xianxia didn't say these thoughts out loud. She didn't dare to say them out loud. She just kept these thoughts in her heart and quietly completed her task. After Xianxia left, Bo Yang asked the butler to gather all the men in the courtyard. In his harem, half of the men and half of the women were men. The men were tall, short, fat, and thin. There were those who were as beautiful as a woman like Chen Tao, but there were also those who were tall, handsome, and neat. Bo Yang specifically looked for those who looked more masculine. This chapter was locked for an unknown reason. So I changed Chen Tao to Xiao Tao and changed the phrase "golden retriever licked its chest." I don't know if this will pass. I'm speechless. Like the Devil Monarch always thinks I have a crush on him. Transmigration, please collect. The Devil Monarch always thinks I have a crush on him. Once the housekeeper heard his orders, he quickly gathered all the men in the yard and stood in a row. Bo Yang took a rough look and estimated that there were around 10 people. They didn't understand why Bai Yang had suddenly gathered all of them. They exchanged glances with each other uneasily, trying to understand why Bai Yang had suddenly gathered them. However, everyone's faces were blank, and in the end, they couldn't come to a conclusion. Bo Yang, who was wearing a black robe with golden edges, slowly walked over. His black hair was tied up loosely and his white skin was even more eye-catching under the black robe and black hair. That pair of emotionless eyes looked over lightly. Everyone immediately straightened their chests and didn't dare to whisper to each other anymore. The atmosphere was a bit serious. Bo Yang expressionlessly walked around them slowly and finally stopped in front of a tall, thin, and handsome man. "You, come out." That person was called and didn't know if he should be happy or afraid. He walked out trembling and stood to the side. Bo Yang didn't look at him and continued to walk around the group of men. The 10 or so men were as quiet as quails, waiting for Bo Yang's orders. Bo Yang finally picked 5 people. The 5 of them were all handsome and masculine types. "From tonight onwards, the 5 of you will take turns to come to my room." He threw down these words and flicked his sleeves before leaving. He left easily, but the people behind him were like cold water dripping into boiling oil. They instantly exploded. Is Master recruiting people to serve him in bed? Some were shocked. Aren't the 5 of you too lucky? What does Master see in you guys? Some were envious and jealous. Why? Why didn't Master choose me? Some were so sad that they couldn't control themselves. So you're saying that Xianxia is about to fall out of favor? Some were gloating. Bo Yang didn't know that there was a lot of discussion behind him. He returned to his room and became an otaku again. It wasn't that he wanted to be an otaku, but that he had been poisoned by a goo worm. He needed to cultivate properly to feed this goo worm so that he wouldn't die young and die before the male lead could ascend. Of course, from the beginning to the end, he had never thought of removing this poison. Because it said that there was no cure for this poison. Since that was the case, why bother? It was better to live for 2 more years and properly complete the mission. Since he was going to die sooner or later, there was no need for him to waste his energy. After a day of cultivation, one of the 5 men he had chosen came to his room at night. When Bo Yang saw him come in, he knew that he had already washed up. Not only was he clean, but he also emitted a refreshing fragrance. However, the fragrance was a little deliberate, as if she was afraid that Bo Yang would not notice it. He was wearing the white robe from before. It was translucent, and Bo Yang could see that he wasn't wearing anything underneath. His eyes burned. In fact, this man's body was quite attractive. His bones and flesh were well proportioned, and he even had a 6-pack. He was not like the Xiao Tao from before, who was completely white. But compared to the eternal night devil, he's still a far cry. Wait, why do I keep thinking about him? I just want to know if I'm interested in men. I don't want to think about anything else. Bo Yang hurriedly shook his head and beckoned for the man to come over. Seeing this, the man's face revealed a trace of joy. He jogged to Bo Yang's side and said in a low voice, "Master." Bo Yang asked, "What's your name?" The man did not seem to expect that Bo Yang would not remember his name. He was stunned for a moment, and a trace of disappointment flashed across his face. However, he quickly concealed this expression and respectfully lowered his head to answer, "This concubine's name is Yang Lu." Can a man not call me a concubine? When Xiao Tao called him that, because he looked like a woman, Bo Yang could reluctantly accept it. But now, this Yang Lu did not have a trace of femininity. He was completely a man, and yet he suddenly called himself a concubine. Bo Yang felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his entire body went numb. Yang Lu, right? You don't have to call yourself a concubine in the future. Yang Lu raised his head in surprise. Then what should this concubine call myself? Just call yourself by your name. A trace of joy flashed across Yang Lu's face. He knelt on the ground and said, "Thank you, Lord Xia." Bai Yang looked at his face full of surprise and was slightly stunned. Then he suddenly remembered that if it was described in the book that it was a great honor to have the servants and concubines in the harem or the house call themselves by their names, then he understood why he was so happy. "Get up," Bo Yang said as he unbuttoned his clothes. He really did not want to continue being entangled with a man alone in the room, so he wanted to cut the Gordian knot and confirm his feelings as soon as possible. The man hurriedly stood up. Bo Yang had already taken off his upper body, revealing his strong skin. Yang Lu's face immediately turned red, but he was very calm, as if he was already very familiar with serving others in bed. "Master, your body is very beautiful." As he said this, he leaned over with a charming smile on his face. That smile was very dazzling. Bo Yang thought, that person would never smile like this. He immediately lost the idea of continuing. Master, his voice was dragged out and coquettishly. Bo Yang shivered and resisted the desire to push him away. Yang Lu leaned over. His body looked strong, but it was as soft and boneless as a snake. Being leaned on by him like this, if it was a really lustful person, they would probably be immediately interested. However, Bo Yang only felt like his body was being bitten by insects, and his scalp was numb. Yang Lu's hands moved up and down his body. Bo Yang could not bear it anymore and suddenly reached out to grab his hand. You can leave. Yang Lu's face was red, and his eyes were filled with amorous feelings. He looked like he was about to melt into a puddle of spring water. When he suddenly heard this, his expression froze in place, and his entire face became stiff. Master, master? You can leave. Bo Yang stood up and put on the clothes next to him. Yang Lu immediately panicked and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Sir, may I ask if Yang Lu has done something wrong? Bo Yang thought to himself as he put on his clothes. Big brother, you did not do anything wrong. It's just that I can't accept it. I'm not in the mood. You can leave. Bo Yang pulled him up and waved his hand, indicating for him to leave quickly. Yang Lu's eyes were filled with tears, but he did not cry and leave like Xiao Tao. Instead, he endured it and turned to leave the room. As soon as he left, Qinghe rushed in. It seemed that if Bo Yang did not send him out just now, Qinghe would have broken in herself. Lord Xie. Qinghe said as soon as she entered the room. I heard that you let 5 men take turns to serve you in bed from today onwards? Why did this sound strange? Bo Yang coughed. Yes. Qinghe said, Master, it's a critical time now. You should prioritize your career. Don't let beauty ruin your future. Bo Yang said, Master allowed me to rest at home. What's wrong with me finding someone to serve me in bed? Master only told me not to be obsessed with beauty. It's not like he told me not to touch anyone. Qinghe was speechless for a moment. When the eternal night devil sent her over, he did not explicitly tell her to stop Bo Yang from pampering other people. She only understood it that way in private. If her guess was correct, the eternal night devil had an affair with Xianxia. He definitely did not want to see him sleep with other women and men. However, if the master really liked Xianxia and did not want him to touch other people, then why did he not stop Xianxia from bringing people to his own backyard? If he really liked someone, he definitely would not want him to bring beauties home one after another. With Bo Yang blocking her like this, Qinghe could not say anything. Besides, she was only a concubine and not Bo Yang's superior. She had no right to stop him. What was wrong with sleeping with his own beauties? Qinghe fell into a confused silence. After a while, she said, if Master wants someone to accompany you, Qinghe can also. I only want those 5 people. Bo Yang said without thinking. Why? Qinghe did not understand. How am I not better than them? Bo Yang was silent for a moment. You're a woman. You're not as handsome as them. Qinghe was speechless. She covered her face and left. She had always prided herself on her beauty and had always been successful in seducing men. However, she had always failed in front of the eternal night devil and Xianxia. This time, she had offered herself to be his pillow and was rejected. Let her die. Thus, another person came out of Bo Yang's room alone in pain. Previously, when Xiao Tao was chased out, everyone still found it funny. Then, when Yang Lu was chased out, everyone continued to laugh. Now that even Qinghe was chased out, everyone could not laugh anymore. In the next few days, more people were chased out one after another. Because they felt that Qinghe had lost his favor, they wanted to climb into his bed. However, they made Bo Yang extremely unhappy. Some of them were even chased out directly. For a moment, everyone in the backyard was in a state of panic. Bo Yang tried for 2 consecutive days and found that he still could not accept men. He was greatly relieved. Alright, he was still as straight as a pencil. His reaction that day was completely an accident. From now on, that accident would not happen again. He was indeed grateful to the Demon King. He came to a conclusion in his heart and gave up on the idea of continuing the experiment. In any case, he already had enough samples and he could confirm that he was not gay. Just as he was thinking about how to repay the Demon King and return the favor he owed him, the Eternal Night Devil's people suddenly paid him a visit and asked him to go to the Palace of Eternal Darkness. Bo Yang thought, it's over. My happy holiday is over. He obediently followed the person to the Palace of Eternal Darkness. This time, the person did not take him to the main hall. Instead, he took him to another place after many twists and turns. Bo Yang looked at the path he took and was a bit puzzled. Where exactly is the master? The palace servant who led the way said respectfully, we'll be there soon. Bo Yang could only patiently follow behind him. They passed through the side hall and came to a garden. The vegetation in the demon world was very sparse. The plants that could grow in places where miasma was rampant were not ordinary plants. Most of them grew in strange shapes. However, the flowers in the Eternal Night Devil's garden were very beautiful. Walking to the garden, Bo Yang saw the Demon King at a glance. The Demon King was wearing a large black robe. He was sitting on the observation deck of the garden and playing chess with himself. Sir, please. The palace servant led him and respectfully retreated. Bo Yang directly walked over and said respectfully, Master. You're here? The Eternal Night Devil said lightly. If the previous Bo Yang heard this tone, he would not have any thoughts. This was because the Demon King was like this to everyone. His attitude was cold and aloof. However, this time he could feel that the Eternal Night Devil was somewhat unhappy. Did I offend him? Bo Yang immediately reflected on himself. He realized that he had not seen him recently. How could he have offended him? Thus, he relaxed. It must be because of something else. Bo Yang walked to his side. Master, you don't seem too happy? The Eternal Night Demon Emperor lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. He said indifferently, sit. Bo Yang sat opposite him. The Eternal Night Devil did not speak and continued to play chess. Bo Yang was puzzled. Did the Demon King ask him to come just to watch him play chess? He was in a bad mood and did not speak. What was he doing? Xiaoling? Sir, what's the matter? What's wrong with the Demon King? It's so scary when you don't say anything. A bit. He has a cold personality, but his attitude towards you is quite good. Today, he gave you the cold shoulder. It seems like he's targeting you. I haven't seen him these past few days. How did I offend him? You have to ask yourself, sir. The man and the system discussed for a long time, but they still could not come to a conclusion. The two of them wanted to continue discussing, but suddenly, they heard a heavy snort. Bo Yang hurriedly looked at the Demon King and found that his face was a bit dark. Bo Yang was even more puzzled. This person called him over and did not say a word. Now, he was giving him a cold shoulder. What was wrong with him? The two of them looked at each other. After a while, Bo Yang finally realized that the Lord Devil Lord was waiting for him to speak. Master, do you have something to say? Bo Yang probed. The Demon King snorted coldly again, but still remained arrogant and did not speak. Bo Yang was confused. The Demon King called him over but did not say anything. What was the meaning of this? Sitting still was not a solution. Bo Yang probed, Master, if you have no other orders, this subordinate will leave first. He was about to stand up, but before he could, the Demon King slammed a black stone on the table. Don't you have any explanation for me? Explanation? What explanation? Bo Yang was puzzled. Hearing his words, the Eternal Night Devil's face turned even colder, and his rage rose by 3 levels. Bo Yang was a bit scared. Xiaoling, what happened to him? What do you want me to explain? Xiaoling said, how would I know? Since he could not get an answer, Bo Yang thought about it and could only go straight to the point. Master, what do you mean? Please speak frankly. After more than a year of being together, no matter how angry the Demon King was, he was not that afraid anymore. The Eternal Night Devil stared at his innocent face for a moment, then said coldly, I told you to go back and rest because I was worried that you were poisoned by the goo and your body was not well. But what did you do? Fooling around with a bunch of men, having fun every day, hugging women left and right. How dare you? Bo Yang was stunned. He realized that the Demon King had heard about all the things that happened in his backyard. and now he was here to denounce him. Master, I didn't. He hurriedly denied it. I didn't pamper anyone, really, please believe me. Still trying to deny it. The Demon King was very angry. You pointed at 5 men to take turns serving you, and you still say you didn't? Xianxia, I know you are brave, but I never thought you would be so brave. You actually dared to do this behind my back. Do you think I'm dead? When he said the last sentence, he slammed his palm on the table, and the jade chessboard instantly broke into pieces, turning into a pile of small stones. Bo Yang was shocked. He never thought that the Lord Devil Lord would be so angry. He did not speak at first because he was preparing for a big move. If that palm had hit him, he would have ended up like the chessboard. Bo Yang was even more terrified. He immediately jumped up in fright and explained, Master, you misunderstood. I really didn't. In the end, those people did not serve me and were chased out by me. If Master does not believe me, you can ask Qinghe. She knows best. The Eternal Night Devil was suspicious. Really? Bo Yang almost swore to the heavens, it's true. It can't be any more true. The Eternal Night Devil asked again, you called them to your bed and didn't do anything else? No, I really didn't. Bo Yang hurriedly denied. Do you think I'll believe you? The Eternal Night Devil sneered, Qinghe said that you didn't sleep with them, but you seem to have done something else. After a pause, the Eternal Night Devil said eerily, can you tell me what you did? Qinghe, this spy. Bo Yang was being questioned by the Eternal Night Devil fiercely. He forgot to refute the fact that the Eternal Night Devil didn't have the right to question him. He trembled as he explained, I just let them, but he was too embarrassed to say it, so the Eternal Night Devil waved his hand and blew up a big hole in the garden beside him. He said sternly, speak. After being frightened, Bai Yang was immediately terrified and confessed, I just let them touch where? The Eternal Night Devil's eyes were filled with anger. Chest. Bo Yang felt that he had shrunk infinitely. Did they take off their clothes? The Eternal Night Devil enlarged infinitely. Yes, I did. Bo Yang shrunk again, like a small animal next to an angry dragon. He curled up his body timidly. The Eternal Night Devil's anger level continued to rise. He opened his mouth and revealed his white teeth, show me the specific process. Bai Yang widened his eyes, show? What show? You'll be the concubine, and I'll be you. Now, show me how he seduced you. Bo Yang. No, Master. Hurry up. The Eternal Night Devil's hands began to gather strength again. Bo Yang immediately said, okay, I'll start right away. Then, he hurriedly started to take off his clothes. Halfway through, he felt embarrassed and slowed down his movements. The Eternal Night Devil's dark eyes stared straight at him. Seeing that he had stopped, he began to gather strength in his hands. Bo Yang immediately took off his clothes, revealing his white upper body. Where are your pants? Bai Yang shook his head like a rattle drum, I didn't take them off. Actually, he had taken them off, but he was too embarrassed to do so in such an open space, so he lied. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor seemed to be more satisfied. He nodded and said condescendingly, what did he do next? The Eternal Night Demon Emperor did not realize that he was lying. Bai Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Yang hesitated for a moment. Seeing that the Demon Monarch was still staring at him, he slowly walked over and took off the Eternal Night Demon Monarch's coat. The Demon King stood there quietly, not saying a word as he stared at him. Under that gaze, Bo Yang felt even more pressured. He braced himself and took off the Eternal Night Devil's coat. His fingers trembled slightly due to the pressure, and they slid across the Eternal Night Devil's chest like a few frightened snakes. The Eternal Night Devil sucked in a breath of cold air. Master? Bo Yang immediately stopped, looked up, and stared at him uneasily. Look what I'm doing. Go on, he said. Bo Yang had no choice but to continue unbuttoning his clothes. Seeing the white underwear underneath, he didn't dare to offend it, so he stopped. Don't stop. A cold and deep voice rang out. The garden was quiet. All the attendants had been removed, and they were the only ones there. The wind in the Devil Realm was a little cold, and it made Bo Yang's skin crawl a little. Master. He braced himself and said, let's not continue. It's too offensive. The eternal night devil just stared at him and said, go on. That gaze made Bo Yang very uneasy. Helpless, he could only gently undo the eternal night devil's underwear. A strong chest was revealed. It wasn't as white and thin as Bo Yang had imagined. On the contrary, every piece of skin was firm and hard, as if it had been tempered thousands of times. Bo Yang was jealous for a moment. He wanted to reach out and touch it to see if it was soft or hard. Of course, he only dared to think about it in his heart. And then? The hoarse voice made Bo Yang come back to his senses. Do you want to continue? What followed was a scene that wasn't suitable for children. Of course. The eternal night devil said. Bo Yang was embarrassed. He was in a dilemma, but in the end, he thought, anyway, you asked me to touch it. I didn't want to. Serves me right. He made up his mind and reached out to touch the eternal night devil's chest. He imitated his concubine's tone and said, Master, you're so majestic. Then he took a step back and raised his hand. That's it. That's all. After that, I chased them away. I really didn't do anything bad. The eternal night devil didn't move. Master? Bo Yang tilted his head in surprise. The eternal night devil's chest rose and fell violently a few times, as if he was taking a deep breath. Then he endured and said, at least you know your place. Bo Yang, you believe me? The eternal night devil turned his head and said, yes. Only then did Bo Yang realize that his ears were completely red. Was he shy? Bo Yang opened his mouth in shock. I believe you. Before Bo Yang could breathe a sigh of relief, the eternal night devil said, if you dare to mess around, no matter who it is, I will cut them into 1,000 pieces. Bo Yang hurriedly promised, Master, this subordinate won't do that. The Demon King was slightly satisfied. He pulled his clothes and said, Lu Jianfeng has already killed the person who raised the goo. Don't worry. Bo Yang was stunned. The Demon King had been thinking about him all this time. The Demon King said again, I have already sent people to various places to find a way to cure the poison. I believe that there will be a reply soon. Don't worry. Bo Yang's expression was complicated. He didn't expect the Demon King to be so concerned about him being poisoned by the goo. He was even more concerned about it than himself. Thank you, Master. He sincerely thanked him. I have used up some energy, so I can't refine any pills for now. After a while, I will refine another one for you. The Demon King said again. Bo Yang panicked when he heard this and said loudly, Master, there's no need. A loud roar came from the ground. It was so loud that it was deafening. The servants who were guarding outside the garden were also alarmed and looked over. The Demon King probably didn't expect Bo Yang's reaction to be so big. His face darkened. Put on your clothes. Bo Yang had wanted to put on his clothes for a long time, so he hurriedly put on his outer robe. You dare to be rude to me? Bo Yang was probably the first person to yell at him in thousands of years, right? Bo Yang, I actually yelled at the Demon King? The biggest villain boss in the beginning of the book, Bo Yang cowered. Master, please forgive me. Master, I really don't need you to waste your energy to refine pills. I have already asked an alchemist to refine them for me. In a moment of desperation, Bo Yang's brain actually worked very quickly, and he thought of an excuse in an instant. Alchemist? The Demon King snorted, how can their pills compare to mine? I have already found 10 alchemists. Bo Yang continued, probably because he had lied so much that it didn't take much effort for him to lie. They are indeed unable to refine pills like Master's, but they are not ordinary pills. If Master is still worried, at most, you can just give me some spiritual herbs and spiritual items. This way, the pills refined will be of high quality. The Demon King was about to speak, but Bo Yang spoke before him. His tone was hurried, with a hint of criticism. Master, you are the master of a realm. Your body is related to the entire demon realm. How can you casually extract your own energy? I will not die immediately after being poisoned by the goo. My energy is enough to support me for 8 to 10 years. With the cultivation provided by the alchemist, I can definitely hold on. Why do you need to extract my energy? Are you looking down on my cultivation? The Demon King said, of course not. Bo Yang had a glib tongue, that's right. Since you believe in me, you should also believe that I can handle my own matters. Do you think I will joke around with my life? After saying that, Bo Yang stared at the Demon King. Xiaoling appeared in his mind, wow, mister, you are so good at talking. Your words are so reasonable and persuasive. Bo Yang said in his mind, after saying so much, he has to be able to listen. I am really afraid that he will extract another 1,000 years of energy to refine pills. I really have no face. Xiaoling thought for a moment, then said, originally, from my point of view, I hoped that you would accept his good intentions. That would increase your strength. However, after interacting with him for some time, I feel that the Demon King is a good person. You cheated him out of his pills and made him save you time and again. You are pitiful enough. If he gives you more pills, I will not be able to stand by and watch. Bo Yang. Yes. Xiaoling concluded that he felt that he was very scummy. Bo Yang stared at the Eternal Night Devil, Master? The Eternal Night Devil thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled, all right, I promise you. Bo Yang was confused. He did not understand why he was smiling, but it did not matter. It was fine as long as he agreed. Oh right, those 5 men. The Demon King mentioned casually. Bo Yang hurriedly said, I will not call them to sleep with me anymore. The Demon King coughed, and the tips of his ears began to turn red. If you are really not satisfied with your desires, actually, when Bo Yang heard this, he hurriedly interrupted him, Master, I am not. I am looking for those 5 men to verify something. I am not satisfied with my desires, and I am not pampering them. He had to explain it clearly first. The Demon King was stunned. After a moment, he said. Then what do you want to verify? Bo Yang, this was awkward. If he said that he wanted to verify if he was gay, would he be beaten up? After stuttering for a moment, Bo Yang said, private matters. Private matters. Bo Yang and the Demon King's gaze were unclear. Bo Yang's gaze was evasive. Alright, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Go down and cultivate properly, protect your body, and don't mess around. The Demon King actually did not pursue the matter of him hiding it, and ordered, if you go and attract bees and butterflies again. As he said this, he suddenly slammed his hand down. This time even the 4 remaining legs of the stone table were smashed into pieces. If that slap had landed on his dog head, it would probably have turned into a watermelon. Bo Yang swallowed his saliva, and promised while trembling with fear, I won't. The Demon King nodded with great satisfaction, I still have things to do, you can go down. Bo Yang hurriedly bid farewell. Looking at his departing figure, the Eternal Night Devil's originally cold face revealed a trace of a smile. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing obvious joy. You still say that you don't like me, but you are clearly so worried about me. What a hypocritical little thing. The Demon King snorted softly. Under normal circumstances, when a normal person was poisoned by a goo, they would try their best to find a way to cure it. Even if they could obtain a pill that could increase their power for free, they would still want it. But Xianxia strongly rejected it. Why? He must be worried about my body, that's why he rejected it. The Eternal Night Devil thought happily. Since Bo Yang made such a request, then let him be. Yes, the pile of herbs and spirit items in the treasury can be sent over to him. Who knows what kind of alchemists he chose, if he met some with poor skills, it would be better to send 2 alchemists over. The hypocritical little thing. Bo Yang walked out of the garden, and found that his legs were a little weak. Just now, when the Eternal Night Devil flew into a rage in front of him, he was caught off guard, and his mind was in a mess. Now that he left, he realized that something was wrong. Not to mention that he did not sleep with those 5 men, even if he did, it was normal. What was wrong with him doting on his own concubine? Did the Eternal Night Devil need to summon him to threaten him? Xiaoling suddenly opened her mouth. Sir, Bo Yang said, what do you want to say? Xiaoling seemed to be choosing her words carefully. Just now, you were like those wives who were caught cheating by their husbands. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Just now, you asked me why the Demon King was angry, and now I know. He thought that he was cuckolded, so of course he was angry. With his vicious and merciless way of doing things, it's already amazing that he didn't beat you to death on the spot. Bo Yang felt wronged. When did I become his wife? No, what I mean is that nothing happened between us, and we're not lovers. What right does he have to control me like this? But he thinks that you're interested in him, and now he's decided to accept your feelings and treat you as his wife-to-be. Why do you keep calling me wife-to-be? Can't I be husband? Bo Yang couldn't take it anymore. If you're with him, you can only be his wife. Xiaoling cruelly pointed out the truth. Bo Yang's balls hurt, and he refused to accept it. I don't like him. Originally, he still had some fantasies about the eternal night devil. After all, he had reacted to him the last time, but after this incident, that little bit of ambiguity had disappeared without a trace. It was too scary. What was the use of being good-looking? What was the use of having a high status? Being good-looking couldn't make a living. If he married such a person, wouldn't he be facing the danger of being beaten to death every day? Moreover, he might not even be able to be a husband. Not only was he being suppressed, but he was also being controlled. No, he definitely couldn't have such a person. Bo Yang directly categorized the eternal night devil in his heart as someone he couldn't fall in love with. Sir, I don't think this matter will change with your will. Right now, the Lord Devil Lord thinks that you like him, and it seems that he likes you too. You can't get rid of him. Bo Yang had the urge to die. Also, I don't know if I should say something, Xiaoling said. Say it, Bo Yang said firmly. If this goes on, I think the Demon King might make some special requests. What requests? Bo Yang frowned. For example? For example, kissing or loving. Bo Yang felt like he was struck by lightning, and he was stunned on the spot. F***ck, 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 F***ck. If it wasn't for Xiaoling's reminder, he would have almost forgotten about this. Previously, he thought that there was nothing wrong with letting the eternal night devil misunderstand, and he could use his name to go to the human world to help the male lead. Now, after Xiaoling's reminder, he couldn't help but think about what he should do if the eternal night devil really made those requests. No, he had to find a chance to make things clear in the future. He couldn't let him misunderstand anymore. But after all, he was a bit of a coward. The eternal night devil smashed the 4 legs of a table in front of him, and he was so scared that he didn't dare to mention it. He was afraid that if he said it, his head would immediately be smashed. Just as he stepped back into the mansion, he was still worried about how to tactfully reject the Demon King without angering him. Then, the butler came to report that the Demon King had sent a great reward. Reward? Bo Yang was confused. What reward? Didn't he already receive a reward after the Western Sky Demon War? Those treasures were still piled up in the warehouse, and the beauty Qing he was in his backyard. Now, there was a reward? Full of doubts, Bo Yang went to the front yard. He saw a few boxes in the yard, and behind the boxes stood 2 men in brown clothes. Seeing Bo Yang come out, the 2 men in brown clothes respectfully said, Lord Xia. You are. What was wrong with the Demon King? He always liked to send people to his mansion. The 2 men in brown clothes seemed to be older, and they had a gentle temperament. One of them respectfully said, We are the elixir makers sent to you by the master. My name is Zhumi, the other one said, My name is Xianxia. Zhumi said and raised his hand to show the boxes around, These are the elixirs and spiritual objects that the master gave to the Lord Xia. We will personally refine the elixirs for the Lord Xia. Xianxia said, Lord Xia, please don't worry. We have been under the tutelage of the old man Tianju for many years, and we know a little about alchemy. We will try our best to refine the best elixirs for you. Old man Tianju's disciple, Bo Yang was shocked. Old man Tianju was a famous alchemist in the demon realm. The heaven yang pill that the Demon King gave him should have been refined by old man Tianju. Now, he actually gave old man Tianju's disciple to him. Ah, I can't breathe. Xiaoling covered her chest in her mind, if she had one. If there is a man who can treat me so well, I will definitely marry him. Bo Yang's mood was very complicated. Previously, he was afraid that the Demon King would extract his power to refine pills for him, so he lied and said that he found an alchemist to refine pills for him. But in the blink of an eye, the Demon King actually sent so many elixirs and even sent old man Tianju's disciple to refine pills for him. Xiaoling whined, "If this is not love, then what is it?" Bo Yang's face was red. "Don't say any more." Probably because he didn't speak for a long time, the older man in brown clothes, Jumi, asked doubtfully, "Sir, I wonder if you can let the alchemist in your residence come out to meet us? In the future, when we refine pills together, it's better to have the same opinion." Bo Yang came back to his senses. How could he have an alchemist? But Bo Yang didn't panic at all. As long as the Demon King wasn't here, he wouldn't be afraid. Since I already have old man Tianju's disciple to refine pills for me, why would I need another alchemist? Bo Yang smiled and turned to the housekeeper. "Go and tidy up 2 rooms for the 2 grandmasters. Drive out all the other alchemists." The shifty-eyed housekeeper was stunned. His eyes were filled with doubt. What alchemist? Bo Yang hinted with his eyes. With his shifty-eyed appearance, he was able to become Xiaotian's housekeeper. Naturally, he was outstanding. He quickly reacted and said, "Yes." Then, he ordered the servants to carry the boxes into the storeroom and brought people to tidy up the rooms. The 2 alchemists followed him to the side courtyard. Xiaotian's mansion was very big, and the rooms were spacious enough. After they left, Xiaoling began to nag again. Heavens, the Demon King is so handsome and knows how to pamper people. "Sir, why don't you just accept him?" Bo Yang was speechless. "Didn't you always warn me not to get addicted to love in the virtual world?" Xiaoling was speechless. After a moment, she sighed deeply. Sigh, Bo Yang also sighed. Sigh, Xiaoling said, "As a girl, I really hope to have a boyfriend like Demon King." Woo-woo. Bo Yang, aren't you a system? Xiaoling was unconvinced. Can't the system have a boyfriend? Bo Yang, yes, of course. Xiaoling, After thinking about it, Xiaoling said, "Alright, the mission is more important. Sir, since you can only live for 8 to 10 years, we have to think of a way to go to the human world and raise the male lead's cultivation level. Otherwise, you'll die before he can ascend." That's right. Bo Yang was shocked. The mission was the most important. He had to think of a way to go to the human world again. After staying at home for a few days, he still hadn't thought of a way when the Demon King suddenly summoned him to the palace. Bo Yang followed him. This time, they went to the same small garden as before. When Bo Yang went there, he just happened to see Hua Feihua leave. The cross-dressing giant walked past him and looked at him with an ambiguous gaze. Then, she floated away. Bo Yang was a bit confused. Why did Hua Feihua look at him like that? Before he could figure it out, the Demon King, who was standing in the pavilion in the middle of the garden, said impatiently, "Come here." Bo Yang made an O sound and hurriedly ran to the Demon King's side. "Master, I'm here." The flowers in the garden bloomed brightly. The Demon King had changed into a green robe without any decorations today. He looked gentle and elegant, with a noble temperament. Standing in the middle of a room full of bright flowers, he looked especially fresh and elegant. He was like the most luxurious flower, unscrupulously spreading its beautiful petals and emitting a seductive fragrance. Bo Yang's tastes were more general. He didn't like the flirtatious and cheap type. He liked the pure and innocent type. The first time he saw the Demon King on the mountain, the Demon King was dressed in a green robe. He was like a floating immortal. He was so moved that he reached out and touched his butt. When he realized that he had touched his big boss, it was too late for regrets. The Demon King often wore a black robe. It looked good, but it was too domineering and mighty. Bo Yang was terrified when he saw it. After changing his clothes, the Demon King suppressed his sharp temperament and made Bo Yang feel much more comfortable. Bo Yang had transmigrated from the modern era, so he was much more unrestrained than the ancient people. He subconsciously praised, "Master, the clothes you're wearing today are very nice." Bo Yang was just flattering him, but the Demon King was stunned. 2 faint blushes appeared on his white face. Then his face sank and he said, "Don't use your dissolute style on me." Bo Yang felt wronged. I didn't. Ordinary people praising clothes, makeup, shoes, and bags is polite, right? Even if they don't look good, they will still praise them out of politeness. The Demon King snorted and didn't continue to scold Bo Yang. He changed the topic and said, the people I sent to investigate the rebirth goo will be back soon. Bo Yang, he didn't take the matter of him being poisoned to heart, but the Eternal Night Devil took it to heart. He actually sent people everywhere to find the antidote. At this time, he didn't know what to say. Bo Yang could only follow his usual routine and said, thank you, Master. The Eternal Night Devil waved his hand. You don't have to thank me. I'm just fulfilling my promise. I said before, as long as you stay by my side, I will definitely give you techniques and power. After he finished speaking, he took something out of nowhere and threw it. A black shadow flew towards Bo Yang. Bo Yang subconsciously caught it. Only when he caught it did he realize that it was a small box. Seeing the small box, Bo Yang was shocked. It can't be what I think it is, right? He hesitated and didn't open it. The Eternal Night Devil saw that he didn't move. He raised one of his eyebrows. What are you doing? Open it. Bai Yang had no choice but to slowly open the small box. As expected, there was a sparkling and translucent black bead lying inside the exquisite carved box. It was exactly the same as the one he had refined using 1,000 years' worth of power. Rich magic power burst out from the bead. One could tell at a glance that there was a huge amount of power contained inside. Bo Yang's eyes were stunned by the light of the bead. He hurriedly closed the box and handed it to the Eternal Night Devil. Master, I can't accept it. The Eternal Night Devil's face suddenly darkened. Why? It's too precious. You've already gone mad. If you take your power to refine pills for me, it will be very harmful to your body. So I can't accept it. Bo Yang said, besides, I have Master Xianxia and Master Zhumi to refine pills for me. I don't need your pills. After a pause, he said somewhat angrily, didn't you promise me that you won't take your power to refine pills anymore? How can you go back on your words? The Eternal Night Devil was questioned for not keeping his promise. He was speechless for a moment. His gaze was a bit erratic. Then, he put on a serious face and said, you dare to yell at me? Bo Yang was really angry. He wasn't afraid of him. He glared at him and said, you broke your promise first. The Demon King sneered. I remember you said last time that the pill I gave you dropped, right? When Bo Yang heard this, his aura instantly weakened. He said with a guilty conscience. Yes. Hee. The Demon King stared at him disdainfully. How come I remember that someone gave me a pill to eat? Bo Yang glared. You, remember? The Demon King snorted and refused to answer. Actually, his memory was very vague. He vaguely remembered that Xianxia gave him something to prevent him from going mad. After thinking about it, he could only think of the pill that he gave him before. As soon as he thought about it, he was very moved. He directly drew out 200 years' worth of power to make a meatball. He felt that Xianxia's love for him was very forbearing. He had clearly given so much, yet he didn't say a word. It was really too lovable. Although her temperament was awkward, she was awkward to the point of being fresh and refined, and awkward to the point of being cute. No matter what, you failed to keep your promise with me. The question that came out of anger was very powerful. As the battle continued, the Demon Lord's momentum weakened. The Demon King was no match for him. He coughed and tried his best to maintain his aura. Zhumi and Xianxia need time to concoct pills. Before that, there are no pills to take. This pill was prepared for this period of time. Besides, this pill only consumed 200 years of my cultivation, so it won't be a problem. Won't be a problem? Bo Yang suppressed his anger. Do you want to fight with me, Master? Sure. The Demon King laughed in disdain. He said arrogantly, if you want to fight, then I'll accompany you. Bo Yang thought, you said it yourself. Let's go. After saying this, he angrily went to the training field. He realized that the Demon King was too arrogant and overconfident. He relied on his profound cultivation to not take his body seriously. The Demon King had gone mad before, and then fought in the human world. He had used up a lot of his cultivation. Now that he had drawn out his cultivation, he should be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Bo Yang should be able to beat him. As long as he could beat him, he would be able to make the Demon King understand how blind his arrogance was. He wanted to make the Demon King understand that one shouldn't be too arrogant. Everyone has a time when they fail. Bo Yang's aura was very imposing. The two arrived at the training field. The Demon King smiled with his hands behind his back. Come, I'll let you have 3 moves first. This kind of arrogant attitude was really asking for a beating. One had to be humble. Bo Yang laughed coldly. He cracked his knuckles, and then charged forward in anger. 15 minutes later, Bo Yang lay on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face, unable to move. He was dizzy. The Demon King felt a little guilty. He walked over carefully and said, "Zai Tian, are you okay?" Bo Yang's head was buzzing. It took him a while to recover. Bo Yang. That's not right. He had used up so much energy, so it should be easy to beat him. Why? No, he must be trying to be brave. Bo Yang climbed up resolutely and took an attacking stance. Again. The Demon King hesitated. Again? Bo Yang waved his hand and spat out the blood in his mouth. Come. After a while, Bo Yang lay on the ground once again, unable to move. No, this can't be real, I don't believe it. Bo Yang crawled up from the ground. One of his eyes was so swollen that he couldn't open it. Again, seeing his pitiful appearance, the Demon King's heart ached. He was secretly annoyed that he had hit him too hard just now. Forget it, I'm not fighting anymore. No, I want to defeat you. Bo Yang was already dizzy from the beating. His energy had been used up, and all his thoughts were focused on one thing, to defeat the Eternal Night Devil. He stood up, but his legs wobbled, and he almost fell. Seeing him like this, the Eternal Night Devil helplessly said, "All right." Ah. Bo Yang used all the energy in his body to charge forward. The Eternal Night Devil met his palm, but he didn't manage to catch it. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. He used the 1,000-pound drop, and his feet sank into the ground. But even so, it didn't stop Bo Yang's attack. The Demon King's feet continued to retreat, leaving 2 deep trenches on the hard ground. Bo Yang's eyes had already turned red. The Demon King hurriedly let go. The moment he let go, Bo Yang seized the opportunity to press him down, and then he was directly pressed to the ground. Bo Yang's entire body was on top of the Eternal Night Devil, and he looked at him from above. You lost. His eyes were still red. The Demon King was afraid of agitating him, and said gently, "Yes, I lost." Bo Yang seemed to be startled. Then, the red in his eyes faded, and he regained his clarity. He blinked and said, "Look, you're already so weak that you can't even defeat me. Take care of your body in the future. Don't draw out your energy anymore, okay?" The Demon King didn't react for a while. After Bo Yang finished speaking, he couldn't take it anymore and fainted. His entire body fell onto the Demon King's chest. The Demon King was still in a daze. After a while, he slowly raised his hands to hug the body on his chest, and his hands tightened. When Bo Yang opened his eyes, it was already afternoon. The rare sunlight from outside the window shone on his body, making him feel warm. Bo Yang sat up and found himself in an unfamiliar room. The room was very, very big. It didn't look like a bedroom, but more like a living room. The decorations on the bed were exquisite, with the sun, moon, and stars carved on them. The canopy was made of luxurious black gold yarn. The floor was covered with crystals that only the main palace of the Eternal Darkness Palace had. He could faintly feel the magic waves from them. All the signs showed that he was in the Eternal Night Devil's palace. Bo Yang hurriedly got off the bed. Damn, of all places, sleeping on the Demon King's big bed. If someone found out, wouldn't they say that he was trying to usurp the throne? But why was he sleeping on the Demon King's big bed? Wasn't he fighting with the Demon King? Oh, it seemed like he might have won in the end. Bo Yang stood on the ground barefooted, confused. The cold crystals constantly emitted traces of demonic energy, from the soles of his feet all the way to the top of his head. Bo Yang took a deep breath. Why aren't you wearing your shoes? The Demon King's cold voice came from the side. Bo Yang turned his head and saw the Demon King in green walking out from behind the folding screen of the demon realm. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, as if he was in a good mood. Why was he in such a miserable state after winning? Nothing happened to him even though he lost the fight. Bo Yang felt gloomy. He answered yes, then ran back to the bed to wear his shoes. Are you feeling better? The Demon King asked. His beautiful eyes glanced at Bo Yang's face, then drifted away. Bo Yang touched his own eyes. The pain was unbearable, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. Cough. The Demon King saw his pained expression and coughed. I was too excited this morning. I didn't stop for a moment. It's not a big deal. It's just a superficial wound. The meridians in his body were flowing smoothly, and his body didn't feel any discomfort. It should only be a superficial wound. The Demon King said, that's good. Come with me. The person investigating the rebirth goo is back. The person who investigated the rebirth goo is back. Bo Yang's mind shook. Although he did not mind the rebirth goo, it would be better if he could get rid of this poison. At that moment, he was also somewhat happy, and hurriedly followed behind the Demon King towards the main hall. When he was about to walk out of the bedroom, Bo Yang glanced at a decorative mirror in the distance. F***ck, who was that pig head in the mirror? Bo Yang covered his face and screamed. When the Demon King heard the commotion behind him, he turned around and read something from Bo Yang's expression. He said guiltily, they're all superficial wounds. They'll be fine soon. Good my ass. Bo Yang's heart was bleeding. I sparred with you because of you, but you really beat me up like a pig? It really was an accident. I was too excited and didn't control my strength well. The Demon King's voice lacked confidence. Bo Yang held his swollen face and complained, Master, don't you know that you shouldn't hit someone's face when you hit them? The Demon King was silent for a moment, then lowered his head and admitted his mistake, I'm sorry. With the demon race's strong self-healing ability, Bo Yang's pig head face would probably recover in the next day. But Bo Yang had no way to heal it now. He pointed at his face and said, you clearly saw my face, but you didn't remind me. You directly brought me to meet someone? The Demon King. He almost forgot that Xianxia cared about his face. He thought for a moment, then explained clumsily, don't worry, even if your face is swollen, you'll still look good. Bo Yang? This swollen steamed bun look good? Bo Yang was simply angered to death. He gritted his teeth and suppressed the anger in his chest, saying, do you have a mask? The Demon King hurriedly said to redeem himself, yes. He opened his mouth and said, servants. The servant waiting outside came in and bowed respectfully, Master. The Demon King waved his hand, bring me a few masks. The Demon King spoke too quickly and naturally, and the servant came too quickly. Bo Yang didn't even have time to hide, and his pig head face was completely exposed in front of the two servants. Bo Yang, great Demon King, just how is your brain wired? Soon, the servant brought over a few masks. Each one was exquisite and luxurious, and they were placed on a tray. Bo Yang casually picked the biggest one and put it on his face. His face was so swollen that he almost couldn't wear it. Fortunately, he managed to wear it in the end, and it completely covered his pig head face. After some delay, Bo Yang followed the Demon King to the main hall. Just as he walked far away, he heard the two servants secretly talking. Did you see that? I saw it. Lord Xia was beaten up by Master? Probably. That face, pfff, shoo, lower your voice. Faint laughter could be heard, and Bo Yang couldn't help but feel sad. The Demon King's hearing was better than his, so he naturally heard it. His face was a bit ugly, and he ordered the servant closest to him, send the two servants from the palace to the Li Palace. They are not allowed to come to the main hall in the future. The servant respectfully replied. Bo Yang didn't say a word. The Demon King saw that the atmosphere wasn't right, and coughed. But he didn't know what to say, so he could only say, let's go quickly. The palace wasn't far from the main hall, and they arrived after a short while. When the two walked in, they saw a tall man dressed in black standing in the main hall. Bo Yang recognized this person. He used to be one of the Eternal Night Devil's guards, but was later transferred to the border. He could be considered one of the Eternal Night Devil's more trusted people, and now he was actually sent to find the antidote for him. Bo Yang's mood was very complicated. Xiao Ling secretly said in his mind, "Actually, sir, it's not a big deal that you followed the Demon King. Look at how good he is to you. Other than being a bit narcissistic, the Demon King is pretty good." Bo Yang was speechless. "Xiao Ling, where's your integrity? I don't like men, so I can't like him just because he's good to me." "You really don't like men?" "Yes." "You're so sure? You hesitated just now, right?" "No." "You hesitated, you did." "No." "You did." The two argued for a while, and then Bo Yang said, "I did an experiment before, and I'm not interested in men." "It's not like you don't know." He was referring to the matter of him inviting 5 male concubines to serve him in bed. Xiao Ling said, "They are them, and the Demon King is the Demon King. Besides, that was then and this is now. Who knows, you might fall in love with him one day." Bo Yang was speechless. "You should get this straight. Even if I agree to be with him, what if he finds out that I've been lying to him all this time? What do you think his reaction will be?" Xiao Ling was silent for a while, then said, "Then you should reject him properly." If he knew that Bo Yang had a wild man outside, and that he had been seriously injured twice because of him, then the Demon King's actions were all wishful thinking, probably. Xiao Ling said firmly, "Reject him." Bo Yang was a bit worried. He had been rejecting him all this time, but the Demon King was still so good to him. Also, did he really not like the Demon King? He didn't dare to think too deeply about it. The Eternal Night Devil asked that person, "You sent a message saying that you found a way to cure the poison?" That person looked at Bo Yang. He was a bit curious, but he quickly concealed his curiosity and said respectfully, "Yes, master. Some time ago, I went to the border to investigate the source of the goo worms. There is a legend at the border that the goo worms came from Firethorn City." The Eternal Night Devil frowned. "Firethorn City?" Bo Yang thought about it in his mind. Firethorn City? That mysterious and unfathomable city that could never be reached. That person continued, "This subordinate has visited Firethorn City many times, but was unable to enter. I remembered that Master had interacted with Firethorn City's envoys before, so I hurried back to report to Master." The Eternal Night Devil was silent for a while, then said, "You can leave first." "Yes, this subordinate will take his leave." That person retreated respectfully, but before leaving, he looked at Bo Yang curiously, not understanding why Bo Yang was here. The Eternal Night Devil suddenly mobilized a lot of people to find a way to cure the rebirth goo. Everyone was guessing if the Eternal Night Devil was poisoned by the goo. Currently, no one dared to ask. After the person left, the Eternal Night Devil said to Bo Yang, "We will go to Firethorn City immediately." Go to Firethorn City? Bo Yang thought about it. There was no reason to refuse. It would be best if he could cure the poison, but he would owe the Demon King another favor. If he didn't want to go, the Demon King would be unhappy, and with his domineering personality, he would probably force him to go. After weighing the pros and cons, Bo Yang replied, "Okay." The Eternal Night Devil was very satisfied with his obedience. His gaze also became much gentler. On the second day, when Bo Yang's injuries were completely healed, most importantly, his face was no longer swollen, the two of them set off for Firethorn City. The Eternal Night Devil and Xianxia were both people with high cultivation. The journey to Firethorn City was originally very far, but the two of them used instant travel and did not spend much time. Very few people knew the location of Firethorn City, and even if they knew, it was hard to enter the city. They could only watch from afar. The Eternal Night Devil used some unknown method to find out the location, and even contacted the people inside. With the Eternal Night Devil leading the way, the two of them spent 3 days and 3 nights to arrive at Firethorn City. Firethorn City was a city located in a mountain valley. It was surrounded by pitch-black mountains that were shrouded in dense demonic miasma. It was unknown what material the entire city was made of. It was completely pitch-black and stood alone in the mountain valley. Originally, the Black Mountains and the Black City could be merged into one, and it was not easy to notice. However, Firethorn City was surrounded by burning magma. The burning red liquid spread through the cracks like spider webs, separating Firethorn City from the mountains. It was said that someone had seen Firethorn City and wanted to walk in. Even though it was not far away, they could not get close no matter how much they walked. This feeling was similar to the mirage that Bo Yang had seen before. The two of them stopped on a black mountain not far away. The Eternal Night Devil took out a feather. That feather was completely red and was flickering with a faint light. The Eternal Night Devil raised that feather and blew on it. That feather automatically flew into the air, turning into a ray of light and disappearing. After a while, Bo Yang discovered that the originally tightly shut door of Firethorn City had opened. A red figure gradually walked out from the door. It became faster and faster. He stepped over the rumbling magma, walked past the burning flames, and quickly arrived beside the two of them. When he got closer, Bo Yang discovered that the man was a handsome man with curly hair. His eyes were dark red, his nose was high, and his eyes were deep. At first glance, he looked like a Westerner. Maybe he looked like a Westerner? Bo Yang was speechless. He had heard of the rumors of Firethorn City in the demon realm, saying that the people inside were mysterious and looked weird. Looking at them now, they didn't look weird at all. They just looked like Westerners. But their hair wasn't colorful, it was black. He just didn't know which language they spoke, English, French, German. Coincidentally, he had dabbled in all of them. Bo Yang's imagination became bigger and bigger. His thoughts ran wild like the Yellow River overflowing. I didn't think that the Demon King would personally come. Apologies for not going out to welcome you. That high-nosed and deep-eyed Firethorn City envoy bowed towards the Eternal Night Devil before looking at Bo Yang and smiling. Lord Xia has also come. Bo Yang felt that the Eternal Night Devil was already good-looking, but he didn't think that this man's smile wouldn't lose out to the Eternal Night Devils. That kind of demonic feeling was extremely shocking. Bo Yang felt that his eyes were blurry for a moment, his heart couldn't help but jump. The Eternal Night Devil looked at him and introduced, "This is the envoy of Firethorn City, Long Hai." Mr. Long Bai Yang politely said, his eyes uncontrollably staring at the messenger. He didn't think he liked men, but he couldn't control his gaze. That man's body seemed to be filled with an indescribable magical power, causing people to be unable to help but be dazzled. What he didn't see was that the Eternal Night Devil frowned unhappily. "Mr. Long, let's go." The Eternal Night Devil's face was cold. Long Hai smiled, "Please follow me." After that, the envoy led the way. The Eternal Night Devil and Bo Yang followed behind him, following his footsteps. Under Long Hai's lead, the city that they could never get close to was getting closer and closer. The three of them quickly arrived at the gates of Firethorn City. The door was wide open, and Long Hai led them in again. Bo Yang was very curious about Firethorn City. Upon entering the city, he looked left and right, imagining that it would be an extremely strange place, but what made him disappointed was that everything in the city was normal. The peddlers were shouting, and all kinds of strange-looking demons were walking around, just like any other city in the demon world. He thought that Firethorn City would be very hot in the middle of the lava, but after entering, he didn't feel any heat. What a strange city. Are you curious? Long Hai, who was walking at the side, suddenly leaned over and asked with a smile. Bo Yang instinctively denied, no. He was a dignified demon realm protector. If he acted like a loser, he would lose face for the Demon King. Long Hai continued to smile. Take a closer look at him. As he spoke, he pointed at a nearby stall selling steamed buns. Bo Yang looked at the stall he was pointing at. He had seen that stall before. There was nothing special about him, so why did Long Hai ask him to look at him? However, after looking at him for a while, Bo Yang found something strange. That stall owner's words and actions were exactly the same as before. Not only him, even the people who were buying the steamed buns were the same as before. Bo Yang looked around in shock. After looking carefully, he found that the people walking on the streets were the same as before. They were repeating a certain path and saying certain words, just like NPCs in games. Long Hai said, Firethorn City is a cursed city, the people inside are not alive. The people inside are not alive. Bo Yang stared at Long Hai with a strange gaze, then young Master Long. Long Hai smiled and didn't answer. He turned to the Eternal Night Devil and said, I wonder why Master came to Firethorn City this time. Hearing him talking about business, the Eternal Night Devil's expression wasn't so cold anymore. his attitude also became much gentler. I heard that rebirth goo was first created by your Firethorn city. I wonder if it is true. Rebirth goo? Longhai thought for a while and said, indeed, but we don't call it rebirth goo, we call it rebirth worm. Rebirth worm? Just as Bo Yang was about to ask, a surprised shout suddenly came from the side, Big Brother Demon King. That Big Brother Demon King caused Bo Yang's body to tremble. After coming to this world, he had heard many people calling the Demon King by his name. There was Demon King, Supreme One, Master, etc., but there had never been anyone who called him Big Brother Demon King. Looking towards the source of the voice, Bo Yang saw a 15 to 16-year-old youngster. He also had the appearance of a Westerner. He was extremely slender and delicate like glass that would shatter with a touch. His pair of eyes were crystal clear, like the purest snow in the snowfield, making people forget about him. Bo Yang was once again shocked by a person's appearance. The youngster had a head of soft black hair, warm brown eyes, a round face, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, as if he was smiling all the time. Clean, crystal clear, flawless. These three words quickly appeared in Bo Yang's mind. It was as if these three adjectives were created for boys. Beside the boy was a man wearing a black cloak with a gloomy expression. He was like a black shadow that stood silently at the side, causing people to unconsciously ignore his existence. The boy smiled cheerfully and jogged over. Then, under Bo Yang's dumbfounded gaze, he directly rushed into the eternal night devil's embrace. He hugged his waist with both hands and leaned his head on the eternal night devil's chest. He smiled and said, "You finally came to see Long Bing." If a normal person got close, they would be avoided before they could even touch the eternal night devil's clothes. But this time, the eternal night devil didn't avoid him. Instead, he stretched out his hand and placed it on the boy's shoulder. He said gently, "City Lord." "Don't call me City Lord, call me Long Bing." The boy didn't give up. He raised his head and said unhappily, "If you call me City Lord, it will make you feel like an outsider." He was actually Firethorn City's City Lord? Bo Yang was very shocked. He imagined that the leader of Firethorn City would be a mysterious existence that could even have 3 heads and 6 arms. He didn't think that it would be such a delicate and harmless boy. Even Long Hai was more like the City Lord than him. Bo Yang stared at the boy who called himself Long Bing as he acted spoiled towards the eternal night devil. Normally, a 15 or 16-year-old boy acting spoiled would give people goosebumps. But when this City Lord acted spoiled, it surprisingly didn't make people hate him. Not only did it not make people hate him, it made people want to protect him. The eternal night devil revealed a smile. Bo Yang had been by his side for so long and could see through his smile. When it was sincere and when it was fake, Bo Yang could roughly tell. So, he was sure that the eternal night devil was really happy. Long Bing. Big Brother Demon King, did you come to Firethorn City to see me? The boy called Long Bing blinked his eyes and asked innocently. The eternal night devil smiled and said, "You can say that." "Wah, I'm so happy. Big Brother Demon King is so nice." The boy threw himself into the eternal night devil's embrace and rubbed his head against his chest. Originally, Bo Yang thought that the boy was cute, but seeing this scene, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. At the same time, he felt that the boy was too exaggerated and pretentious. Hee, a 15 or 16-year-old boy hugging another man, was that appropriate? Big Brother Demon King. Big Brother Demon King. Can you be any more spoiled? Bo Yang interrupted. "Master, this is Firethorn City's City Lord?" "That's right." The eternal night devil's attention was finally drawn over. He nodded and said, "This is the person we're looking for this time." It really was the City Lord. Bo Yang was in disbelief. Firethorn City was famous in the demon realm. He didn't expect the City Lord to be such a sparkling and translucent boy. Or maybe the word sparkling and translucent should be in quotation marks. Bo Yang said, "City Lord, we came from afar this time to ask for the rebirth goo's antidote." "Annoying, Big Brother Demon King just came to our Firethorn City, let's not talk about such trivial things." Before Bai Yang could finish his words, the boy interrupted him coquettishly. He reached out and shook the eternal night demon king's hand. "Brother Demon King, the bird you gave me last time has hatched. Shall I take you to see it?" The Eternal Night Devil actually gave him a bird. Bo Yang glanced at the Eternal Night Devil. The Eternal Night Devil was still smiling. Okay. That's great. The boy clapped his hands happily and pulled the Eternal Night Devil forward, completely ignoring the fact that Bo Yang was still in a daze. The Eternal Night Devil said, "Follow me." Then he followed the boy without looking back. Bo Yang stared at their backs in disbelief. When did the Eternal Night Devil become so obedient? What was the relationship between him and the young city lord? Xiao Ling secretly said in his mind, "Just one look and I can tell that he's a messy and coquettish little demon. The Demon King shouldn't like this type, don't worry." Bo Yang. "I don't care." Xiao Ling, "Okay, you don't care, but I care." The two walked far away and Long Hai walked over. "Thank you, young master, let's go over too." His smile was gentle and polite, faintly revealing a bewitching demonic aura. No one could resist that kind of smile. Bo Yang also smiled. "Okay." The shadow-like man in black also floated away with the boy. Thus, the five of them quickly walked along the strange street and soon arrived at an open platform. The platform was circular and there was an array engraved around it. A red bird was imprisoned in it. It had a huge body, red feathers, a long tail, a slender body, and a red crown on its head. It looked gorgeous and graceful. There were 3 small red birds by his side. They were round and chubby, chirping, and were very lovable. Bo Yang searched through his memories and quickly recognized that this bird was called Ming Feng. It was a close relative of the ancient divine beast, the phoenix. It was very rare. He didn't know where the Eternal Night Devil found such a rare bird and gave it to Long Bing. "Look, aren't they cute?" Long Bing was slightly shorter. He raised his head to look at the Eternal Night Devil, and a cute little dimple appeared on his right cheek. Damn it, how could a boy be so cute? Bo Yang cursed in his heart. Looking at the intimate scene between him and the Eternal Night Devil, he felt that it was a bit glaring. Bo Yang turned his head away and looked for Long Hai, who was standing at the side with a smile. Young Master Long mentioned the rebirth worm. "Can you tell me about its origin?" Bo Yang originally wanted to ask if there was an antidote, but he was afraid that if he asked too quickly, it would be used against him. He could only lead the conversation in this direction as if nothing had happened. Long Hai said, "Of course you can." He took 2 steps closer and the two of them were almost touching each other. The rebirth bug is poisonous to the living, but it is good medicine to the dead. Why? Bo Yang was instantly attracted and didn't notice that the two of them were getting closer. Because the dead in our city rely on the rebirth bug to live. The rebirth bug absorbs energy so that everyone can move. Long Hai smiled. This meant that the rebirth bug was indeed spread out from Firethorn City. Bo Yang asked, "How can a living person be cured by the rebirth bug?" "Only the city lord knows the method." Long Hai said. Bo Yang looked at the black-haired youth in front of him. He was leaning against the Eternal Night Devil with a smile on his face, like he was acting spoiled towards him. Bo Yang secretly sighed. The black-haired youth suddenly looked at him and revealed a strange smile. Bo Yang was slightly startled. The young city lord turned his head and said something to the Eternal Night Devil. The Eternal Night Devil frowned and then nodded. Then the two of them left the round platform. Bo Yang wanted to follow them, but the Eternal Night Devil said, "You don't need to follow." Bo Yang stopped and watched as the Eternal Night Devil and the black-haired youth disappeared. "I'll bring you to take a look at Firethorn City," Long Hai suggested to Bo Yang. Bo Yang saw that the Demon King had already left with the Firethorn City Lord and he couldn't just wait. He thought about it and agreed to Long Hai's request. He was very curious about the legendary Firethorn City. The city inside was an existence that couldn't be touched or approached. The people inside were all capable people and the things inside were also very special. Bo Yang really wanted to know how special it was. Long Hai brought him around Firethorn City and finally brought him to the city lord's manor. There were guards patrolling around the manor. When they saw Long Hai, the leader quickly brought people over to greet him. Bo Yang was sure that this group of people were all alive. However, these people's faces were painted with strange patterns. Upon closer inspection, those strange patterns weren't painted on their faces. They looked like they were carved on their faces. He didn't know what they were used for. Long Hai introduced Bai Yang to the group of people, and they hurriedly saluted Bai Yang. Bo Yang nodded and then followed Long Hai into the manor. The city lord's mansion looked like an ordinary palace. When Bai Yang stepped inside, he found that the inside was completely different from what he had imagined. As soon as he stepped through the door, Bai Yang seemed to have stepped into another space. It was a green grassland. In the distance, there was a huge lake. In the center of the lake, there was a tall tower. "That's where we live," Long Hai introduced. Bo Yang nodded and was about to walk towards the tower. However, Long Hai raised his hand to stop him. "Don't go there." Bo Yang turned his head in confusion. He asked with his eyes, "Aren't we going to the tower?" Long Hai understood the question in his eyes. He smiled and explained, "The road here isn't like what you normal people think. If you walk like you just did, you will never be able to get close to the tower." He approached Bai Yang as he spoke and reached out to hold his hand. Bo Yang didn't expect him to suddenly grab his hand. He quickly shook it off. This action was completely subconscious. After all, he wasn't familiar with Long Hai. It was fine for two girls to hold hands when they just met. However, it was inappropriate for two men to hold hands when they just met. Long Hai was slightly startled. Then, a smile appeared in his dark eyes. "I don't mean anything else. Lord Xia, don't misunderstand. I just want to bring Lord Xia closer to the White Tower." "Lord Xia, you won't think of anything else, right?" Long Hai deliberately said ambiguously. He tilted his head. His black curly hair fluttered in the wind, reflecting an intoxicating light. It had to be said that this was an extremely exotic man. It was hard for people to resist his charm. However, Bo Yang firmly believed that he was a straight man. He wouldn't be charmed at all. Of course, he did think wrongly just now. It was awkward to be exposed. Bo Yang coughed and forcefully changed the topic. "Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Long to bring me there." Long Hai looked at him for a while. Suddenly, he laughed out loud. "Lord Xia, you're different from the rumors. How should I put it? You're very cute." Cute? How could he use cute to describe his arrogant Xiezetian? Bo Yang deliberately put on a straight face. "Mr. Long, please don't joke with me." Long Hai stopped smiling and said seriously, "I'm not joking. Lord Xia, I think you're really cute. You're my type. Do you want to consider becoming my partner?" Bo Yang. Huh? Bo Yang was completely dumbfounded. It was his first time meeting Long Hai. They didn't even talk much. Why did the topic change to this? "What did you say?" Bo Yang thought he heard wrong. Long Hai looked very calm. "I want to ask Lord Xia to become my partner." "Why?" Bo Yang felt that it was very absurd. Long Hai laughed. "Our Firethorn city has too few people. We can't leave the city for too long. It's not easy to find a partner." Bo Yang was speechless. "Even if it's not easy, you can't just randomly pull someone in. We just met for the first time today." Hearing the unhappiness in his tone, Long Hai's smile became more sincere. "Lord Xia, do you think I'm joking with you? I'm being serious. Although we just met for the first time, I know you're the right person." Bo Yang couldn't understand. "Why?" "There are a few reasons." Long Hai's tone was calm. "I just touched your body and found that your body is very special. Adding on the fact that you have the rebirth worm in your body, your skills are deep and your cultivation is high. It's very unique. As long as you cultivate with us for a few months, you'll be able to freely enter Firethorn City and the real world." After pausing, he continued, "The second reason is that you're very cute. I like you a lot." Bo Yang looked at Long Hai's dark eyes and found that his eyes were very sincere. Bo Yang, this Long Hai not only looked like a foreigner, even his personality was like a foreigner. He was passionate and unrestrained. He just met for the first time and he already proposed. Did he want to sleep with her the second time they met? Bo Yang was speechless. At first, he thought that Long Hai was joking with him and was a bit angry. But looking at his expression now, he felt that he might really be thinking this way. The anger in his heart disappeared. Thinking that he was the one asking for help, he couldn't offend him. He thought for a while and said seriously, "I'm sorry, your request today is too sudden. I don't have any intentions of becoming partners right now. Long Hai was very disappointed. He blinked his dark eyes. Could it be that Lord Xia already has someone he likes? Hearing this, Bo Yang's mind suddenly flashed with a person's figure. But he quickly slapped that figure away and said calmly, "No." Long Hai blinked again. "Then I hope that Lord Xia will consider me seriously. I promise that we will be very suitable for each other." Bo Yang laughed and gave him a nice guy card. "You're not bad. We'll talk about it later." Who knew that Long Hai didn't seem to understand the meaning of the nice guy card? He was actually a bit excited. "Okay, I hope that Lord Xia will consider it carefully." Bo Yang followed Long Hai because he wasn't there to listen to his confession. It was too awkward, so he changed the topic. "Let's go to the White Tower." "Okay." This time, Long Hai didn't refuse. He happily grabbed Bo Yang's hand and pulled him towards the White Tower. The moment Bo Yang's hand was grabbed, he subconsciously wanted to shake it off, but he resisted in the end. If you reacted too much to a person who was courting you, it would make both parties feel awkward. It was better to be natural. He didn't know if Long Hai understood his meaning. On the way to the White Tower, he kept introducing him to everything along the way. He was very enthusiastic. The White Tower was indeed as Long Hai said. It looked very close, but it was actually very far. Bo Yang was led by Long Hai for a while, but they still hadn't reached it. Finally, they passed by a garden filled with all kinds of flowers and plants. There was a small piece of land that didn't have anything planted, except for a tree that was as tall as a person. Bo Yang noticed this tree because it didn't have any leaves. It was filled with flowers and fruits. Those fruits were as red as cherries and as shiny as gems. They also gave off a strange fragrance. Seeing Bo Yang's gaze turn to the tree, Long Hai introduced it enthusiastically, "That is the mother fruit." "Mother fruit?" Bo Yang confirmed what it was and felt very surprised. "This is the first time I've heard of this name." Xianxia was one of the 4 young masters of the demon realm. He was very knowledgeable. There were very few things that he hadn't heard of before. In his memories, he had never heard of the mother fruit before. He had never seen such a tree before. Long Hai said, "This mother fruit is very interesting. There is only one in the entire Firethorn city. If you can eat its fruit, your blood and smell will be compatible with any species. Many people use the mother fruit to tame magical beasts." "Tame magical beasts?" "Yes, first find the young of a high-level magical beast and eat the mother fruit. The young beast will think that you are its mother and follow you." Bo Yang made an "oh" sound. "That's a bit interesting." The demon realm was very vast. There were some high-level magical beasts that lived in very remote areas. Those magical beasts were very strong. If one wanted to tame them, they would have to suffer many casualties. If one had the mother fruit, they could easily tame the young beast and save a lot of effort. "Do you want it?" "I can give it to you." Long Hai asked. Bo Yang's eyes opened wide. "Can I?" Long Hai said with a smile, "You are our esteemed guest, of course you can. The mother fruit is precious, but it isn't that big of a deal. Moreover, there are so many fruits on this tree, it's fine to pick a few." As he said this, he passed through the flowers and walked to the tree. He picked a few fruits and handed them to Bo Yang. Bo Yang held the pile of fruits like he was holding a pile of cherries. He also wanted to take a bite. "Can a person eat this fruit?" He couldn't help asking. Long Hai smiled, "Yes, no problem." Bo Yang took another one and looked at it carefully before putting it into his universe bag. He was thinking of finding an opportunity to go there and catch a wild beast to give it a try. The Eternal Night Demon King kept a demon wolf in his palace. The wolf was intelligent and ferocious. It was very eye-catching to ride on it. Bo Yang never forgot about it. He wanted to have his own high-level magical beast. The two chatted as they arrived in front of the White Tower. From afar, the White Tower looked very slender, but when they got closer, they realized that there was a tall palace below the White Tower. They couldn't see the palace from afar. Firethorn City was really a strange city. When the two of them reached the palace, they saw the Eternal Night Devil and Firethorn City's City Lord walking out. The two of them were talking and laughing, looking very intimate. Seeing Bo Yang and Long Hai walking over, the eternal night devil turned his head. When he saw Long Hai and Bo Yang holding hands, the smile on his face instantly turned dark. "Where did you go?" the eternal night devil asked unhappily. Bai Yang thought to himself, "What are you angry about? You abandoned me and the city lord and ran away, and now you're asking me." "I brought Lord Xia around Firethorn City to let him familiarize himself with the environment." Long Hai's tone was gentle. The Demon King looked at him with an unfriendly gaze, but he didn't say anything bad. He turned and waved at Bo Yang, "Come to my side." Bo Yang thought about it and obediently walked to his side. The Demon King was very satisfied, the darkness on his face faded a little. "Don't wander around in this place and don't be with strangers." The city lord and Long Hai, the eternal night devil, probably realized that his attitude was too arrogant, so he slightly restrained himself and said to the black-haired young city lord, "I brought him here, help me take a look." Bo Yang was confused. "What do you mean take a look?" the eternal night devil said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "When you go in with the city lord, do whatever he asks you to do, don't anger him. We are in Firethorn City, without his permission, even I can't go out." "What does he want me to do?" Bo Yang immediately asked, "Are you hiding something from me?" The eternal night devil rubbed his head and revealed a gentle smile. "Don't worry, he will help you detoxify." Detoxify, so simple? Bo Yang was suspicious. "Did you guys make a deal in private?" There was no free lunch in the world, and Firethorn City wasn't a charity city. "Could it be?" Bo Yang lowered his voice. "I see that the city lord seems to be interested in you. Brothers come and go. Are you using your body as a bargaining chip?" "Eternal night devil," the eternal night devil smacked him on the head. "What nonsense are you thinking about every day?" Bo Yang covered his head. "You two are so close, and he still calls you brother." As he spoke, his tone began to sour. The eternal night devil said helplessly, "He likes to make fun of people. If we don't act according to his temperament, there will be a lot of trouble. Besides, how could those old monsters that have lived for who knows how long like us juniors? At most, they like to pretend to be young. Do you like him?" The eternal night devil slapped him on the head again. "Are you crazy?" Bo Yang miraculously became better. "Then what did you guys make a deal?" If the price was too high, he would rather not cure the poison. As though he saw through his thoughts, the eternal night devil said, "Don't worry, I gave him what he needed, and it's something I can do." Only then did Bai Yang feel slightly relieved. Once he was relieved, thinking about how he was still suspicious of their relationship, he felt a little uneasy. "Are you done?" Firethorn City's city lord's voice floated over from not far away. The eternal night devil gently pushed Bo Yang. "Go." Bo Yang hesitated for a moment, then turned and walked to the side of the black-haired city lord. The city lord looked at Bo Yang and nodded. "Follow me." After speaking, he turned and walked into the palace. The eternal night devil signaled for Bo Yang to follow. Bo Yang didn't know what they were planning, but he followed them into the palace. The four corners of the palace had incense burners that were half the height of a person burning. The fragrance wafted out, filling the entire palace. The fragrance was familiar. Bo Yang carefully smelled it, but he couldn't remember where he had smelled this fragrance before. "Lord Xia, follow me." The beautiful city lord smiled innocently in front, gesturing for Bo Yang to follow her into the side palace. The eternal night devil was about to follow, but was stopped by the city lord. "Big brother Demon King, you can't come in." The eternal night devil stopped, a dark light flashed in his eyes as he said in a low voice, "Don't tease him." Long Bing giggled. "Don't worry, I won't do anything to him." Bo Yang understood that the two were talking about him, and he felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but look at the crystal-like person in front of him. She was so cute and innocent, would she do something unreasonable? He thought, he is the city lord of Firethorn City after all, you can't judge a book by its cover. He thought again, but my life shouldn't be in danger. The great Demon King specially brought me to Firethorn City, he shouldn't let me get hurt. Due to his great trust in the Demon King, Bo Yang slightly relaxed his anxious heart. He followed Long Bing into the side palace. Everyone else stayed outside, leaving only the two of them in the side palace. What made Bo Yang feel strange was that the side palace was empty, there was nothing inside. But the jasmine fragrance became even stronger, and Bo Yang's head quickly became dizzy, his consciousness becoming blurry. He suddenly remembered where he had smelled this fragrance before. It was the first time he had smelled this fragrance when he accidentally entered the Eternal Night Devil's side palace. So the Eternal Night Devil had always been in contact with Firethorn City. He wondered if this fragrance had anything to do with the Eternal Night Devil's cultivation going berserk. Before he could think about it, his sensitive ears heard a rustling sound. It was as if there were countless little bugs crawling around. He quickly looked towards the sound and found that there were black lines coming out from the walls of the side palace. The black lines were getting thicker and thicker as they kept moving. They then spread out and swarmed towards the center of the side palace. Taking a closer look, the black line was formed by millions of black ant-like insects. Bo Yang had slight trypophobia and was afraid of these dense things. He asked in shock, "What kind of bugs are these? Why are there so many of them?" The beautiful boy stood beside him, only reaching his shoulders. He blinked his eyes and said, "Don't be afraid, they are good things." Bo Yang's scalp turned numb as he saw the group of bugs getting closer and closer. He subconsciously wanted to walk out, but when he lifted his feet, he found that he couldn't move at all. "What did you do to me?" Bo Yang asked the boy, "What do you want to do?" He felt a bit of fear. No matter if it was in the demon world or the human world, other than losing to the Eternal Night Devil, he had never lost to anyone else. His strength was one of the sources of his confidence. He also believed that there weren't many people in this world that could be on par with him. But just now, he had been paying attention to the beautiful boy. He was worried that he would make a move, so he was extremely focused. Even so, he was still affected. The bugs that covered the sky swarmed over, but the black-haired and black-eyed boy was standing in the middle of the bugs with a smile, as if he didn't feel anything. The strangeness of Firethorn City was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Bo Yang couldn't care about anything else. His dignity was worthless in front of his life. His life was more important. He opened his mouth to call out to the Eternal Night Devil, but when he opened his mouth, he found that he couldn't make a sound. "Shoo!" The slender boy raised a finger. "Don't shout, I know what you are thinking." "How do you know what I am thinking?" Bo Yang said in his heart. The boy seemed to have heard his thoughts. He smiled and leaned over. He stretched out a white finger and tapped on his chest. "Of course I know, because the bugs are in your heart." "Rebirth bugs?" "Smart." The boy tilted his head, revealing a cute canine tooth. "Be good, don't be afraid. I promised Big Brother Demon King that I wouldn't hurt you. But there were so many bugs, these bugs are all good things." The boy waved his arm. Those bugs crawled along Bo Yang's legs and onto his body. Bo Yang's body was quickly covered by the bugs. Being surrounded by countless of bugs, Bo Yang was simply suffocating. "I have a few questions to ask you." The young city lord smiled. "Don't lie, I can tell what you are thinking through the rebirth bugs." Bo Yang wanted to say something but couldn't. "Do you know where the demonic stone is?" The young city lord came over. "Bo Yang, demonic stone? What demonic stone?" The boy said. "Don't lie, you and the Demon King are so close, how could you not know about the demonic stone?" Bo Yang really didn't know. He stared at the young city lord inexplicably. The black-haired boy frowned. He thought for a moment and muttered, "You really don't know?" "I really don't know. I'm not close with him, there are many things I don't know." "Liar." The young city lord smiled and stretched out a white finger, waving it in front of Bo Yang's eyes. "Later, I will poke your eyes blind and tell Ji Zixuan that the detoxification failed. He can't do anything to me." Hearing the threat, Bo Yang's body tensed up. He wanted to tell him loudly, "I'm really not lying. Can't you hear my thoughts? Although Ji Zixuan pretends not to care about you, I can see that you two already have that kind of relationship." "No," Bo Yang denied. "Lying again." The boy was a little angry. "The rebirth bugs are in your heart, I know very well that you are not telling the truth. You like him, and you still don't want to admit it?" Bo Yang's face turned red. He said with a red face and ears, "No." The boy chuckled. "You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin." He raised his hand. Bo Yang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if there were thousands of bugs rolling around. He was going to die. You won't die. The boy smiled and tapped his chest, it's just that you lied, and they are unhappy. Bo Yang clenched his teeth. Well, it's not important whether you like him or not. I just want to know if the demonic stone is with him. The young city lord continued to ask. Bo Yang said very sincerely, I really don't know. After answering, the bugs on his chest stopped moving. You actually didn't lie? The young city lord frowned. I really didn't, I said many times that I don't know. Bo Yang was speechless. Then Ji Zishuan didn't lie. He also doesn't know where the demonic stone is. The young city lord said to himself. After a moment, he seemed to have thought of something. He stomped his feet angrily and snorted. The bugs on the ground crawled faster. Bo Yang was about to go crazy. It wasn't that the bugs had bitten him, but that he was feeling particularly uncomfortable. He felt like he was going through a cruel torture, but this torture didn't last for long. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, the insects retreated from his body like a tide, and finally scattered in all directions, retreating to the base of the wall. Bo Yang let out a long breath. After exhaling, he found that he could speak and move. What was that thing just now? The boy didn't answer. His slender brows were tightly knitted, and he stared at Bo Yang with a somewhat dignified expression. City Lord? The boy didn't answer. After a moment, the boy turned and left the side hall, walking towards the entrance of the main hall. Bo Yang couldn't figure it out and could only follow him into the main hall. The two had just walked out when the Eternal Night Devil, who had been waiting outside, stepped forward and said, Xianxia, are you okay? His pitch-black eyes were full of concern. Bo Yang shook his head. The black-haired young city lord laughed. Brother Demon King, I said I wouldn't hurt him. Don't tell me you don't believe me? The Eternal Night Devil asked with a dignified expression, how is it? Has the rebirth bug been taken out? The black-haired boy's expression was serious. Sorry, no. The Eternal Night Devil's face sank slightly. No? Why? The black-haired boy said calmly, if it was just a normal rebirth bug on his body, I could have easily let my bugs eat it. Unfortunately, the bug on his body is the mother bug. To take it out, it will take some effort. As long as it could be taken out, it would be fine. Then I'll have to trouble City Lord to take the bug out. The Eternal Night Devil said. After hearing the Eternal Night Devil's words, the black-haired boy rolled his eyes and said with a smile, I can take the bug out, but what do I get in return? The Eternal Night Devil frowned. Didn't I already promise to help you worship the heavens and find the heavenly demonic stone? So what? The black-haired boy laughed. I want one more thing. Everyone understood the city lord's meaning. The Eternal Night Devil said calmly, what do you want? When Bo Yang heard the black-haired boy's words, he felt a little uneasy. The city lord tilted his head and thought for a moment. As if he suddenly thought of something, he said, the Bianju seems to be on you. Use that to exchange. Bo Yang looked up. Use the Bianju to exchange for it, that was used to treat the Demon King's cultivation deviation. If he gave the Bianju to the city lord, what would the Eternal Night Devil do? No. Before the Eternal Night Devil could speak, Bo Yang stopped him. Unexpectedly, when he opened his mouth, the seemingly harmless young city lord's face darkened. No? At that moment, a thick black color flashed across his eyes, covering the whites of his eyes. It looked very terrifying. Bai Yang was shocked by his change. When the youth smiled, he was as sparkling and translucent as a crystal, innocent and without evil. But when his face darkened, his entire temperament underwent a great change. It was as if extreme yang had turned to extreme yin, gloomy and treacherous, like a demonic beast from the abyss. He looked at Bo Yang gloomily, then looked up at the Eternal Night Devil. Lord Devil Lord, do you think it's possible? It was not the Demon King's brother, but the Lord Devil Lord. The Eternal Night Devil stood there quietly, as if he was considering it. The black-haired young city lord said deeply, you should know my temper. If you're not willing, then please leave. Long Hai, send the guests off. Long Hai said politely from the side, the city lord is angry, please leave. Bo Yang did not want the Eternal Night Devil to agree to the Firethorn City Lord's request, so he said, "Master, let's go." The Eternal Night Devil did not move. Bo Yang stretched out his hand and grabbed the Eternal Night Devil's hand. He stared at the Eternal Night Devil, the pleading in his eyes was obvious. "Master, let's go. You can go, but you have to think clearly. Without me, the rebirth bug in your body will never be removed," the young city lord said gloomily. The Eternal Night Devil and Bo Yang looked at each other for a moment before turning to the young city lord and saying, "Long Bing, are you threatening me?" When the young city lord heard his words, his aura paused for a moment. The Eternal Night Devil said calmly, "You want to end our cooperation?" The young city lord's aura calmed down and returned to the gentle and innocent look Bo Yang had when they first met. He blinked his watery eyes and said, "Is the Demon King's brother angry? But I really need the Biyunju." Bo Yang took the opportunity, "City Lord, I can't give you the Biyunju. I don't need the antidote either." The Biyunju was given to the Eternal Night Devil to cure his cultivation deviation, so he definitely could not give it away. When he stole the Biyunju, he was heavily injured and it was the Eternal Night Devil who saved him. If the Eternal Night Devil used the Biyunju to exchange for the young city lord's antidote, then everything he did would be meaningless. Moreover, he owed the Eternal Night Devil a huge debt. He originally did not want to owe him, but now he owed him more. How could this be? Bo Yang's skin was thin to begin with, his conscience was uneasy. "Master, let's go, the past life goo does not affect me much." He wanted to pull the Demon King away, but who knew that the Demon King's body would not budge? "You really want the Biyunju? Can't you change it to something else?" The Eternal Night Devil's voice was still calm. "I really want it." The black-haired youngster bit his lips coquettishly. "Brother Demon King, don't worry, if you give me the Biyunju, you won't lose out, I promise." As he spoke, he glanced at the anxious Bai Yang and winked meaningfully at the Eternal Night Demon Monarch. Bo Yang did not notice his expression. Seeing that the Demon King was unwilling to leave, he became even more anxious. "Master, if you use the Biyunju to exchange for the city lord's help, I will definitely not accept it." The Eternal Night Devil did not seem to hear him. After a moment of silence, he said to the young city lord, "All right, it's a deal." Bo Yang opened his eyes wide. "Master." The Eternal Night Devil patted his head lightly. "Don't be nervous, it'll be fine." "What do you mean it'll be fine? If he gave the Biyunju away, what would happen if the Demon King went berserk in the future? He could control it now, but what about in the future? What if he could not control it one day? I don't agree." Bo Yang gritted his teeth. It was a pity that the Eternal Night Devil did not care about his words. He stretched out his hand and an exquisite small box appeared in his palm. The young city lord's eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand to take the box. "Don't touch it." Bo Yang anxiously slapped his hand away, grabbing the box and running out of the hall. He only had one choice now, which was to leave Firethorn City with the Biyunju. The deal between the Eternal Night Devil and the young city lord would not exist. But when he was about to leave, a figure stopped him. Long Hai smiled and stood in front of him. "I'm sorry, but you can't leave." Bo Yang's face darkened, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He instantly attacked Long Hai. Long Hai was still smiling as he raised his hand to block. The two of them separated as soon as they exchanged blows. Long Hai's face showed a hint of surprise, but he quickly concealed it. "I didn't think that other than the Lord Devil Lord, there would be someone who could fight against our Firethorn City." The young city lord stood on the side and giggled. After Bo Yang exchanged blows with Long Hai, he felt his arm go numb. It was very uncomfortable. He was also very shocked. With his power that allowed him to run amok in the demon realm, half of his body was actually numb in one move. Furthermore, Long Hai did not seem to be serious. How terrifying was Firethorn City's strength, but for the Eternal Night Devil, he definitely would not hand over the Biyunju. Bo Yang gritted his teeth and gathered his strength again. He knew that he could not win, so he used the 36 stratagems. Leaving was the best stratagem. He did not continue to fight with Long Hai. He turned and went back the way he came, rushing out of the palace. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the palace. In that instant, there seemed to be a 5-colored light that swept across the outside. The place that was supposed to be a street turned into a courtyard. And in front of the courtyard was an extremely large and unfamiliar courtyard. Bo Yang stopped in his tracks and was stunned on the spot. What was going on? Without our city lord's permission, no one is allowed to enter. Long Hai slowly walked out of the main palace and reached out his hand. Give me the Bianzhu. Bo Yang grabbed the box and took a step back. His face was stern and his gaze was firm. Impossible. Then. I'm sorry. Long Hai said politely, I'm sorry. Just as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared in front of Bo Yang. Bo Yang was already prepared. His reaction was extremely fast. He kicked off the ground and his body floated backwards like a willow catkin. Long Hai appeared beside him like a ghost and reached out to snatch his little box. Bo Yang quickly threw the box from his right hand to his left hand and spun upwards, avoiding his sneak attack. The two figures were as fast as lightning. They quickly touched and separated. Just as Bo Yang was about to hit Long Hai, he suddenly heard the sound of clothes fluttering beside him. He subconsciously raised his hand to hit the person beside him. But before he could touch the person, his wrist was grabbed. Then, the box in his hand flew out of his control and landed in the person's hand. Realizing who had attacked him, Bo Yang was flustered and exasperated. Master. At the same time, he reached out to snatch the Bianzhu from Eternal Night Devil's hand. Eternal Night Devil raised the box high and avoided his actions. Bo Yang did not give up until he achieved his goal. He followed closely and the two of them were almost stuck together. Eternal Night Devil did not want to really hurt Bo Yang. He had no choice but to raise the box high with one hand and use the other hand to quickly attack Bo Yang's weak points. Taking advantage of the time when Bo Yang's body was frozen, he grabbed his waist and pressed him against his chest, not allowing him to move. Let me go. Master, let me go and return the Bianzhu to me. Bo Yang hit his hard chest. His body was controlled, but he was still struggling desperately. Eternal Night Devil said helplessly, You have already given the Bianzhu to me. Naturally, I will deal with it. You can't give it to anyone else. Bo Yang was still very angry. That's yours. He wanted to say, what if you go crazy? But thinking that this was a secret that only he and Eternal Night Devil knew, he suppressed this topic and kept hinting at Eternal Night Devil with his words. Be good, stop fooling around. Eternal Night Devil lightly patted his back and casually threw the small box in his hand to the young city lord standing at the side. The black-haired youth received the small box and smiled happily. Thank you, Big Brother Demon King. Bo Yang felt a wave of despair. He did not care about seniority and shouted at Eternal Night Devil, Are you crazy? I don't need you to save me. The Bianzhu is obviously such an important thing, but you gave it to him. What if? Eternal Night Devil finally let him go and gently pressed on his shoulder. A trace of a smile flashed in his dark eyes. Are you so worried about me? Bo Yang was so angry that he almost fainted. He was still flirting at a time like this. Did he have a pig's head? Probably. Seeing that he was really anxious, Eternal Night Devil said in a low voice, Don't worry, the Bianzhu is not the only way to heal my body. Bo Yang looked nervously at the young city lord and Long Hai, but he saw that both of them were calm. Don't look, they both know that I went crazy. Eternal Night Devil said. That's right. The young city lord said with a smile. Previously, Big Brother Demon King could not control the magic in his body. I gave him some incense to make him feel better. Bo Yang was shocked and then said to the black-haired youth even more angrily, Since you know, why do you still want the Bianzhu? You should know that the Bianzhu can cure Master's body, but now you deliberately want to take it. What are your intentions? The black-haired youth looked at the beads and said, Big Brother Demon King said that the Bianzhu is not the only way to cure his body's condition. Why are you so anxious? He smiled, not knowing what to think, and his face showed a trace of meaning. Lord Xia, I promise you again, if Big Brother Demon King gives me the Bianzhu, I will never let him suffer. His expression was calm, and his words contained strong confidence. Bo Yang could not help but be skeptical. Really? Really? The young city lord said as he put the Bianzhu back into the box and handed it to the man in black waiting next to him. The man in black respectfully took it. Eternal Night Devil let go of Bo Yang and said to the young city lord, I have given you the Bianju. Please detoxify him as soon as possible. The young city lord smiled and said, okay, no problem. He said as he signaled Bo Yang with his eyes, come with me, it's still the same place. At this point, Bo Yang was the only one who opposed this deal among the three people, but it was useless. Go, it's all right. The Eternal Night Devil gently pushed his shoulder. Bo Yang helplessly stared at him and dejectedly followed the black-haired youth into the side hall. Bo Yang once again stood in that strange room. The young city lord stood in front of him, biting his index finger and dripping a drop of bright red blood on the ground. A jasmine-like fragrance instantly filled the air. There was something in the corners of the surrounding walls that was ready to move. The black-haired youth muttered a strange language, and a moment later, a black tide of insects rushed out from the corners of the walls again. Only this time the insects were not as small as before. They were as big as cockroaches, and even the mouthparts on their heads and the two trembling antennae could be seen clearly. Bo Yang was scared out of his wits. Those insects crawled to Bo Yang's side. Bo Yang was still controlled and could not move. The insects climbed up his body from his feet and quickly wrapped him up tightly. The strong jasmine-like scent enveloped him, and Bo Yang's head was dizzy. He felt a bug crawling into his mouth, followed by a second one, a third. Bo Yang almost vomited. Other than his eyes, he could not move any part of his body. He could only watch as those cockroach-like insects crawled into his mouth one by one. Then he seemed to hear chewing sounds, as if the insects were gnawing on his internal organs. When he realized that the insects were gnawing on his body, Bo Yang went crazy. Get out, he screamed in his heart. After a while, the chewing sounds finally disappeared. Bo Yang's whole body was covered in cold sweat. His hair was wet and stuck to his scalp, and his eyes were unfocused. The insects crawled out of his mouth one by one, crawling over his chin, neck, chest, and down. Finally, they left his body and retreated to the walls around him. The black-haired youth quickly made a complicated hand gesture. Bo Yang's body trembled, and he fell to the ground softly. The black-haired youth said softly, it's done. After a while, Bo Yang recovered from the nauseating feeling. He struggled to get up from the ground and stared at the youth in front of him with a complicated expression. The black-haired youth shrugged and said, don't look at me like that. I'm helping you. Those insects have already eaten the mother insect in your body. I also lost a lot of cultivation. Bo Yang did not say a word. The young city lord sighed heavily, and said in a certain tone, all right, you're still blaming me for taking away the Demon King's Bianju. Bo Yang immediately said, I don't understand. Why does it have to be the Bianju? I just happen to be lacking something like that. The black-haired youth smiled, it seems like you care a lot about Brother Demon King's body. He's my monarch. That's natural. That's it? The black-haired youth tilted his head. Of course. The black-haired youth slowly walked around him, and after walking a circle, he said, since you're so loyal to Brother Demon King, I wonder if you can help him with something? Bo Yang was surprised, what kind of help? Help him solve the problem of his cultivation deviation, and let him return to normal. Bo Yang was shocked, is there really a way? How? Actually, the Demon King had told him before that there were other ways to solve the problem of his cultivation deviation other than the Bianju. He had always thought that it was a lie made up by the Eternal Night Devil to appease him, but now it seemed like it wasn't. Of course there's a way. Otherwise, why would I want the Bianju so badly? If there's really no other way, even if I want it, Brother Demon King won't give it to me. The black-haired youth giggled, his tone innocent and cute, like a pure and flawless child. What's the way? Bo Yang asked impatiently. It's very simple. The young city lord moved closer to his ear, and whispered, as long as there's someone who has absolute mutual trust with Brother Demon King, that person's skills can't be too far off from Brother Demon King's. They can establish a channel to circulate their auras, and Brother Demon King can pass his extra violent demonic energy to that person. Through the channel, they can comfort each other. After many times, they can slowly solve the problem of his cultivation deviation. Establish a channel? How? It was the first time Bo Yang had heard of such a method, and he was very surprised. The black-haired youth giggled. Of course, it's built at the place where the extreme yin and extreme yang auras intersect. What do you mean by the place where the extreme yin and extreme yang auras intersect? Bo Yang's face was full of confusion. Naturally, it's there. The youth's lips curled into a smirk. Where? Bo Yang didn't understand. The black-haired youth moved closer to Bo Yang's ear and whispered a sentence. Bo Yang's face instantly turned red, and then he stuttered, "Th there?" The black-haired youth nodded. Bo Yang took a deep breath, looked at the black-haired youth, and said with difficulty, Can't we change the location?" The black-haired youth shook his head. Bo Yang. Isn't that dual cultivation? That kind of place, that kind of method, if it wasn't dual cultivation, then what was it? Bo Yang was suddenly confused. Yes, but also no. The black-haired youth analyzed seriously, building the channel is a last resort. As long as he enters your body and doesn't move, then it's not dual cultivation. If he moves, then it's hard to say. What did he mean by moving? What did he mean by not moving? Even if he didn't move, there was no difference between the two, right? I think you can tell him not to move, and separate after the exchange of auras. Bo Yang's face was red. I haven't agreed to help him yet, don't talk nonsense. The young city lord blinked innocently. It's hard to find someone other than you who can do it. Brother Demon King gave up the Biyunju for you, and you would rather not detoxify him. Both sides trust each other, it's very suitable. Bo Yang didn't give up, can't others do it? What if others take the opportunity to hurt Brother Demon King? He will be very weak when building the channel, the young city lord said. Besides, even if someone is willing to help him, Brother Demon King can't build the channel if he doesn't trust him. Building the channel depends on mutual trust and not hurting each other. Only you can do it. Bo Yang's face was red. The black-haired youth stared at him for a while until Bo Yang looked away. Then he shrugged, I have already told you the method. Big Brother Demon King already knows the method. As for whether you want to do it or not, it's up to you. After saying this, the black-haired youth walked out of the side hall, leaving Bo Yang standing there with a conflicted expression. When the door was opened, the eternal night devil who was waiting outside the hall stepped forward. How is it? Has the poison been cured? The black-haired young city lord nodded. It has been cured, there won't be any problems in the future. The eternal night devil's pursed lips relaxed slightly. He's inside. The young city lord pointed at the side hall. When the eternal night devil was about to walk in, the black-haired youth patted his shoulder and said with deep meaning, I said that I won't let you suffer, just wait. The eternal night devil was puzzled by his words, but the young city lord smiled and didn't say anything, not willing to reveal any more information. The eternal night devil didn't care about anything else as he quickly walked into the side hall. Long Hai didn't follow him in and stood stiffly at the side. His face was ice cold and his eyes were emotionless. City Lord, why did you do that? You should know that Xianxia is the person I chose. Oh? Is that so? The youth smiled, because you chose him, I definitely won't let you get what you want. City Lord. Long Hai's tone was calm, you are too much. It's not the first day you know that I am too much. The black-haired youth walked to his side and leaned over. Their noses were almost touching, his voice was as soft as a lover's whisper, you think I will let you leave? You're dreaming. He walked behind Long Hai. In a place where Long Hai couldn't see, the darkness in his eyes spread, covering the whites of his eyes like two black holes. The aura on his body became bewitching, like a demon beast in the darkness. He said sinisterly, you've always wanted to find someone to help you leave Firethorn City, how can I let you do as you wish, we will be together forever. As he said the words forever, he leaned on Long Hai's back, his head almost touching Long Hai's ear. Dear Long Hai, I won't let you leave. Besides, Xianxia and Zixuan are in love. They will be together sooner or later. Even if I don't interfere, you won't be able to get what you want. Long Hai didn't move at all. He sighed, the city lord is really willful. The black-haired youth chuckled, the darkness in his eyes slowly receding into his pupils. The eternal night devil walked into the side hall and saw Bo Yang standing in the middle of the room with a distressed expression. He strode over and asked, are you feeling unwell? Bo Yang heard the voice and raised his head. Master. The Eternal Night Demon King walked over and hooked his arm around his head, revealing his fair neck. He injected his magic power into the place where the worm had bitten him that day. After a while, he let go of him and smiled. The rebirth worm is gone. The worry in his eyes was obvious. The moment he checked that the reborn insect was gone, he revealed a relaxed smile that made Bo Yang's heart tremble. Then the Demon King let out a sigh of relief, as if he had put down a huge stone in his heart. With such a small action, Bo Yang could feel how much he cared about him. Looking at his smiling face, Bo Yang felt his heart become heavy. Xiaoling, he's too good to me, I must help him, Xiaoling said. Mr. Firethorn City's City Lord's method is clearly dual cultivation, I don't believe you can't tell. Bo Yang revealed an awkward expression. He also said, it's just building a channel, as long as it's not, there's nothing between me and the Demon King. He didn't have enough confidence to believe it himself. Xiaoling was helpless. Mister, I don't care. If I were you, I would follow him, but the problem is that you don't like men. Bo Yang, Xiaoling sighed, I'm your service system, my suggestion is the fastest way. I think you should just pretend you didn't hear what the City Lord said. How is that possible? Bo Yang retorted, he did so much for me, how can I just watch him go crazy? Xiaoling said, Mister, I've warned you again and again, you're doing experiments in a virtual world. Don't be fooled by virtual things, because you'll leave sooner or later. Bo Yang was silent for a moment, so I don't want to owe him anything. If I leave without doing anything, even if I return to the real world, I'll feel bad. Xiaoling. Mister, I'm just suggesting, the decision is up to you. I believe he won't do anything rash. Bo Yang said. Xiaoling said. Maybe. Xiaxia? The Eternal Night Devil's voice brought Bo Yang back to reality. Why are you in a daze again? Bo Yang looked up. The Eternal Night Devil patted his head. Let's go. He then turned and walked out. Bo Yang took a deep breath and pulled on his clothes, trying to suppress the strange feeling in his heart. Master, I have something to ask you. I'm saving lives and helping the injured, not doing anything else. I'm saving lives and helping the injured, not doing anything else. He repeated it in his heart a few times. The Eternal Night Devil turned around, confused. Huh? That. Bo Yang coughed. The City Lord told me that I can help you solve your problem by building a channel. The Eternal Night Devil's body stiffened, and his expression changed. He told you everything? Bo Yang shook his head. He didn't say the details, but he said you know what to do. The Eternal Night Devil's gaze was a little unfocused. This. I do know. Bo Yang suddenly became happy. You mean, what he said is true? The Eternal Night Devil looked at him for a moment, then nodded. Then you should have told me earlier, Bo Yang blurted out, I can help you. The Eternal Night Devil coughed. Zetian, you should know what it means if you do that. Bo Yang immediately said, the City Lord said, he opened his mouth, his face slowly turning red, and he stuttered. The City Lord said, as long as you don't move, it doesn't count as dual cultivation. The Eternal Night Devil, his expression was indescribable. He was silent for a moment. You're really willing to help me? Bo Yang gritted his teeth and nodded. The Eternal Night Devil suddenly took a step closer to Bo Yang, his pupils trembling, and there seemed to be light flashing in his eyes. You're really willing to help me? His voice was hoarse, as if he was suppressing some emotions. Bo Yang nodded. You won't regret it? I won't. Bo Yang said. Seeing his strange expression, he said warily, Master, I'll say the ugly words first. I'm helping you because I owe you a lot. I don't mean anything else, so you can't act recklessly. If you dare to act recklessly, I won't help you when the time comes. The Eternal Night Devil, Bo Yang, Master? The Eternal Night Devil's expression changed for a moment, then he promised, okay, I won't move. After he finished speaking, he pulled Bo Yang and hurriedly walked out of the side hall. Bo Yang was caught off guard and staggered. He wanted to struggle, but he found that the other party's hand was like an iron clamp. Bo Yang gave up struggling and followed him out of the side hall as if nothing had happened. As soon as they went out, they saw Long Bing and Long Hai leaning against each other, talking about something. The Eternal Night Devil walked over and said to the young city lord, "Since the deal is done, we should leave." The young city lord looked at the Demon King, then looked at Bo Yang, and smiled. "Why are you in such a hurry?" The Eternal Night Devil said, "Since the deal is done, we should leave as soon as possible." The black-haired youth smiled. "Yes, indeed, it's not good for you to continue staying in the city. Goodbye, Demon King." He waved at the Eternal Night Devil and Bo Yang. Bo Yang and the Demon King felt a five-colored light flash in front of them, and when they regained their senses, they were already outside the White Tower. Long Hai appeared beside the two of them and said politely, "This way, I'll bring the two of you out." The Eternal Night Devil's jaw tightened as he nodded. He pulled Bo Yang and followed Long Hai out. After leaving the White Tower and the garden, they finally arrived at the gates of Firethorn City. The journey was smooth. Long Hai bowed to the two of them and smiled. "The two of you, have a safe journey. I won't send you off." In an instant, the entire Firethorn City shook like a reflection in water. Bo Yang was shocked. The Eternal Night Devil pulled him back. "Don't look, let's go." Bo Yang quickly turned around. The Eternal Night Devil pulled Bo Yang towards the lava area outside. The scorching heat roasted the soles of his feet. Bo Yang carefully followed the Demon King's footsteps. It took them about half an hour to walk out of the lava area. Bo Yang turned around and realized that there was no trace of the city in the valley. Firethorn City had mysteriously disappeared. No wonder Firethorn City was a city that could never be reached. He did not know how the Eternal Night Devil was related to them. Bo Yang sighed in his heart. "Master, what is the heavenly demonic orb?" Bo Yang asked curiously. He could feel that the young castellan wanted this heavenly demonic orb the most. The Eternal Night Devil led the way without turning back. "The heavenly demonic orb is sealed with an ancient soul. Long Bing is the soul of Firethorn City. He wants to use the heavenly demonic orb to guard Firethorn City for himself." Guard himself? Bo Yang was curious. "Yes." The Eternal Night Devil said, "The people in Firethorn City are different from us. They are not considered living beings. Long Bing's soul can run Firethorn City, but at the same time, he is bound by Firethorn City. Without the heavenly demonic orb, he will never be able to leave Firethorn City." Bo Yang suddenly understood, so he wants the heavenly demonic orb. Because he can't leave Firethorn City, he asked you to help him find it? That's right. The Eternal Night Devil said, "My mother traveled the entire Devil Realm to seal the demonic repellent. I don't know when she met Firethorn City. That year, when I was searching for my mother's belongings, I found a token from Firethorn City. I took the token and tried to find Firethorn City. I actually entered. I needed power, they needed someone to help them travel the Devil Realm. So we started working together. But Long Hai can enter and leave freely." "No." The Eternal Night Devil said, "He can only leave with Long Bing's permission. The two of them have some kind of relationship that I don't really understand. Anyway, Long Hai can't leave Firethorn City for too long. He acts as a messenger between Long Bing and me. So that's why." He felt that Firethorn City was really strange. The two of them chatted as they left Firethorn City. After walking for a distance, the surroundings gradually became barren. There was no sign of people within 100 miles. Bo Yang cured the poison and felt refreshed. He was ready to use teleport to return to Palace of Eternal Darkness. Just as he was about to activate his technique, the Eternal Night Devil suddenly covered his chest and coughed. Bo Yang quickly supported him. "Master, are you okay? Did the mayor plot against you?" He was controlled by the black-haired young mayor twice before. There were too many strange techniques in Firethorn City. Even if the Eternal Night Devil's cultivation was strong, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't fall for it. "I'm fine." The Eternal Night Devil took in a deep breath. "I'm just what?" Bo Yang asked anxiously. "I'm just about to go crazy," the Eternal Night Devil said as he made a painful expression. He then grabbed onto Bo Yang's shoulder, not letting him run away. "You said you would help me. Now, help me." Bo Yang, facing the Eternal Night Devil's bright eyes, Bo Yang felt goosebumps all over his body. His subconscious sense of danger made him want to escape. "Master? You're not willing?" The eternal night devil opened his eyes wide in disbelief. You're regretting it? No. Bo Yang's mind was blank. He wasn't prepared yet. The Demon King suddenly wanted to help him. He was caught off guard. This, AI, forget it. The eternal night devil retracted his hand and sighed. He said bleakly, it's okay if you're not willing. I will forcefully suppress my cultivation when I go crazy in the future. Anyway, I've been like this for the past few years. I'll endure it as long as I can. Master. Bo Yang hurriedly said, I didn't disagree, it's just that. He looked around and forced himself to say, it's just that this place isn't very convenient. Why don't? Before he could finish speaking, Bo Yang was grabbed by the eternal night devil. Then, he heard the sound of wind. In a flash, the two of them were in front of a cave. The cave was surrounded by forests and there were no signs of humans. From afar, they could only see mountains. It was very desolate. This place is not bad, the eternal night devil said. Bo Yang, Master, I feel that, you don't look like you're going to go crazy. The eternal night devil frowned and clutched his chest. Zai Tian, I feel terrible. Bo Yang was a little scared. Master, why don't we? The eternal night devil suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. Bo Yang was shocked and hurriedly supported him. Master. I'm fine. The eternal night devil wiped the blood away and smiled at him. Alright, since you're not willing, let's go back. Bo Yang initially thought that the eternal night devil was pretending, but when he saw him vomit blood, he knew that he wasn't faking it. He gritted his teeth and said, Master, let's not delay. Let's do it here. The eternal night devil immediately grabbed him and dragged him into the cave. Bo Yang was dragged by him and stumbled. He said as he walked, Master, tell me what to do. Xiaoling saw this scene in his mind and sighed. I'll block it for a while. Call me when you're done. Bo Yang, there was no voice in his mind. The eternal night devil dragged him into the cave. With one hand holding him, he quickly set up a restriction around the cave. Then, he cast a fire-type spell to dry the cave. Then, he quickly used another spell to cut the dried grass and spread it on the ground. Let's begin. The Demon King's voice was extremely hoarse. Bo Yang gulped and took a deep breath. Master, what should we do now? In the dark cave, the eternal night devil's expression was unclear. Take off your clothes. Bo Yang's heart trembled. He silently recited that he was saving someone and slowly unbuttoned his clothes. He was glad that the view in the cave was not good, which lessened the awkwardness. Taking off her clothes, her fair body was exposed in the cave. Bo Yang's body was clean and tidy. He was neither fat nor thin. He looked thin yet full of strength. Her skin was thin and smooth. He could not see clearly what was going on in the cave, but the eternal night devil was more powerful than him. He could see his body clearly in the dark, including the redness on his face and the evasiveness in his eyes. Master, what should we do next? He braced himself and asked. The eternal night devil came back to his senses and slowly said, Next, we should build a passage. The city lord should have told you where to build the passage, right? Bo Yang's expression was awkward. I know. If you know, lie down on the grass. The Demon King's cold voice floated in the air. His coldness and calmness made Bo Yang calm down. He reminded himself again, I'm saving someone. Don't think too much. I'm just saving someone. Then, he walked to the grass that was laid out and squatted down. He climbed up and lay down. The grass was dried by the Demon King's magic. It was very soft and clean. When he climbed up, there was a rustling sound. Bo Yang got down on all fours and laid down properly. There was no movement in the darkness. He said, Master? There was no response. Bo Yang was puzzled. He asked again, Master? A black shadow came over from the darkness. Bo Yang's body trembled. Open your legs. The Demon King's voice was still cold. Bo Yang gritted his teeth and slowly opened his legs. The wind from outside blew in and brushed past his bare skin. It was a little cold. Goosebumps appeared on Bo Yang's skin. He wanted to touch his arm. Suddenly, he felt something move beside him. Bo Yang's body froze. He felt that the Demon King had silently appeared behind him. In an instant, an incomparable panic emerged. He tried to get up in a panic. Master. Don't move. It hasn't started yet. The Demon King's voice was tense. Bo Yang panicked. His hands unconsciously grabbed the grass. He said incoherently, Master, you said that you wouldn't move. You promised me that it would end as long as the passage was built. You promised me, okay, I promise you. I won't move. Don't worry, it will end soon. A gentle palm stroked his tense back, comforting his body that kept arching because of nervousness. Bo Yang sighed in relief. In the next second, a tearing feeling stabbed into his mind like a knife. Lights, after the event. Bo Yang lay on the ground without any light in his eyes. He didn't move at all. The Eternal Night Devil carefully leaned on him. Does it still hurt? Bo Yang didn't speak. The Eternal Night Devil said guiltily, I'm sorry. Bo Yang finally moved a little. He turned his head and stared in the direction of the Eternal Night Devil. He didn't say anything. In the darkness, the Eternal Night Devil came over. His voice had a hint of flattery. Does it still hurt? Do you want me to help you? He reached out his hand and touched Bo Yang. Bo Yang suddenly exploded. He jumped like a fish. Don't touch me. The Eternal Night Devil could only withdraw his hand. Bo Yang took a deep breath. He lay down and didn't dare to move. His voice was hoarse as he complained, You promised me that you wouldn't move. You promised me. The Eternal Night Devil was silent for a moment. He said guiltily, I'm sorry. I really couldn't help it. You are too cute. Bastard. You didn't keep your word. To think that I trusted you so much. Bo Yang was so angry that he jumped up and wanted to hit him. Who knew that the moment he moved, he would take a deep breath and fall back onto the grass with a twisted expression. Don't move. The Demon King quickly hugged him. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Tell me. I'll help you. No need. Bo Yang replied loudly. He struggled to push him away. The Demon King knew that he was angry and didn't dare to provoke him. He sat aside and pretended that he didn't exist. Bo Yang took a deep breath and grimaced. If Xiaozitan's body hadn't been tempered so many times and was as strong as steel, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the Eternal Night Devil's wild actions. Yes, not only did the Eternal Night Devil break the contract, he didn't even know how to fight. He didn't do anything and just barged in and messed around. With his strength, if it was someone weaker, they would have been killed on the spot. Haha, where do you feel uncomfortable? Where else could it be? Bo Yang definitely wouldn't let him touch him again. The demon race had strong recovery abilities. Bo Yang lay on the ground and waited for his wounds to heal by themselves. As he thought about it, he suddenly felt sad. He wanted to help, but why did he get F***ked for no reason? He felt terrible, but he was also worried about the Demon King's body. He thought about the previous situation and felt that something wasn't right. He asked curiously, You said that you would build a channel and that you and I would need to transfer energy together. Why do I feel that I didn't? There was no sound. Answer me. In the darkness, the Demon King quickly said. I forgot. Bo Yang opened his eyes wide in disbelief. What? The Demon King coughed and said shyly. I was too comfortable just now. I forgot to build a channel. Bo Yang was speechless. Did he just get F***ked in broad daylight? Bo Yang didn't care about the pain. He jumped up and wanted to fight with him. The Devil Realm's mighty figure's critical strike was not to be underestimated. The cave was blown up by Yang on the spot, and there were pits everywhere. The Demon King didn't dare to fight back. He dodged and said, Don't be angry. I won't forget next time. Bo Yang felt that his butt had been split in half. He wanted to stop, but when he heard the Demon King's words, he exploded again. He said with red eyes, Next time? No. There won't be a next time. No. He angrily threw spells everywhere, and the whole cave was full of holes. The ground began to shake, and the movement became louder and louder. Bo Yang didn't notice it. He continued to throw spells like a fire-breathing tyrannosaurus. Be careful. A hand hugged him in the darkness. Bo Yang directly threw spells at the person next to him. Instantly, a burning smell floated out. The Demon King snorted. He didn't dodge and quickly left the cave with him. As soon as the two left, the whole cave collapsed. In the rumbling sound, the whole mountain became shorter. Bo Yang looked at the collapsed mountain in silence. The wind blew from afar. Bo Yang felt cold. He looked down and found that he was naked. Only then did he remember that his clothes were thrown in the cave and were now buried at the bottom of the mountain. He turned his head and saw the well-dressed Demon King standing next to him. He looked at him with concern. His hair and the cloth on his shoulder were a little burnt. It should be because of his attack just now. Bo Yang gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Where are my clothes? The Demon King quickly turned his head to look at the collapsed cave. He then turned his head and said to Bo Yang innocently, "It's gone." He probably saw that Bo Yang's expression wasn't good. He quickly took off his robe and put it on him. He said shyly, "It's my first time. I'm not familiar with it. I don't know how to deal with it. Just make do with it." Bai Yang panted heavily and sullenly in silence. The Demon King said shyly again, "I'm sorry. I really can't help it. If you can still hold it in after going in, unless you're impotent. You have so many concubines. You have a lot of experience. You should understand." The inexperienced Bo Yang, "I understand your ass." Bo Yang looked at his careful and guilty face. He gritted his teeth. The Demon King saw that he was still angry and said, "If you're really angry, hit me. I won't fight back." Bo Yang suddenly raised his head. His eyes were bright. "You said it?" The Demon King saw that he had a reaction. He thought that in order to please him, he didn't mind suffering a little. He quickly nodded. "Come." Bo Yang immediately rushed forward and punched him in the face with all his strength. Who knew that before he could even touch the Demon King's nose, his fist would hit a shield? That was the Demon King's protective shield. Once the attack exceeded a certain range, it would automatically rebound. Bo Yang thought that he really wouldn't fight back, so he attacked directly. He was instantly sent flying. The clothes on his body flew off in midair, leaving his white body smashed into the bushes. Coincidentally, the bushes were full of thorns. "Ah!" Bo Yang screamed as he struggled in the thorns. The Eternal Night Devil was shocked. He hurriedly went forward and pulled him out of the thorns. Bo Yang's entire body was covered in thorns from head to toe. He had completely turned into a human hedgehog. The demon realm was filled with demonic repellents. The plants that grew there were very fierce. How could the plants that grew in this wilderness be easy to deal with? Most of them were poisonous. Bo Yang's face quickly swelled up. The Eternal Night Devil knew that he was in big trouble. He hurriedly helped him pull out the thorns. As he pulled, he said incoherently, "I'm sorry. I forgot to remove the shield. I'm sorry. These are poisonous thorns." "They aren't very poisonous. They will disappear soon. Don't be nervous." Bo Yang pushed him away and walked forward. The Eternal Night Devil knew that he was very angry. He hurriedly chased after him and said, "I'm sorry. Please forgive me. The shield has always been on me. I really forgot." If he did do it intentionally, then he couldn't blame Bo Yang for forgetting to remove the shield. He hadn't used the shield for many years. It was normal for him to forget. But now, no matter what he said, Bo Yang wouldn't believe him. "I've already removed the shield. Hit me. Hit me," he shouted as he chased after him. His voice was urgent. Bo Yang didn't say anything and continued walking forward. "How can you forgive me?" The Eternal Night Devil shouted at Bo Yang's back. Bo Yang didn't even turn his head. The inexperienced Eternal Night Devil didn't know how to coax him. In a moment of desperation, he jumped into the thorns and rolled around. He only crawled out after stabbing himself full of thorns. He chased after Bo Yang and said, "Look, I'm the same now." Bo Yang turned his head. He stared at him with red eyes and said, "Get lost." I don't want to see you. The eternal night devil's body froze. His face full of poisonous thorns revealed a helpless expression. He looked at Bo Yang's back, which was like a porcupine, but he didn't dare to chase after him. He could only follow carefully from a distance. Bo Yang pulled out the thorns as he walked forward. He couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes. What kind of sin did he commit? He wanted to help someone, but in the end, things ended up like this. With a ding, Xiaoling said in his mind, I'm out. Are you done? Bo Yang didn't say anything. Xiaoling was shocked to see him like this. What happened? Didn't you guys do that? How did things end up like this? Bo Yang had a stomach full of grievances and had nowhere to vent. Xiaoling's arrival finally gave him a place to vent. He immediately said, it's all his fault. Then, he cried out loud. He explained everything while crying. Xiaoling didn't feel sad when she heard this. Instead, she wanted to laugh. But at this time, she definitely couldn't laugh. She comforted him. It's okay. It'll get better soon. Bo Yang said, I won't believe his words anymore. Xiaoling pointed out the truth. Sir, you and the Demon King mating was within your expectations, right? You should know how inhumane it is to let a man in and not do anything. The Demon King likes you, so it's impossible for him to be indifferent. So, you've already mentally prepared yourself, right? Bo Yang gritted his teeth. I'm holding on to the 1 in a million chance that he'll keep his promise. Xiaoling acted like she was experienced. Men dare to say anything in order to get into bed. Bo Yang, Xiaoling, so, don't be sad. It's your fault for always blaming him. Bo Yang pointed at the thorns on his face, feeling wronged. But he shouldn't have done this to me. Xiaoling held back her laughter and said seriously, you know very well that this was an accident. I don't want to forgive him. Bo Yang shouted. Yes. Let's leave him alone for a while. Xiaoling said, Speaking of which, it's not easy for you guys to do this the first time. Who knows, you might be able to leave your name in history. Leave my name in history, my ass. Xiaoling, you've changed. Bo Yang complained. You're always speaking up for the eternal night devil. Tell me, do you love him and not me? Xiaoling quickly stood firm. No. Sir, I'm your sir. Mister, I am your system. How can I help him and not you? Did you forget that I even urged you to use him to support the male lead? Now that this matter was suddenly brought up, Bai Yang quickly recalled why he had agreed to dual cultivation. It was because he had done many things to let down the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord had treated him very well, so he wanted to repay him. So, everything was brought on by himself. This conclusion made Bo Yang speechless. Bo Yang walked bleakly in the forest, not saying a word. The eternal night devil secretly followed behind. Seeing him cry, he panicked, but he didn't know what to do and could only worry. He had no experience in this area. I actually made him cry, I deserve to die. He blamed himself. If he could turn back time, he definitely wouldn't. He suddenly realized that even if he could turn back time, he would still take the opportunity to eat him up. Thinking of this, his mood became complicated. Although I know what I did was wrong, and I feel guilty, but thinking back, I would still do it. This kind of trashy thought made him feel guilty, but as long as he could get the person he loved the most, and under the circumstances where he took the initiative, no one would be able to resist, right? So now was not the time to regret, but to think about how to coax him. The Demon King used the attitude of thinking about the plan of the demon world to think about how to coax his lover back. He deeply realized that if he didn't handle it well this time, it would be difficult for him to get benefits in the future. Once he tasted meat, it would be impossible for him to become a monk again. He didn't expect that doing that kind of thing would be so comfortable. The Demon King in the past was very strange. He didn't have any impulses, as if there was something blocking his feelings. Ever since he realized that Xianxia loved him deeply, that impulsive feeling gradually awakened. To be honest, he didn't eat his fill last night, but Xianxia fainted. He was afraid that if he continued, he would hurt him, so he stopped. With a plan in mind, the eternal night devil stared at the person in front of him and waited quietly. Sure enough, not long after, the person in front of him stopped and looked around blankly. This place was found by the Demon King. He was unfamiliar with the place and was very remote. Bo Yang couldn't find the way out. The eternal night devil appeared at the right time. Zetian. Bo Yang jumped like a frightened rabbit and hurriedly jumped away. Don't come over. Seeing the Demon King now was like seeing a god of plague. If something bad happened, it would be even worse. The eternal night devil didn't go forward as expected. He raised his hand, indicating that he was safe and harmless. Then he took off his innermost clothes and said, "It's not good to be naked. Put it on." After he took off his clothes, Bo Yang couldn't help but look at his body, feeling a little envious. He asked suspiciously, "You're giving it to me? Then what are you wearing?" "That's easy." The Demon King, who was only wearing a pair of underwear, smiled confidently. He raised his hand and used illusion to make a set of fake clothes. Bo Yang, Xianxia wasn't good at illusion and couldn't make it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run down the mountain naked the first time he met the eternal night devil. That's why people say that people can't be compared. Comparing people will only make people angry. Bo Yang hesitantly came over and took the clothes from his hands. The Demon King said in his heart, "He finally came over." The eternal night devil waited for Bo Yang to come closer and said in a low voice, "There are still many thorns on your back. Let me help you remove them." Bo Yang was putting on his clothes when he heard this and hesitated. The Demon King saw his hesitation and became more patient. He revealed a comforting smile and said, "It's okay. Remove the thorns and I'll find some herbs to apply. You'll recover very quickly." As he spoke, he tentatively reached out his hand and touched Bo Yang's back. Inch by inch, and then another inch. The youth in front of him seemed to be convinced and did not show any signs of resistance. When the demon lord touched Bai Yang's back and was not rejected, he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Very calmly, he plucked the poisonous stinger from Bai Yang's back, doing his best not to look at Bai Yang's naked body. To be honest, Bo Yang was swollen after being stabbed by the thorns. His originally tight muscles looked like steamed buns and did not have any beauty to speak of. However, in the eyes of the eternal night devil, it was filled with an inexplicable attractiveness. The green patch on his shoulder should have been bitten by him last night, the small wound on his back should have been caused by rubbing against the grass when he was aroused last night, his chest was a little swollen, as if he had played with it for a long time last night. "No, I can't look anymore." He hurriedly lowered his head and looked down, wholeheartedly serving Bo Yang. Bo Yang did not want to keep being stabbed, so he acquiesced to his actions. The Demon King's actions were very gentle and did not make him feel uncomfortable. Although he was a little repulsed by this person's approach, he did not resist in the end. The Demon King quickly removed all the thorns on his body and said, "It's done." He was very gentlemanly and did not make any extra movements. Bo Yang touched his back. He could not feel the thorns, so he shook his clothes and put them on. The eternal night devil saw him put on his clothes and sighed in relief. At least he accepted his clothes, which meant that he had begun to accept him. However, why did he suddenly feel a little disappointed? He suppressed the complicated feelings in his heart and said, "I'm going to pick some herbs. You stay here and wait for me." The eternal night devil had made such a huge mistake, and if he didn't make up for it now, it would be a better time to do so. In order to win back the favor of his lover, he was extremely motivated. Bo Yang thought about it for a while. It seemed like there was nothing wrong with it, so he nodded. After complaining to Xiaoling, she felt much better. Thinking about it carefully, she couldn't blame the eternal night devil entirely. After all, she was the one who had offered to help him. However, after being stunned for a moment, he could not face the eternal night devil as naturally as before. After the eternal night devil left, Bo Yang wondered if he should just sneak away. However, looking at the seemingly endless forest in front of him, he dismissed the idea. He couldn't find his way and his body was still swollen. He didn't want to go back in such a pathetic state. Xiaoling suddenly said in his mind, "Sir, I have to remind you that you haven't done the daily mission yet." Bo Yang, without Xiaoling reminding him, he had already forgotten about the daily mission. Wait, daily mission, Bo Yang asked in confusion. Xiao Ling, I didn't do the daily mission yesterday. Why wasn't I punished? Xiao Ling smiled and said, Sir, you've already done it. Bo Yang was confused. From the moment he entered Firethorn City until he came out, he had always been well behaved. He didn't tease anyone, so when did he finish the daily mission? When did I finish it? He asked in confusion. Xiao Ling coughed. Sir, did you forget what you did with the Eternal Night Devil yesterday? Bo Yang's face slowly turned red as he said in a low voice, So what? So, you've already finished the daily mission. Xiao Ling giggled. Bo Yang finally reacted and said in shock, That counts? Why doesn't it count? The daily mission only asked you to tease a beauty, but you did it. That's much more serious than teasing. Isn't that counted? Bo Yang said angrily, That's because he did it okay? Thinking about what happened last night, Bo Yang didn't feel too happy. Xiao Ling didn't want to touch his bad luck, so she coughed and said, Anyway, you've already finished your daily mission yesterday. What are you going to do today? Bo Yang's head hurt. I should be able to return to Eternal Darkness Palace today. I'll just find someone to tease. So, it was best for him to quickly go back home. A rustling sound could be heard. Bo Yang turned his head and saw the Eternal Night Devil walking out of the forest with 2 handfuls of grass. When he saw that Bo Yang was looking at him, he quickly revealed a fawning smile. That face was always cold and arrogant. His nose was raised to the sky, like a snow lotus that could only be seen from afar. Now, he suddenly revealed a fawning expression like a big dog that saw its owner. It was very novel. In a daze, he seemed to see a dog's tail wagging happily behind him. I'm back. He quickened his pace. Oh, Bai Yang replied expressionlessly. The Eternal Night Devil took 2 handfuls of green grass and walked to Bo Yang's side. He said to him, Let me apply the medicine for you. Bai Yang had been leaning against a big rock with his arms crossed because of the discomfort in his buttocks. When he saw the Eternal Night Demon King walking over, he glanced at the green herb in his hand and refused, No need, I can do it myself. The Eternal Night Devil didn't dare to force him. He passed the grass to him and said, Chew it and apply it directly to your wound. Bo Yang took the grass and retreated to the side. The grass was like a bunch of leeks. There were small hairs on it, and it was very furry to the touch. Bo Yang picked a few and put them in his mouth. He hadn't even chewed twice when a spicy taste rushed to his nose. The taste was so strong that it was like eating half a tube of mustard in one bite. It was so spicy that he wanted to cry. Pfft, what is this? Bo Yang quickly spat out the grass in his mouth. This is the antidote for the poisonous thorns. Don't worry, I won't lie to you. The Eternal Night Devil thought that Bo Yang had misunderstood him. Water, I want to drink water. Bo Yang didn't bother to argue with the Eternal Night Devil. He opened his mouth and shouted loudly. His whole mouth was filled with the spicy taste. Bo Yang didn't like spicy food since he was young. He was very sensitive to spicy food and couldn't stand a little bit of chili. When he swallowed the grass, the spicy taste rushed from the tip of his nose to the top of his head. It was so spicy that Bo Yang wanted to die. The Eternal Night Devil was a little surprised by his delicate reaction. He quickly cast a spell and a fist-sized water droplet appeared in midair. The water droplet floated in front of Bo Yang. Bo Yang raised his head and the water droplet fell into his mouth. Bai Yang gulped down the mouthful of water, and the spicy feeling subsided a little. You're not used to the taste. Let me do it. The Eternal Night Devil walked over and took away most of the remaining herbs in Bo Yang's hands. He casually took a few and stuffed them into his mouth. He chewed and spat them out quickly. From the beginning to the end, his expression was normal and there was no change. Bo Yang was shocked that he could do such a degrading thing. At the same time, he was deeply impressed. After all, not everyone could swallow half a tube of mustard in one go. The Eternal Night Devil spat out the chewed herbs into the leaf. The chewed herbs were supported by a palm-sized leaf. At first glance, it looked quite disgusting. Even if the Eternal Night Devil was a super handsome guy, the things he spat out were no different from what other people spat out. Bo Yang didn't want to touch that thing. He wanted to find a bowl to grind the herbs, but after looking around, he gave up on this idea. Where would he find a tool in the wilderness? He could only use the most primitive method to grind the herbs. The herbs were disgusting, but when he thought about how the eternal night devil could endure the spicy taste to help him, Bo Yang felt that he couldn't be too pretentious. Okay, I'll apply the medicine for you. The eternal night devil held the herbs and said seriously. Once he became serious, everyone would be afraid of him, even if he was naked and holding something that looked like shit. No need, I'll do it myself. Bo Yang suddenly couldn't resist, as if he was meeting the discipline master. He took off his clothes and revealed his upper body. He took the leaf and applied the herbs that were already prepared on the leaf to his body. The eternal night devil didn't look at him and continued to chew the herbs. With his control of magic, he could have controlled the magic to cut the herbs into pieces, but he didn't do so in the end. If he did that, how would he show it in front of his lover? The taste in his mouth was incomparably spicy. Although the eternal night devil was expressionless, his eyes quickly became moist. Bo Yang noticed the change in thought and surprise, so the eternal night devil was also afraid of spicy food. He hurriedly said, "Enough, it's enough. You don't have to do it anymore." The eternal night devil was still chewing his herbs quietly. After making another big pile, he said, "It's done now." Bo Yang looked at the herbs on the leaf and sighed deeply in his heart. Originally, Bo Yang had a lot of resentment towards the eternal night devil, but seeing that he had done so much for him, he didn't blame him too much. "It's not convenient for your back. Let me help you," the eternal night devil suggested again. At this time, Bo Yang had already applied the medicine to his chest, but he couldn't take care of his back. The eternal night devil took the initiative to help him apply the medicine. Bo Yang thought about it and agreed. The eternal night devil grabbed the herbs and moved them around his body. From beginning to end, his expression was calm. Soon, Bo Yang's whole body was covered with the herbs. The eternal night devil sat behind him and narrowed his eyes, staring at him with satisfaction. This person's body was covered with his saliva and smell. He already belonged to him completely. In some ways, the demon race was no different from primitive beasts. They used smell and liquid to mark their territory and things. However, Bo Yang didn't think of this at all. At most, he thought that it was disgusting to have his saliva all over his body. But when he thought about how the eternal night devil had endured the spicy taste for him, he felt that he shouldn't think that way. The eternal night devil took the herbs and applied them on his body. He had just jumped into the thorns and was also covered with thorns. He filled his chest with the herbs and looked up naturally to ask Bo Yang, "Can you help me apply it on my back?" "How can you reject someone who helped you?" Bo Yang nodded and said, "No problem." The eternal night demon emperor smiled and turned around, his naked back facing Xianxia. His back was broad and beautiful. When he wore clothes, he didn't look very strong. But when he took off his clothes, he realized that his body was very strong. Xiaoling said in his mind, "Sir, take this opportunity to complete the daily mission. It's a rare opportunity." "That's right." Bo Yang's eyes lit up. He dug out a handful of herbs and applied them on the eternal night devil's back. His hands also started to move. The eternal night devil's back was facing him, and he didn't seem to notice anything strange. Bo Yang said tentatively, "Master, your skin feels so smooth." After he said that, a ding sounded in his mind, indicating that the daily mission was completed. Bai Yang quickly applied medicine on the wounds on the eternal night devil monarch's body. He stood up and said, "It's done." The eternal night devil slowly turned around. His gaze was oppressive. That gaze made Bo Yang's hair stand on end. He subconsciously took 2 steps back to a safer distance. The eternal night devil quickly adjusted his expression and said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you." Bo Yang didn't expect him to thank him. He was slightly startled and said, "You're welcome. We're just helping each other." Other than the time when he was F***ed in the cave, the eternal night devil had been very good to him. He was so good that it touched him. He owed the demon king too much. Bo Yang thought about it, and the discomfort in his heart subsided. Indeed, it was inhumane to let a man go in and not move. If it was him, he might not be able to do it. How could he ask the other party to be a saint? Forget it. Let bygones be bygones. The atmosphere calmed down. He wanted to say something, but he heard the Eternal Night Devil say, "I'm sorry just now. I didn't do it on purpose." Bo Yang didn't want to recall the unhappy things from before. He turned his head and said, "Can we not talk about what happened before? Let's pretend that it never happened." He had already thought about it. He couldn't blame everything on the Eternal Night Devil. He had to take some responsibility too. So after thinking about it, the best solution was to let bygones be bygones and not talk about it anymore. The Eternal Night Devil looked at his expression and didn't mention it again. Pretend that it never happened, how could that be? He was definitely still angry at him. Thinking about it, the Eternal Night Devil was kind enough to help him build a passage. In the end, he bullied him enough today. Not only that, he even bounced him into the poisonous thorns, causing his whole body to swell. It was normal for him to be angry. He could only take it slow. Bo Yang had been drugged for an entire night. His mood was up and down, and he even rolled around in the poisonous thorns. His body was very uncomfortable. Not only was his whole body sticky, but the place that was hard to reach was also very sore. Demon race members' bodies were very strong. When he was in the cave, he was in so much pain that he didn't want to move. Now, he only felt sore. He just wanted to take a bath and rest. When the effects of the drug on his body disappeared, he couldn't hold it in anymore. "Do you know where there is water? I want to take a bath." Bo Yang was used to being a straight man. Even though he had suffered before, he still didn't hesitate to ask the Eternal Night Devil. When the Eternal Night Devil heard his question, he thought for a moment and replied, "There is. I know of a lake not far away. I can take you there," he said as he approached Bo Yang and reached out his hand to pull him. Bo Yang reacted this time. He subconsciously took a step back and asked cautiously, "What do you want to do? Don't mess around." The Eternal Night Devil raised his hands to show his innocence and said innocently, "Don't you want to take a bath? I'll take you there." Bo Yang still didn't relax. "You lead the way in front. I'll follow you." "Why are you leaning over? Stay away from me." The Eternal Night Devil stood 3 steps away from him and rubbed his nose. "Okay, then follow me." After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. Bo Yang was slightly stunned. He immediately understood that he had used instant travel 1,000 miles to leave. Bo Yang endured the discomfort in his body and used instant travel 1,000 miles to chase after him. After walking for a short distance, his body became more and more uncomfortable. He stopped and rested under a tree. The Eternal Night Devil came back, dragging a shadow behind him. "Why aren't you walking?" Bo Yang gritted his teeth. If he said that he was weak because he couldn't walk, especially because the person in front of him had done it all night, he really didn't want to admit it. "Right away." Dead Duck said stubbornly. The Eternal Night Devil looked at him for a moment and sighed. "Let me take you." As he said that, he grabbed his hand. When he retracted his hand, the Eternal Night Devil used his fingers to lock his wrist, not letting him go. "I'll take you." His eyes were bright and his voice was forceful. Under his gaze, Bo Yang thought about it. He didn't want to suffer because of a moment of anger, so he compromised and said, "Okay." The Eternal Night Devil grabbed his waist and brought him to instant travel 1,000 miles. When Bo Yang was hugged, he immediately struggled violently. "What are you doing?" "I'm in a hurry." "Don't move." The Eternal Night Devil looked disturbed and said innocently, "Didn't you agree to let me take you? Then why are you hugging me?" Bo Yang was very sensitive to physical contact. Although he was wearing a shirt, it could only cover part of his body. Moreover, the Eternal Night Devil was also naked. Their skin was so close together that he could feel the heat and warmth of the other party's skin. It was too intimate. "If you don't want me to hug you, I can carry you." The Eternal Night Devil was very obedient. He stopped and squatted in front of him, indicating for him to climb on his back. "Come on." Bo Yang was very hesitant. Of course he was hesitant. It was awkward to hug him, and even more awkward to carry him. The Eternal Night Devil used the remaining inner robe for him to wear, but he didn't wear pants. If he let the Eternal Night Devil carry him, then wouldn't his legs, not only his legs, but what about his little bird, rubbing, was this the devil's pace? F***ck, Xiao Ling said in his mind, sir, you're like the unreasonable female lead on TV. No matter what the male lead does, this is wrong, that is wrong, and you're always nitpicking. Shut up. Bo Yang was flustered and exasperated. He also felt that he was a bit too much. The Demon King brought him away out of kindness, but he was suspicious of him. But if he really let the Eternal Night Devil carry him, he always felt that he was at a disadvantage and couldn't explain why. It was very sullen. He had a soft personality and couldn't think of a reason to reject. Looking at the sincere eyes of the Eternal Night Devil, he felt a little guilty, so he quickly walked over. Forget it, you should just carry me. Calm down, calm down. He kept comforting himself. The Eternal Night Demon King stood up with a straight face and replied, oh. Then, he hugged the young man in his arms again and rushed forward with him. A smile slowly appeared on his face. Actually, there was another way to solve this awkward situation. He could walk slower and let Xianxia catch up. But why would he do that? Silly Zetian didn't seem to notice this problem, so he wouldn't remind him. Bo Yang was completely led by the Demon King. The Demon King always brought people and walked far away in a flash. Bo Yang developed a habitual mentality and thought that it was normal for him to walk fast. Under the rhythm of the Demon King, he didn't think of this. Coupled with the ups and downs of his heart and his guilty conscience, he was carried away in a daze. Not long after, the dense forest separated, and a calm lake appeared in front of him. The lake was like a water mirror. The lake wasn't big, and it was like an eye embedded in the forest. The Eternal Night Devil regretfully found that he had already reached his destination. He could only put down the treasure in his hands and watch him run happily to the lakeside. He took off his clothes and jumped into the water with a splash. His naked body moved up and down in the clear water. Very quickly, the stains on his body were washed away, revealing his white and smooth skin. The Eternal Night Devil squinted his eyes and stood on the shore. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and after a while, he tried to approach the lakeside. What are you doing? The person in the lake was immediately alerted. He turned his head and stared at him with a pair of dark eyes. His wet hair stuck to the neck of the person in the lake, making his skin look even fairer and more delicate. The Eternal Night Devil calmly stopped and said as if nothing had happened, I'm also very dirty. I also want to take a bath. The person in the lake immediately said, go over there. He lifted his chin and pointed to the opposite shore. The Eternal Night Devil didn't want to anger him, so he obediently turned around and walked along the lakeside to the opposite shore. He gently opened his hands, and the clothes on his body disappeared. The Eternal Night Devil revealed his perfect body and slowly stepped into the water. Bo Yang rubbed the dirty things on his body vigorously in the lake. He unintentionally raised his head to look at the Eternal Night Devil and was stunned by his beautiful body. The designer who designed the characters in this world is not bad, Bo Yang praised from the bottom of his heart. Then he lowered his head and continued to rub his thighs. After washing the herbs off his body, all that was left was that indescribable place. He slowly lowered his body, revealing only his eyes and nose above the lake surface. His entire body was basically submerged in the lake. Using the water as cover, he reached out and tried to dig out the thing inside. Last night was not a good experience. The first time, he left not long after he went in. At that time, Bo Yang thought that he had met a fast shooter. Because of his resentment, he mercilessly mocked the Eternal Night Devil. In the end, the second time, it was midnight. The third time, it was almost dawn. And from the beginning to the end, there was no technique to speak of. He only knew how to charge around recklessly. Fortunately, his body was strong. The first half of the night was spent in pain. The second half of the night was spent in a subtle feeling and numbness. Anyway, Bo Yang did not want to experience that feeling again. Beast, he secretly gritted his teeth and glanced in the direction of the Eternal Night Devil. He seemed to be focused on washing his body with his head lowered and did not notice him. Bo Yang quickly reached out with his fingers to dig out the thing inside his body. When he felt that it was clean, he stood up and walked to the side of the lake. He took the clothes that he threw on the wet ground and washed them in the water. The whole world was silent. There was only the sound of the water as he washed his clothes. He washed his clothes clean and wrung them dry. When he turned around, he almost bumped into someone. When he looked carefully, he realized that the eternal night devil was standing behind him silently. The aura around him was very dangerous. There seemed to be a flash of red in his eyes. Bo Yang was shocked. He quickly took a step back. This step caused him to retreat into the water. The water splashed as he stepped on it. "Master?" he asked subconsciously. "When did you come over?" The eternal night devil was as still as a stone statue. When he moved behind him, Bo Yang did not notice at all. What shocked him was the aura around the eternal night devil. It was very chaotic. Traces of black magic flowed out from his body and surrounded him. It was getting thicker and thicker. Just now, the eternal night devil's voice was very hoarse. He stared at Bo Yang. The red light in his eyes was getting stronger. Bo Yang's instinct from years of killing made him feel that something was wrong. He immediately walked to the side of the lake and said, "I'm done washing. Let's go." As he spoke, he draped the wet clothes over his body, barely covering his body. But before he reached the shore, the eternal night devil's body appeared in front of his body. "Master Zzzz. I seem to have gone mad." The eternal night demon emperor frowned and reached out to grab him. "Damn it, you want to do that again?" He wasn't going to fall for it, his butt had just recovered. The eternal night demon emperor followed closely behind and jumped into the lake as well. Bo Yang saw him chasing after him and realized that something was wrong. He was afraid and swam faster. He wanted to swim to the other side to get rid of the demon king. But as he swam, he felt that the lake had a suction force. It sucked his limbs and made him swim very slowly. Soon, he felt a heavy pressure. It was as uncomfortable as swimming in a swamp. Bo Yang helplessly popped his head out of the lake. He wiped the water droplets off his face and looked back. A line of water in the lake was approaching him quickly. Just as it was about to reach him, it stopped 3 steps away. In the slight ripples, the eternal night devil popped his head out of the lake. Around his body, a large mass of darkness appeared in the calm lake. That mass of darkness grew bigger and bigger. Soon, it spread to the entire lake. The eternal night devil stood in the lake. His strong upper body was exposed. Behind his wet hair was a pair of blood-red eyes. "Master?" Bo Yang asked carefully. The eternal night devil, who was standing in the middle of the lake, did not respond. Under the lake, several black tentacles in the water quickly approached Bo Yang. Bo Yang immediately realized that the eternal night devil had really gone mad this time. Damn, he had really gone mad. He was shocked and did not dare to talk to the eternal night devil again. He hurriedly swam to the other side. This time, he used his cultivation. His speed was extremely fast, like a nimble fish. A few tentacles barely touched his feet before they were flung away. He wailed in his head, "Why did I suddenly go crazy? What should he do now?" Xiaoling said, "Sir, I feel that his condition is getting worse." Bo Yang was focused on escaping. Hearing this, he subconsciously turned back to take a look. It was true. He had noticed it a few times in the past. The Demon King's condition was getting harder and harder to control. This time, the demonic aura filled the entire lake. It was even spreading to the surrounding forest. The lake was already filled with the eternal night devil's demonic aura. The clear lake water turned black, as if it was boiling. Bo Yang had not thought of how to deal with it, but he was sure that he could not solve the problem in the lake. He quickly turned back and swam to the shore. Soon, he reached the shore and began to climb up. However, just as he was halfway out of the water, a few tentacles made of devil chi suddenly shot out of the lake. One grabbed his hand, another grabbed his waist, and the last one hooked his leg, forcefully pulling him back into the lake. "Let go of me." Bo Yang was scared and struggled with all his might. "Sir, you can do it," Xiaoling shouted in his mind. Unfortunately, it was useless. Bai Yang was pulled to the front of the eternal night demon king in the center of the lake, leaving a trail of waves behind him. He was a little scared. He was not feeling well and could not use his usual strength. If he could not suppress the Demon King's power, the consequences would be dire. Master, wake up. Bo Yang said anxiously. The Eternal Night Devil's eyes were like blood-red glass. When he heard Bo Yang's words, he lowered his head slightly. You said you would help me. Bo Yang was shocked. The Eternal Night Devil did not lose his mind? He could still speak. The Eternal Night Devil's voice was hoarse. I can't control it anymore. Help me. Bo Yang's mind was in a mess. You're not willing? The Eternal Night Devil seemed to see his hesitation and said in a low voice, if you're not willing, then please leave. Following his words, the tentacles that were tightly binding Bo Yang loosened. Bo Yang floated in the water. Behind him, all the demonic energy in the lake dispersed, leaving a clear channel. It became the only white line in the dark lake. After suddenly gaining freedom, Bo Yang was disoriented. Go, the Eternal Night Devil said again. Bo Yang was filled with fear. He turned his head to look at the channel behind him and immediately swam towards the shore. When a person realized that they were in danger, their first instinct was to escape. Bo Yang instinctively felt that he could not control the Demon King. Plus, he was afraid of getting hurt again, so he escaped in a panic. After leaving the Eternal Night Devil, the center of the demonic energy, the pressure on him lessened. He let out a sigh of relief, but for some reason, he turned his head to look back. With just one look, his body froze. The center of the lake was as black as ink. In the center of the ink, the Eternal Night Devil stood quietly in the same place. A pair of blood-red eyes gently looked at him. Sir, hurry up and leave. Xiaoling shouted in his mind. Bo Yang had difficulty breathing. He felt that he could not move his body. He felt the pressure again. This pressure did not come from the Demon King, but from his own heart. Do I really have to leave? You promised to help him. He treated you so well. Do you really have the heart to see him like this? But he will hurt me. Did he really hurt you? Sir? Sir? Xiaoling's voice brought Bo Yang back to reality. Bo Yang was silent for a moment, then he jumped into the water and swam towards the Eternal Night Devil. Sir, what are you doing? Xiaoling was shocked. Bo Yang did not say anything. He swam to the Eternal Night Devil and said, I'm not leaving. I'll help you. The Eternal Night Devil's blood-red eyes flashed slightly. In an instant, the demonic aura in the lake rushed up to the sky excitedly, then retreated back into the water. The Eternal Night Devil reached out and hugged him. He whispered in his ear, You're not leaving? Bo Yang's heart was complicated. Let's start quickly. Tell me what to do. The Eternal Night Devil lowered his head. His wet hair fell on Bo Yang's neck, tickling him. This time I'm really going to build a channel. Be prepared. Bo Yang's face was red. He gritted his teeth and nodded. The vast forest, the dark lake. Their bodies were entangled. Bo Yang had already lost his mind. He vaguely felt that the Eternal Night Devil was not indulging himself this time. Instead, he really built a channel and circulated his power between the two of them. Through the circulation, Bo Yang discovered that there was a chaos in the Demon King's body. The overflowing demonic aura came from that chaos. That was the reason for the Demon King's chi deviation. After a few weeks of circulation, that chaos seemed to be getting smaller. Bo Yang instantly understood. As long as that chaos disappeared, the Demon King would no longer suffer from chi deviation. After the circulation was completed, the demonic aura on the lake gradually gathered towards the Demon King. In the end, it returned to the Demon King's body bit by bit until it disappeared. That chaos was a little smaller, but if it wanted to disappear completely, it would take a few more cycles. Bo Yang prepared to retreat, but his waist was tightly held. He raised his head and met a pair of eyes filled with desire. Jizi Xuan, that's enough. Bo Yang struggled with all his might. The Demon King's technique had indeed improved a little, but it was still very uncomfortable. Moreover, the feeling of losing control made him very uncomfortable. But it was impossible to make a man stop halfway, unless that man's physical strength was insufficient. Unfortunately, as the strongest person in the demon realm, the Eternal Night Devil's physical strength was top-notch. What followed was another round. Even with Xiazetian's tyrannical body, he still could not withstand it. Fortunately, the Eternal Night Devil also knew that if he was too ruthless and caused Bo Yang to resist, the gains would not make up for the losses, so he stopped while he was ahead. When Bo Yang woke up again, it was already night. He seemed to be lying on very soft hay. The surroundings were very warm, and his head was pillowed on something hard. He opened his eyes with difficulty. What he saw was jumping flames, red fireworks, and emitting a warm light. Awake? A dry hand gently stroked his chin as the person on top of his head whispered. Bo Yang then noticed that his head was pillowed on the Eternal Night Devil's thigh. Memories came back to him, and Bo Yang raised his hand to cover his face. Ah, he actually did it with the Demon King again. The previous time, he could blame the Demon King for lying to him, but this time, he really did send himself to the door. He could not blame anyone else. Does it still hurt? The person on top of his head asked carefully. After all, he caught someone last night and did it ruthlessly again. It was not very kind. Bo Yang let go of his hand and said expressionlessly, "Your technique is really bad." The Eternal Night Devil, he thought for a while, and for some reason, his face turned slightly red. He said fawningly, "We will practice more in the future." Bo Yang slapped his face. Scram. The Eternal Night Devil did not scram. He shamelessly came over and said, "Don't worry, my learning ability is very strong." Bo Yang was expressionless and did not want to bother with him. The Demon King was full and his brain became active. Does it still hurt? Do you want me to give you a massage? Bo Yang turned over and sat up. No need. A pair of claws placed on his shoulders and massaged him. Bo Yang slapped the pair of claws away and glared at the owner of the claws. Are you very free? The Demon King retracted his claws and smiled fawningly. I'm hungry. Find me something to eat. Bo Yang's tone was indifferent. Hearing Bo Yang's request, the Eternal Night Devil immediately stood up and said, "Okay, wait for me." Then he quickly flashed into the forest at the side. After waiting for his aura to disappear, Bo Yang's originally expressionless face finally showed a distressed expression. He fell on the hay and looked at the sky blankly. "Sir, are you okay?" Xiaoling said in his mind. Bo Yang still looked at the sky without moving. His state made Xiaoling a little worried. "Sir, what's wrong?" After a while, Bo Yang sighed deeply. Xiaoling immediately said, "Sir? I'm finished. I've become gay." Bo Yang stared at the blue sky and said to himself, "The first time, I strongly rejected it. The second time, I just went with the flow. It's like after the first time, my last line of defense was gone. I felt that since I've already done it, it doesn't matter if I do it 2 more times." He covered his face. "My parents will beat me to death if they know." Xiaoling did not know what to say to comfort him. He thought for a while and said, "Sir, don't be nervous. You just happen to like a man." Bo Yang was silent for a moment. He wanted to refute him and say how could he like him, but when the words came to his mouth, he could not say it. At this time, if he continued to deceive himself, it would seem pretentious. Sure enough, sex was the closest way to the soul. Originally, the two of them were ambiguous and separated by a thin screen, but sex directly pierced through the last piece of paper. Bo Yang could not avoid it and had to face his own heart. That kind of deep communication was like constantly knocking at the last closed door in one's heart. When the last door was opened, one would fall. Bo Yang defended and struggled with all his might. In the end, the domineering Demon King opened the door and forced him to admit the fact that he liked Ji Zixuan. He did not know when he started to like him. Maybe it was because of gratitude, because he was touched. Gradually, that feeling of gratitude changed, and he did not notice it before. No, it was not that he did not notice it, he just did not want to admit it. But now, he could no longer avoid it. He liked the Demon King. This was a fact. Admitting his feelings, troubles came with it. Bo Yang rolled on the ground and sighed. Okay, like it is like. He likes me and I like him. Everyone is happy. But now I am worried. What if he knows that everything I did before was to help Xiaoling? I will leave sooner or later. What should I do then? Being in love was good, but the future was a big problem. Xiaoling was silent. Sir, Bo Yang sat up. The torn wound below him was sore. He took a deep breath and fell back on the grass. Forget it. Let's not think so much. Let's heal the wound first. After a while, the eternal night devil walked in from the forest with a snake. The snake was about as thick as an arm and had sharp horns on its head. It looked like it was not to be trifled with. Bo Yang recognized this kind of snake. It was very poisonous, but if the poison gland was removed, the meat would be very delicious after being roasted. The eternal night devil quickly peeled off the snake's skin and used tree branches to skewer the snake meat. He put it on the fire to roast. The lake next to them was calm and there was a dense forest all around. Birds chirped from time to time. Bo Yang suddenly felt that this was a very good feeling. The eternal night devil looked at him as he roasted the snake. He used magic to strengthen the power of the fire. The snake meat was cooked very quickly. The fragrance of the meat wafted out. The oil sizzled. Bo Yang could not help but swallow his saliva. It's done. Have a taste. The eternal night devil took out a skewer of snake meat and passed it to Bo Yang. Bo Yang took it naturally and took a small bite. The snake meat was very delicate and had a hint of sweetness. It was so tender that he could not help but swallow his tongue. Delicious, he exclaimed. The eternal night devil thought that he was praising his cooking. He said proudly, "Eat more if it's delicious. Here, all for you." As he spoke, he passed the roasted snake meat to Bo Yang. "Aren't you going to eat?" Bo Yang asked as he ate. "I'm not hungry," the Demon King said with a smile. He had not eaten for 2 days. It would be strange if he was not hungry. Bo Yang rolled his eyes and returned half of the snake meat to him. "Eat. Bring me back to the palace after you eat." The eternal night devil received the snake meat. He was flattered. You're giving it to me?" He probably did not expect that after King Bo Yang twice, he would still receive such good treatment. After such a thing happened, Bo Yang's attitude was so gentle. Could it be? The Demon King's heart pounded. He forgave me? Oh, he loved me deeply. I'm so good to him. He will definitely forgive me. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that he was making a fuss over nothing. Maybe Xiaoxian's personality was just awkward. No, his personality was just awkward. Otherwise, why would he reject my advances time and time again even though he clearly loved me? Maybe when I forced him, he was very willing in his heart. Although he said that he did not want it, he actually wanted it. Otherwise, he would not suck it so tightly. In the end, he even said that he wanted it faster. The Demon King's imagination became more and more crooked. His face slowly turned red. Bo Yang, who was sitting opposite him, was focused on eating the roasted meat. He did not know that the Demon King had already filled in a bunch of things in his mind. Bo Yang's clothes had long been dried and were loosely draped over his body. After eating the snake meat and filling their stomachs, Bo Yang suggested that they return to the palace. The eternal night devil also wanted to rush back. After all, they had been out for a few days. It would take a few days to go back. But considering Bo Yang's physical condition, he insisted that he stay and take care of Bo Yang for a day. After he had completely recovered, the two of them used instant travel to rush back to the Palace of Eternal Darkness. It took him 3 to 4 days to rush back to the Palace of Perpetual Darkness. Just as he entered the main hall, Hua Feihua, who had been left behind by the Devil Lord to act as his representative, rushed out. "My lord, you are finally back." If not for the voice, Bo Yang would not be able to tell which of the two Demon King was real and which was fake. Hua Feihua's illusion techniques were one of the highest in the demon world. There were no flaws in his acting as the Eternal Night Devil. If the Eternal Night Devil left due to personal matters, he would often let Hua Feihua disguise as him and stay in Eternal Darkness Palace. Hua Feihua expressed that the pressure of acting as the Demon King was huge, but fortunately nothing major happened recently. While speaking, he faintly glanced at Bo Yang. The probing in his eyes was very obvious. "You have worked hard." The Eternal Night Devil patted his shoulder, indicating for Bo Yang to enter the hall with him. Hua Feihua was satisfied with the praise. He removed the illusion and returned to his female appearance. Then he looked at Bo Yang. I wonder why Master and Lord Xia went out this time. Bo Yang looked at the Eternal Night Devil. The Eternal Night Devil trusted Hua Feihua and spoke the truth. They went to Firethorn City and removed the rebirth goo from Zhe Tian's body. Hua Feihua said in shock, so it was Lord Xia who was poisoned by the rebirth goo. He turned to look at Bo Yang and said in an envious and jealous tone, Lord Xia, Master is really good to you. Bo Yang coughed embarrassedly and avoided his probing gaze. Other than the detoxification, nothing else happened? Hua Feihua asked in confusion, his white forehead slightly wrinkled. Other than the detoxification, what else could it be? Bo Yang did not understand. Hua Feihua's gaze swept back and forth between him and the Eternal Night Devil, then he sniffed like a dog. This smell is not right, you two must have done something else, don't try to hide it from me. Realizing what he was referring to, Bo Yang was instantly embarrassed. Fuck, is this person a dog? Then he thought about how Hua Feihua was the head of the intelligence organization. Many things could not be hidden from him, the matter between him and the Demon King would be discovered by him sooner or later. However, Bai Yang did not want to be discovered so early. He still wanted to save him. After coming to this world, experiencing the world for so long, and dealing with the Demon Lord for so long, Bai Yang had already developed the ability to lie without batting an eyelid. Although his heart was beating like a drum, his face was very calm. On the way here, we ate some snake meat, it's probably the smell of snake meat. Hua Feihua shook her head. There's indeed the smell of snake meat, but there's another smell that's even stronger. This smell seems to be from your bodies. Strange, it's your own sense, but why are they mixed together? And it's so strong? He seemed to be unable to understand. He raised his head and asked Bo Yang, what did you two do? Bo Yang's heart beat faster, and he shouted in his heart, please don't ask any more. He tried his best to remain calm. You're thinking too much. Other than the detoxification, nothing else happened. Master, why are you blushing? Hua Feihua's surprised voice interrupted Bo Yang's words. Bo Yang turned his head and saw that the Eternal Night Devil's gaze was a little erratic. Eternal Night Devil looked away and said with a red face, no, nothing happened between us, Bo Yang. Only a ghost would believe you when you look like you're trying to hide something. Bo Yang wanted to kick him away, and hurriedly said to Hua Feihua, Master has rushed for a long time and is very tired, we'll go and rest first. Wait. As the head of intelligence, how could Hua Feihua let go of any clues? He immediately sniffed and approached Bo Yang, let me smell again. Bo Yang was a little flustered, but he still looked calm, there's no smell, you've smelled wrong. No, this smell. Hua Feihua sniffed hard, it's the smell of the two of you, it's too strong. Hua Feihua got closer and closer, and after a while, he seemed to have discovered something. He narrowed his eyes and pulled Bo Yang's collar, the clothes you're wearing, it seems to be Master's. His actions made someone's face darken. The Demon King reached out and grabbed Hua Feihua's wrist, pulling him to the side, why are you sticking so close to him? Once the Demon King became serious, his aura was terrifying. Hua Feihua didn't dare to go forward, and then his expression changed. His face was full of astonishment and shock, and he didn't seem to dare to believe it. He didn't answer the Eternal Night Devil's question, but he actually pulled his sleeve and sniffed despite the Eternal Night Devil's smell. The smell of the two of you. He seemed to have come to a conclusion, and his eyes widened. He looked as if he was struck by lightning, the two of you have dual cultivated? Because he was too shocked, his voice changed. Bo Yang, his mind went blank for a moment. He never thought that his relationship with the Eternal Night Devil would be exposed so quickly. Although he had accepted the Eternal Night Devil, he never thought of announcing their relationship to the public. Caught off guard, Bo Yang panicked and quickly denied, no, don't talk nonsense. He denied it 3 times in a row. He turned to look at the Eternal Night Devil, hoping that he would deny it. Who knew that he would see the Lord Devil Lord, who was as red as a cooked shrimp from head to toe? The Lord Devil Lord's face was red, and his gaze was erratic. He looked as if he was embarrassed and trying his best to remain calm. Hua Feihua, you don't have to guess about our matters. Seeing him like that, Bo Yang was going crazy. Now, who didn't believe that he and the Demon King weren't dual cultivating? He looked as if Bo Yang had done something to him. Oh. What did he do to the Demon King? In the blink of an eye, Bai Yang had a plan in his mind. He raised his head and puffed out his chest. The corners of his mouth curled up into a devilish smile. There was even a hint of ambiguity hidden in his eyes. Hua Fei Hua, why are you asking so much? What does it have to do with you whether or not Master and I are dual cultivating? The Eternal Night Devil probably didn't expect him to say something like that. He turned his head, and there was a hint of surprise on his face. Then, he said shyly, Zetian. As he said that, his face turned slightly red, and he looked very innocent. Damn, I didn't see you this innocent when we did it in the cave and the lake. Bai Yang stifles a wave of anger in his heart, but he squeezes out a smile. Juansheng is right. Hua Fei Hua was petrified. In this situation, Xianxia was calm and composed, while the Lord Devil Lord was shy. Xianxia had countless private lives in the harem, while the Lord Devil Lord was strict with himself. Xianxia was good at flirting, while the Lord Devil Lord almost never flirted. The more Hua Fei Hua thought about it, the more terrified and shocked he became. A truth that was on the verge of being revealed made him want to scream. He stared at Bo Yang with wide eyes. You actually. He pointed a trembling finger at Bo Yang and said through gritted teeth, you actually. In order to protect his remaining dignity, Bo Yang braced himself and met his glare. He gave Hua Fei Hua a flirtatious smile. It was already embarrassing enough that he was knocked out by a man twice. If other people knew about this, he could just go and die. This was the Eternal Night Devil's first time in a relationship, and he was even caught by his subordinate. It was similar to a young boy's first love being caught by his teacher. He was a little embarrassed, but also a little shy. But since Xianxia had already admitted it, no matter how shy he was, he had to admit it. Thus, the Demon King said shyly, Zetian and I are dual cultivating. Don't ask about anything else. Hua Fei Hua felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Hearing the master's tone, he was doing it willingly. He was actually willing to dual cultivate with a promiscuous scum like Xianxia. He was actually willing to be under someone else. The Eternal Night Devil had always been a high and mighty god in his heart. Today's reality made him break down. Hua Fei Hua looked at Bo Yang, then looked at the Eternal Night Devil. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and let out an angry roar. Then, he turned around and disappeared from their sight. Bo Yang secretly let out a sigh of relief. He lifted his leg and walked towards the side hall next to the main hall. He had been staying in the side hall all this time, and there were many spare clothes there. He had to quickly change out of the clothes he was wearing. Otherwise, if other people saw him, they would probably make a lot of guesses. Where are you going? The Eternal Night Devil grabbed his hand with a puzzled expression. Pulling and pulling in public, Bai Yang had a guilty conscience. He kept feeling that everyone was staring at him. He hurriedly shook off the Eternal Night Demon Monarch's hand and said, Monarch, I will go and change my clothes first. There are clothes in the main hall. The Eternal Night Devil was unexpectedly stubborn and refused to let go. Bo Yang gritted his teeth. I want to wear my own clothes. He emphasized the words his own. The Eternal Night Devil felt that if he continued to stop him, Bo Yang would be angry. He tactfully let go of him and said, I'll go with you. Bo Yang gritted his teeth again. Do as you wish. He flung his sleeves and quickly walked towards the side hall. The palace servants and imperial guards along the way all greeted him. Bo Yang pretended to nod at them as if nothing had happened. Then, he went to a secluded area and used instant travel to enter the side hall. The Demon King stuck close to him like a ghost. After entering the side hall, Bo Yang quickly found his clothes. Just as he was about to change, he stopped and turned his head to look at the Demon King who was standing at the side. He raised his eyebrows and said, You go out first. The Eternal Night Devil was very innocent. We've already done it. What's there to be embarrassed about? Bo Yang gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. Although we've already done it, we haven't officially established our relationship. You go out first. Haven't officially established our relationship? The Eternal Night Devil frowned and then revealed a happy smile. You reminded me. In 2 days, I'll have the priests worship the heavens and choose a day to make you the demon queen. Bo Yang almost tore the clothes in his hands. He stared at the eternal night devil in disbelief. What did you say? The eternal night devil said, I want to make you the demon queen. You're crazy. Bo Yang exclaimed in horror. I'm a man. So what? The eternal night devil raised his eyebrows. I chose the demon queen. What does it matter if it's a man or a woman? No one will agree, it's fine as long as you agree. I can't bear children. The eternal night devil frowned and then laughed. I remember now. I think someone used to offer a medicine that can make men pregnant. Bo Yang. Bo Yang was so frightened that he shouted, I don't want to get pregnant. Okay. You won't get pregnant. It's fine as long as you don't get pregnant. The eternal night devil hurriedly comforted him. Let's just adopt a few children with good aptitudes and nurture them. The demon world can't have no successors. Bo Yang went crazy. No way. You have to do it even if you can't. In any case, you have to be my demon queen. The demon king's face darkened and his attitude was extremely firm. Previously, Bo Yang could act like a tyrant because he felt guilty and gave in. Now that he was unwilling to give in, he was still a domineering person. Bo Yang bullied the weak and feared the strong. Seeing that the master was strong, he was a little scared. His attitude softened. Master, can you let me think about it? What a joke. Asking him to be the demon queen? Furthermore, if he became the demon queen, he would have to spend time with the demon king every day. How would he have time to do proper things? The eternal night devil seemed to be stunned. What's there to think about? We're already so close. His love IQ was like a parabola. At first, he relied on his imagination to get the girl, but after doing it, he got into big trouble. His IQ shot up and reached its peak. After that, Bo Yang forgave him, but his IQ dropped again. Perhaps the lakeside was the peak of his love IQ, and it consumed a lot of his future IQ. The two of them were not on the same channel at all. Bo Yang resisted the urge to slap his face and said as calmly as possible, I think we should start dating first, then think about marriage, okay? Men and women in the world will spend a year or so to date, or even 30 to 50 years, before considering marriage. The current Bo Yang could not go head-to-head with the Demon King. He could only calm him down first and plan for the future. The Eternal Night Devil thought for a moment and was a little dissatisfied. A year or so is too slow. Is dating a necessary procedure? Bo Yang controlled his temper. It's always like that. We can't skip this procedure, or else we won't be harmonious as husband and wife. It was unknown how the sentence touched the Demon King. He glanced at Bo Yang and his face turned red. Won't be harmonious? Cough, cough. Don't worry, I'll practice well. Bo Yang wanted to pick up a hammer and smash his dog head to see what was inside. Why was it filled with yellow trash all day long? Then we're already dating, right? The Demon King raised his hand and counted. Since you fell in love with me, we've been dating for more than a year. We can talk about marriage now. Bo Yang, when did I fall in love with you? At most, I fell in love with you not long ago. But at that time, it wasn't considered dating at all, Bo Yang said angrily, the past doesn't count. The Eternal Night Devil was dissatisfied again. Then when does it count? From now on. Now? The Demon King frowned. No. Why not? It's too late. The Demon King saw that he was unhappy and took a step back. Let's start from after we did it. He probably remembered what happened before, and his face turned red again. Red your head. Damn it, damn, you're so pure. If you have the guts, don't catch me doing it, Bo Yang was full of anger. He knew that if he continued to be in a deadlock with him, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. So, he gave in. Okay, let's start from then. Anyway, it wouldn't take more than a few days. Then how long will we date before we talk about marriage? Bo Yang said calmly, 3 years. If it was too long, the Eternal Night Devil wouldn't agree. If it was too short, he wouldn't have time to prepare. 3 years was more suitable. 3 years? The eternal night devil was unhappy. Too long. Half a year at most. Half a year? Bo Yang exclaimed. That's too fast. The eternal night devil's face darkened. Xianxia, you've been making excuses since the beginning. What's the meaning of this? Bo Yang was a little flustered, but he forced himself to calm down. You're thinking too much. I'm not making excuses. The eternal night devil sneered. Xianxia, I know how flirtatious you were in the past. You've messed around with many men and women. But you're mine now. If you want to play with my feelings, then just leave. No way. Bo Yang felt wronged. He shouted, I didn't. You didn't? The Demon King looked at him disdainfully. Then where did the men and women in your residence come from? Bo Yang was speechless. He just wanted to hug the telephone pole and cry. Who told you to have cheap hands? Who told you to have cheap hands? Why did you have to touch him? Oh right, go back and dismiss all the men and women in your residence. The Demon King's attitude was very firm. I'll give you half a year to date. After half a year, you'll marry me. There's no room for discussion. After he finished speaking, he flung his sleeves angrily and turned to leave the side hall. Bo Yang's bargaining failed. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Bo Yang changed his clothes and went back to his residence. The eternal night devil returned to the main hall. After his anger subsided, he suddenly felt that his attitude was very bad. He felt a little guilty, like he was a bully who snatched a woman from a good family. After some self-reflection, he felt that he shouldn't have treated his lover with such an attitude. He wanted to coax her. Someone come. The servant who was waiting outside the main hall ran in. The eternal night devil said, Go to the treasury and choose something to send to Xianxia's residence. Yes, the servant replied. Wait. The eternal night devil stopped the servant who turned to leave. He thought for a while and said, I'll go choose it myself. The next day. It was rare for Bayan to sleep in. He crawled out of bed with difficulty and heard his shifty-eyed steward running over. As he ran, he said, Darren, Jun Shang sent people to deliver a lot of things. Please hurry over and receive them. The Demon King sent things over. Bo Yang was halfway through wiping his face when he heard this. He put the towel in the basin that the servant was holding and walked out with his long legs. There were already many boxes in the main hall. Bo Yang was very vigilant when he saw this. A series of guesses flashed through his mind, but his biggest guess was that the Demon King wouldn't give him betrothal gifts, right? With his way of thinking, he would really do such a thing. Damn it, please don't, he was embarrassed and scared. He hurriedly waved his hands at the curious crowd and said, All of you, leave. The shifty-eyed butler said to the people around him, Did you hear that? Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave. Yes. The servants hurriedly left the main hall. The shifty-eyed butler turned his head and saw Bo Yang's cold face. You leave too. The shifty-eyed butler left resentfully. There was only a pile of boxes and the people who came to deliver the treasures left in the main hall. Bo Yang calmed himself down and went forward to ask, Why did Master suddenly give me so many gifts? The man bowed and respectfully replied, Master said that he made Lord Xia unhappy yesterday. Today, he chose some gifts to apologize. Master originally wanted to come personally to apologize, but he couldn't because of official business, so he sent me to deliver the gifts. As long as it wasn't a betrothal gift. Bo Yang heaved a sigh of relief and said, All right, I'll accept the gifts. Go back and tell the master that I didn't take yesterday's matter to heart. Haha, he actually apologized, then can he not be so overbearing? Lord Xia, are you not going to take a look at the gifts? The white-bearded old servant asked. Since the other party had already asked, Bo Yang could only pretend to be interested. Oh? What gifts are they? The old man walked to the side of the boxes and opened one of them. Bo Yang glanced inside and saw that there was a box of pills and a few boxes of precious pearls. Bo Yang didn't need to increase his cultivation at the moment, and he didn't like precious pearls. Thus, he looked at it with disinterest and turned his head away, continuing to look at the second box. The white-bearded old man looked at his expression as he opened the boxes, memorizing every slight change in his expression. Bo Yang finished looking through all 4 boxes. The items inside were all gold and silver, treasures, cultivation methods, spiritual medicines, and a sword that could cut through iron like it was mud. They were all very precious treasures, but to Bo Yang, they didn't attract him at all. "Thank you, master, for your gifts," Bo Yang said to the old man half-heartedly. The old man respectfully bowed and left the Xia residence. Then, he quickly returned to the Palace of Eternal Darkness and returned to the main hall to report. In the main hall, the Eternal Night Devil had just finished his work and was a little free. When he heard that the person who delivered the gifts had returned, he hurriedly called him in to inquire. What did he say? The Eternal Night Devil walked up from his throne and asked the old man. The old man respectfully said, "The Lord Xia said, 'Thank you, master, for your gifts.'" The Eternal Night Devil continued to ask, "He didn't say that he liked it very much?" The old man shook his head. The Eternal Night Devil's eyes showed a trace of disappointment. Then, he asked, "Then what was his reaction?" The Lord Xia's expression was normal. The old man described the details of what he saw to the Eternal Night Devil. The Eternal Night Devil listened carefully and thought carefully for a moment. "All right, I understand. You can leave first." The old man took his leave. The Eternal Night Devil stood in the empty main hall and fell into deep thought. From the old man's description, Xianxia wasn't interested in his gifts at all. What should he do? Perhaps he should give him something else. Thus, he walked out of the main hall and turned to the treasury. At noon on the second day, Bai Yang was in the middle of cultivating his relationship with Qinghe in his estate. His primary purpose was to inquire about the demon lord's love life through her. "Who has the master liked?" "I don't know." "Who does his majesty today?" "Don't know." "Jun Shang, I don't think you've been in a relationship before, right?" "I have no idea." Bai Yang, seeing how Zetian SS was, SSSSU right at this moment, he ran over with shifty eyes and said, "Darren, Jun Shang has given you another reward, T2SS, Zetian give him some things?" "What things?" "I don't know." "Why don't you go and take a look yourself?" Bo Yang curiously got up and went to the main hall. He saw the old man who gave him the gifts yesterday standing in the middle of the hall. Seeing Bo Yang, the old man respectfully handed him a box. "Lord Xia, this is the gift that the master carefully selected. I hope you like it. Yesterday, it was a few boxes. Today, it was just a small box." He didn't know what was inside. Bo Yang took it curiously and found that there was a seal on the box. He pressed his palm on the seal and the box opened automatically. There was a book inside, and the words "Heavenly Demon Arts" were written on it. Heavenly Demon Arts? Bo Yang was slightly shocked. This was a cultivation technique that had been practiced by the demon masters of the past. It wasn't something that normal people could come into contact with. To practice this technique, one would need the cooperation of another demon master. Trying to trick me into dual cultivation again. Bo Yang wasn't going to fall for it. He closed the box with a click and expressionlessly handed it back to the old man. "I'm ashamed to accept such a treasure. Please return it to the master." He left the main hall after saying that. At the same time, he was full of doubts. What was the Eternal Night Devil doing? The old man took the box and quickly returned to the Palace of Eternal Darkness. He told the Eternal Night Devil everything that Bo Yang had said and done. The Eternal Night Devil was very confused after hearing it. "You said that he looked a little angry?" It was fine if he didn't like it, but he actually got angry. This was something that he didn't expect. The Eternal Night Devil felt defeated. This was the first time he had tried so hard to pick out treasures to please his sweetheart, but he was rejected. Gold, silver, treasures, pills, cultivation techniques, he didn't like any of them. Then what did he like? The Eternal Night Devil was very confused. This was one of the biggest problems he had encountered in the Palace of Eternal Darkness over the past 3,000 years. It made him very worried and he couldn't eat or sleep well. He wanted to catch him and bring him to the palace for questioning, but he was afraid of offending Bo Yang, so he pushed him further and further away. After all, if they wanted to get married, they had to have a mutual affinity. It couldn't be forced. Although the eternal night devil was used to being domineering, he still understood this. The eternal night devil was deeply troubled. After a night of tossing and turning, he decided to seek outside help. So he summoned Hua Feihua to discuss this matter. Hua Feihua was suddenly summoned back to the Palace of Eternal Darkness. He thought that something big had happened. The meeting place was in the garden. When he arrived at the pavilion in the garden, he quickly stepped forward and asked, "Master, why did you suddenly summon me here?" The eternal night devil was thinking about how to open his mouth. When he was silent, Hua Feihua's mind turned several times. What happened in the demon realm that made the master so worried? Could it be that the Xianxia didn't suppress the 10 borders? Could it be that other lords rebelled? Or something big happened in the mortal realm? He summarized the recent information in his mind and found that the 4 seas were peaceful. The demon realm seemed to be stable, and the mortal realm seemed to be progressing smoothly. There was nothing to worry about. Hua Feihua was a little curious about what the eternal night devil wanted to say. "Hua Feihua, I have something to ask you." The eternal night devil slowly opened his mouth. Hua Feihua immediately cheered up. "Master, please ask. I will tell you the truth." The eternal night devil tapped the white jade table with his finger and coughed. "Let me ask you. If a person doesn't like gold, silver, treasures, skills, pills, or power, what do you think he likes?" Hua Feihua was stunned. He wondered why the master suddenly asked him this. In the end, he didn't ask the question in his heart. He pondered for a moment and said, "Maybe he likes beauties?" "Beauties?" The eternal night devil tilted his head back and slightly lowered his chin because of his displeasure. "No, he doesn't like beauties." Hua Feihua was puzzled by his behavior and became more curious. He thought for a moment and said, "Maybe he likes fame? For example, being the best in the world or something." The eternal night devil frowned and thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, he doesn't like fame either. He had never seen Xianxia fishing for fame. In the past year or so in the Palace of Perpetual Darkness, all he did was eat, sleep, and eat after he woke up. He had an adorable look on his face as if he was just waiting for death to come. He definitely didn't care about power or fame. Hua Feihua couldn't figure it out and asked tentatively, "Does he have any hobbies?" People always have pursuits in the world. Even if he hides them deeply, there are still some signs that can indicate. The eternal night devil pondered for a moment. After a while, he thought of something and his face turned slightly red. He coughed and said, "I think his only hobby is me." Hua Feihua opened his mouth and said, "Ah." The eternal night devil snorted and said, "What ah? He's been by my side for so long, but I don't think he has any hobbies. He's especially concerned about me." Hua Feihua, as the head of the intelligence agency, after the shock just now, his brain quickly turned and he quickly found some clues. "Master, the person you're referring to, isn't it Lord Xie?" Hua Feihua asked tentatively. The eternal night devil was a little surprised that he could guess it. He hesitated for a moment and nodded. He wasn't a fool. He could see that Bo Yang didn't want to reveal their relationship to the public. However, Hua Feihua already knew about it, so it wouldn't be a big deal even if he told him the truth. Hua Feihua opened his mouth and said with difficulty, "Master, did you specially ask me to come here today to discuss how to please Guardian Xie?" The eternal night demon king nodded his head and stared at him solemnly. Hua Feihua was speechless. Thinking back to the huge blow he had suffered in the past few days, Hua Feihua suddenly wanted to cry out loud. He didn't expect that his beloved monarch would be taken by a dissolute pig. He didn't know what the master ate wrong medicine. How could he be so blind to fall in love with someone like Xianxia? Now, he was trying so hard to please him. The heavens were blind, Hua Feihua's heart was raining heavily. He looked very sad and said, "Master, I'm asking you a question." The eternal night devil raised his eyebrows unhappily. Haha. Hua Feihua suppressed the turbulence in his heart and quickly made up his mind. He wanted the master to see through Xianxia's true colors. He knew that the master had deep feelings for Xianxia. If he tried to persuade the master, it would be counterproductive and make him hate him. It was better to go with the flow and let the master discover it himself. Seeing was believing. Seeing with one's own eyes was more convincing than hearing from others. Master. Hua Feihua said in a low voice, Guardian Xia's cultivation level is high and his skills are powerful. He will not be interested in elixirs or cultivation techniques. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, he is second only to one person and has great power. I don't think he will like power either. As for money and treasures, Guardian Xia has seen many of them and will not be surprised. Do you mean that nothing can move him? The Eternal Night Devil was very disappointed. No. Hua Feihua shook his head. Master, please don't judge others by your own standards. Will you like these things? The Eternal Night Devil pondered for a moment and shook his head. Guardian Xia won't like them either, Hua Feihua said, but I know one thing that you and Guardian Xia will like. What is it? The Eternal Night Devil immediately became interested. He leaned forward slightly and waited for Hua Feihua to speak. Hua Feihua stared at the Eternal Night Devil and said word by word, there's a saying that it's easy to get 1,000 pieces of gold, but hard to get a true heart. Master, you and Guardian Xia will like each other's true hearts the most. The Eternal Night Devil propped his head with his hands, as if he was thinking. Hua Feihua continued, I know of a treasure that can express Master's true heart. It's called the Mirror of Truth. It's said that this mirror can reflect the truth of the world. If Master treats you sincerely, you can swear to Guardian Xia in front of this mirror that you'll never leave him. Guardian Xia will be very touched if he knows that you treat him sincerely. The Eternal Night Devil removed his hands from his head and smiled. That's a good idea. Master, has Guardian Xia ever told you that he doesn't want to be restrained? Hua Feihua asked again. The Eternal Night Devil shook his head. He never said that. Hua Feihua was shocked. How could Xianxia not make such a request? The Eternal Night Devil said, although he didn't say it explicitly, I can see that he doesn't like to be restrained. Hua Feihua heaved a sigh of relief. Master, Guardian Xia loves freedom. If you want to please him, you can't restrain him. That won't do. The Eternal Night Devil frowned. I'll panic if I don't see him for a day. After not seeing him for a few days, I feel strange all over. Hua Feihua secretly beat his chest and stomped his feet. What was so good about Xianxia, that womanizer? He actually made the master care so much about him. He took a deep breath and said, Master, it's not right for you to keep staring at him like this. Love is like sand. The tighter you hold it, the faster it flows away. Hearing him say this, the Eternal Night Devil became serious. Then what should I do? Set him free. Let him go wherever he wants. Hua Feihua said. The Eternal Night Devil's expression showed that he didn't agree. Master, there's no need to worry. I have a treasure that I believe you'll like very much. Hua Feihua said calmly. What treasure? Southern Sea Shark Pearl. Southern Sea Shark Pearl? Hua Feihua nodded. It's said that the shark pearl was made by a princess of the shark clan. The princess's husband was far away from the southern sea. The two of them were separated for a long time, so the princess used her own shark pearl to split it in half. One half was given to her husband, and the other half was kept for herself. As long as you hold one half of the shark pearl, you'll be able to see what happens to the other half. The Eternal Night Devil's tense muscles relaxed. You mean, Master can set him free, but everything will be under control. Hua Feihua hinted. Haha, according to Xianxia's playboy personality, he'll reveal his true colors in 2 days. Without anyone watching over him, he'll naturally go around flirting with other women. When that time comes, the master will naturally discover his true colors through the shark pearl. It'll be even easier if I get the Mirror of Truth. The Mirror of Truth can see through lies. As long as Xianxia lies, the master will definitely discover it. When that time comes, the master will definitely understand what kind of person Xianxia is and will naturally stay away from him. Hua Feihua's little abacus crackled noisily. The Eternal Night Devil was indeed moved. He opened his mouth and asked, "Where are these 2 treasures? If Master doesn't mind, I'm willing to share Master's burdens." Hua Feihua said. "All right, I'll leave these 2 items to you." The Eternal Night Devil stood up and patted Hua Feihua's shoulder. Hua Feihua was very satisfied. The Eternal Night Devil was also very satisfied. Both of them got what they wanted and were very satisfied. Hua Feihua was about to leave when the Eternal Night Devil suddenly said, "There's one more thing." The Eternal Night Devil Emperor's gaze was a little erratic and his expression was very strange. Hua Feihua asked, "Master, what else do you want?" "You can just say it." The Eternal Night Devil's expression changed for a moment. As if he had made up his mind, he leaned over and asked in a low voice, "How should we improve our techniques?" Hua Feihua didn't understand and had a blank expression on his face. Knowing that he didn't understand, the Eternal Night Devil lowered his voice and explained, "We did it twice and he fainted both times. When he woke up, he said that my techniques were terrible." He coughed and asked shyly, "I just want to ask you, how should we improve our techniques?" Hua Feihua, he was shocked. The Eternal Night Devil's words conveyed a little too much information. He was stunned for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Master, may I ask, who's on top and who's on bottom?" The Eternal Night Devil stared at him in confusion. "Of course, I'm on top and he's on bottom. What's wrong with that?" Hua Feihua, he suddenly felt that he had tricked someone with his two suggestions just now. But he couldn't be blamed. It was Xianxia who had deliberately created a misunderstanding and made him think that Xianxia had taken advantage of the master. With a complicated expression, he stared at the Eternal Night Demon King, who seemed to be thirsting for knowledge, and said with difficulty, "My lord, I have a set of 18 styles of Solar Dragon and a set of 100 ways to make the receiver feel good. Do you want to read them?" "Yes." Bo Yang, who was far away in his mansion, felt a chill on his back. He subconsciously looked back and only saw the wall of his study. Then he turned back and continued to look at the geography of the Devil World. He was trying to find the pattern of the appearance of the crack between the Devil World and the human world. Every time he had to go to the human world through the passage, he was under the control of others. It was very inconvenient. It would be great if he could have his own secret passage. For the past few days, he had locked himself in his room to study this problem. He didn't know that his act of pretending to be the top in front of Hua Feihua had been exposed and that he had been tricked. Now he was worried that the Demon King had only given him half a year. After half a year, if he was forced to marry him as the Devil Queen, then his freedom would be greatly reduced and he wouldn't be able to freely enter and leave the human world. If he could find another passage, then he would think of a way to leave without anyone knowing. Unfortunately, after searching the house with Shaoling for a few days, he didn't find anything useful. While he was searching hard, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Bo Yang opened it and found that it was Qinghe. Usually, Qinghe wouldn't disturb him. She must have come for something. "What's the matter?" Qinghe hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Master asked me to ask you when you will dismiss the concubines in the courtyard." Bo Yang was slightly startled. He had almost forgotten about this matter. Coming back to his senses, he muttered to himself for a moment and found that it wasn't impossible. So be it. There were so many people in the house who always wanted to climb into his bed. He was also annoyed. So he replied, "I forgot." He said to the door, "Call the housekeeper over." A moment later, the shifty-eyed housekeeper ran over and asked flatteringly, "Sir, you called for me?" Bo Yang put his hands behind his back and nodded majestically, "Yes." "Sir, why did you call this little one over?" Bo Yang said slowly, "Call all the concubines in the backyard over. I want to dismiss them." "Dismiss?" The shifty-eyed housekeeper widened his eyes in disbelief, as if he had heard something inconceivable. "Yes." Bo Yang continued to be dignified. He sneakily glanced at Qinghe, who was standing at the side, and carefully asked, "Everyone? What about Miss Qinghe?" Yes, there was still Qinghe. He was sent by the Demon King, how should he deal with him? Bai Yang turned to stare at Qinghe and muttered to himself. Qinghe was very tactful, and immediately said, "Of course, that includes Qinghe." Bo Yang was a little shocked. Could it be that the Demon King wanted to summon her back? The Demon King was not willing to let her stay by his side. After the shock, his second reaction was, "Haha, I'm free." Bo Yang was overjoyed. His sneaky eyes were even more shocked. Bo Yang was happy, but seeing him not moving, he raised his eyebrows. "Go." "Yes, yes." The sneaky eyes walked out of the room in shock, still a little dazed. Heavens, the usually dissolute and lecherous pig trotter actually wanted to disband the concubines. It was as unbelievable as a dog not eating shit. However, he was just a small steward, and could only follow orders. Even if Xianxia wanted him to pluck the moon from the sky, he had to do it. The sneaky eyes were very efficient. After leaving the room, he informed the others to quickly gather all the concubines in the courtyard. Soon, all the concubines in the courtyard had gathered. After counting them, he quickly ran to the study to see Bo Yang. "My lord, they are all outside the courtyard. Everyone is here." Bo Yang had already asked people to prepare spirit stones and treasures, and was going to distribute them to the concubines in the backyard. He did not need these things, so he might as well give them to the harem. The things inside were not bad, enough to let people live without worries. In his opinion, the so-called treasures were just a series of numbers, and he had no use for them. He might as well send these concubines away. The concubines were called to the courtyard. They did not know what was going on, so they asked each other and whispered to each other. Their faces were all blank. Bo Yang came to the courtyard from the study. His gaze swept across everyone's faces, and the chatter instantly became softer. He glanced at the shifty-eyed man and said, "From today onwards, our lord is preparing to dismiss all the concubines. From now on, all of you are free." As soon as he said this, the concubines in the courtyard immediately burst into a burst of exclamations. "What do you mean? We're free?" Some of them were elated and excited. "Sir, don't you want us anymore?" Someone cried bitterly. "I beg you, my lord, please let me stay by your side." Some were unwilling to leave. My lord, if it wasn't for the housekeeper stopping them, the group of concubines would have probably rushed up and torn Bo Yang apart." Bo Yang's forehead was covered in sweat. He quietly took 2 steps back and motioned for the attendant standing behind him to come forward with the treasures. "Stop, stop, stop." He used all his strength to calm the concubine down. "Let's be quiet for a moment and listen to what the Lord has to say." The courtyard quieted down once more, and there were even faint sounds of sobbing. Bo Yang braced himself and said, "I know it's sudden. I've wronged everyone during this period of time, and I don't want to wrong you anymore. So, let's part on good terms." "My lord." One of the concubines held back her tears and asked mournfully, "Why are you suddenly dismissing us? There must be a reason, right?" As soon as he said this, the other concubines also looked at Bo Yang with expectant eyes. Bo Yang instantly felt the pressure. After pondering for a moment, he braced himself and said, "I've already found the love of my life. My lover hopes that I'll treat her wholeheartedly, so I'm dismissing all the concubines. You can also regain your freedom and find your own home." He quickly finished speaking and pointed to the gold and silver treasures placed around him. "These things are enough for you to spend the rest of your lives with. If you want something, there are also some elixirs that can increase your cultivation. You can choose for yourselves." "My lord, we don't want treasures. We only want you," someone cried out. Bo Yang was very moved when he heard this. He didn't expect that there would be people who loved him so deeply. Although he was moved, he said firmly, "I'm sorry, I already have someone I like. Now you can come and choose the treasures. It's first come, first served. If you choose late, there won't be anything good left." Before he finished speaking, the concubines who were originally crying and unwilling to leave rushed to the treasures on both sides like crazy. "I want this string of pearls. I've wanted it for a long time. Get lost, this is mine." "You're too greedy. How can you grab so many? All of you get lost, this jade is mine. Spirit stones, I want spirit stones. Ah, my elixirs." The courtyard was instantly in chaos. Bo Yang, who was preparing to give another emotional speech, looked at the chaotic courtyard. Where was the sincerity just now? Didn't you say you weren't willing to leave? Didn't you say you only wanted the person and not the treasures? "Maintain order," Bo Yang said to the dumbfounded housekeeper. He turned around and walked into the house. Behind him, more than 30 concubines bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They were crazily fighting for the treasures. No one looked at him, and no one noticed that he had left. "She said she loved me, but she was lying to me. In the chaos, Bo Yang's back seemed to have experienced many vicissitudes. He returned to the study to continue his research. After about an hour, there was no more movement outside. A shifty-eyed man came in and reported, "Sir, they've all left." Bo Yang took the book and nodded. A bit of sadness rose in his heart. The shifty-eyed man thought for a while and said, "Sir, I wonder when Madam will come to the residence? This little one needs to prepare." Bo Yang slammed the book down and said expressionlessly, "There's no need to prepare. Go and do your own things." The shifty-eyed man knew that he was angry. He didn't dare to ask again and quickly left the room. At the same time, he was very curious about what kind of beauty Xianxia fell in love with. What kind of beauty could make the dissolute Xianxia disband his harem? It must be a beauty who can capture Sir. The shifty-eyed man muttered to himself. He secretly decided to prepare some things for his future madam, so that she wouldn't neglect him or her when she entered the residence. Bo Yang sighed for the entire day. In the evening, the palace suddenly sent someone to call for him. Bo Yang looked up to the sky and sighed. He could only follow the person in. To be honest, he was quite surprised that the Demon King could restrain himself from looking for him for a few days. The attendant respectfully led him to a small garden. The Demon King was wearing a green robe. He dressed himself up like a fairy and looked especially pure. Bo Yang walked over and said, "Master, you were looking for me?" The Eternal Night Devil remembered that Bo Yang had once praised him for his green robe. He purposely dressed like this to win the other's favor. He said calmly, "Yes, I was looking for you." Bo Yang said, "What's the matter?" The Eternal Night Devil coughed. "I heard that you dismissed your concubines because of me." Bo Yang looked at his slightly red face and his chrysanthemum tightened. Now, whenever he saw the Eternal Night Devil's shy expression, he was afraid. Being shy was one thing, and it was also good-looking. Unfortunately, being shy also meant that his mind was starting to think about dirty things. It also meant that he was about to suffer. "Didn't Master ask me to dismiss my concubines yourself?" The Eternal Night Devil was a little disappointed. Then, he thought of something and became happy again. "I heard that you announced to everyone that I was your true love." "No. Which bastard spread this nonsense?" "I said that I have someone in my heart, so I had to dismiss my concubines." "You mean that I'm your true love?" Bo Yang saw that he wouldn't give up and rolled his eyes. "I never said that it was you. Other than me, do you have anyone else you like?" Bo Yang, damn it, how was he supposed to answer this? If he answered that there was someone, he would be torn to pieces. If he answered that there wasn't someone else, wouldn't that be admitting that he only liked the Demon King? Although he did have feelings for him, it was embarrassing to say it out loud like this. Besides, although he liked the Eternal Night Devil, he hated some of his actions, such as forcing him to get married half a year later. Bo Yang was still angry about the marriage. He said impatiently, "Master, you called me here for such a small matter? If there's nothing else, I'll leave now." The Eternal Night Devil saw that he was angry and hurriedly said, "Of course there's something." Bo Yang looked at him calmly. "What is it?" The Eternal Night Devil puffed out his chest and said with a serious face, "I want to date you." Bo Yang thought that he had heard wrongly. "Why are you looking for me?" The Eternal Night Devil became even more serious. "I said, I want to date you." Bo Yang's eyeballs were about to fall out. The Eternal Night Devil called him here with great fanfare just to date him? Alright, even if you want to date him, can you not use such a formal tone? Is this called dating? This is called giving an order. What's wrong with your brain? Maybe Bo Yang's expression made him realize something. The Eternal Night Devil coughed and leaned over. "We're already lovers. Let's hurry up and date. We'll get married half a year later." Bo Yang felt a headache coming on when he heard the word marriage. He hurriedly said, "If you want to date, then date. Don't talk about marriage all day long. These are two different things." "Oh." The Eternal Night Devil obediently listened. "Then let's start talking now?" Bo Yang didn't know what to do with him. He said expressionlessly, "Alright, let's start talking." The Eternal Night Devil, Bo Yang, the two of them stared at each other in silence. One of them was using the attitude of a subordinate to date, while the other was passive and uncooperative. Hence, there was an awkward silence. A cold breeze blew through the garden. The eternal night devil was at a loss. The weather was good today, so he finished his work early and changed into Xianxia's favorite green clothes. He happily set aside some time to date his lover, but the atmosphere was awkward. This was not what he had imagined. When he heard Xianxia say that he had found the love of his life when he dismissed his concubines, he was overjoyed. Then he started to think, since he loves me so much, if I date him, he should be very happy. But now, he looked at the expressionless Bo Yang, who didn't look happy at all. He didn't know what to do next. Of course, the great demon king couldn't perform too badly. He was still very dignified. After a while, the inexperienced eternal night devil broke the awkwardness and pretended to be dignified. That. Do you like what I gave you? Bo Yang thought, can I say I don't like it? So he said, I like everything that master gave me. The eternal night devil didn't know how to respond. Xianxia clearly didn't like those things, but he said he liked them in front of him. He felt a little defeated. After thinking for a while, the eternal night devil forced himself to continue the topic. I have sent people to look for 2 treasures. If you don't like what I gave you before, I believe you will be very satisfied with these 2 treasures. Bo Yang was a little surprised. Master wants to give me something again? Then he said, no need. You have given me enough. The eternal night devil shook his head. You don't have to lie to me. When the people I sent to your residence reported that you were not happy with the reward, I knew you didn't like it. So I specially sent people to look for the other 2 treasures. I believe you will like them. He was actually so sure that he would like them. Bo Yang was a little curious, but he couldn't show it. He just said, thank you, master. The eternal night devil was a little happy. He suggested, Hua Feihua has already gone to look for the other 2 treasures. She won't be able to find them for a while. Let me take you to a place first. Where? Bo Yang asked. The eternal night devil waved at him, indicating for him to follow. From his hurried steps, he seemed to be very excited. Bo Yang followed him out of the garden. After a few turns, they arrived at the door of a magnificent palace. Because of the eternal night devil's body, there weren't many people left in the palace of eternal darkness. However, there was a group of people heavily guarding the palace. When the eternal night devil walked over, the 2 guards at the door ran over and saluted him. Master. Open the door. The eternal night devil raised his chin. Yes. The 2 guards walked to the door. Each of them took out a key and inserted it into the keyhole with a spell pattern. At the same time, they turned the key to the right. With a click, the ripples of the spell spread out from the door. The door was unlocked. The 2 of them took the key and slowly pushed the door open. The heavy door opened in front of the eternal night devil and Bo Yang. The eternal night devil turned to Bo Yang and said, come in. Then he walked through the door. Bo Yang curiously followed behind. He had never been to such a heavily guarded place. He secretly guessed what was inside. After entering, he realized that this magnificent palace was the eternal night devil's treasure trove. Towering shelves filled the entire palace. Every shelf had an item placed in it, and every item was a treasure that could cause a fight to break out. Bo Yang also had a warehouse in his residence. In it were various treasures that he had collected over the years. However, compared to the eternal night devil's treasure trove, his was nothing. Bai Yang gasped in amazement. The treasure trove of a monarch was indeed different from that of a subject. He raised his head and looked around. The eternal night devil, who was dressed in green, walked in front of him and opened his arms. His wide sleeves spread out like a rock spreading its wings. You can choose whatever you like. You can take whatever you like. His words were domineering and full of pride. Bai Yang's expressionless face finally showed a slight change. He suddenly realized that the eternal night demon king's infuriating courtship might not have been intentional. Bo Yang hated that he acted on his own and was rude and overbearing. He wanted to force her to marry him half a year later. Even if it was just a relationship, he was like a superior ordering his subordinate. But looking at the eternal night devil's current state, he was no different from those rich young men in the real world who had just fallen in love. He did not know how to please his lover and could only blindly buy and buy. He could not wait to bring all the good things to his lover and let her choose. Thinking of this, Bo Yang suddenly felt a little touched. He thought, why should I lower myself to the level of a villain who did not go to primary school and did not receive modern education? His way of handling things was wrong, but he was sincere to me. There was no need to be too harsh. Those treasures were things that everyone wanted, but in Bo Yang's eyes, they were just a series of numbers. They were worthless. Bo Yang smiled and said, Master, I don't need any of these things. You don't like any of them? The eternal night devil, who did not go to primary school, was stunned that his lover did not want any of them. Bo Yang shook his head. Suddenly, he thought of something else and said, if Master really wants to give me something, why don't you let me go to the human world to enjoy the scenery? Go to the human world to enjoy the scenery? The eternal night devil frowned. It's very dangerous there. What kind of scenery is worth it for you to go to the human world? Bo Yang calmed himself down and said, compared to the scenery in the demon world, I like the human world more. The demon world is covered with dark clouds all year round. Only in the human world can you see the sun and colorful flowers. The food in the human world is also very good. I've been there a few times and I can't forget it. The eternal night devil pondered for a moment and said, okay, I promise you. Before Bo Yang could be happy, the eternal night devil said again, when my injury is healed, I will personally take you to the human world to play. Bo Yang was speechless. I can't do anything if you go with me. I want to go on my own. Bo Yang said. The eternal night devil's face darkened. You've encountered danger in the human world a few times. I will never allow you to go alone. Bo Yang was speechless. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that both times he encountered danger in the human world, but if the eternal night devil insisted on going with him, how could he meet the male lead? Bo Yang still wanted to argue, but when he saw the eternal night devil's expression, he stopped. After establishing their relationship, the eternal night devil gave in to him most of the time. But once he made up his mind, there was no way to change his mind. If he insisted on going to the human world alone, he might arouse the Demon King's suspicion. It was better to settle down first and think of a way later. For example, when he reached the human world, he would think of a way to get rid of the Demon King and go alone. With this thought, Bo Yang's heart calmed down. He nodded and said, okay. Seeing that his attitude had softened, the Demon King also softened. With a hint of probing, he said, my chi deviation is getting more and more serious. I need to take care of my body before I can accompany you. If you want to go earlier, why don't we dual cultivate immediately? Towards the end, his face slowly turned red again. Looking at the eager eternal night devil, Bo Yang was speechless. Hee, you've revealed your true nature. Dating is fake. Dual cultivation is real. Bo Yang was very resistant to dual cultivation with the Demon King. Firstly, he had just turned from a straight man to a gay, so he was not used to it yet. Secondly, the Demon King's skills were too bad. It was very painful. Looking at the Demon King's shy face, Bo Yang really wanted to slap him. Shy your mother, can't you get rid of the dirty thoughts in your brain? Master, isn't it too early to dual cultivate now? He asked. It's not early. The eternal night devil said enthusiastically, the sooner I repair my body, the sooner I can bring you to the human world to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Haha. Bo Yang took a deep breath and resisted the urge to fall out with him. Master, you mean that once your body is repaired, you will bring me to the human world? The eternal night devil thought for a moment and nodded. Bo Yang's mind raced. If he could repair the Demon King's body as soon as possible, he would be able to see the male lead earlier. This deal was not bad. No matter how he thought about it, it was not too bad. Bo Yang prepared himself mentally and said, okay, let's start now. The eternal night devil's eyes lit up. He ran over and hugged his shoulders, planting a clumsy kiss on his forehead. Bo Yang did not avoid it. That kiss was very light and gentle, with a hint of cherishing, making Bo Yang's heart tremble. Master, call me by my name. After hesitating for a moment, Bo Yang said softly, Jizi Xuan. Warm lips covered his, and at the same time, both hands held his waist tightly. Seeing that things were about to get out of hand, Bo Yang's eyelids twitched. Master, are we going to dual cultivate here? The arrow was on the bow. The Demon King's eyes were slightly red. He panted heavily and said, "Why not?" As he spoke, he pushed Bo Yang to the shelf behind him. Bo Yang's back hit the wooden shelf heavily, and one of the shelves fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Something dropped. Ugh. The last words were swallowed into his mouth. Bo Yang gritted his teeth, not letting the sound of things coming out. Don't worry about it. The low voice hid an obvious desire. After that, the treasury was filled with spring. After the event, Bo Yang lay on the ground, staring at the high dome with his eyes open. The Eternal Night Devil was lying beside him, one of his hands resting on his head. The two of them were naked, with only the Eternal Night Devil's green robe around their waists. Treasures were scattered all over the ground. There were all kinds of pearls, jadeite, treasured vases, and boxes. They were all sparkling and dazzling. This time, Bo Yang was awake from the beginning to the end and did not faint. Although he did not faint, his mind was still immersed in a strange chaos. Because he didn't expect that doing this kind of thing would be so satisfying, the previous two experiences were too terrible, causing him to be very resistant to this matter, but he didn't expect this time. Bo Yang covered his face with his hands. He didn't want to admit it, but in the end, he did feel extremely good. It was surprising that the Eternal Night Devil's technology had improved so much in such a short period of time. How do you feel? The Eternal Night Devil removed his hand from his face and asked with a smile. Bo Yang, why did he ask this question? How shameless could he be? Bo Yang's face turned green and red. He didn't say a word and turned his back to the Eternal Night Devil, refusing to answer his question. But a certain someone's IQ was really high. He reached out and grabbed Bo Yang's shoulders, turning him over and asking, "How is it? Is there any improvement in my skills? Did it make you feel very good?" Bo Yang was pestered until he couldn't do anything. He could only shout with a red face, "You're so annoying." As he spoke, he sat up and grabbed the clothes that had been thrown far away. He picked them up and quickly put them on. After doing it this time, he didn't feel much pain, because the Demon King actually knew how to apply medicine for him beforehand. Plus, his body had been tempered thousands of times and was very strong, so he could still run and jump after doing it. "I'm warning you," Bo Yang said angrily as he put on his clothes. "You can only do it once in the future." Every time he caught him and did it a few times, his body couldn't take it. "How can one time be enough?" The Demon King sat up from the ground. "Aren't you feeling quite good too?" "That's not true." Bo Yang's face turned red. "Don't talk nonsense. You're the one who told me not to stop." The Eternal Night Devil looked innocent. He stood up, revealing his strong and muscular body. His black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, making him look wild and unruly. Bo Yang almost went crazy. He casually picked up a string of beads on the ground and threw it at his face. "I didn't say that. I told you to stop, but you didn't, bastard." The beads didn't hurt at all. The Eternal Night Devil caught them easily and walked to his side. "Don't be angry. It's my fault, okay?" Bo Yang was still very angry. "Okay, don't be angry. Does it still hurt? I'll help you rub it." The Eternal Night Devil coaxed him softly. "Don't touch me. Stay away from me." Bo Yang immediately took 2 steps back cautiously. This guy didn't care when he was in heat. What if he was dragged over again? "Jizi Xuan, listen up. If you want me to help you, you have to do it only once in the future. You're not allowed to do it anymore. Do you hear me?" Bo Yang felt that he couldn't let him do as he pleased. He had to fight for his rights. The Eternal Night Devil saw that he was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws like a hedgehog. He knew that he was really angry, so he took a step back. "Okay, I promise you," he said. "We'll only do it once in the future, but..." Bo Yang heaved a sigh of relief. "But what?" "But we have to do it every day," the Eternal Night Devil said. "Every day?" Bo Yang's eyes widened. If they did it every day, they would die of exhaustion sooner or later. "No." The Demon King's face darkened. There are only two choices. Either we do it every 2 days, twice each time, or we do it every day. You choose. Bo Yang said angrily, get lost. Then he turned and walked towards the main door. He didn't even look back. The Eternal Night Devil called him a few times behind his back, but Bo Yang ignored him. The Eternal Night Devil saw that threats and promises wouldn't work, so he quickly chased after him and said, it's not like there are only two choices. We can do it every other day too. Bo Yang still ignored him. He left the Palace of Eternal Darkness and went straight back to his residence to rest. He closed the door in his face and shut him out. The next day, the Eternal Night Devil sent someone to invite him to the palace, but he rejected him directly. The Eternal Night Devil had no choice but to visit him personally. Bo Yang instructed the butler to not let anyone from the Palace of Eternal Darkness in, but the person who came was the Eternal Night Devil, so the butler didn't dare to stop him. Not only did he not dare to stop him, he even invited him in like a lackey. Bo Yang was flipping through books in his study, trying to find the reason for the formation of the barrier. When he heard someone enter, he didn't even raise his head and said, didn't I tell you not to let anyone disturb you? Including me? The low voice made Bo Yang raise his head suddenly. What are you looking at so seriously? The Eternal Night Devil walked over and took the book from his hands. Speculations on the formation of the demonic world's gap and barrier. Why are you looking at this? Bo Yang was a little flustered, but then he thought that the Eternal Night Devil wouldn't be able to see anything from a book, so he said, I'm just looking around. Recently, I've been interested in the demonic world's barrier passageway. Master, you were the one who found the gap to the human world and forcefully made it into a passageway. What method did you use? The Eternal Night Devil didn't doubt him. That was because God was helping me. At that time, I accidentally found that the barrier was damaged, and the damage was very big, so I used all of my strength to force it to not heal. Coincidentally, the location of the gap was right next to the underground array of the Palace of Eternal Darkness, so I quickly used the array's power to reinforce it. That's how the passageway was created. A large part of the reason for my success was due to luck. Bo Yang quickly calculated in his heart. In order to make the gap into a passageway, not only did it require the Eternal Night Devil's power, but it also required the power of the array of the Palace of Eternal Darkness. How much would it take? Bo Yang held on to a glimmer of hope and said, it doesn't sound too difficult? Not difficult? The Eternal Night Devil couldn't help but laugh. He put down his book and said, do you know why I went crazy? It was because I held the barrier up to prevent it from healing and forcefully increased my cultivation. After that, I even risked my life to reinforce the array. If I hadn't done that, I would have been crushed to pieces by the barrier. Bo Yang said, so that's the reason why Master went crazy? He rejoiced for the Eternal Night Devil, but at the same time, he was secretly disappointed. It seemed like it wouldn't be possible to rebuild the passageway to the human realm. The Eternal Night Devil said, after I went crazy, I knew that I could solve the problem through dual cultivation, but I didn't trust anyone. Bo Yang asked, including me, Hua Fei Hua, Zhong Shua, Lu Jianfeng? And your shadow guards? The Eternal Night Devil was silent for a moment, then nodded. Back then, I only treated you as my subordinates and friends, but I couldn't treat you as my dual cultivation partners. I remember that the person you trusted the most was Zhong Shua. The Eternal Night Devil suddenly turned his head and glared at him. Yes, I trusted him the most. But would you be able to do that to Zhong Shua? Bo Yang, thinking about Zhong Shua's 2-meter height, his explosive muscles, and his fierce-looking face, he probably couldn't even get hard. He didn't know why, but he felt like laughing. The Eternal Night Devil said, I've always been looking for this person, but I never thought that I'd find him from my left and right hands. Who knew that by accident? He glanced at Bo Yang, and his face turned slightly red. Bo Yang's face froze, and he couldn't laugh. He laughed dryly. Indeed, it was by accident. Zetian. The Eternal Night Devil approached him and whispered in his ear, you have to help me today. Bo Yang turned pale with fright. He sensed danger and hurriedly used instant travel to escape from the study. But just as he reached the door, he was stopped by a figure who grabbed his neck and pushed him into the room. Bo Yang struggled with all his might. Master, master, don't. What an awkward little thing. The eternal night devil smiled and didn't let him escape. Bo Yang screamed in fear. The eternal night devil bit his ear. Ah! Bo Yang gasped in shock. There was a knock on the door, followed by a shifty-eyed voice. Master, sir, do you need me to bring some tea? Bo Yang immediately bit his lip and didn't make a sound. The low voice said in his ear, now I'll give you two choices. First, do it once a day. Second, do it a few times a day. Choose quickly. Bo Yang gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. The eternal night devil kissed his chin. Master, sir? There was no response from the room, so the shifty-eyed person continued to ask outside the door. Bo Yang wanted to rush out and kill him. He hurriedly said, no need. No, I want. The eternal night devil raised his voice. Just stand outside the door and wait for my orders. Bo Yang was shocked and turned his head in fear. What do you want to do? The eternal night devil bit his ear. Now, you have to make a choice. I'll count to 3. If you don't choose, I'll let him in and F***CKU. Crazy, Bo Yang trembled. Let go of me. 1. Go away. 2. No. 3, 1, I choose the first one. Bo Yang said hurriedly. Good boy. The eternal night devil smiled and grabbed him to start building a passage. Ah. Bo Yang couldn't take it anymore and screamed. The shifty-eyed person standing outside the door heard the commotion and guessed the truth. His face was so shocked that it was distorted. One night later, the eternal night devil came out of the room dressed neatly. When he saw him, he smiled and said, don't talk nonsense, okay? His smile was very gentle, but his shifty eyes felt a great pressure, and his whole body broke out in cold sweat. Yes, I won't talk nonsense. The eternal night devil left in satisfaction. After a while, the door opened and Bo Yang came out of the room with a haggard face. He threatened him with a black face. If you dare to talk nonsense, I'll make sure you won't see the sun rise the next day. The shifty-eyed person hurriedly pointed to the sky and swore. I won't talk nonsense. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. Bo Yang closed the door with a bang and didn't come out. The shifty-eyed person suddenly understood why Xianxia dismissed the harem and also knew who the madam was. That kind of intense feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. He really wanted to find someone to talk about this super big secret, but he could only be a sawed-off gourd and didn't dare to say a word. After that, he spent the rest of his days building the passage. Bo Yang didn't go to the Palace of Eternal Darkness, so the Demon King came to him to seek pleasure. No matter how Bo Yang refused, the Eternal Night Devil would always find him and do him on the spot. After a long time, Bo Yang was a little numb. He thought, why should I refuse? Anyway, I feel very good. Doing it once is doing it a few times is still doing it. Why should I be so pretentious? Besides, if he could fix the Eternal Night Devil's chi deviation earlier, he could go to the human world earlier to do business. Thinking about this, Bo Yang didn't refuse the Demon King's request. 5 months passed like this. The Eternal Night Devil's body was completely repaired and his magic power rose to the peak again. Bo Yang came to him to fulfill his promise. Master, you said that as long as you don't go into chi deviation, you will take me to the human world to enjoy the scenery. Does that still count? Of course it counts. The Eternal Night Devil said. Bo Yang was delighted. It just so happens that tomorrow is the day the passage opens. Let's set off tomorrow. He had already calculated the date and specially came to find the Eternal Night Devil to fulfill his promise. The Eternal Night Devil hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Not now. I can't. Bai Yang raised his voice. Could it be that he had been daydreaming again? Seeing that he was angry, the Eternal Night Devil hurriedly coaxed him. You have to give me some time to distribute the things first, and? Bo Yang stared at him suspiciously, waiting to see what else he could say. The Eternal Night Devil moved his lips and said, nothing. Hua Feihua would be back tomorrow and said that he had found the South Sea Shark Pearl. Xianxia had almost lost his life a few times because he was surrounded and attacked in the human world. The Demon King was already a little scared. He didn't want Bo Yang to go to the human world, but Bo Yang was determined to go. He couldn't stop him, so he could only accompany him. Even so, he was afraid that something might happen along the way. If he had the South Sea Shark Pearl, even if they separated midway, he could quickly find out what happened to Bo Yang. He was like a stingy demon dragon. If he didn't put the treasure in front of him, he wouldn't be at ease. Even if he put the treasure out temporarily, he had to keep an eye on it. Xianxia probably didn't like people watching him, so he hid the matter of the South Sea Shark Pearl. How many days do we have to wait? Bo Yang was worried that the Demon King was deliberately delaying him, so he anxiously asked for an exact time. The Demon King thought for a moment and said, "The next time the passage opens." That meant that it would take 3 to 4 days. That was good. Bo Yang sighed in relief. You said it. You can't go back on your words. The Eternal Night Devil laughed. I won't. Thus, Bo Yang happily returned to his residence to wait for the next few days. Some time ago, the Eternal Night Devil wanted him to move to the palace, but he refused with the reason that he wasn't married yet. What a joke. If he lived in the palace, if the Eternal Night Devil went berserk and broke his promise, he would be the one to suffer. Doing it was indeed very satisfying, but after doing it for a long time, his lower body was very uncomfortable. The impurities in his body could be expelled through his meridians, so he didn't need to poop and pee like a mortal. After doing it for a while, Bo Yang felt that if he was still a mortal, he would have turned into a huge water tank. The size of the Eternal Night Devil's thing was astonishing. His butt was poked by that thing every day. After a long time, Bo Yang always felt that his lower body was cold, as if it couldn't be closed. After a while, it would probably turn into a water tank. Of course, the biggest possibility was that it was his illusion. But this illusion itself showed that the Demon King's exuberant desire had caused him a lot of psychological pressure. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. In Bo Yang's anticipation, the time had finally come. This time, he didn't need the Eternal Night Devil to summon him and ran to the Palace of Eternal Darkness. When he saw him, he went straight to the point and asked, "Can we go to the human world now?" The Eternal Night Devil hesitated for a moment and said, "Yes, but before that, we have to go to a place first." Bo Yang was a little confused. "Where?" "You'll know when we get there." The Eternal Night Devil seemed to have thought of something and his face turned slightly red. When Bo Yang saw his shy appearance, his chrysanthemum tightened and he suddenly became a little nervous. "Where do you want to take me? What do you want to do?" The Eternal Night Devil walked to his side, grabbed his wrist and led him out of the main hall. Then, he used instant travel to 1,000 miles and floated out of the palace with him. After about an hour of traveling, the Eternal Night Devil slowed down and stopped on a flat ground. Bo Yang looked around. The ground around him was completely covered in black stones. Occasionally, there were a few stalks of yellow grass that didn't look like trash. At the end of the black stones was a cliff. Below them, the wind whistled and a thick miasma gushed out from the bottom of the abyss. It rose into the air and exploded, forming all kinds of shapes. At first glance, it looked like countless black fireworks were blooming above the cliff. Everything was silent, but it was very magnificent. Bo Yang was very clear that this was a crack in the demon world. There was a lot of miasma buried under the ground of the demon world, and this miasma was constantly spewing out through the cracks on the surface, forming a strong demonic barrier in the demon world. Under the demonic barrier, all life was cut off, and only the most tenacious creatures could survive. All other weak life forms would disappear completely. Bo Yang had seen the demonic aura spewing out before, and anyone who saw it would only feel fear and dread. However, the demonic aura spewing out from this crack formed a very magnificent scene, and could be described as beautiful. Bo Yang was extremely surprised. Under normal circumstances, the miasma around this crack was very dense, and very few people could get close. However, the Eternal Night Devil and Bo Yang were exceptions, because their cultivations were very high, and this bit of miasma was not a problem for them. This place was not far from the Palace of Eternal Darkness, but Bo Yang did not know about it. The main reason was that the previous Xianxia and the current Bo Yang were not willing to go near this place. who would have nothing better to do than to go to such a terrifying place. However, the eternal night devil knew about it, and had even brought him here. "Master, do you want me to seal this crack together?" Bo Yang asked curiously. This was the only reason he could think of why the eternal night devil had brought him here. The eternal night devil shook his head and raised his hand to point at the beautiful scenery. "Don't you think that the scenery in the demon world is also very beautiful?" Bo Yang was speechless. He did not know how to answer. To be honest, he really did not know that the miasma spewing out from this crack would be so beautiful. Even if he knew, who would have nothing better to do than to come here and enjoy the scenery? The eternal night devil, who had nothing better to do, asked expectantly, "What do you think?" How could Bo Yang answer? Looking into the pair of expectant eyes, he could only nod and say, "It's pretty good." The eternal night devil was like a child who had been praised by an adult. He revealed a proud smile. "I knew you would like it." Wait, could it be that the eternal night devil had brought him to this place just to enjoy the scenery? Bo Yang looked around in disbelief for a while, and finally realized that, looking at his proud expression, there was a high chance that was the case. Bo Yang was once again shocked by the eternal night devil's thought process. Would a normal person bring their lover to such a place to enjoy the scenery? "This place is the place where my father and mother empress pledged their love." The eternal night demon monarch said in a low voice, "You said you wanted to go to the human world to see the scenery, and I suddenly thought of this place." "This is the place where your parents pledged their love?" Bai Yang came back to his senses and looked around in surprise. For the demon lord's parents to be able to choose such a place to express their love, they were no ordinary people. The eternal night demonic emperor nodded. A puff of miasma drifted to his hair, covering it with a layer of black ash. He waved his hand, and the grey demonic barrier dissipated into mist. Although Bai Yang was not afraid of the surrounding miasma and felt that the scenery around him was very beautiful, miasma was still miasma. When it entered his nose, it was sticky and had a very strange smell. When it landed on his body, he felt as if he had been sprinkled with a layer of dust. To be honest, he did not want to stay any longer. Seeing the eternal night devil's affection, he did not turn around and leave. He endured it. Who told him to fall in love with a guy with a weird brain circuit and bring him to such a place to date? Bo Yang tried to concentrate and ignore the surrounding miasma. It's not easy for your parents to pledge their love in such a place. The demon king of eternal night did not understand the meaning in Bai Yang's words at all. He thought that Bai Yang was interested in the matter of his parents, so he explained with great interest. They were young and energetic back then. They wanted to solve the problem of the rampant miasma in the demon realm. Both of them swore to seal all the cracks. One day, they met in this place. Both of them wanted to seal this crack, and then they fought over who got there first. Bo Yang asked curiously, "Wasn't it a pledge of love?" "Why did they fight?" The demon king laughed. "They fought. My father beat my mother until she cried. My father had no choice but to take her away. The two of them developed feelings for each other." Oh. Bo Yang suddenly understood. Beating is love. The more they fought, the more they loved each other. The eternal night devil was speechless. Lovers' reactions were sometimes unexpected. They thought that this crack allowed them to meet and pledge their love, so they left this crack unsealed. The eternal night devil continued, "When I was young, they would come to this place every year. My father inherited the throne and did not go out. My mother's heart did not change. She continued to travel the land and seal the cracks. In the end, she died in an accident." His voice gradually became low. Bo Yang suddenly became nervous. He leaned over and put his hand on his shoulder to comfort him. "If you're sad, don't say any more." "I'm not sad." The eternal night devil shook his head. "She died for her dream. She should not have regretted it. My father thought so too." Bo Yang did not know what to say. "At that time, my mother was seriously injured. She fought hard to return to the palace. In the end, she died in my father's arms." The eternal night devil said, to be able to fight for her dream and die in the arms of the person she loved the most, her life was complete. "I'm not sad at all." "Then my father's dream was to let the people of the demon world live a free life. He also told me his dream and let me inherit it." The eternal night devil's back was facing Bo Yang. He looked at the ever-changing miasma screen and said deeply, "My mother worked hard for her whole life. My father also worked hard for half of his life to seal the cracks in the miasma of the demon world. But they both failed. The root of the demonic repellent is not those cracks, but the miasma underground. Even if one place is sealed, there is no guarantee that another place will crack one day. So I thought of a way. I want to bring my people to the human world, so that they will never suffer from the demonic repellent again. So that's why, this was the reason why the villain boss in this book had to invade the human world. But the demon race entered the human world and did not stay in the human world." Bo Yang could not help but say. "Then let's fight." The eternal night devil opened his arms. His wide black robe fluttered in the wind. He was like an eagle spreading its wings. Domineering, mighty, powerful, Bai Yang was stunned by his handsome face. Wasn't this what his father always wanted him to be? Bo Yang's heart was pounding. As a modern person, he thought that the eternal night devil's invasion of the human world was an act of aggression. He should not support it. However, after following the eternal night devil for so long, he felt that his worldview was about to be distorted. What the eternal night devil said just now was clearly the villain boss's declaration, but he did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. Bo Yang was stunned by his own thoughts. "Xianxia." The eternal night devil turned to look at him. Bo Yang subconsciously straightened his body and replied loudly, "Here. Are you willing to accompany me to conquer the human world and rule the world with me?" The area around the crack that was covered by the demon barrier was silent for 100 miles. Only the eternal night devil's voice was clear. He asked again, "Are you willing?" In this situation, Bo Yang was affected by the atmosphere. He could not help but say, "I am willing." After a pause, he came back to his senses. His expression gradually became complicated. He suddenly understood why the eternal night devil brought him here. But when he thought of the future, he felt a bit of heartache. He said again, "Master, no matter where you go in the future, I will follow you, until the end of my life." The eternal night devil suddenly became happy. He reached out and hugged him. He kept kissing his forehead and hair. "That's great, that's great." However, Bo Yang's smile was a bit forced. He lowered his head and did not dare to look into his eyes. The eternal night devil would not understand what he had just said. He would never understand that he would die soon and leave this virtual world. He would return to the human world where there was no demon world. He would be a person called Bo Yang and live an ordinary and peaceful life. For some reason, Bo Yang suddenly felt very sad. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. The eternal night devil hugged him tightly. He was like a young boy who had received a promise. He was so happy that he did not know what to do. "Right, I have something to give you." The eternal night devil let go of Bo Yang. He took out a necklace and handed it to him. To be precise, it was not a necklace. It was just a pearl that was tied with a string. "What is this?" Bo Yang suppressed the thousands of thoughts in his heart and asked. "This is a token of love," the eternal night devil said. "Back then, my father gave a token of love to my mother here." Bo Yang took the pearl. The pearl was round and white. It did not have a high luster. It did not look like a luxurious item. Bo Yang looked left and right. He could not see anything special about it. "This pearl has my shield. It can withstand 3 of my full strength attacks. It could withstand 3 of the eternal night devil's full strength attacks?" Damn, this was like a golden body. He would not be afraid of death in the future. "Now, I'm giving it to you. You must carry it with you." The eternal night devil held Bo Yang's hand and said seriously, "Do you hear me?" Bo Yang held the pearl and was very grateful. "I hear you." It was only after she finished speaking that she realized what this bead represented, and her face turned red again. The eternal night devil smiled and pulled out another pearl from his neck. "It's a pair. The other one is with me." It was actually a pair. Bo Yang's face turned red again. "Let me put it on for you. Don't take it off in the future." The eternal night devil took the pearl from Bo Yang's hand and walked behind him. He gently put it on for him. "I won't," Bo Yang said. What a joke. This kind of good thing must be carried with him. He could not leave it for even a moment. The eternal night devil smiled again. I'm relieved to hear you say that. He put the pearl on Bo Yang's neck and heaved a sigh of relief. The southern sea shark pearl had been put on by Xianxia. In the future, wherever he went, he would know where he was, what he was doing and what he was saying. The eternal night devil was in a very good mood. Let's go back. Don't you want to go to the human world? I'll bring you there, he suggested. Bo Yang was very touched. The great demon king not only brought him to see the scenery, but also gave him a precious golden body. Now, he was fulfilling his promise to bring him to the human world. It was really great. He would be very happy to have such a person as his partner. The two of them returned to the palace of perpetual darkness. Bo Yang's heart was filled with warmth and worry. He once again felt that he was really in love. Xiaoling, is this the feeling of being in love? I seem to understand a little. Bo Yang played with the shark pearl on his neck as he asked in his mind, I heard people say that being in love is both sweet and troublesome. I finally understand. Xiaoling couldn't stand it anymore. Sir, why don't you look in the mirror and see what kind of expression you have now? What kind of expression do I have? Bo Yang touched his face in confusion. Xiaoling said, you have the expression of a 3-year-old's IQ. Bo Yang, Bo Yang, Xiaoling, how can you scold me? Xiaoling said, I'm not scolding you. I'm just telling the truth. Sir, I'll remind you again. Everything you're experiencing now is virtual. It's not real. Don't indulge in it. Bo Yang was a little unhappy that someone poured cold water on him. Didn't you say that a person like the Demon King would be good as a boyfriend? You were quite supportive of me dating him. Why are you always singing the opposite tune now? Xiaoling said sincerely, I support you dating under the premise that it doesn't affect your trial mission. If you delay your mission because of dating, I won't support you. Sir, you have to understand that virtual is always virtual. It can never become real. The love you should date is to go back to the real world and find a real person to date. It can be a passionate or simple love. Bo Yang looked at the shark pearl on his neck. He was silent for a moment before saying, no need to remind me. I understand. If it doesn't affect the mission, Xiaoling is very supportive of you dating the Demon King. The feeling of being in love is very good. You can enjoy it for a while, but I feel that you're indulging in it. Think about it. You've been with the Demon King every day for such a long time. Have you ever thought about going to the human world to meet the male lead? Bo Yang fell silent. Now that he thought about it, he realized that he had been hanging out with the eternal night devil every day, and he had less and less time to think about the quest. He had to go back sooner or later. Bo Yang stood at the entrance of the hall and looked back. In the palace, the Demon King was dealing with some follow-up matters. He handed all the matters to Hua Feihua, and Hua Feihua listened attentively. Perhaps, I was really too immersed in it, I can't go on like this. Bo Yang placed the mermaid pearl back into his chest, his gaze extremely clear. As the master of a realm, the Demon King had many things to do. Bo Yang patiently waited for him to complete the handover. After everything was done, the Demon King brought Bo Yang to the entrance of the tunnel. Then, the two of them entered the tunnel and came to the human world. Bo Yang thought to himself, after so long, I'm finally in the human world. I wonder what stage the male lead's cultivation has reached. The two of them walked out of the tunnel. It was daytime outside, and the sun was shining brightly. Bo Yang hadn't seen such bright sunlight in a long time. The demon realm was always gloomy, and the sun couldn't be seen. It was always in a kind of foggy darkness. But the human world was bright and beautiful, and the leaves were green and shiny. Counting the time, another year had passed. Bo Yang sighed in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of a question. He had stayed in this world for a few years, but how much time had passed in the real world? He hurriedly asked Xiaoling. Xiaoling said, I don't know, but it shouldn't have been that long. Previously, there was a person who came to experiment. He stayed in there for about 100 years, but only a month has passed in the real world. Bo Yang sighed in relief. That's good. But it's hard to say. Xiaoling continued, there was another person who stayed in there for a year, and a year has passed in the real world. Bo Yang instantly became nervous. What about me? How much time has passed in the real world? Xiaoling said, Sir, I don't know. I'm trapped in this world like you, so please complete the mission as soon as possible and go back. Bo Yang took a deep breath. It seemed that he couldn't delay any longer. He originally thought that he could stay for a while longer and spend more time with the Eternal Night Devil, but, if he stayed for too long, his parents in the real world would be very anxious. His brother had already become a vegetable, and he couldn't let anything happen to him. This time, he must see the male lead and help him level up. After secretly making up his mind, Bo Yang and the Eternal Night Devil walked out of the cave. Just as they stepped out, a few figures suddenly appeared outside the cave. They were all people wearing black cloaks. The few of them knelt on the ground and said in unison, Welcome Master, welcome Lord Xia. The Eternal Night Devil raised his hand and gestured for them to stand up. The few of them stood up. Just the few of you? The Eternal Night Devil frowned. One of the black-cloaked men said, reporting to Master, Lord Lu has been promoted to an elder of the Tingyun sect. He is currently representing the Tingyun sect in a meeting in Phoenix City. He can't leave. When Bo Yang heard this, his first reaction was, Lu Jianfeng has been promoted to an elder. His second reaction was, Phoenix City meeting. He asked Xiaoling in his mind, Xiaoling, help me look through the original novel. Which part is the Phoenix City meeting? If he remembered correctly, the Phoenix City meeting and Lu Jianfeng's participation as an elder seemed to be the only plot. This matter started from the secret flower mirage. That day, all the young talents of various sects were caught in one fell swoop. In the end, traces of the demon race were found. Then, the Black Cloud sect was destroyed. The only remaining elder, Elder Chiu, reported to everyone that the boundary marker was destroyed. The demon race was the culprit. The destruction of the Black Cloud sect was already very serious. The destruction of the boundary marker caused a huge uproar. No matter how fierce the battle between the cultivators of the human world was, there was no reason to destroy the boundary marker. There was no evidence to prove that the demon race was responsible for the massacre in the secret flower mirage, but the Black Cloud sect was. How did the demon race enter the human world? How did they know where the boundary marker was? There were more and more signs that there was a large number of demon race lurking in the human world. The cultivators decided to meet in Phoenix City to discuss how to deal with the demon race. After a while, Xiaoling said in his mind, I found Mr. The demon race is causing chaos in the human world. The mayor of Phoenix City has issued a declaration to fight against the demon race. All the sects in the cultivation world have sent people to participate. The male lead, Zhou Ying, has also gone to Phoenix City to clear his name from the secret flower mirage. It really was that plot. He had stayed in the demon world for more than a year, and the plot of the cultivation world had already developed to this stage. The reason why Bo Yang was shocked was mainly because in the plot of Phoenix City, the male lead, Zhou Ying, had already reached the out-of-body stage. He had long surpassed the nascent soul stage. In the book, Zhou Ying was afraid that his cultivation would be exposed and cause others to covet the dragon sword. Therefore, he used the secret method that the dragon sword taught him to hide his cultivation. On the surface, Zhou Ying's cultivation was still at the late stage of the golden core stage, but in reality, his cultivation was at the out-of-body stage. Oh my, the male lead was indeed the male lead. His cultivation speed was like sitting on a rocket. In just a short year, he had already risen 2 levels. Bo Yang was filled with emotions. It seemed that he was getting closer to completing the mission. Originally, he thought that he would have to meet the male lead to know his cultivation level. He planned to use a secret method to forcefully raise his cultivation level if the male lead's cultivation level did not increase. Anyway, the male lead had already passed the foundation establishment stage, so he could forcefully raise his cultivation level. He did not expect the male lead to be so good that he had already reached the out-of-body stage. After the out-of-body stage, it was the spirit-severing stage, the unity stage, the Mahayana stage, and the tribulation stage. In fact, the spirit-severing stage and the unity stage could be divided into the same stage. Generally, after the spirit-severing stage, one would be able to combine immediately. With the advantage of the male lead's 7-star body, it should be very easy for him to enter the Mahayana stage from the spirit-severing stage. The more difficult part was going from the Mahayana stage to the tribulation stage. Many people in the cultivation world were stuck at the Mahayana stage. They could not raise their cultivation level and could not ascend. When and how to ascend completely depended on fate. The male lead's cultivation level was successful. This way, Bo Yang did not have to rush to meet him. When Bo Yang received the news, he was no longer in a hurry to meet Zhou Ying. On the other side, the Eternal Night Devil had already finished talking with a few men in black. The men in black brought the Eternal Night Devil and Bo Yang to a place to rest. Bo Yang followed them without saying a word. When they reached the place, the Eternal Night Devil gathered the men in black to ask about the human world. He also made some arrangements. Bo Yang felt that he was not here to bring him to play, but to work. While they were dealing with work, the men in charge of reporting left. When only the Eternal Night Devil and Bo Yang were left in the house, Bo Yang walked to the Eternal Night Devil's side, crossed his arms, and said, "Master, is this what you meant by bringing me to play in the human world? What are we going to play? Are we going to play in this house?" As he spoke, he deliberately looked around, then nodded and said, "Not bad, the house is quite well built." When the Eternal Night Devil heard his words, he drank a mouthful of water and smiled at him. "Don't be angry. Since I'm in the human world, I should at least check it out. It won't affect my play." Bo Yang let out a long "oh" and deliberately raised his eyebrows. "Tomorrow, I promise I'll bring you out tomorrow," the Eternal Night Devil said. He looked at Bo Yang with a doting and helpless gaze, as if he was looking at a lover who was throwing a tantrum. Bo Yang knew when to stop. Anyway, he was not in a hurry now. It was not important whether they went to play or not. He said, "All right, you take care of your affairs in the human world, my busy master." After he finished speaking, he walked out of the door with his hands behind his back. He was not interested in the demon race's invasion of the human world, and he did not want to stay in the room and listen to those boring political affairs. "Where are you going?" the Eternal Night Devil asked behind him. Bo Yang said, "I'm just going to walk around. You can't expect me to sit in this broken house all the time, right?" The Eternal Night Devil thought for a while and said, "Don't go too far. I'll call you at any time." "All right." Bo Yang waved his hand helplessly and walked out of the door. With the Southern Sea Shark pearl in his hand, the Eternal Night Devil resisted the urge to keep him by his side and watched him leave. Coincidentally, a leader was called in for questioning and had been waiting outside. When he heard the conversation between the Eternal Night Devil and Bo Yang, he was shocked. This Xianxia was too disrespectful to the master, but the master did not seem to have any intention of punishing him. As soon as Bo Yang walked out, the Eternal Night Devil's cold voice came from inside. "Come in." The man in black who had been waiting outside hurriedly walked into the room. He did not dare to continue investigating the relationship between Bo Yang and the Demon King. Bo Yang said that he was going out for a stroll, but he did not know where to go. He just did not want to stay in the room all the time. This stronghold was built in a more secluded area, and the buildings were also built in a more low-key manner. The soundproofing was not very good. He stood outside the room, and with his hearing, he could easily hear the conversation inside. The master wants the subordinate to investigate the Children of Destiny. This subordinate has already brought the name list over. The man in black said in a low voice. "Children of Destiny?" Bo Yang immediately stopped in his tracks and pricked up his ears. "Oh, right. Children of Destiny." The Eternal Night Devil chuckled with a hint of indifference. "Since the name list has been brought over, let them have their fun. This time, let's get rid of them all at once." Bo Yang's heart tightened, and he continued to listen to the Eternal Night Devil's words. The Eternal Night Devil was preparing to make a move on all the Children of Destiny? The master is wise. The man in black flattered. "Where is the name list?" the Eternal Night Devil asked again. There was no sound in the room. The Eternal Night Devil was probably flipping through the name list that the man in black handed over. After a moment, the Eternal Night Devil's voice sounded again. "It seems that these are the rising stars of various sects and clans. There are also some who have been famous before," the man in black said in a low voice. They really don't know what's good for them. The Eternal Night Devil said slowly. Then he said, since so many people want to be the children of destiny, let's see who the real children of destiny is. His voice turned cold. Kill everyone on this list. His tone was casual, and he spoke of killing people as if they were a group of insects. Master, do you mean all of them? The man in black asked. All of them. The Eternal Night Devil said calmly, even if these people are not the children of destiny, they are still the pillars of the cultivation world. They are more difficult opponents for us to deal with, so they must be killed. Of course, don't make too much of a commotion. Your subordinate understands. After a moment, the door was pushed open again. Bo Yang pretended that he had just arrived at the door and continued to walk into the distance as if nothing had happened. The man in black bowed to him and left hurriedly. Bo Yang continued to pretend to be calm as he walked forward. As he walked, he thought to himself, it seems that the Eternal Night Devil's purpose in coming to the human world was not just to bring him here to play. Another important purpose was to organize the affairs of the human world and prepare for the invasion of the human world. He had thought that the Demon King had come to the human world for him. Thinking about it rationally, how could the Eternal Night Devil, a monarch, indulge in love all the time? He had his own ambitions and dreams. He had his own career. Beauties were important, but his kingdom was even more important. Love was one thing, but career was another. He, Bo Yang, was not Sudaji. The Eternal Night Devil was also not King Zhou, who was obsessed with love. It was just that the Eternal Night Devil acted like a young man who had just fallen in love. He protected him wholeheartedly, causing him to almost forget about this. But he had never doubted the Eternal Night Devil's sincerity, just like how he did not deny his feelings for the Eternal Night Devil. But behind the feelings, both of them had their own missions. Bo Yang did not intend to be a hero who saved the human world. His mission was to go home, so he did not intend to stop the Eternal Night Devil from invading the human world. His only hope was that his mission would not conflict with the Eternal Night Devil's actions. However, he had to find the male lead to level up and protect him from dying. It seemed that conflict was inevitable. Sighing, Bo Yang was a little worried. What should he do next? In a flash, it was night time. The Eternal Night Devil had just come to the human realm to take over some matters. There were many people he wanted to meet, so he had yet to come out. The sky of the human realm was full of moon and stars. Bo Yang wandered around aimlessly. As he walked, he wandered a little further away. Suddenly, he heard a commotion coming from the forest not far away. Who's there? He sensed an out-of-body stage cultivator approaching quickly. Help! Help! When the man heard Bo Yang's voice, he immediately rushed in Bo Yang's direction, shouting as he ran. His old voice was filled with fear. From the sound of his voice, it seemed to be a man who was not young. Bo Yang was alert. This was a desolate place. There was no sign of human habitation within 100 miles. Furthermore, Lu Jianfeng's people had set up a maze here. If someone were to barge in, they would be trapped in the maze. However, this man was able to break through the maze. The most likely reason was that he knew how to break through the maze. Bo Yang thought for a moment. In a flash, he appeared in front of the owner of the voice. The man's vision blurred. When he saw a person appear in front of him, he was overjoyed. He shouted loudly, "Save me, save me! Someone is chasing after me." Bo Yang used the moonlight to take a closer look. He smiled. The person who came was actually someone he knew. It was the Elder Chiu of the Black Cloud sect, who was a spy in the demon race. This Elder Chiu was very interesting. Back then, he betrayed his own sect and cooperated with the demon race. Later on, he ran to the immortal sect and cried miserably, claiming that the demon race had invaded. Later on, he became an elder of the Black Cloud sect and was very proud of himself. Although he did not openly offend the demon race, he did many dirty tricks in private. Lu Jianfeng reported all these things to the Eternal Night Devil. Bo Yang was there, so he naturally heard it. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still useful, the Eternal Night Devil would have asked Lu Jianfeng to kill him. Bo Yang did not have a good impression of this person. He smiled and said coldly, "I was wondering who was making a ruckus." So it's Elder Chiu. Elder Chiu seemed to recognize the person in front of him. He paused and said in surprise, "It's Lord Xia. Lord Xia, save me." He seemed to heave a sigh of relief, and his expression became less tense. Bai Yang sized him up and found that his clothes were ragged, his hair was messy, and there were some wounds on his face. He looked very miserable. "Who's after you?" Bai Yang asked calmly. Seeing one of the fiend world's 4 great protectors, Elder Chiu was completely relieved. Panting, he said, "It's that stinking brat called Zhou Ying. He found out about my secret and chased me all the way." Bo Yang, who was indifferent before, became nervous when he heard this. "Zhou Ying? Which Zhou Ying?" His expression did not change as he asked, "Who did you say was chasing you?" "Zhou Ying. That brat from the Tingyun sect. The one who took the dragon sword." Elder Chiu said hatefully, "I don't know how his cultivation suddenly became so high. I was not on guard at all. He suddenly attacked and I was heavily injured." "It really was Zhou Ying." Bo Yang was shocked. "Zhou Ying chased them all the way here." This was the stronghold of the demon race. Coincidentally, the great demon king was also here. Did he eat a bear's heart or a leopard's guts? Bo Yang was anxious. Then he thought, with Zhou Ying's personality and intelligence, he probably wouldn't come here to die. The most likely possibility was that he was chasing after Elder Chiu, and Elder Chiu purposely led him here to save his own life. "Why is he chasing you?" Bo Yang's mind spun quickly. He tried to find a topic to calm Elder Chiu down. "He found out that I worked with you to destroy the Black Cloud sect. Lord Xia, I am being chased because of you. You must help me." Elder Chiu saw Bo Yang and thought that he had found a helper. He continued, "He's right behind us. He'll be here soon." Bo Yang said, "You said he's here?" "Yes." Bai Yang immediately raised his head and looked behind him. What entered his eyes was a hazy black, and he couldn't see anything. However, Xiazetian's 5 senses were very sharp. He immediately used his magical power and covered a radius of 10 miles with his spiritual sense. Within the range of his spiritual sense, he found a figure. The figure was very fast and agile. He was wearing a black suit and had a mask on his face. However, Bo Yang recognized him at first glance. He was the person he wanted to meet, Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying had many fortuitous encounters. The dragon chant sword had told him the method to suppress his cultivation and spiritual energy. Therefore, it was very difficult for others to discover him when he hid his spiritual energy, unless he met someone who was very powerful. Unfortunately, Bai Yang was a very powerful person, and so was the Eternal Night Demon King. Damn it, this guy actually ran into me. If the Eternal Night Devil found out, he would be skinned alive immediately. Bo Yang recalled the order the Eternal Night Devil gave to the men in black during the day. He was determined to kill the so-called Chosen One. Zhou Ying had the dragon sword. If his cultivation hadn't reached the nascent soul stage, the Eternal Night Devil might not kill him. However, the method the dragon sword had taught Zhou Ying to suppress his cultivation might not work on the Eternal Night Devil. Once the Eternal Night Devil found out that his cultivation had surpassed the nascent soul stage, he would definitely kill him without mercy. No, he couldn't let him come. Elder Chiu was still saying, "That guy must be hiding his cultivation. His cultivation has long surpassed the nascent soul stage. I don't know what method he used. I must report this to Master and ask Master to kill him." Bo Yang slowly turned his head and stared at him coldly. Elder Chiu couldn't help but break out in cold sweat under his gaze. "Lord Xie? You're lying." Bo Yang said. "What?" Elder Chiu didn't understand. "There's no one around. Speak. Who sent you?" Bo Yang grabbed Elder Chiu by the neck and lifted him up. "I'm not lying. That guy really chased after us." Elder Chiu's face gradually turned red as he struggled to speak. Bo Yang couldn't let him continue. If he returned to the stronghold and told the Eternal Night Devil that Zhou Ying had chased after them, Zhou Ying's life would be in danger. No matter what, he couldn't let this news leak out. Bo Yang's gaze gradually became cold and merciless. Kill him. At that moment, a strong thought appeared in his mind, and he immediately carried out this plan. "Lord Xia, please let me go. I'm really not lying." Elder Chiu struggled with all his might. Bo Yang laughed coldly. Even if you're not lying, you still deserve to die. You actually lured someone to our stronghold. If that person leaks information about our stronghold, you won't be able to bear the responsibility even if your soul disintegrates. After he finished speaking, he didn't give Elder Chiu any chance to explain and directly shook his hand. The powerful demon clenched his fist with full strength, and the neck was the weakest part of the human body. Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Elder Chiu spat out a mouthful of blood. His limbs flailed for a moment before they finally fell limply to the ground. Until his death, he didn't expect that he wouldn't die in the hands of Zhou, but would die in the hands of Xianxia, who thought that he was a helper. After Bo Yang killed someone, he felt the warmth in his hand. The wind blew from afar, and his body felt cold. He hurriedly threw down the corpse. God, he didn't hesitate at all. The thought of killing someone popped up in his mind, and he actually carried it out immediately. It was as if killing someone was as easy as killing a chicken. This situation wasn't good. Unknowingly, he was being assimilated into this world. His thoughts were getting closer and closer to the survival of the fittest. Would his three views gradually change one day? No, now wasn't the time to think about this. Bo Yang felt that Zhou was chasing after him. Just as he was about to rush over and chase him away, he suddenly felt a familiar aura. He stopped in his tracks. In an instant, the Eternal Night Devil's figure appeared in front of him. Master, why are you here? Bo Yang didn't expect the Eternal Night Devil to suddenly appear. He was extremely shocked, and his expression was somewhat stiff. Fortunately, the darkness of the night was very thick, and it covered his unnatural reaction. The Eternal Night Devil was discussing in the room when he suddenly felt that Bo Yang's spiritual sense had increased. He took out the South Sea Shark Pearl and used his powers to observe what was happening to Bo Yang. He saw that Bo Yang was talking to someone, and then he killed that person. He was worried that Bo Yang was in danger, so he immediately put down the people in the room and flew over. Who is this person? He frowned and kicked Elder Chiu's corpse. Elder Chiu's corpse was kicked over by him, revealing a swollen purple face. Elder Chiu. The Eternal Night Devil said. Bo Yang was even more shocked. He didn't expect the Eternal Night Devil to know about Elder Chiu even though he had been in the devil world all this time. He originally wanted to report to the Eternal Night Devil that he killed a thief who accidentally broke into the barrier. Bo Yang couldn't think of a good excuse, and his mind went blank. What should he do? If he asked why he killed Elder Chiu, how should he answer? He probably hadn't spread out his spiritual sense yet. Once he spread out his spiritual sense, he would definitely find the male lead, Zhou. What if he also spread out his spiritual sense? What should he do? Bo Yang's heart pounded, and the veins on his temples throbbed. Just now, he seemed to say that someone was chasing him? The Eternal Night Devil turned his head and asked Bo Yang, who was frozen in place. When he took out the South Sea Shark Pearl, Bo Yang had already finished talking with Elder Chiu. The Eternal Night Devil only heard a few words, such as that brat, and didn't know anything else. So he asked this question to understand the cause and effect of this matter. However, Bo Yang didn't know how much the Eternal Night Devil knew about the situation. When he heard the Eternal Night Devil's question, his emotions surged again. How did the Eternal Night Devil know about his conversation with Elder Chiu? Could it be that he was hiding nearby? What should I do, Xiaoling? Did I expose myself? Bo Yang was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. Xiaoling comforted him in his mind. Sir, calm down. Calm down first and think about how to deal with this. Take a deep breath. Yes, take a deep breath. Bo Yang took a deep breath and gradually calmed down with Xiaoling's comforting words. His spiritual sense was still covering an area of 10 miles. Then, he realized that the male lead who was chasing after Elder Chiu seemed to have realized that something was wrong and began to retreat from the maze. It was good that he left. Bo Yang's spirit was lifted. He realized that he had to delay the Eternal Night Devil. In times of crisis, humans would always have unimaginable wisdom. Bo Yang purposely raised his eyebrows and said, I hate this person. When I destroyed the Black Cloud sect, I wanted to destroy him too. The Eternal Night Devil was a little surprised because Bo Yang rarely showed any hatred towards someone. Why? He betrayed us and tried to kill us all. He even wanted to use us to achieve his own goals. Bo Yang said angrily, at that time, I only wanted to destroy the boundary stone and leave. I didn't want to destroy the entire Black Cloud sect because our foundation was too weak. If we caused too much of a commotion, the various sects in the human world would be in danger and our actions would be very difficult. As he spoke, he pointed at the corpse on the ground and said angrily, but this person didn't listen to orders and killed all the elders and disciples of the Black Cloud sect. He spread the news of the Black Cloud sect to the entire cultivation world. The Eternal Night Devil nodded. I know about this too. Bo Yang continued, just now, he rushed in and shouted that someone was chasing after him. But I checked within a radius of 10 miles and there was no trace of anyone else. This person was obviously causing trouble on purpose to expose our whereabouts, so I killed him in a fit of anger. The Eternal Night Devil was silent for a moment and said, Zai Tian. Bo Yang's heart tightened. He knew that his reason was very far-fetched, but it was the best excuse he could think of in a moment of desperation. He didn't know if the Eternal Night Devil would believe him or not. The Eternal Night Devil stared at him for a moment and sighed. Zai Tian, don't let your emotions get the better of you. You killed him to avenge a personal grudge. He was still useful to you, but you killed him just like that. It's quite troublesome. I'm sorry, Master, please punish me. Bo Yang quickly lowered his head and apologized. The Eternal Night Devil stared at the top of his head for a moment, not knowing what to think. Forget it, it's fine to kill him. This kind of person even dared to betray his own kind. He can't be trusted. In the end, the Eternal Night Devil said. Bo Yang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Hearing the Eternal Night Devil's words, it seemed as if he had forgiven him for what he did. Before he could rejoice, the Eternal Night Devil's words made Bo Yang's bones turn cold. What he said should be true. Someone must have broken in. The Eternal Night Demon King looked at the black forest not far away. He doesn't have to lie about this. This time, you did act in a hurry. It's your fault. Master, what of Bo of the world? As. If the Eternal Night Demon King allowed him to investigate the person who broke into the maze, he could let the male lead leave safely. It's no use. That person has already left. I sensed that there was no one around just now. The Eternal Night Devil shook his head. In that case, we can't use this stronghold anymore. Let's evacuate tomorrow. Yes. Bo Yang lowered his head, hiding the complicated expression on his face. Master, do you still need us to send people to chase after them? No need, the Eternal Night Devil said. This stronghold has been used for too long. It's time to change it. But our passage is not far away. Bo Yang frowned. Don't worry, the Eternal Night Devil said. I'll get people to set up an array and keep watch at all times. Bo Yang relaxed his frown. We've been out for so long. It's time to go back. The Eternal Night Devil put his hand on his shoulder and said somewhat guiltily, I didn't expect that I would take so long to settle my affairs. I should have brought you on a sightseeing tour. Bo Yang's mind had yet to recover from the nervousness just now. Hearing this, he forced a smile and said, Master's great cause is more important. Don't worry. Once I'm done with my affairs, I'll bring you away, the Eternal Night Devil said seriously. I won't go back on my words. Bo Yang was stunned. The Eternal Night Devil trusted him so much? He didn't suspect anything when he said those words? He even wanted to bring him on a sightseeing tour, and he lied to him for the sake of another person. Did he know her secret or not? How long had he been in the forest? He didn't say anything. Was he waiting for him to confess? Looking at the Eternal Night Devil's back, Bo Yang felt uneasy. Suddenly, a bold idea appeared in his mind. Xiao Ling, I have an idea, Bo Yang said in his mind. Bai Yang said in his mind, can I tell the Eternal Night Demon Monarch about my origins and ask him not to kill Zhouing? Xiao Ling was shocked. Sir, are you crazy? If you really do something like that, the system won't let you go. Actually, I have a question. Bo Yang said, you said that if I do something that doesn't conform to the character setting, I will be punished by the system. But after such a long time, have I not done anything out of line? Why didn't the system punish me? You once said that if I interfere with the operation of this world or the plot, I might die. But I feel like I did something that interfered with the plot. Not only did the system not kill me, it didn't even punish me. Xiaoling fell into a confused silence. Indeed. According to the rules of the main system, Bo Yang did a lot of things that deviated from the plot and should have been punished. Even if he wasn't killed, he should have been seriously injured. But until now, the main system only appeared when they first arrived in this world. It didn't appear at any other time. Xiaoling, do you know the reason? Bo Yang continued to ask. Xiaoling was silent for a long time before saying, Sir, I don't know the reason. I understand the situation you're talking about. I also find it strange. Bo Yang was excited when he heard this. So I want to tell Ji Zixuan everything and ask him not to kill Zhouying, sir. Xiaoling poured cold water on him. If you tell the Eternal Night Devil everything, it's the same as telling him that you're not the real Xiezetian. You're also telling him that he's just a character in a book. Do you think he'll believe you? The biggest possibility is that he'll think you're crazy and continue to kill Zhouying. Okay, even if he believes you, how can he accept an outsider, a liar? Bo Yang was silent for a moment before he gritted his teeth and said, he likes me so much. He definitely won't kill me. Xiaoling, I don't want to lie to him anymore, Xiaoling said, are you sure? Are you sure he loves you so much that he can accept that you're a fake, a liar? Right now, the system isn't doing anything. So what if the male lead dies? Maybe I can go home. Bo Yang was excited and wanted to give up. Sir, you said that the system didn't punish you. I agree. I don't know what's going on either. But one thing I can guarantee is that the male lead is the backbone of this world. He's also the key to you going home. If he really dies, the entire world will collapse. So no matter what, you have to protect him. Bo Yang, Xiaoling's cold water calmed Bo Yang down. When Bo Yang came back to his senses, he felt that his thoughts just now were really crazy. Yes, if he told the Eternal Night Devil that he wasn't Xiezetian and that everything he did before was for another man, I'd be crazy to tell him that, Bo Yang shivered. What's wrong? The Eternal Night Devil noticed that he wasn't in the right state and turned to ask him. Bo Yang forced a smile and said, nothing. The Eternal Night Devil frowned slightly. Why do I feel that you're acting weird? Bo Yang's heart was in his throat. What's weird? Nothing. The Eternal Night Devil stared at him silently. Bo Yang's hands started to tremble. Could it be that he really heard his conversation with Elder Chiu? Xiaoling, did he find out? What should I do? Bo Yang was extremely nervous. Xiaoling quickly comforted him. Sir, don't worry. Let's listen to what he has to say first. If he didn't hear my conversation with Elder Chiu, why did he suddenly appear? When did he get here? Bai Yang's heart was filled with panic. Xiaoling didn't know how to comfort him and said, Sir, why don't we do this? Let's plan for the worst. What should we do if he finds out the truth? Bo Yang said, what else can we do? We can only run. There's nothing wrong with running. Xiaoling said. Bo Yang suddenly calmed down. That's right, we can just run. Unless the Demon King didn't give him a chance to explain and killed him with one slap, he still had a chance to escape. Jun Shang? Now that he had made his decision, he no longer panicked and pretended to be confused. The Eternal Night Devil was silent for a moment and said, are you angry with me? Angry? No. Bo Yang subconsciously denied. As long as you're not angry, I'll be thankful. The Eternal Night Devil sighed and said, I don't have a choice. Since I'm already in the human world, I can't just ignore everything. Don't worry, I'll bring you out to play tomorrow. Bo Yang instantly understood why he said that. He thought that he was angry. That meant that he didn't know his secret. Good misunderstanding. Since he gave him a way out, Bo Yang took the opportunity and said sadly, Master's career is more important. It's okay to delay my matter. The Eternal Night Devil quickly said, don't worry, I'll do what I say. I'll bring you out tomorrow. Bo Yang made a happy expression. Thank you, Master. The eternal night devil saw that his lover was happy and smiled. He touched his face and turned to walk towards the house. Bo Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Before he left, he looked at the dark forest behind him and didn't see anything wrong. Then he followed the eternal night devil back to the house. Sure enough, the eternal night devil kept his promise. That night, he gathered many people for a discussion. He checked most of the affairs in the human world and made some orders. He wanted to finish all the affairs in one night. Bo Yang waited until he yawned. The eternal night devil saw that he was very sleepy and felt sorry for him. He let him go to sleep first. Bo Yang wasn't interested in official business. He yawned and lay back on the bed. He didn't even know when he fell asleep. Anyway, when he woke up, it was already the next morning. The next day, the eternal night devil took Bo Yang to see the scenery very early. You said that you want to see the valley waterfall in Anning Town, right? The eternal night devil asked. Waterfall? Bo Yang was so scared last night that he forgot about the scenery. Oh, yes, waterfall. We want to see a waterfall. After saying that, he forced a smile. I'm looking forward to it. The so-called waterfall in Anning Town was just an excuse he came up with. The main thing was that Anning Town was close to the foot of the Tingyun sect. It was very convenient to see the male lead. That was why he told the eternal night devil that he wanted to see the waterfall in Anning Town that day in the demon realm. If there was no waterfall, he could say that he heard wrong. The eternal night devil wouldn't care about such a small thing. Let's go. The eternal night devil was excited. In order to avoid trouble, the two changed into casual clothes and changed their appearances before leaving. They also took some spirit stones and put them in their Qianxia bag. They were ready to travel around like two ordinary mortals. In just one day, the two arrived at Anning Town. The eternal night devil grabbed a passerby and asked, "You have a waterfall here, right?" The person was probably a cultivator. After being caught, he was a little confused. Waterfall? What waterfall? The eternal night devil frowned. Didn't you say that you have a valley here with a waterfall in the valley? The person got the hint and immediately understood. You're talking about the valley 10 miles away. Bo Yang hurriedly said, yes, that's the valley. The person laughed. Then you remembered wrong. There is no waterfall in the valley, only a sea of flowers. I heard that some young couples love to go there. No waterfall? The eternal night devil was very surprised. Then he raised his eyebrows in dissatisfaction. You're not lying to me, are you? The eternal night devil was used to being high and mighty. When he spoke, he was very arrogant. Why would I lie to you? What's the benefit of lying to you? The person was a little angry. Why are you so unreasonable? Bo Yang hurriedly tried to smooth things over. I probably remembered wrong. I thought there was a waterfall. There is no waterfall, only a sea of flowers. The ordinary-looking young man said. As a cultivator, he was strangely caught and questioned. He was even suspected of lying. If it were any other time, he would have already lost his temper. However, the two people in front of him were very outstanding. Especially the one who asked the question just now. He looked very ordinary, but in front of him, he strangely made others feel inferior. Therefore, he did not dare to act rashly. If you want to go to the Sea of Flowers, you can go. Unfortunately, it's not the right time. The young man said. What's wrong? Bo Yang asked. The young man said, it's early spring now. The flowers in the valley have not bloomed yet. If you go, you will only see a sea of flower buds. The eternal night devil's face darkened. You mean we won't see anything? Yes. The young man immediately said. You haven't even seen the flowers, what are you looking at? Besides, that place is for lovers. Why would you two men go there? Don't go. A place for lovers? The eternal night devil caught the word. Yes. You don't know, right? That valley is a famous place for romance. Young men and women especially love to go there. In the Sea of Flowers, they pour out their hearts to each other and finally tie the knot. As the young man spoke, he started to laugh. Bo Yang was afraid that he would speak nonsense and anger the eternal night devil. He hurriedly said, "Thank you, big brother. I won't disturb you anymore." The young man laughed and walked away. A place for lovers. The eternal night devil was deep in thought. Bo Yang asked curiously, "Master? Do you like flowers?" The eternal night devil suddenly asked. Bo Yang answered instinctively, "Yes. Since we can't see the waterfall, it's not bad to see the sea of flowers." The eternal night devil smiled. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. "I'm very curious about what the so-called sea of flowers looks like." Bo Yang was lying for fun. He had a guilty conscience, so his attitude was very good. "Master, if you want to take a look, I'll accompany you." The eternal night devil coughed and turned his head away uncomfortably. "It's not that I'm interested. Anyway, there's nowhere to go. Why don't we take a look at the place that young couples like to go?" "Master, you're right." Bo Yang wasn't sure if the eternal night devil was suspecting him. He was nervous, but he was very cooperative with the eternal night devil's words. After the two asked for directions, they walked towards the valley and soon arrived at their destination. The valley was about 10 miles away from Anning town. It was a rather remote place. The road to the valley wasn't smooth. They had to climb over a tall mountain and walk down a curved path between two mountains to reach the valley. The path to the valley was paved with limestone. It was drizzling today, so the path was very slippery. Perhaps because of this, very few people came. Bo Yang and the eternal night devil didn't use instant travel. Instead, they walked down the limestone path like ordinary people. No matter how long the path was, it had an end. After about an hour, the two arrived at the valley. Strangely, there wasn't a single person in the valley. Perhaps because of the rain, no one came. The eternal night devil was in high spirits. Bo Yang had something on his mind, so he could only force a smile. Inside the valley, a very wide slope appeared in front of him. The grass on the slope was very dense, and there were a few small flowers scattered here and there. However, most of them were flower buds that had yet to bloom. Bo Yang thought, "I did come a little early. If I had come a little later, all the flower buds would have bloomed, and they would be as gorgeous as the sunset. It would be very beautiful." The eternal night devil was a little disappointed. Do all couples in the mortal world like to come to places like this? The scenery here was very ordinary. It was not a famous historical site, nor was it a famous scenic spot. It was normal for the eternal night devil to be disappointed. Bo Yang wasn't here to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Now that things had come to this, he could only bite the bullet and continue to enjoy it. This place is complete with mountains and rivers, and the environment is elegant. It can be considered a good place. He looked around and commented, "If the flowers bloomed, it would definitely be a magnificent scene." The eternal night devil thought for a moment and nodded. "You're right." Bo Yang said, "Looks like that person didn't lie. We did come a little early. These flowers haven't bloomed yet." The eternal night devil raised his eyebrows. He seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, he moved his lips and was about to speak. Suddenly, the laughter of a man and a woman broke the elegant silence of the valley. Bo Yang turned his head and saw a few young people walking down the mountain path. They were all dressed like cultivators in white robes. The men looked extraordinarily handsome, and the women looked delicate and cute. The one walking at the front was very handsome and arrogant. His nostrils were almost raised to the sky. He was surrounded by 4 women. The 4 women seemed to like him a lot, and they surrounded him and tried to please him. The man didn't say a word and nodded from time to time. From his expression, he seemed to enjoy being surrounded by women. There were 2 followers behind the man and woman. The 2 followers also had flattering expressions and tried to talk to the man from time to time. They talked as they walked, and soon arrived at the hillside. "Aya, what lover's valley! There isn't even a flower," a woman complained. "Brother Xianxia, let's go back." Another woman said, "This place is wet, and the flowers haven't bloomed. It's not fun at all." "That's right." The other 2 women nodded in agreement. The hillside was very spacious. The group of people talked as they walked up. Naturally, they saw Bo Yang and the eternal night devil. Bo Yang and the Eternal Night Devil used illusion techniques to change their appearances. They looked very ordinary, but their figures and auras were very unique. They immediately attracted the attention of the four women. "Who are you? Why are you here?" the two followers asked. "Don't you know that our young master is coming to the valley today, and no one else is allowed to enter?" Bo Yang suddenly understood. He was wondering why there wasn't a single person in the valley. It turned out that a rich person had booked the entire place. However, this valley wasn't a modern tourist attraction. No one could order others to not enter if they wanted to sell tickets. "I didn't hear," Bo Yang said calmly. "This valley isn't owned by your family. Why can't we come? Who are you? How dare you speak to our young master like this?" The other follower was furious. He pointed at Bo Yang's nose and said, "Do you know who our young master is?" Bo Yang asked calmly, "Oh? Who is your young master?" His gaze turned to the man in white in the middle. When the man saw Bo Yang and the Eternal Night Devil, his gaze was a little gloomy, and his face showed obvious displeasure. "Our young master is the young master of Mingjian Villa. He's also the child of destiny who destroyed the demon race and saved the world," the follower said proudly. "The young master of Mingjian Villa? Child of destiny?" Bo Yang was slightly stunned. He had never heard of Mingjian Villa. It was probably a small villa in some corner. But what's with the child of destiny? The Eternal Night Demon King, who was standing beside him, had not said a word since the appearance of that group of people. The expression on his face was also indifferent. However, when the lackey announced that the white-robed man was the son of destiny, that indifferent expression finally changed a little. "They said that you're the child of destiny?" The Eternal Night Devil suddenly spoke. His voice was low and his gaze was fixed on the man in white. The man in white seemed to shrink back under his gaze. Then, he glared fiercely and said, "What are you looking at? That's right, I'm the child of destiny. I've already said that only my people and I can enter the valley today. No one else can enter. You two, get out now." His attitude was very arrogant. The Eternal Night Devil's dark eyes flashed with murderous intent. When Bo Yang saw this, he knew that the Eternal Night Devil had the intention to kill. He quickly went forward and said to the man in white, "Child of destiny? How do you know that you're the child of destiny? You dare to question our young master's identity?" The two followers immediately jumped up and shouted, "Our young master has already been accepted by the Tingyun sect and is personally taught by the sect master. The Tingyun sect has already recognized our young master as the child of destiny. Who else dares to question him?" Bo Yang observed the Eternal Night Devil and said, "I remember that Phoenix City's Feng Xiang genius is the child of destiny. You're just an imposter. Hurry up and leave." He didn't have a good impression of this arrogant person, but he didn't want to kill more people, so he wanted to remind them to leave quickly. He pointed out that this person was an imposter, but he was actually saying it for the Eternal Night Devil to hear. He knew that the Eternal Night Devil wanted to kill the so-called child of destiny, but if he knew that it was an imposter, he wouldn't do it. Unfortunately, this group of people wouldn't listen to him. His words were like poking a hornet's nest. The man in white's face immediately darkened. "You dare to question my identity? How dare you? Yes, who are you? How dare you question our young master? You're too hateful." The others glared at Bo Yang. "If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be able to walk out of the valley." The man in white sneered and slowly pulled out his sword. "After tasting my sword, let's see if you still dare to say that I'm an imposter." Before he could finish his last word, the man in white had already raised his sword and attacked Bo Yang's face. He really didn't know what was good for him. Bo Yang didn't want to kill indiscriminately, but since the man in white didn't know what was good for him, he didn't need to be polite. Just as he raised his hand and was about to use his magic, a figure moved even faster and blocked in front of him. The man in white, who was originally attacking with great momentum, was pushed back by a strong force and fell heavily to the ground. "Young master! Young master, are you okay?" Several people quickly surrounded him and helped him up. "Get out of my way." The man in white was in a sorry state and shouted in exasperation. "Attack with me and kill them all." The eternal night devil's lips curled up slightly, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Child of destiny. Very well, since you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep, I won't be polite. Several people surrounded him with their swords. Bo Yang held his hands behind his back and stared coldly at them. The sound of weapons clashing was very clear, followed by a few screams. In an instant, all of them fell to the ground, all of them killed by the violent demonic chi. The man in white had the highest level of martial arts among them and still had a breath left. Seeing this, he wriggled on the ground in fear and begged for mercy. Let me go. I beg you. The eternal night devil walked in front of him and stepped on his head with one foot, pushing his head into the grass. He smiled and said, of all things to be, why did you have to be the child of destiny? Then, he exerted force with his foot and with a poof, something exploded. The flat hillside was in a mess. Several corpses were strewn all over the ground. The red blood splattered on the green grass. It was a stark contrast and was very eye-catching. Bo Yang was actually mentally prepared that the eternal night devil would kill these people. But seeing him use such a cruel and merciless method to crush them like ants, his heart was still greatly shaken. This was the villain of this book. Ambitious and ruthless. If he knew what he had done, would he also end up being stepped on by the eternal night devil? Bo Yang was a little flustered. After spending so much time with the eternal night devil and being pampered by the eternal night devil, he had forgotten the fact that the eternal night devil was actually a villain. Of course, he had no right to judge the actions of the eternal night devil. After all, his own hands were not clean. For example, the destruction of the Black Cloud sect and the killing of Elder Chiu without hesitation. Zetian? The eternal night devil's voice brought Bo Yang back to his senses. Bo Yang tried his best to calm himself down and focused his attention on the eternal night devil. Master? The eternal night devil looked around and frowned. It's not easy to come out and play with you. How disappointing. Bo Yang did not want to stay in such a messy place. He forced a smile and said, let's go then. We haven't seen the Sea of Flowers yet. The eternal night devil was a little dissatisfied. Bo Yang thought, there are a few corpses on the ground, and he still has the mood to look at flowers? Master, he wanted to persuade the eternal night devil to leave, but the eternal night devil looked at the corpses on the ground and suddenly said, I've got it. Following his words, the surrounding atmosphere changed mysteriously. It was as if a drop of water had fallen into a calm lake, causing ripples. The slight magic fluctuation spread out in all directions with the eternal night devil as the center. The eternal night devil raised his hand and the corpses on the ground emitted black smoke. Then, the corpses gradually withered and turned into a few skeletons. The eternal night devil absorbed the spiritual energy of the corpses and clenched his hand into a fist. When he opened it again, a majestic spiritual energy mixed with magic energy surged out and spread throughout the entire valley. The pure spiritual energy of the cultivators nourished the grass and trees on the ground. The budding flowers were full of spiritual energy, and under the urging of the magic power, they bloomed one after another. The flowers all over the mountain bloomed at the same time. In an instant, there were thousands of colors and it was a magnificent sight. Bai Yang, who was in the middle of it, was greatly shocked. The vegetation continued to grow vigorously and soon became lush. The dark green leaves and bright flowers covered the skeletons, and the skeletons were soon buried deep into the ground. Those people disappeared without a trace as if they had never been in this world. It was cruel and beautiful. It was coquettish and bloodthirsty. What do you think? Do you like it? The eternal night devil, who was dressed in green, smiled at Bo Yang. He seemed a little embarrassed and said shyly, this is all I can do. He stood in the middle of a brilliant sea of flowers, handsome and elegant, with a pure and flawless smile. Bo Yang was touched once again. Every time, he felt that he understood the eternal night devil, but every time, the eternal night devil would bring him a new shock. He killed without batting an eyelid. He wanted to bring disaster to the world. He killed people and turned their corpses into fertilizer, creating a splendid sea of flowers just to please her. Being with such a person made Bo Yang feel touched, scared, and a little excited. Bo Yang didn't know how to evaluate him, but when he stood in the sea of flowers and smiled at him, asking if he liked it, he knew that his heart had completely fallen. At this moment, he deeply understood that he had fallen in love with this person. Not only did he like how he doted on him, but he also liked some of his unique traits. No matter if it was good or bad. Bo Yang thought, if he wanted to go to hell, I would be willing to accompany him. I like it a lot, Bo Yang said as he walked over, took the initiative to hug the Eternal Night Devil's head, and kissed him on the cheek. The Eternal Night Devil was shocked, and then his ears quickly turned red. Zetian, Bo Yang kissed the other side of his face. This was the first time Bo Yang took the initiative to kiss him. After the Eternal Night Devil came back to his senses, he immediately took the initiative, hugged him, and pressed him into the sea of flowers. After another round of passion, it was already late in the morning. Bo Yang felt tired, so he was brought back to Anning Town by the Demon King to find a good inn to stay in. The Eternal Night Devil took good care of him. Maybe it was because the two of them had been working together for a long time, he learned to control his desires, and wouldn't take the opportunity to do it for a long time like before. Bo Yang was much more relaxed, and gradually began to like doing it with him. He was immersed in a wonderful feeling of happiness for the whole day, and even forgot that he had killed the elder Chiu to save the male lead, Zhou, until a man in black came at night. The man in black was sent by Lu Jianfeng. Lu Jianfeng was currently in Phoenix City, and couldn't come in person, so he sent a man in black to pass on a message. Currently, the Demon King didn't avoid Bo Yang when dealing with matters. Bo Yang was lying on the bed, and the curtains were drooping. The Demon King was discussing matters with someone outside the room. Master. The man in black knelt down on one knee, and respectfully said, Lord Lu sent this subordinate to ask Master something. What is it? The Eternal Night Devil slowly took out 2 teacups and placed them on the table, then poured the tea into the teacups. The man in black didn't dare to look at him, and said with his head lowered, Lord Lu saw Zhou in Phoenix City, and discovered that his power had reached the out-of-body stage. Lord Lu felt that something was wrong, and suspected that he was the child of destiny, so he sent me to report this to Master. Zhou Ying's cultivation has reached the out-of-body stage? The Eternal Night Devil's hands paused, and a dark light flashed through his dark eyes. Why didn't you report this before? Reporting to Master, Zhou Ying seems to be hiding many secrets. He used a special technique to suppress his cultivation, and no one could see through it. Then how did you find out? The man in black lowered his head even more. Lord Lu sent an assassin to kill the child of destiny, the young master of Phoenix City. Zhou Ying saved him, and our people were seriously injured. Zhou Ying's cultivation should have been out-of-body stage, and many people saw it at that time. The Eternal Night Devil waved his hand, and the teacup full of water fell to the ground with a crisp shattering sound. Trash. His gaze was extremely cold. What are you doing? You let the real child of destiny stay right under your nose, and yet you can't find out. Master. The man in black was shocked, and hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. We still can't confirm that Zhou Ying is the real child of destiny. Hearing his words, the Eternal Night Devil's face darkened, and he kicked him away. I said you were trash, and you really are trash. It's so obvious, and you still can't tell? Bo Yang had already woken up when he heard the conversation between the two. He quietly put on his clothes and walked out of the room. Master, don't be angry. We still can't prove that Zhou Ying is the real child of destiny. Seeing him, the Eternal Night Devil's expression improved. Why did you come out? Bo Yang's heart was beating like a drum, but he smiled. Master rarely gets so angry, how can I not come out? The Eternal Night Devil said, Zhou Ying should be the child of destiny that we can't find. Bo Yang's heart tightened, but he still smiled and said, Master, why are you so sure? So many people died in the secret fantasy realm, and he was the only one who survived. He was originally going to be put to death by 1,000 cuts, but you saved him by accident. He has the dragon sword, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. The Eternal Night Devil said solemnly. The previous children of destiny were also as lucky as him, as if the heavens were helping them. Bo Yang secretly swallowed his saliva. The Eternal Night Devil was indeed intelligent, and his calculations were accurate. It seemed that he couldn't fool him anymore. Then what is Master going to do? Bo Yang's heart was trembling. The Eternal Night Devil suddenly smiled and said, What else can I do? Kill him, As he spoke, he turned his head and said to the man in black, "Go and tell Lu Jianfeng to kill Zhou Ying at all costs." "Yes." The man in black replied loudly, and his figure disappeared from the room. Bo Yang stared at the back of the Eternal Night Devil's head, and his emotions fluctuated violently like waves. Xiao Ling screamed in his mind, "Master, the male lead can't die. If he dies, you can't live either." Bo Yang said in a low voice, "I understand. You have to save him, Master. You are a good person, and I don't want you to die." Xiao Ling said, "Out-of-body stage is nothing. If the Eternal Night Devil makes a move, Zhou Ying will turn into ashes in an instant." Bo Yang also understood the seriousness of the matter. I know, he had to think of a way to send the Eternal Night Devil away, and then go to Phoenix City to save the male lead. After the man in black left, the Eternal Night Devil's serious expression calmed down, and he smiled again. He walked to Bo Yang and said, "When you were asleep, I made a plan. Tomorrow, we will follow this plan." Plan? What plan? Was it a plan to kill the male lead? Or was it a plan to attack the human world? Bo Yang's mind was in a mess. The Eternal Night Devil didn't notice his abnormality. He walked to the table, picked up a piece of paper, and then opened it beside him. After opening it, Bo Yang discovered that the paper was just a map. The Eternal Night Devil excitedly pointed to a mountain range and said, "Right now, we are in Anning Village under the Tingyun sect. Tomorrow, we will set off from Anning Village and walk along this route." His finger followed a black trail across a series of mountains and lakes, and finally reached the desert at the end of the map. This route had mountains and rivers, and gathered all the beauties of the world. It was indeed a good route for sightseeing. To be able to come up with such a route, the Eternal Night Devil must have carefully studied the human world's geography and landscape before coming up with such a travel route. He was sincerely bringing him to sightsee. Seeing this map, Bo Yang's mood became even more complicated. What should he do, now that things have come to this point? He also had his own difficulties. "Mister, don't dawdle. Lu Jianfeng will definitely make a move. The male lead is in danger right now, we have to hurry over and save him," Xiao Ling said. Bo Yang said in his mind, "I know, that's what I'm thinking too." In the Phoenix City plot, the male lead Zhou Ying's 7-star physique was discovered. Although he defeated a lot of experts and was in the limelight for a while, those who coveted his dragon sword also became restless and wanted to kill him. At this time, the male lead was in danger, because whether it was the demon race or the cultivators of the human world, they all wanted to kill the male lead. In the story, the male lead escaped with serious injuries under the cover of the Phoenix City Lord's daughter, Feng Ming. In reality, there was a logical error in the story. At that time, with the demon race experts present and the powerful cultivators of the human world besieging him, the chances of the male lead escaping were very small. In the story, the male lead used a small universe and forcefully raised his cultivation to the Great Ascension realm to escape. However, this was actually very difficult to achieve in reality. Now Bo Yang had two choices. One was to obediently go sightseeing with the Eternal Night Devil and wait for the final result. He would bet on the male lead's luck and whether or not he would be able to walk out of Phoenix City alive. The other was to go to Phoenix City to watch over the male lead and save him at the crucial moment. Which choice to choose? The answer was very clear. Bo Yang's main purpose in coming to this world was to return to the real world after the trial. Since the mission had already progressed to this stage, he could not give up. After making his decision, Bo Yang said to the Eternal Night Devil, "Master, there's actually something I haven't told you." The Eternal Night Devil was waiting excitedly for his comments. Hearing this, he was slightly stunned. He put away the map and said, "What is it?" "The last few times I came to the human world, I received a piece of news. It said that the boundary stone is at a place called Heavenly Mountain in the north. However, I couldn't verify it, so I kept it a secret. Please forgive me, Master." Bo Yang suddenly knelt on one knee and said sincerely. Now that he was destined to destroy the Eternal Night Devil's plan, he hoped to make up for it. Anyway, he didn't want to save the human world. He just wanted the male lead to live. Since that was the case, he would tell the Demon King the location of the boundary stone and help him achieve his great cause. The Eternal Night Devil quickly helped him up. He frowned and said, "From now on, you don't have to kneel in front of me. Bo Yang raised his head. The Eternal Night Devil put his hand on his shoulder and patted his face gently. He smiled and said, "You are the partner I have chosen. You are me, and I am you. We control the world together. Our status is the same." Bo Yang was speechless. Bo Yang was speechless. To make a villain who did not go to primary school and was full of futile thoughts say such words, he must have really regarded Bo Yang as his most beloved person. Thinking about what he was about to do, Bo Yang felt very sad. Heavenly Mountain in the north. The Eternal Night Devil turned around and took the map again. He searched for the location that Bo Yang mentioned on the paper. Soon, he pointed at a mountain range. "It's this place." After a pause, he said excitedly, "There are 3 boundary stones. One has already been destroyed. I can't find any information about the other 2. I didn't expect you to have found the information." He walked around the room impatiently. "If it's true, my great cause is just around the corner. Since I'm in the human world right now, I might be able to take a look myself." Bo Yang had already expected him to react this way. The Eternal Night Devil's goal was to break the enchantment barrier and attack the human world. If he could tell him about the 3 boundary stones, he would definitely pay attention. Bo Yang smiled. "Why don't Master set off earlier to take a look?" The Eternal Night Devil hesitated. But Bo Yang knew what he was hesitating about and comforted him. "Let's get down to business first. We can go sightseeing at any time. Besides, if Master succeeds, the world will be ours. Why worry about not being able to play to our heart's content?" Xianxia's words caused a subtle change in the Eternal Night Devil's expression. He did not expect Xianxia to be so considerate. He was so touched that he did not know what to do. Now that he thought about it, not only had Xianxia told him about the boundary steel, he had even given up on sightseeing to allow him to do proper work. He was really too magnanimous and too adorable. He was touched. Seeing Xianxia becoming more and more attractive, his body began to stir. Bo Yang saw that he was moved and continued to tempt him. "Master, this matter should not be delayed. Maybe we should go and take a look." If the boundary steel is really there, the Eternal Night Devil suppressed the impulse in his heart and nodded. "You're right. Okay, let's go immediately, Master," Bo Yang said hurriedly. "I can't go with you this time." "Why?" The Eternal Night Devil frowned. Bo Yang swallowed his saliva and said calmly, "I went in and out of the demon world a few times. My aura has already been memorized. I'm worried that following you will expose my whereabouts. Besides, I don't feel very well. I want to stay here and rest." "You don't feel well?" The Eternal Night Devil immediately became nervous. "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" "I just feel a little tired. I don't really want to move." Bo Yang held his forehead and said, "If the boundary steel is really there, there will definitely be experts guarding it. I don't want to fight recently. I won't go this time." He looked at the Eternal Night Devil's hesitant expression and said, "Master, don't worry. I'll stay here and wait for you. When you return triumphantly after destroying the boundary steel, we'll go sightseeing according to your plan. Okay?" The Eternal Night Devil did not say anything. Bo Yang saw that he still could not persuade him. He gritted his teeth and suddenly leaned over to kiss the Eternal Night Devil's face. Then, he pulled his sleeve and said in his softest voice, "Okay?" After saying that, he had goosebumps all over his body. The Eternal Night Devil's body froze. His ears slowly turned red from the tip to the base of his ears. 2 red spots appeared on his face. Bo Yang continued to blink and said, "Master, I'm begging you. Can you promise me?" "Ugh." In his mind, Xiaoling pretended to vomit. Bo Yang endured his disgust and continued to act cute. The Eternal Night Devil finally could not resist his attacks and retreated in defeat. "Okay, I promise you." Bo Yang relied on acting cute and coquettish to fool him. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the Eternal Night Devil hugged him and dragged him to the bed. "Master?" Bo Yang exclaimed. "I can't take it anymore." The Eternal Night Devil's voice was low and hoarse. He panted heavily and tore off the clothes that he had just put on. Then, he grabbed Bo Yang's waist and rushed in. "Jun Jun Shang!" Bai Yang gasped in shock. this time they did it all the way until morning. Bo Yang had a guilty conscience, but he did not refuse. Instead, he tried his best to adapt to him and cater to him. He made the eternal night devil fall head over heels for him. "You're so passionate today." The eternal night devil panted and used more strength. "I really don't want to leave." Bo Yang was about to reach the peak, but when he heard this, he almost went soft. "No. You have to leave." "Ah." In the midst of his exclamation, the two of them reached the peak together. The eternal night devil kept kissing his face, lips, and neck. It looked like he was going to do it again. Bo Yang quickly pushed him away. "Master, don't delay the important matters." As he spoke, he pulled the blanket over his mottled body. The eternal night devil pulled the blanket off twice but could not get it off. He reluctantly got off the bed. "I'll help you clean up." Bo Yang could not wait for him to leave. "It's okay, I'll take care of it myself." "You can leave first." "No." The eternal night devil put on his clothes and walked out of the door. He asked the waiter to bring in a bucket of hot water. He insisted on cleaning Bo Yang before leaving the inn under Bo Yang's urging. After confirming that the eternal night devil had left, Bo Yang quickly got up and put on his clothes. He used instant travel 1,000 miles and rushed towards Phoenix City. The two of them were rare almighties with high cultivation. They used instant travel 1,000 miles very quickly. The eternal night demonic emperor had to leave right after spending time with his lover. His heart was filled with tenderness. He missed his lover very much, so he sent some people to the heavenly mountain. When he was resting halfway, he held the mermaid pearl in his hand and infused it with his magic power. He wanted to see his lovely lover. He thought that his lover would continue to lie in the inn and sleep. He did not expect that when he opened the pearl, he would find Bo Yang in an unfamiliar place. It looked like he was in a hurry. The eternal night devil was puzzled. Where was Zai Tian going? He wanted to continue watching, but a man in black came over and said, "Master, according to our intelligence, there's a barrier around Heaven Mountain. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to break in." The eternal night devil's attention was immediately attracted. "You mean there's a barrier around Heaven Mountain?" "Yes." The eternal night devil thought for a moment. "It looks like there's something strange about Heaven Mountain even if there's no boundary marker." Actually, he was not sure if Bo Yang's information was true or not, but he chose to believe in Bo Yang. He wanted to see for himself if it was related to the boundary marker. "Barrier?" The eternal night devil laughed coldly. "What kind of barrier can stop me?" He stood up and said, "Let's go." He did not know where Xianxia wanted to go, but he knew that with Xianxia's skills, there should not be much danger in the human world. So he decided to continue. The group of people disappeared on the spot and continued to head north like shooting stars. Bo Yang also quickly approached Phoenix City. Phoenix City was in the south and was far from the Tingyun sect. Bo Yang used all his strength and rushed for about 3 to 4 days before arriving. He did not stop along the way, regardless of whether it was day or night. He only rested for a short while before continuing his journey. This was because he knew that once the eternal night devil's order was passed down, the man in black would use a special method to send it directly to Lu Jianfeng in Phoenix City. However, he could not send a message to the male lead. Lu Jianfeng would act immediately, but he still needed time to hurry. This would create a time difference. During this time, the life and death of the male lead would be completely up to fate. He was so focused on his journey that he did not know that the eternal night devil was observing him every day through the South Sea Shark Pearl. After a few days, the eternal night devil became more and more curious about where he was going. He could see the anxious and serious expression on Bo Yang's face. Seeing that he was in such a hurry, he became more and more suspicious. However, he and his subordinates had already reached the polar regions in the north. They could not rush back immediately to investigate, so he also increased his speed. At noon on the 4th day, Bo Yang finally arrived at Phoenix City. Phoenix City was surrounded by water. A moat surrounded half of the city, and beyond the moat were mountains. Looking from afar, Phoenix City was shrouded in a layer of mist. It looked very ethereal. The city gate was bustling with activity. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. Phoenix City was a city where mortals and cultivators coexisted. The atmosphere was very strong, and there were many cultivators. Walking on the road, 1 out of 3 people was a cultivator. Bo Yang changed his appearance and mixed in with the queue to enter the city. When did the checks become so strict? A few young people dressed like cultivators in front of him were impatient and complained, "Didn't we just enter the city directly in the past?" His companions also expressed their dissatisfaction. At this time, the person in front of them turned around and said, "Stop arguing. We've been waiting for 2 hours. Why do we have to enter the city for checks? And we have to wait for so long?" "Hey," the person in front said, "it's all because of that Zhou Ying." "Zhou Ying, who is Zhou Ying?" the 2 young people asked curiously. "You don't know?" Probably because they were bored of waiting in line, the person in front of them began to explain that Zhou Ying used to be a disciple of the Tingyun sect. Previously, he obtained the dragon sword in the secret fantasy realm. Later, he stole the Tingyun sect's most valuable treasure, the Bianzhu, and was expelled from the sect. I heard that he joined the demon race. Before that person could finish speaking, one of the 2 young men exclaimed, "Ah, so it's that Zhou Ying. How did he join the demon race?" "Who knows?" That person shrugged and said, "He must have joined the demon race. Otherwise, why would he steal the Bianzhu when he was doing well in the Tingyun sect?" In the past, no one knew that he joined the demon race. Recently, Elder Qiu went missing and was found to be killed by him. Before Elder Qiu died, he left a letter saying that he found out that Zhou Ying had joined the demon race. If he died, it must be Zhou Ying's doing. A few days ago, Elder Qiu's body was found by Elder Lu, and Elder Lu decided to clean up the sect. Bo Yang, who was standing behind them, heard this and his heart tightened. Lu Jianfeng really did take action, and he blatantly killed the male lead by framing him. The other young man seemed to be calmer. "I remember that Zhou Ying saved the daughter of Phoenix City's city lord and did some chivalrous things. There's no conclusive evidence to say that he joined the demon race, so we can't jump to conclusions." "How can there be no evidence? Is Elder Qiu's letter evidence?" The other young man retorted, "Even the Tingyun sect's Lord Lu said that he was a traitor. Isn't that irrefutable? I thought it was strange before." More than 200 people in the secret fantasy realm died, and he was the only one who survived. He even got the dragon sword. His luck was too good. I think he had already joined the demon race at that time. Otherwise, how could a mere foundation establishment cultivator like him survive? After he came out of the secret fantasy realm, wasn't he going to be cut to pieces? In the end, a demon race suddenly rushed out and kidnapped him. Don't you think that's too much of a coincidence? When he said this, everyone nodded. That's right, that's right. Their discussion attracted the attention of the other people in the queue. The queue was too long, and everyone was bored. Others also came over to discuss enthusiastically. I heard that Zhou Ying is the son of destiny, so his luck is especially good. Nonsense. The others laughed and said, our Phoenix City's young Lord Feng Xiang is the child of destiny. Who does Zhou Ying think he is? That's right, the 2 young men who had started the discussion continued, alright, Zhou Ying has joined the demon race. What does that have to do with us lining up here? Don't you know about the demon race in Phoenix City? The Lord of Phoenix City and Lord Lu are currently trying to capture the demon race and Zhou Ying. Someone else said, right now, Phoenix City is under martial law and is strictly checking everyone who comes and goes. I'm afraid that Zhou Ying or the demon race will escape. Bo Yang quietly listened to their conversation from behind, organizing the complete plot from their words. Zhou Ying has already been exposed and is being hunted down. His situation is very dangerous. Wow. Suddenly, a cry of surprise attracted Bo Yang's attention. The people in the queue also became restless and raised their heads to look at the sky above Phoenix City. They saw a transparent barrier suddenly appear above the huge city, like a transparent glass covering the sky above the city. This large part of the plot appeared in Bo Yang's memory. In the Phoenix City plot, the male lead was framed by Lu Jianfeng as a member of the demon race. He was surrounded by many people and almost died. In order to prevent him from escaping, the Lord of Phoenix City released a barrier that only protects the city in times of danger. Once the barrier is activated, only people can enter and not leave. The barrier will last for 3 days. During these 3 days, the male lead will be hidden by Feng Ming in the city lord's mansion. If he wanted to find the male lead, he would have to go to the city lord's mansion. Bo Yang had a plan in mind and quietly lined up. Sure enough, not long after, news came from the front. Phoenix City has already activated the barrier, only people can enter and not leave. They asked everyone to think carefully before entering. When the people in the queue received the news, they began to discuss spiritedly. Many people in the originally long queue left. Some of these people left because time did not allow for it. Some of them knew that a great battle was about to break out in Phoenix City and did not want to be cannon fodder. After these people left, the queue was shortened by a lot. Bo Yang did not dare to act rashly and obediently lined up. After about 2 hours, he finally entered the city. With Bo Yang's cultivation, even if it was suppressed in the human realm, he would still be an existence that could run amok. After entering the city, he concealed his presence and quickly headed in the direction of the city lord's mansion. The entire Phoenix City was heavily guarded. Not only were there Phoenix City's cultivators patrolling everywhere, there were also cultivators from other sects searching everywhere. Just as Bo Yang entered the city, he felt a few extremely strong presences. The dragon sword on the male lead's body was a treasure that everyone wanted. No wonder these people rushed here in such a hurry. The city lord of Phoenix City was also the idea of the dragon sword. But he definitely did not think that the person he could not find was actually right under his nose, in his daughter's room. Bo Yang knew from the original novel that the male lead was in Feng Ming's room. He did not waste any time and directly hid his presence. He turned into a black shadow and floated into the city lord's mansion's backyard. The city lord's mansion was not a place where people could come and go. There were various arrays set up inside. If one accidentally touched them, everyone would be alerted. But Bo Yang had a lot of ways to deal with the arrays in his mind. He easily entered the city lord's mansion. He avoided the cultivators in the mansion and entered the inner courtyard. There were much fewer cultivators in the inner courtyard. After all, there were women's rooms inside. Bo Yang did not have the slightest sense of propriety between men and women. While the maids in the inner courtyard were not paying attention, he turned into a black shadow and floated in front of Feng Ming's room. Feng Ming's room did not have any enchantments. It was only separated by a thin layer of wall. That kind of wall had no effect on a powerful demon like Bo Yang. He used form shift to enter the room. Unfortunately, Feng Ming was in the room. Bo Yang quickly flipped onto the beam and acted like a gentleman on the beam. As the male lead second harem, Feng Ming was beautiful with fair skin, big breasts and a slender waist. Zhao Qing'er was delicate and cute. Feng Ming was gentle and dignified, generous and beautiful. Fierce Wind was one of the more refreshing and refined stallion novels. The male lead fell in love with another woman for a reason. He did not directly throw himself at her just because she was beautiful. He fell in love with Feng Ming because he was expelled from the Tingyun sect. In the original work, Lu Jianfeng, as the villain, had framed him many times. He was also envied by others, so he was finally expelled from the Tingyun sect. Of course, now there was another crime, stealing the Biyunzhu. It seemed that the male lead, Zhou Ying, took the blame for stealing the Biyunzhu. When he left the Tingyun sect, Zhao Qing'er, as the daughter of the sect master, was locked in the sect and could not come out. The two were forced to separate. When he was at his lowest point, Zhao Qing'er was not by his side. Therefore, he met the gentle and generous girl, Feng Ming. At this time, the male lead decided to completely let go of Zhao Qing'er because he felt that he was not good enough for Zhao Qing'er. He also did not want to drag her down. When he met Feng Ming, he rejected her at first. Later, by accident, the two fell in love with each other. Of course, the book also described that although Zhou Ying was very happy with Feng Ming, he often missed Zhao Qing'er. Zhao Qing'er was a cinnabar mole in his heart, the white moonlight. And Feng Ming knew that he loved someone else in his heart, so she still fell in love with Zhou Ying. In Phoenix City, Feng Ming did not hesitate to go against her father to save the male lead. This made Zhou Ying very moved, and he fell in love with her from then on. Zhou Ying, you must hold on. The room was decorated very elegantly. The male lead, Zhou, was lying on the bed quietly. He seemed to have fallen into a coma. His face was as white as paper. It was very bad. Feng Ming sat by the bed and looked at the male lead with tears in her eyes. I beg you to wake up. Just 3 days. After 3 days, the barrier will be removed. I will take you to find a doctor. You must hold on. Miss. A maid's voice came from outside the room. Feng Ming hurriedly wiped away her tears and asked, what is it? The maid respectfully said, the mayor invites you to Lu Huang Hall. Feng Ming hurriedly wiped away her tears and stood up from the stool. I'll go immediately. She looked at the unconscious male lead again. Gritting her teeth, she turned around and left the room. The door opened and closed with a creak. The room was very quiet. Bo Yang silently jumped down from the beam and walked to the bedside to look down at Zhou. His face was snow white and there was a faint green color between his eyebrows. His lips were very bright. It was probably because his breathing was stagnant and his spiritual energy was in disorder. Bo Yang placed his hand on his forehead and gently inserted his spiritual energy to investigate. As expected, the male lead's meridians were mostly broken and his spiritual energy was in disorder. It was already a miracle that he was still breathing. To be able to survive under the attacks of several experts was already a miracle. Bo Yang did not dare delay any longer. He hurriedly took off his shoes and got onto the bed, helping the male lead heal. While he healed the male lead, he also paid attention to the situation outside the room in case someone suddenly came in. Like this, half an hour passed. He was wholeheartedly focused on healing the male lead and did not notice that the shark pearl on his neck was emitting a weak light. Less than an hour later, Bai Yang helped Zhou open up the stagnant areas in his 8 extraordinary meridians. The male lead's 7 stars body was activated, and powerful spiritual power quickly spread from his dantian to his whole body, beginning to nourish his body. The male lead's 7-star body's overbearingness was that he could cultivate quickly and increase his cultivation quickly. Secondly, he could heal quickly after being injured. If it wasn't for his 7-star body, he would have died a long time ago and would not have been able to hold on until Bo Yang came to save him. Bo Yang saw that his condition was getting better, so he withdrew his hand and prepared to leave. At that moment, Zhou suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Don't go." Bo Yang was not prepared for him to wake up and was shocked. He did not want to expose his identity right now and quickly leaned back. At the same time, he turned his face away. Because he removed his illusion when he came to the city lord's manor, he was now showing his real face. "Don't go. Zhou." Ying's weak voice was heard and then there was no movement. Bo Yang secretly turned his head back and found that Zhou was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. He should have fallen asleep. Maybe he did not regain his consciousness just now. Bo Yang got off the bed with a fluke mentality and then used form transposition to leave the room. After 3 days, Zhou would be safe if he woke up and left Phoenix City. He could also rush back to Anming town as soon as possible and the Demon King would not find out. Thinking about it like this, it seemed that things were going smoothly, but Bo Yang did not know why his heart kept thumping, as if something was about to happen. After he left, the person who was originally unconscious on the bed opened his eyes again. Shock, disbelief, mood and other complicated emotions flashed through his eyes. In the distant North Pole, more than a dozen black figures suddenly appeared on the vast white snowfield. These figures were all wearing black cloaks. Their figures were strong and their movements were nimble. The leader at the front was very imposing and had a handsome face. It was the Eternal Night Devil and his group. The boundary has appeared. The scout rushed over and knelt down in front of the Eternal Night Devil. He said in a low voice, "Master, it's right in front." He looked up and saw a towering mountain range at the end of the snowfield. The mountain peak was surrounded by clouds and mist. It was like a fairyland. The Eternal Night Devil's expressionless face revealed a smile. His eyes flashed. "He didn't lie to me. Let's go." The group used instant travel 1,000 miles to move quickly and soon arrived in front of the mountain range. They were close to the mountain range. The mountain peak was majestic and towering. The wind at the foot of the mountain was especially cold. It blew loudly and caused the snow to hit their faces. It was very cold. In a place where ordinary people could not see, the eternal night demon king and the others could see a transparent enchantment appearing and disappearing on the mountainside. The waves of spiritual energy were like the waves of the sea, forming a strong wind of spiritual energy. It rolled up the snow and slapped all the living creatures near the heavenly mountain. The eternal night devil could feel the strong power and warning in the boundary. To be able to create a barrier that covered the entire Xianxia mountain range with such dense spiritual power, there must be a secret hidden in Xianxia mountain that the world did not want to know. The more it was so, the more the eternal night devil was sure that the boundary stone was inside. He was a little excited and wanted to see the person who told him about the boundary stone. Unfortunately, Bo Yang wasn't by his side. The eternal night devil couldn't share his feelings. He took out the shark pearl and injected spiritual power into it. He wanted to see his lover. Then, he realized that something was wrong. Xianxia seemed to be healing someone in a room. The eternal night devil frowned and injected magical power into the shark pearl again. Through the pearl, he carefully observed who Xianxia was healing. After a while, he saw the face of the person on the bed. It was a handsome young man. His eyebrows reached his temples and his nose bridge was high. His face was very pale and he looked like a human. He had never seen this person before. The eternal night devil's expression froze. He recalled that Xianxia had refused to accompany him to Xianxia mountain and had said that he would stay in Anning town. But in fact, he had secretly gone somewhere else. Xianxia had deliberately avoided him in order to secretly meet the person on the bed. After coming to this conclusion, the eternal night devil's expression changed. Now, he really wanted to know who this person was. Since when was Xianxia so close to a human? At this moment, Xianxia seemed to have finished healing and withdrew his hand. The person on the bed suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, "Don't go." Xianxia seemed to be shocked. He turned his head and covered his face. The person on the bed closed his eyes again. After a while, Xianxia turned around and quietly got out of bed. Before he left, he even covered the man with a blanket. "He has never covered me with a blanket," the eternal night devil was instantly enraged. He had completely forgotten that every time he went to bed with his lover, he was the one who made her want to die. How could he possibly cover her with a blanket? However, he didn't care and made a mental note to himself. She secretly went to see another man behind his back, went to another man's bed, and covered that man with a blanket. Every single one of these was a serious crime. "Master?" The voice of his subordinate brought the eternal night devil back to his senses. His spiritual energy was cut off. The connection with the shark pearl was broken. The eternal night devil glared at the person who interrupted him and said coldly, "What are you doing?" The poor man in black didn't know what he had done wrong when he saw the cold look on his sovereign's face. He stammered, I can't open the barrier, useless." The eternal night devil swung his sleeves and slapped the man in black to the side. The man rolled on the ground and then took 2 steps toward Sky Mountain. Although he really wanted to go back and interrogate Xianxia, he had already arrived at Sky Mountain. There were more important things to do. No matter what, he had to investigate clearly before he went back. No one could stop him. The eternal night devil approached step by step. He no longer restrained his aura. Instead, it spread out wildly. The men in black quickly retreated to avoid the range of his aura. More than 10 of them communicated with their eyes. "Master is angry." "Why is he angry all of a sudden? Can't the barrier be opened?" "I don't know." The eternal night devil's anger turned into strength. His face darkened. He made a few complicated gestures with his hands and his aura rose rapidly. The men in black realized that something was wrong and fled the scene as fast as they could. They were even faster than rabbits. When they reached a safe place, they heaved a sigh of relief and looked up at the eternal night devil. The barrier probably felt threatened. Dark clouds gathered above Sky Mountain. The wind and snow suddenly became stronger, bringing with it a shrill whistling sound. The devil chi around the eternal night devil had taken shape. His whole body was shrouded in black devil chi. After he made the gesture, he pushed his palms forward. The transparent barrier in midair buzzed. Countless snowflakes gathered into icicles and shot toward the eternal night devil. At the same time, other snowflakes gathered into an umbrella to protect the top of Sky Mountain. The devil chi around the eternal night demon king gathered and condensed, blocking the attack of the icicles. Meanwhile, the devil chi in his hand flew towards the barrier like a sharp sword. Then, it broke through the umbrella made of wind and snow and hit the transparent barrier. Like glass being hit, a few cracks appeared on the barrier. Then, it shattered. "Let's go." At the eternal night demon king's command, everyone followed behind him and headed towards Sky Mountain. The eternal night devil broke into Sky Mountain like a hot knife through butter. While he was wreaking havoc, he often checked on Bo Yang's condition through the mermaid pearl. Bo Yang hid quietly in Phoenix City. Every day, he would enter the city lord's mansion to check on Zhou Ying's condition and tidy up his meridians. The eternal night devil got angry every time he saw this. His anger kept rising. Especially when he found out that the person Bo Yang saved was the chosen one, Zhou Ying. He was so angry that he almost went back to teach him a lesson. While he was angry, he also felt an indescribable sense of danger. In the past, Xianxia was a playboy and kept many beauties in his harem. However, the eternal night devil did not take it to heart. He felt that it was Xianxia's hobby before they got together. But now, Xianxia had disbanded his harem for him. Now, he secretly kept a man from the mortal realm. Xianxia was very concerned about him. This man must have a high position in Xianxia's heart. The eternal night devil was very angry. He felt that he had been cheated on. Fortunately, he was still rational. He did not go back immediately. Instead, he suppressed his anger and continued to move forward. Finally, he found the boundary stone. The eternal night devil found the boundary stone and activated the protective array. The corpses underground came back to life and tried their best to protect the boundary stone. However, they were easily defeated by the angry eternal night devil. They turned into dust and disappeared. Seeing the boundary stone, the eternal night devil's anger subsided a little. At least Xianxia did not lie. He did not deliberately trick him into coming to the North Pole. The information he gave was correct. He had found the location of the boundary stone and made a great contribution. However, on second thought, Xianxia had already found the boundary stone but did not tell him. Now that he suddenly told him, it should be because he knew that the eternal night devil was going to kill Zhou Ying. Therefore, he told him the location of the boundary stone to lure him away. Thinking of this, the eternal night devil gritted his teeth in anger. That man is so important. When did they hook up? He hooked up with someone else after having me. He secretly kept a lover behind my back. Bastard. The eternal night demon emperor was so angry that he was about to explode like a balloon. At this time, he did not think about other things. Instead, he analyzed Xianxia's behavior and thought that Xianxia was a playboy. While he was hooking up with him, he was also hooking up with other lovers. He was living a playboy life. Maybe he did not *ck him enough, so he still had the energy to find someone else. The eternal night devil's thoughts were boiling. He gritted his teeth and crushed the boundary stone with one foot. While he was exploding in anger, Bo Yang did not know about it. He was still dreaming of quietly returning to the inn and pretending that nothing had happened. In the blink of an eye, it was the fourth day. Phoenix City City Lord and Lu Jianfeng brought people to search the entire city, but they could not find the heavily injured and dying Zhou Ying. They did not know that the person they could not find was actually right under their noses. Helpless and forced by public opinion, Phoenix City City Lord could only remove the barrier and allow people to enter and leave freely. The opportunity for the male lead, Zhou Ying, to leave had arrived. On the third day, Bo Yang spent the entire time in the city lord's residence. He hid himself and hid on the beam, waiting to see how the male lead and Feng Ming would act. At night, Feng Ming did not sleep. She stayed in the room and walked around, looking out the window from time to time. The male lead, Zhou Ying, was much better under Bo Yang's careful care. Although his face was still pale, he was able to move freely. He got down from the bed and sat on a chair to wait calmly. The two of them had changed into the city lord's residence's servants' clothing, a very low-key gray outfit with a small hat on their heads. The atmosphere was heavy. Everyone in the room was quietly waiting for a certain opportunity. No one spoke. The sky became brighter and brighter. the sky was turning white. The sound of a distant bell could be heard, indicating the beginning of a new day. Feng Ming immediately stood up, pushed open the door, and looked up at the sky. Bai Yang also used displacement transposition, and silently moved to the roof. Golden threads appeared in the middle of the dark blue sky. This was a sign that the sun was about to appear. Ripples appeared in the sky above the entire city. Immediately after, these ripples spread throughout the entire city. As the ripples appeared again and again, the barrier above the city began to melt. It quickly turned into particles and disappeared between heaven and earth. Everything was silent. Feng Ming's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. She quickly entered the room and said to the male lead in a low voice, "The barrier has been removed. Let's go." The male lead nodded and stood up. Sister Feng Ming walked to his side and held his arm. Taking advantage of the fact that most of the people in the city lord's residence had not woken up, they secretly left the room and walked into the inner courtyard. This action was very daring, but they had no other choice. If they waited until dawn and everyone woke up, it would be difficult for them to even leave the city lord's residence. The city lord's manor's guards were yawning, looking a little tired, but most of them were still loyal to their duties and patrolled seriously. Feng Ming and the male lead walked out of the inner courtyard and immediately met a group of guards. Feng Ming was shocked and hurriedly supported the male lead to retreat into the nearest empty room in the inner courtyard. "Who's there?" The leading guard's cultivation level was not bad, so he immediately shouted. Feng Ming was a little panicked. Bo Yang hid on the roof, lifted up a tile, and threw it towards the courtyard in the distance. The movement was very small, as if someone was running in the courtyard. "Over there." The guards immediately chased in the direction of the sound. Feng Ming and the male lead were hiding in the room. When they saw the guards chasing in another direction, they immediately took the opportunity to run out of the room. Thus, under Bo Yang's secret protection, the two of them safely left the city lord's manor. Feng Ming prepared a carriage in the back alley of the city lord's manor. The carriage was brightly colored, embroidered with flowers and auspicious clouds, with silk ribbons hanging from the four corners. It was obvious that it was a woman's carriage. In the cultivation world, in order to show off their status, cultivators would usually fly on their swords or use teleportation to travel thousands of miles. They wouldn't use a mortal carriage. There were many cultivators and mortals in Phoenix City, so using a carriage was a good cover. Bo Yang continued to hide in the shadows and followed closely. "There's a set of clothes inside, quickly change into them," Feng Ming hurriedly said as she helped the male lead into the carriage. The male lead got into the carriage and saw the clothes inside. He said in shock, "Women's clothes?" Bo Yang heard his exclamation and laughed on the roof. In the Phoenix City plot, Feng Ming really did dress the male lead as a woman to get out of the city. "It's a special time, so I'll have to ask Brother Zhou to put up with it." Feng Ming's voice was gentle and sweet. The male lead wasn't too willing. After all, he was dressed as a woman in front of the woman he liked, but the situation forced him to change into women's clothes. When the two of them were ready, Feng Ming drove the carriage out of the city. At this time, the sky was already bright. Because Phoenix City's barrier had been closed for 3 days, everyone was locked inside the city. After 3 days, many people wanted to leave the city. Feng Ming drove the carriage to the city gate. She must have investigated who was on duty today, so she didn't hesitate to go to the east gate. At the eastern city gate, 2 young cultivators were quarreling with someone. There was already a queue at the entrance. "What's wrong with your Phoenix City? With a single order, we can only enter and not leave, causing us to be unable to leave the city. Now, we are procrastinating and even have to be inspected before we can leave. You guys are too overbearing." After being locked up for 3 days, many people in the city were very angry. They did not dare to vent their anger on the city lord, so they could only vent their anger on the gatekeeper. "That's right. Hurry up and let us out of the city." A group of mortals surrounded the city gate and shouted. The 2 young cultivators guarding the door were probably inexperienced and were at a loss when faced with this kind of situation. They quickly said, "Everyone calm down, everyone calm down. Line up, one by one. Hurry up. We will never come back to this kind of damned place again," an arrogant person said angrily. Feng Ming saw the scene in front of her and quickly drove the carriage to the side, preparing to find someone to be the coachman. With her status, she would definitely arouse suspicion if she drove the carriage herself. She also did not dare to use the city lord's residence as coachman. She was afraid that she would expose herself, so she prepared to find someone to drive the carriage next to the city gate. However, she neglected a fact. It was very early and there were not many people coming and going. It would be very difficult to find a coachman. After asking a few people who did not know how to drive, Feng Ming was very anxious. Right at this time, Bo Yang, who had changed his appearance, deliberately walked to her side. "Miss, I heard you are looking for a coachman?" Yes, as long as you can take us out of the city," Feng Ming said as she pointed at the carriage beside her. "This carriage. As long as we leave the city, I will give you a generous reward. Miss seems to be in a hurry." "I am willing to help, but the price." Bo Yang deliberately pretended to be greedy and stretched out 2 fingers to pinch it. As the city lord's residence's daughter, Feng Ming naturally did not care about money. She immediately said, "I will give you a high-grade spirit stone and you will immediately take us out." "Alright, don't worry. As long as I drive the carriage, I will definitely take you out of the city safely," Bo Yang said with a smile and made an inviting gesture. Feng Ming did not understand the meaning behind his words. She was only happy that she found a coachman. She quickly jumped down from the coachman's seat and climbed into the back carriage to stay with the male lead. Bo Yang jumped onto the horse and shook the reins. Relying on his body's memory, he drove the carriage out of the city gate. The sky was getting brighter and brighter. Probably because the line was too long, the curtain of the carriage was lifted. Feng Ming poked her head out and said to Bo Yang, "We don't need to line up. You can go directly." Bo Yang said, "Yes, Mississippi." After saying that, he directly drove the carriage past the line and went to the city gate. The 2 young cultivators guarding the gate were already irritated by people. When they saw the carriage barging in, they impatiently said, "Go to the back and line up." Feng Ming poked her head out of the carriage. "Do I also need to line up?" When the 2 young cultivators saw Feng Ming, their faces immediately changed. "Miss, I am going out of the city to play with my sisters. You guys can move aside." Feng Ming was still relatively calm. When they heard Feng Ming's words, the 2 cultivators looked at each other in dismay. They were probably thinking, with such a big thing happening in Phoenix City, Miss is still in the mood to play. One of the cultivators stepped forward and braced himself. "Miss, the city lord has ordered that if anyone leaves the city, they must be checked before they are allowed to pass. Can you let us check?" Feng Ming raised her eyebrows. "Even my carriage needs to be checked?" Although the 2 cultivators were trembling with fear, they were still firm. "Miss, this is our duty." Feng Ming saw that she couldn't fool them, so she said, "Okay, you guys hurry up." The 2 cultivators came forward to check. One checked Bo Yang, while the other went up the carriage to check. Bo Yang's cultivation level was much higher than the 2 cultivators. No matter how they checked, they couldn't find anything. The other cultivator went up the carriage. With just a glance, the woman inside shyly turned her eyes away. "My friend is a mortal woman. Don't scare her," Feng Ming said. The cultivator only saw half of her pretty face. When he was about to take a closer look, the woman suddenly let out a shrill voice, "Annoying, hoodlum." Then she hid behind Feng Ming. Hearing this voice, Feng Ming's expression froze. Bo Yang almost fell off his horse. Stabilizing his mind, Bo Yang deeply admired the male lead Zhou Ying's acting skills. It wasn't easy for him to scream like this. On the other side, Feng Ming reacted quickly. She immediately raised her eyebrows and reprimanded, "What are your eyes looking at? Hurry up and get off." The 2 cultivators didn't have much experience. They were trembling with fear. When they saw that the male lead was wearing women's clothing, they thought that he was a woman. They hurriedly got off the carriage and cupped their hands towards the carriage. "Miss, please forgive us." Then he raised his hand to signal for the carriage to open the door and let Feng Ming and the others out. Bo Yang drove the carriage out of the door. Feng Ming and the male lead were both covered in cold sweat. When they reached a place not far from the city, Feng Ming called out from the carriage, "Driver, stop." Bo Yang stopped the carriage. "Miss? Okay, you can go." Feng Ming got off the carriage and handed a spirit stone to Bo Yang. don't mention today's matter to anyone. After saying that, he gave Bai Yang another spirit stone. Bo Yang said, don't worry. He originally planned to take the spirit stone and leave, but when he raised his head, he saw a group of people coming out of the city gate. The leader was actually Lu Jianfeng. Feng Ming's little trick could fool other people, but it definitely couldn't fool Lu Jianfeng. Lu Jianfeng's spiritual perception was very strong. It was comparable to Bo Yang's. In addition, he had a group of powerful hidden guards. It would be strange if the male lead could escape. What to do? If he used his magical power to take away the male lead, Lu Jianfeng would immediately sense his presence and expose him. If he didn't save the male lead, Lu Jianfeng would immediately discover him and kill him. At that time, would he have to shed all pretense of cordiality with him? No, now wasn't the time. Bo Yang turned to Feng Ming and said, Miss, you gave me so many spirit stones. I'll send you off again. Then he hugged Feng Ming, who hadn't reacted yet. He jumped onto the horse and quickly drove the carriage in another direction. Feng Ming was carried to the carriage. She was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She gritted her teeth and said, What are you doing? Bo Yang put her down on the side of the seat and said calmly, I'm sorry for offending you. Feng Ming was shocked and angry. Just as she was about to explode, the cross-dressed male lead poked his head out of the carriage. Feng Ming, let him take us away. These words stunned both Feng Ming and Bo Yang. Feng Ming was surprised by the male lead's actions. Bo Yang was wondering if he had exposed himself. It couldn't be, right? Could it be that he really saw my face when I helped him treat his injuries that day? No, even if he saw my face that day, I've used illusions to change my appearance. The male lead shouldn't be able to recognize me, unless he could see through my illusions. Although Xiaozitan's illusions were terrible, with the male lead's current cultivation, he shouldn't be able to see through it, right? Bo Yang wasn't sure, but the current situation didn't allow him to think carefully. Lu Jianfeng had already used instant travel to 1,000 miles to chase after them. Bo Yang used his spiritual power to drive the carriage. The carriage drove very quickly. Feng Ming finally reacted, You, who are you? A country bumpkin. Bo Yang looked at her shocked expression and couldn't help but tease her. It felt so good to act pretentious. He was very happy to tease her, but he didn't know that the shark pearl on his neck was emitting a faint light. In a distant place, a pair of eyes were staring at him. He quickly drove the carriage into the nearest dense forest. Then he stopped the carriage and said, Hurry up and leave. After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. In the original story, the male lead would encounter the Phoenix City's city lord after leaving the city. After a great battle, the male lead was forced to forcefully raise his cultivation to the Great Ascension stage before he could escape. The entire process didn't mention Lu Jianfeng's appearance. Now that Lu Jianfeng suddenly appeared and chased after him, it was a variable to the male lead's safety. Therefore, Bo Yang had to lure Lu Jianfeng away. Otherwise, the male lead would immediately die if the two experts attacked from both sides. Bo Yang didn't dare to take the risk as it concerned his own life. He also wanted the male lead to leave smoothly and not bump into the Phoenix City's city lord. However, he didn't know where the male lead bumped into the city lord. The original story's description was very vague. Secondly, he had to lure Lu Jianfeng away, so he couldn't care too much. Lu Jianfeng must have heard that Feng Ming left the city and was suspicious, so he chased after her. With his cultivation, it was easy for him to detect the aura of Feng Ming and the male lead. Bo Yang came to the side of the road and waited for Lu Jianfeng to catch up. He immediately used his magic and shot it at Lu Jianfeng. Lu Jianfeng sensed his presence and stopped chasing. Bo Yang got up and flew in another direction. Lu Jianfeng didn't dare to expose himself and said to the people following him, You guys continue to chase. If you see Miss Feng, you must ensure her safety. As for Zhou, kill him without mercy. Yes. The people behind him responded in unison, and flew off in 4 different directions. After Lu Jianfeng finished giving orders, he followed Bo Yang's scent and quickly came to the back of a large tree. Lord Xia, why are you here? Lu Jianfeng saw Bo Yang behind the tree and was a bit puzzled. Master also came? Bo Yang's heart was beating fast, but his face was very calm. With his hands behind his back and his head held high, he said, Master didn't come, only I came. Lu Jianfeng frowned and was a bit puzzled. What are you doing here? Bo Yang calmly said, I'm here to help you. Help me? Lu Jianfeng laughed, everything is going smoothly, I don't need anyone's help. Bo Yang knew he didn't believe him and said the words he had prepared, do you know you're about to be exposed? When Lu Jianfeng heard this, he was a bit surprised and said, me? Exposed? Bo Yang nodded. Lu Jianfeng's information was too fast and he was also very smart. The male lead would have a hard time escaping from his grasp. Only by making him give up the chase would the male lead have a chance to live. He slowly said, do you know that the evidence you used to frame Zhou Ying is not perfect? This matter should have been handled by Phoenix City's city lord, but you exposed yourself in a rush for quick success. Zhou Ying's life is very important, but your identity is even more important. Do you know that there are already people who are beginning to suspect you? Lu Jianfeng's face showed surprise, someone is suspecting me? Who is it? Zhou Ying and Miss Feng. Zhou Ying found out that Elder Qiu of the Black Cloud sect was a spy in the demon race and found out about our stronghold. You should know that Master changed the location of our stronghold because of this, right? Lu Jianfeng knew about this. He nodded, his brows furrowed. Zhou Ying was able to track down Elder Qiu and chase him all the way to our territory. There should be someone else behind him. Bo Yang blindly bluffed a few times. In any case, his words were both true and false. It was fine as long as no one could see through his lies. Sure enough, once Lu Jianfeng was led astray by him, he, who was naturally suspicious, was immediately led astray. He thought that it would be difficult for Zhou Ying to find out that Elder Qiu had broken into the demon race's stronghold by himself. Could it be that there was someone behind him? It was highly possible. If that was the case, he would expose himself by framing him in private. If he was exposed now, there were many things that he hadn't done properly. He was afraid that his arrangements in the human world would be ruined. Bo Yang didn't say anything. He stared at Lu Jianfeng's expression. Seeing that his expression kept changing, he knew that Lu Jianfeng was thinking too much. Striking while the iron was hot, he said, Master gave the order to hunt down Zhou Ying because he might be the chosen one. However, his life is important, but your life is more important. Your life and identity are tied to the great cause of the demon race in the human world. You must not be exposed. Right now, the cultivation world is in a state of panic. Everyone knows that there is a demon race in the human world. We must be careful. Originally, Phoenix City gathered everyone for a meeting to discuss how to deal with the demon race. Lu Jianfeng was part of the meeting and knew the inside story. Therefore, Bo Yang's words struck a chord in his heart. Because of the destruction of the Black Cloud sect, the entire cultivation world was on guard against the invasion of the demon race. They had to be even more careful. Thinking about it this way, Lu Jianfeng also felt that his pursuit of Zhou Ying was a bit too high profile. If you take the lead in Zhou Ying's matter, it's hard to guarantee that others won't suspect you. The evidence you used to frame Zhou Ying isn't perfect. If someone wants to investigate, it's very likely that they'll find you. Lu Jianfeng frowned, then what do you think I should do? Hearing him ask this, Bo Yang secretly sighed in relief. It seemed that he had been fooled. Don't take the lead. There are plenty of people who want to kill Zhou Ying. Why should you take the lead? You mean? Kill with a borrowed knife. Bo Yang softly spat out a few words. Lu Jianfeng's brows relaxed and he nodded, you're right. The Lord Xia is very thoughtful. Bo Yang's heart thumped as he continued, call back your shadow guards. Tell them not to act rashly. You shouldn't do anything either. I don't have any status in the human world, so it's convenient for me to do things. Just leave the rest to me. Lu Jianfeng believed his words not because Bo Yang was very persuasive, but because the situation at this moment was very tense. He didn't want to make a big fuss. There were many powerful people in the human world who were invited to the gathering in Phoenix City. If his own people acted, they would probably be noticed. Lord Xia, I have a question. Why did you come to help me? Is it the master's order? Lu Jianfeng wasn't easy to fool. He had some doubts about Bo Yang's intentions, but he didn't think that Xia Zetian wanted to save Zhou Ying. The main reason was that Xia Zetian had no reason to do so with his status in the demon world. He thought that Xianxia suddenly intervened in his affairs to seize power. Bo Yang's heart tightened. Fortunately, he had been in the demon world for a long time and his mental fortitude had hardened. He said without changing his expression, "It's not the master's order." The master went to the polar north to investigate the boundary monolith. I can't stay in Anning town and do nothing. Since the master wants the chosen one's life, I'm naturally willing to serve. Lu Jianfeng sneered inwardly. As expected, he came to seize power. What a bootlicker, the bootlicker Bo Yang continued to speak righteously. Lord Lu, I don't have any status in the human world. In terms of action, it's more convenient for me to hunt down Zhou. Lu Jianfeng weighed the pros and cons for a moment and was very shaken. Is this the master's idea? Lu Jianfeng finally asked. Of course not. Bo Yang still didn't panic because he had already expected Lu Jianfeng to ask this question. He kept silent. After a moment, Lu Jianfeng said, I understand. I'll withdraw all the shadow guards. Bo Yang thought to himself, Big brother, you understand this yourself. I didn't say anything. I never said that there was an order not to kill Zhou today. Lu Jianfeng took out a flute and played it. The sound of the flute drifted very far away. After a moment, he put away the flute and said to Bo Yang, I've already sent the shadow guards away. The rest is up to the Lord Xia. Bo Yang suppressed the excitement in his heart and nodded calmly. Wait for the good news. He smiled at Lu Jianfeng and then disappeared from where he stood. Lu Jianfeng stood on the grass and thought for a moment. In the end, he turned around and returned to Phoenix City. Bo Yang walked for a while and turned back. Seeing that Lu Jianfeng had returned to Phoenix City, he let out a sigh of relief. He had finally fooled him. Next, he would catch up to Zhou and take him away. After fooling Lu Jianfeng, Bo Yang continued to chase in the direction the male lead left. He released his spiritual perception and felt the direction the male lead was moving in. Just as he was about to chase after him, he felt several powerful auras chasing in the male lead's direction. And in the direction the male lead was heading, there was another powerful aura waiting in front. Bo Yang's mind was unprecedentedly clear. He immediately determined that the powerful aura waiting in front should belong to the Lord of Phoenix City. After all, there was a description of the battle between the male lead and the Lord of Phoenix City in the original work. The other powerful auras should belong to the powerful cultivators in Phoenix City who coveted the dragon sword. Now, these people all wanted to kill the male lead. Each of them was a powerful figure. If they all attacked together, the male lead would have no chance of survival. And this was even after Lu Jianfeng was transferred away and the demon race didn't participate in the pursuit. Bo Yang sighed. Even if Lu Jianfeng left, it would be very difficult for the male lead to escape alive. The sky was already bright. A red sun rose from the mountain peak into the sky. Everything in the world was completely awakened under the sunlight. The light fell on Bo Yang's pitch-black hair, rippling with light. Bo Yang raised his head and stood in place for a while with a serious expression. His gaze became firm. Zhou, you're lucky that I'm here today. But I can only help you block these people. As for the Lord of Phoenix City, he's on his own. After he finished speaking, his figure turned and quickly rushed towards the closest aura. At the same time, his body exploded with a strong demonic aura. The mighty figure closest to Bai Yang was caught off guard and was slammed into a tree by Bai Yang, breaking the tree into two halves. The other two auras felt the demonic fluctuations and quickly rushed over. The three of them had extremely high cultivation. If it was before, Bo Yang would have run away. But now, he had the Southern Sea Shark Pearl in his hand. It contained the shield given to him by the Demon King. It could withstand 3 full-strength attacks from the Demon King. These 3 people couldn't do anything to him, so Bo Yang wasn't afraid at all. He wrapped himself in a thick demonic aura, blurring his figure. Demon race scum. You dare to show yourself in broad daylight? How bold. The 3 of them surrounded him. Bo Yang laughed loudly and said arrogantly in a muffled voice, so what if I'm from the demon race? You 3 bastards are going to die in my hands today. Why should I hide? His words angered everyone. Bo Yang continued to provoke them. He sneered, you bastards gathered in Phoenix City. Isn't it to discuss how to deal with me? Come on. Come and kill your grandpa. The three cultivators had high cultivation and high status. Hearing these arrogant words, they were immediately angered. They immediately attacked together, vowing to kill Bo Yang. Bo Yang laughed wildly. He used all his strength to block the three people's attacks. Because of the Demon King's shield, it wasn't hard for him to deal with them. He split his attention to deal with the three experts while paying attention to the male lead's situation. As expected, the male lead and Phoenix City Lord were fighting. At first, Phoenix City Lord completely suppressed the male lead's cultivation. After a while, the male lead borrowed the power of the dragon sword to increase his cultivation until he was evenly matched with Phoenix City Lord. In the end, the two auras tangled together and attacked each other. Bo Yang noticed the situation between the male lead and Phoenix City Lord. The three people surrounding him also noticed it. One of them slowed down and planned to retreat. After all, if they didn't hurry up, Phoenix City Lord would kill Zhou and steal the dragon sword. Compared to risking their lives to fight the demon race, stealing the dragon sword to increase their strength was more beneficial. With this thought in mind, the three of them fought absent-mindedly. The pressure on Bo Yang was greatly reduced, and his attacks became fiercer, making it impossible for the three of them to escape. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other. Preposterous. The most impatient of the three was enraged. He took out his life treasure sword, and in an instant, a snow-white light shone brightly. The spiritual energy was like a tornado that swept across a radius of 1 mile. The other two were not to be outdone. They also took out their life treasure weapons, hoping to end the battle quickly and then go to Zhou Ying's side to snatch the dragon sword. The demon race's cultivation method was different from the human world's cultivators. The demon race generally did not have any life treasure weapons. Their bodies were their strongest weapons, but the cultivators liked to create life treasure weapons to protect their lives. The three of them had already taken out their life treasure weapons. Bo Yang did not dare to be careless. He quickly released all of his cultivation, and the demonic energy around him quickly expanded to the peak. He came to the human world. Although his cultivation was suppressed by the human world's barrier, it was still terrifying. He felt that the battle between the male lead and Phoenix City Lord was about to end. He just needed to drag it out a little longer. Bo Yang released his cultivation. A powerful black demonic energy spread out, covering the area where the four of them were fighting. The wind whistled. Bo Yang's hair scattered, his sleeves fluttered, and his eyes faintly turned red. The three immortals were shocked. They took a step back, shocked by Bo Yang's cultivation. With the suppression of the three boundary stones, the demon race with high cultivation could not release all of their power. Now, the cultivation released by the demon race in front of the three of them was completely at the level of a tribulation passing stage expert. In other words, his original cultivation was even higher than his current cultivation. For a moment, the three of them did not dare to be careless. They all took defensive positions. The battle between the immortals quickly attracted the attention of various powers. Bo Yang felt countless auras rushing towards him and the male lead from all around Phoenix City. He could not drag it out any longer. If too many people came, even he would not be able to escape. Seeing that it was about time, Bo Yang used the 36 stratagems. Leaving was the best stratagem. His hands were full of magic power, but one of them was empty. Taking advantage of the fact that the three of them were still in a daze, he quickly slipped away. As for the male lead, after his battle with Phoenix City Lord ended, he used the last of his strength to escape. Bo Yang left his scent on the male lead's body and quickly chased after him. He followed him all the way over a tall mountain and into another valley. The human realm cultivators were left far behind. Fleeing into the valley, Zhou Ying's figure slowed down. Then, he staggered a few steps before collapsing into the grass of the valley. He must have used up all his cultivation and was completely exhausted. As for Feng Ming, who was with him, she should have been stopped by Phoenix City Lord and was unable to come up to help. Bo Yang could sense that the male lead's spiritual power was almost completely depleted. At this time, even a strong mortal could kill him. It seemed like he was heavily injured in the battle with the Phoenix City Lord. Bo Yang was just about to leave when he suddenly sensed a familiar scent quickly approaching. His footsteps paused, and a black shadow flitted past his side, directly attacking the male lead who had already sensed the aura and was panicking. In that instant, Bo Yang did not think too much about it. He immediately shot out like lightning and met the black shadow in midair with a palm strike. His body landed in front of the male lead to block him. Xianxia, what is the meaning of this? Lu Jianfeng landed on the ground. His expression was cold as he stared at Bo Yang with a bewildered expression. Bo Yang looked at his gloomy handsome face and a voice in his heart screamed, "My mother, it's over, it's over." Xiao Ling was also shocked, "It's actually Lu Jianfeng. He didn't leave just now?" Bo Yang was also shocked. He never thought that the person who appeared was Lu Jianfeng. Countless thoughts quickly passed through his mind. Perhaps it was because he was really forced into a dangerous situation, but his mind was clearer than ever. Lu Jianfeng's appearance was not a coincidence. He was too careless. Lu Jianfeng acted like he was convinced and even removed his hidden guards in front of him, making him think that he had successfully tricked him. In reality, Lu Jianfeng did not believe him at all. Instead, he had been following him the entire time, preparing to reap the benefits. This person was deeply scheming and as cunning as a fox. It was no wonder that the eternal night devil had given him the task of attacking the human world, while he himself had turned the human world upside down. After thinking this through, Bo Yang knew that Lu Jianfeng was very likely suspecting him. But no matter what, he had to save him. Bo Yang deliberately said coldly, "Lord Lu, I'm the one who wants to ask you. What is the meaning of this?" Lu Jianfeng raised his eyebrows. "Lord Xia, I'm just following the master's orders to carry out the mission. The Lord Xia is wholeheartedly protecting Zhou. I don't know what your intentions are." Bo Yang gritted his teeth. At this time, he could not care about anything else. He directly used the tiger's skin as a flag. "Lord Lu, I'm following the master's orders. You have no right to question it." "The master's orders?" Bo Yang raised his chin. "That's right. Hand Zhou over to me. I'll bring him back to the demon world." Lu Jianfeng was not easy to fool. His eyes were cold. The master's orders were to kill him immediately. I can't think of a reason why the master would suddenly change his orders and leave him alive. Moreover, he did not inform me beforehand. It's sudden. This is the master's last-minute order. Bo Yang was not afraid at all. He knew that he could not show his fear at this time. He said sternly, "Do you think the master's thoughts can be guessed by me? The master has his own reasons for giving orders. There's no need to inform you of everything. In short, Zhou will be taken away by me." Lu Jianfeng's expression became even colder. "Zhou is the chosen one. He must be killed." His expression showed that there was no room for negotiation. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out his sword and attacked. Bo Yang was not to be outdone. He also counterattacked. Both of them had tyrannical cultivations, and neither could do anything to the other. The two of them were locked in battle. Suddenly, they stopped at the same time because they sensed countless auras coming from all around the valley. Lu Jianfeng was afraid of exposing his identity, so he did not dare to use his demonic power. He quickly changed it to spiritual power, and then used his internal energy to call out loudly, "Zhou is here." Bo Yang was shocked. He did not expect that Lu Jianfeng would use such a dirty trick. Calling people over meant that he was determined to kill the male lead, and did not care about exposing himself. Bo Yang angrily threatened, "Lu Jianfeng. You dare to call people over? Aren't you afraid that I'll expose your identity?" Lu Jianfeng laughed. "Lord Xia, take care of yourself. Do you think they will believe you or me? Xianxia, you only have one choice now. Leave Zhou behind and leave immediately." Lu Jianfeng wanted to force Bo Yang to give up on Zhou and leave. Bo Yang hatefully said, "You dare to disobey the master's orders. The master will definitely not let you off." "Ha, I killed the chosen one for the master and did a great service. Why would he kill me? You, on the other hand, gave a fake order. I don't know how the master will punish you." Lu Jianfeng said sternly. At this point, the two sides had completely shed all pretenses of cordiality. Bo Yang did not continue to pester him. He stepped forward and grabbed the confused Zhou Ying, and rushed into the distance. Lu Jianfeng loudly called out from behind. Zhou Ying was rescued by the demon race. Bo Yang's heart was filled with a string of curses. After Lu Jianfeng's actions, the matter of Zhou Ying colluding with the demon race was set in stone. How could this guy be so cunning? Lu Jianfeng shouted and rushed forward. Because he was afraid of exposing his identity, he did not dare to use his full strength. This gave Bo Yang a chance to escape. However, countless people had already gathered around the valley. Among them were the three powerful cultivators who were fighting before. Even the Phoenix City's city lord had rushed over. They were surrounded on all sides. At this time, if Bo Yang did not care about the heavily injured Zhou Ying and tried his best to open a gap and escape, it should not be a problem. However, it was impossible for him to ignore Zhou Ying's life and death. This made things very difficult. The situation was extremely tense. It was a dead end. No, there was another way. Bo Yang threw Zhou Ying to the ground. He squatted in front of him and hurriedly said, "Hurry up and let the dragon sword open the mystic dragon's secret realm. Let's go inside." Zhou Ying had already gone through a series of events and was already numb to it. Hearing his words, he was still shocked and blurted out, "How do you know about the mystic dragon's secret realm?" "How do I know?" "Because I've seen it before." Bo Yang grabbed his shoulder and shook it with a ferocious expression. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and open the secret realm." "I can't open it. If I could, I would have opened it long ago. Why would I need to make myself like this?" Zhou Ying smiled bitterly. The dragon sword had told him how to enter the mystic dragon's secret realm. He also knew that he could escape capture by entering the mystic dragon's secret realm. However, he could not open it, because the condition to enter the mystic dragon's secret realm was that his cultivation had reached the Great Ascension realm. Just now, he forcefully increased his cultivation, but now it had started to fall back. Bo Yan had seen it before. With Xiaoling's help, he found the reason. He calmed himself down and said, "You've just broken through to the Great Ascension realm. Together with my power, you'll be able to open it." Zhou Ying immediately reacted. That's right, the person beside him had a powerful cultivation. With his help, he might be able to succeed. Furthermore, in this situation, he could only try his best. "I'll try," Zhou Ying said as he took out the dragon sword. The dragon sword flew into the sky. Zhou Ying sat cross-legged on the grass and muttered. Bo Yang stood behind him and transferred his power to him. Time was of the essence. The pursuers were getting closer and closer. They were about to discover this place. Zhou Ying suddenly opened his eyes. "It's open." A whirlpool suddenly appeared in the empty sky. The whirlpool split open, revealing a large black hole. Without saying anything, Bo Yang pulled Zhou Ying and jumped into the black hole. Bo Yang and the male lead jumped into the black hole with all their might. At the same time, a line of small black dots appeared in the snowy plains in the far north. They were moving extremely fast. Even the fierce wind and snow did not affect their speed. The direction they were heading towards was Phoenix City. After a bout of dizziness and nausea, Bai Yang landed on the hard ground with a plop. "Are you okay?" Zhou Ying's concerned voice sounded in his ear. The darkness in front of Bo Yang's eyes gradually disappeared, and the surrounding scenery slowly came into view. This was a spacious house. All four sides were hard stone walls. It was as if a room was dug out from a large rock. There were no windows or doors. The room was relatively large, but it was completely empty. "This is the mysterious dragon's secret realm?" Bo Yang was a bit stunned. According to the description in the novel, the mysterious dragon's secret realm was the place where the dragon sword was formed. There were many rooms, and each room was filled with all kinds of treasures. However, the empty room in reality told Bo Yang that this was not the truth. The male lead Zhou Ying's face was still pale. He walked over and said, "This is indeed the mysterious dragon's secret realm. The dragon sword told me so." Bo Yang turned around and suddenly noticed something different. He could not help but ask, "Where's your sword? Where did the dragon sword go?" Zhou Ying said, "It disappeared. It's inside this secret realm. Only when we leave this room can we see it again." Bo Yang immediately said, "Then let's quickly leave." Originally, he hoped that he could smoothly save the male lead and return to Anning village to wait for the eternal night devil to return. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. Now that he and Lu Jianfeng had a complete falling out, the eternal night devil would soon know about it. He probably could not return to the demon realm. Bo Yang's mood was extremely gloomy. "We can't leave now," Zhou Ying said. "The mysterious dragon's secret realm is a trial realm. Only when I truly reach the Great Ascension realm can I open the door. But right now, my cultivation has fallen back to normal." Zhou Ying bitterly smiled. Bo Yang was stunned and asked, "Can I open it?" Zhou Ying said, "This is my trial realm. You shouldn't be able to open it, but you can give it a try." Before he finished speaking, Bo Yang had already used his demonic energy to attack the surrounding walls. However, the demonic energy that could sweep through the world was completely absorbed by the water in this room. There was no movement at all. Bo Yang did not give up. He continued to madly attack the walls, but there was still no result. Bai Yang furrowed his brows. Entering the mysterious dragon's secret realm could indeed help them escape the pursuit of the people outside. However, not being able to leave was another kind of predicament. With no other choice, Bo Yang turned to Zhou Ying and said, "It seems that only you can open the secret realm and leave. From now on, you will cultivate here and increase your cultivation." Zhou Ying smiled bitterly. "Even if I have to cultivate, I should at least let me take a breather." He had just gone through 2 big battles, adding injuries on top of injuries. He was in a sorry state. In this kind of situation, it was not appropriate for the male lead to cultivate forcefully. Bo Yang frowned, flicked his sleeves and said, "All right, come here, I'll help you heal." Zhou Ying's body was full of wounds, his face was pale, and his clothes had holes and seams. If he was thrown into a crowd of people, they would probably think he was a refugee. Bo Yang was not much better, his clothes had already been torn by the fierce aura during the fight. 2 refugees together, it was really not a good sight. Of course, no one cared about their image, healing was more important. When Zhou Ying heard that Bo Yang was willing to heal him, he hurriedly dragged his battered body to his side. Bo Yang only wanted to get out as soon as possible, so he did not waste any time and directly turned him around, using his demonic energy to heal him. Demonic energy and spiritual energy repelled each other, so it was not easy for them to get along. If it was not done well, it would instead worsen the injury. However, this was not a problem for someone with high cultivation. Bo Yang concentrated on healing Zhou Ying's meridians, so the cell with only the 2 of them was very quiet. After an unknown amount of time, Bo Yang felt that it was about time, so he let Zhou Ying heal himself. As the son of 7 stars, Zhou Ying was favored by the heavens, so his body was different from normal people. If it was a normal person who forcefully raised his cultivation to the Great Ascension realm, they would have already exploded and died, but he was able to withstand it and gradually recover. Because he forcefully raised his cultivation, his meridians had widened, and his cultivation showed signs of improving. In the mysterious dragon's secret realm, Bo Yang could not do anything else, so he could only stay on the side and watch Zhou Ying, monitoring his condition. After a while, Zhou Ying opened his eyes, his dark pupils were shining like gems. This was a sign that his cultivation had increased. His spirit was much better, and his face was rosy. There was no trace of injury at all. Bo Yang was secretly amazed by his physique. Just as he was about to remind him to quickly come out of seclusion, Zhou Ying suddenly spoke. "Are you Mr. Xie?" Bo Yang was slightly stunned. Zhou Ying's eyes were very clear. She stared at him quietly and asked again, "Are you Mr. Xie who gave me the pill that time?" Bo Yang subconsciously retorted, "No." Zhou Ying said, "Don't lie to me. You are Mr. Xie." Bo Yang was expressionless. "Don't spout nonsense." Zhou Ying said, "There's no point in denying it. I know it's you." Bo Yang, just as he was about to deny it again, he remembered that he had broken off relations with Lu Jianfeng and was trapped in the Arcana realm. Everything he had done had been seen by Zhou Ying. It seemed that there was no need to hide it, so he sighed. His silence was the best answer. Zhou Ying's expression became extremely complicated. After a while, she asked, "The person who saved me in the mirage of secret flower was also Mr. Xie, right?" This made Bo Yang very surprised. He couldn't help but look at Zhou Ying. "How did you know?" When Zhou Ying fell down the cliff and was unconscious, how did he know that he was the one who saved him? Zhou Ying said, I woke up halfway. I remember what Mr. Xia said to me. He said that I was the chosen one and would definitely not die. Mr. Xia's words encouraged me and allowed me to hold on. I even got the dragon sword. So this kid woke up halfway. How did you know it was me? Bo Yang asked. Zhou Ying said, I didn't dare to confirm it before. Then I met Mr. Xia at the restaurant in Anning Town. I felt that Mr. Xia's figure was very familiar. After chatting, I felt that Mr. Xia's voice was very similar to the one I heard in the Mirage of Secret Flower. However, I still didn't dare to confirm it. After many times, I was sure that it was Mr. Xia. Bo Yang was speechless. No wonder when he wrote a letter to Zhou Ying asking him to go down the mountain, this kid went down the mountain without a second thought. At that time, he was still wondering why Zhou Ying trusted him so much. It turned out that this guy had suspected him from the beginning. Zhou Ying's expression was complicated. Speaking of which, after I came out of the Mirage of Secret Flower and went to the Heavenly Punishment stage, I was almost torn to pieces. Fortunately, I was kidnapped by the demon race and escaped. Now that I think about it, Mr. Xia kidnapped me and senior sister Zhao to save me. Bo Yang was speechless. The male lead's brain was not simple, Zhou Ying continued. After that, Mr. Xia gave me pills twice and secretly helped me cultivate. I misunderstood Mr. Xia many times and even hurt Mr. Xia. It's my fault. As he spoke, he actually knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Bo Yang. I'm sorry. Bo Yang was shocked. He could not accept the male lead's bow and hurriedly avoided it. At the same time, he helped him up. Don't kneel to me for no reason. Zhou Ying was very emotional. Mr. Xia, Zhou Ying will never forget your great kindness to Zhou Ying. Bo Yang's head hurt. I don't ask for anything in return. You just need to cultivate well and ascend to the upper realm. Mr. Xia, I don't understand. Zhou Ying's face flushed with emotion. I don't understand why you're helping me like this. Why? Why? Because I want to go home. Bo Yang did not know how to explain the reason, so he changed the topic. I'm just helping you. Why are you asking so much? Cultivate quickly and we can get out of here sooner. Zhou Ying did not listen to him and continued to ask questions. Mr. Xia, I must understand why you're helping me like this. Because I want the dragon sword. Bo Yang was too lazy to argue with him. He just gave him a reason to dismiss him. Unfortunately, Zhou Ying was not an idiot. He was not easy to fool. He shook his head and said, Mr. Xia, you always say that you want the Bianzhu or the dragon sword before you help me. But I don't think so. Can you tell me the truth? Bo Yang was already anxious. He became even more irritated when he was questioned. He said angrily, Fine, I'll tell you the truth if you want it. I'm only helping you because you have something I need. Are you satisfied now? Zhou Ying did not seem to understand why he was suddenly angry. He was slightly startled and then said, I have something that you want. What is it? Bo Yang waved his sleeve impatiently. I can't tell you now. Just cultivate quickly and ascend. You'll know when the time comes. Zhou Ying was silent for a moment and said, If you have any requests, Zhou Ying will definitely satisfy you. Then you must remember what you said today. Bo Yang was still anxious. If I have any requests and you don't give them to me, don't blame me for being rude. Zhou Ying hurriedly promised, Don't worry, I, Zhou Ying, swear to the heavens that I will keep my promise and give you what you want. Bo Yang's irritated heart was slightly comforted. At least the situation was not the worst. At least the mission could still be completed. He gave Zhou Ying a push. Cut the crap and hurry up and cultivate. Okay. Zhou Ying obediently sat on the ground and began to cultivate. When he was cultivating, golden threads suddenly appeared on the indestructible stone walls around him. They were like spider webs crawling all over the stone walls in all directions. Threads of spiritual energy flowed out from the golden threads and gathered into Zhou Ying's body like smoke. With such dense spiritual energy nourishment, Zhou Ying's cultivation speed increased by several times. Seeing this, Bo Yang let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Zhou Ying would cultivate for 10 or even 100 years and still not be able to get out. Then he would also be locked in there. With this kind of cultivation speed, he should be able to break through to the Great Ascension realm very quickly. The Mystery Dragon's secret realm was a place specially created for the male lead to cultivate. It was also one of the places where the dragon sword was called the Golden Finger. Entering the Mystery Dragon's secret realm would allow one to cultivate quickly and also hide from enemies. The exit of the Mystery Dragon's secret realm was not the same as the entrance. The exit was random. If they entered the Mystery Dragon's secret realm from Phoenix City, it was very likely that they would not be in Phoenix City when they exited. As for where the exit was, no one knew. Bo Yang felt that as long as the exit was not in Phoenix City, it would be safe. There was no sun or moon in the mountain. The waves hit the beach wave after wave. A tall figure stood by the beach, calmly staring at the red sun that was slowly rising above the horizon. The sea breeze blew his black hair, brushing his tall nose and fair face. His black robe fluttered, the waves stealthily soaked his shoes, but he still stood there silently, as if he was a statue. A black-cloaked man came from afar and knelt down on one knee in front of him. "Master, Lord Lu has arrived." The sound of the water rustling could be heard. The Eternal Night Devil calmly said, "Let him come here." "Yes." The black-cloaked man stood up and quickly left. Not long after he left, Lu Jianfeng came from afar, came to the Eternal Night Devil's side and clasped his hands. "Master, your subordinate has something important to report." The Eternal Night Devil didn't even look at him, still staring at the rising sun in front of him, and simply said, "Speak." Lu Jianfeng followed his gaze, only to see nothing on the flat surface of the sea. He didn't know what there was to see on the surface of the sea, so he looked away and said, "It's about Xianxia." "I know," the Eternal Night Devil said. Lu Jianfeng was slightly startled. "Master knows?" The Eternal Night Devil finally turned his head, his dark eyes quietly staring at him. "Didn't you send me a letter before?" Lu Jianfeng said, "Master, the letter didn't say it clearly, but it's about the defection of the demon race. Your subordinate felt that it was necessary to report it to you in person, so I hurried over." He didn't understand why the Demon King stayed at the seaside. The northern boundary monolith had already been destroyed, so the Demon King should have returned to the demon realm from the North Pole, but for some reason, he suddenly changed directions halfway and came to the nearest bewildering sea, where he stayed for half a month. The destruction of 2 boundary monoliths in the human realm alarmed the entire cultivation realm, so Lu Jianfeng was summoned back to the Tingyan sect to discuss important matters, and only recently was he able to find time to meet the Demon King. Of course, he had already told the Demon King about the matter through a letter, but he was still worried, so he came in person. "Defection?" The Eternal Night Devil said indifferently, "There's no defection." Lu Jianfeng said anxiously, "He faked your order to save the real child of destiny, he was acting on my orders." The Eternal Night Devil interrupted him. Lu Jianfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Master, he was really acting on your orders?" The Eternal Night Devil was expressionless, of course. Lu Jianfeng, suddenly, all his words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say anything. "That's not right." Xianxia's reaction, his actions, were obviously a form of betrayal, so why did the master say that he was acting on his orders? Could it really be? Why? Lu Jianfeng didn't understand, and he was a bit agitated. "Master, if you really didn't want Zhou Ying to die, you could have not given the order at the beginning. Even if you changed the order midway, you should have informed me directly, not Xianxia." No matter what he said, it wasn't right. The master wasn't someone who would joke about orders. After thinking about it, there was only one explanation: the master wanted to protect Xianxia. He had risked his life in the human world, and was conscientious for the great cause of the demon world. He had to be careful everywhere, but the master wanted to protect a traitor. Lu Jianfeng quickly controlled his emotions, lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, master, I was rude." The Eternal Night Devil's eyes were pitch black. After a moment, he said, "You did well, but Xianxia was indeed acting on my orders." Hearing this, Lu Jianfeng's lowered face twisted for a moment. "Very good, I worked so hard to build up my foundation in the human world, and Xianxia was given the shadow guards as soon as he arrived, equal to me. The master clearly didn't trust me, and sent him to keep me in check." Now, the master wanted to protect him again. Lu Jianfeng's wavering heart finally calmed down. It was time for him to make plans for himself. He raised his head and said respectfully, "Since it's the master's order, then this subordinate has been meddlesome. This subordinate will take his leave." After saying that, he took 2 steps back, then turned around and disappeared into the morning light by the seaside. The eternal night devil watched him leave, still expressionless. Mystic Dragon Realm. After an unknown amount of time, just as Bo Yang was about to fall asleep, a loud noise suddenly woke him up. Bo Yang immediately opened his eyes and jumped up from the ground, fully alert. What happened? The door is open. Zhou Ying withdrew his fist and said to him with a smile. In front of him, a hole was opened in the originally indestructible stone wall. Dust was everywhere, and the stones were scattered all over the place. Bo Yang was stunned for a bit, then happily said, "We can go out now." "Yes, we can go out now," Zhou Ying said. Bo Yang immediately rushed into the hole. "Let's go." Zhou Ying smiled and followed him out of the hole. Outside was a patio, surrounded by stone walls, but there was a hole at the top, and the sun's rays were shining in through the hole. Bo Yang had been locked up for a long time, so he was extremely excited. Without thinking, he flew up and jumped out of the hole. As soon as he went out, water poured into his face. Bo Yang was caught off guard and choked. He hurriedly dog-dived in the water and used his spirit energy to isolate himself from the water. Fuck, the exit is actually in the water. He choked until his eyes were red, and his nostrils were burning. He didn't know if it was in a lake, a river, or the sea. Ugh, there was a salty taste in his mouth, so it should be the sea. Please don't be at the bottom of the sea. Bo Yang held his breath and used his spirit energy to rush up, then directly rushed out of the water. It wasn't the bottom of the sea, it seemed to be very shallow. He stepped on the water surface and looked around. What entered his eyes was the distant sea level and spectacular clouds. It really was the sea. He sighed and turned around, planning to find the nearest land to go ashore. As soon as he turned around, he saw the nearby beach, as well as the person standing on the beach. The whistling sea breeze blew that person's robe and hair, revealing a delicate and cold face. Eyes, nose, mouth. Ah, why are they so familiar? Isn't this the great demon king? But it shouldn't be. Why is the eternal night devil here? The exit of the mystery dragon's secret realm was random. Even he didn't know where it was, so how could the demon king know? So it's a coincidence. Bo Yang's mind was blank, and he stood stiffly on the surface of the sea. It should be a coincidence, right? But why are my legs so weak? I feel like I'm going to kneel down. What should he do? The thing he was most afraid of had finally happened. Xiaoling. Bo Yang couldn't help but ask the system for help. Xiaoling comforted him, "Mister, didn't you know that this day would come sooner or later?" Bo Yang. Yes. Knowing was one thing, but when it came to it, he was really scared. Would he be cut into pieces by the demon king and crushed into pieces? After thinking about it for a while, his legs became as soft as noodles, and he was about to kneel down. Even though he felt like kneeling down, he didn't. After all, he had been through a lot, and his mental fortitude had been trained quite well. Bo Yang quickly adjusted his state of mind and pretended to be surprised. "Master, why are you here?" Before the eternal night devil could answer, Bo Yang felt movement beneath his feet. Zhou Ying had appeared from below. Bo Yang was scared out of his wits. Without thinking, he raised his foot and stepped into the water. He stepped on Zhou Ying's head and sent the unlucky kid back to the bottom of the sea. The mystic dragon's secret realm closed after the two of them left. Zhou Ying couldn't return to the secret realm cave, so he fell into the water and struggled. He choked on a few mouthfuls of water and tried to swim back up, but before he could reach the surface, he was stepped back down again. Luckily, he reacted quickly and set up a barrier around himself, blocking the seawater around him. "Don't move." A soft voice passed through the water and into his ears. Zhou Ying wanted to ask, but when he heard this, he knew that something was wrong. He quickly stopped and obediently stayed at the bottom of the sea, pretending to be a rock. His cooperation made Bo Yang sigh in relief. He decided to fool the demon king. Even if he couldn't fool him forever, he could at least fool him for a while and find a chance to escape. He smiled and warmly stepped on the water to welcome him. "Master, you're back? When did you come back?" The waves crashed onto the beach. Bo Yang's clothes and hair were slightly wet, and he looked a little disheveled. However, his eyes were very bright and filled with joy. The Eternal Night Devil looked at him seriously. Bo Yang felt guilty and became nervous. "Master?" The Eternal Night Devil seemed to have come back to his senses. He said calmly, "You just came back." "You just came back?" Bo Yang's mind spun quickly. Did this mean that they might not have received any news about Lu Jianfeng? Bo Yang asked carefully. "Master, you're not going back to Anning Town?" The Eternal Night Devil continued expressionlessly. "On the way back, we met a few powerful beings from the mortal realm. We didn't want to alert them, so we took a detour through the Maze Sea." "Oh, so he didn't come here on purpose? Come to think of it, even he didn't know that the exit was in the Sea of Confusion, so how would the master know? Therefore, it should be a coincidence." Bo Yang was slightly relieved, and asked tentatively, "Did Lu Jianfeng send a message to master?" "Why would he send a message to me?" the Eternal Night Devil asked. Bo Yang laughed dryly, thinking that his tone didn't sound right. "Could it be that Lu Jianfeng sent a message?" he said. "It's about Zhou. The Eternal Night Devil said, "No." "No?" Bo Yang was shocked. "That's good," the Eternal Night Devil's eyes flashed. "What happened to Zhou? Why would he send me news about him?" Bo Yang found out that the Eternal Night Devil didn't know about it. He calmly said, "Oh, it's nothing. I heard that Zhou caused havoc in Phoenix City, defeated the city lord of Phoenix City, and escaped." "Escaped? Where did he escape to?" Bo Yang hurriedly said, "I don't know." The Eternal Night Devil stared at him coldly, making Bo Yang uneasy. "Master?" The Eternal Night Devil said, "You don't know where he went?" Bo Yang's heart skipped a beat. What did the master mean by asking this? Why did he ask me? Could it be? No, it can't be. He braced himself and said, "Of course I don't know." "Oh, is that so?" The Eternal Night Devil laughed coldly and continued to ask, "Why are you here?" Bo Yang's mind worked quickly. "After you left, master, I was bored. I went out of Anning Town to wander around. Who knew that I would accidentally enter a secret realm and get locked inside? I just came out." "You're alone?" Bo Yang's heart skipped a beat again, but he calmly said, "Yes, just me." "Is that so?" The Eternal Night Devil laughed coldly again. "If I find the second person, can I kill him?" Bo Yang finally realized that something was wrong. He was shocked and frightened, but he forced a smile and said, "Master, where is the second person? Where is he? Is someone following us?" He deliberately pretended to look around while releasing his spiritual perception to cover the entire sea. He tried to use his spiritual perception to cover up Zhou Ying's tracks. However, his little actions were seen clearly by the Eternal Night Devil. His dark eyes were filled with anger. "Very good. Not only did you betray me, but you can also lie as if nothing happened." Through the South Sea Shark Pearl, the Eternal Night Devil had already seen through Bo Yang's words and actions. On his way back, Bo Yang and Zhou Ying entered the secret realm and were teleported near the Lost Sea. They never left. The South Sea Shark Pearl was a divine item. Even in the secret realm, the Eternal Night Devil could locate Bo Yang's location. With the secret realm blocking him, he couldn't see what was going on inside. He could only hear their voices. Based on their conversation, the Eternal Night Devil found out the truth that he couldn't believe. Xianxia didn't go to the human world for him, but for Zhou Ying. No wonder he kept saying that he didn't love him. It was her own wishful thinking that she had misunderstood. The Eternal Night Devil couldn't accept this conclusion, so he immediately changed his direction and rushed to the Lost Sea, waiting for the two bastards to come out. For half a month, he stood by the seaside and waited patiently, listening to the movements inside. Zhou Ying was probably in a meditative state, and Xianxia actually took the opportunity to touch him. As he touched him, he said, "Your skin is so smooth, you're so handsome," and other ambiguous and shameful words. If not for the fact that he couldn't find the entrance, the Eternal Night Devil would have rushed in and smashed the heads of the two bastards. For half a month, no one knew the torment in his heart. When they finally came out, Xianxia was still lying, the eternal night devil gritted his teeth and released all his magic, covering an area of 10 miles around them. Bo Yang was shocked. Before he could react, the eternal night devil's black magic had already dipped into the sea and grabbed Zhou, who was hiding at the bottom of the sea. Zhou did not expect that she would be caught. She was dizzy for a moment in the air, but she reacted quickly and got rid of the magic power. Then, she adjusted her body and landed on the beach. She took 2 steps back and stared at the eternal night demon king warily. As expected of the male lead, his landing posture was quite beautiful, and his aura didn't shrink in front of the eternal night devil. Now tell me, why is he here? The eternal night devil's face was red with anger, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. Seeing that Zhou was caught, Bo Yang's legs began to cramp. He knew that he had no more room to argue. This coward knelt in front of the eternal night devil and said with tears and snot, "Master, I was wrong." "You still know that you were wrong? Continue lying." "Why don't you continue lying?" The eternal night devil angrily spread open his hand and raised it above Bo Yang's head. Bo Yang's hair stood on end. It's over, it's over. I'm going to be slapped like a watermelon," who knew that the expected pain didn't come. The hand stopped above his head for a moment, then suddenly moved away angrily. It reached to the side and sucked Zhou, who didn't understand the situation, over, and grabbed him by the neck. Zhou had broken through in the Xianlong's secret realm. Although he hadn't reached the great vehicle stage yet, he was still helpless in front of the eternal night devil. He was grabbed by the neck, and the sound of his bones cracking could be heard clearly. "Master, I was wrong." Bo Yang was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly grabbed onto the eternal night devil's clothes and said, "Don't kill him. Don't kill him. You still dare to beg for mercy?" It would have been better if he didn't beg for mercy. Once he did, the eternal night devil's anger continued to rise. Bo Yang hurriedly let go of his hand and said, "Master, I was wrong. Please punish me. Is this person so important that you're willing to betray me for him?" The eternal night devil pointed at his nose and scolded. Zhou was held in his hand like a little chick. He couldn't vent his anger, and his face turned red. Bo Yang was extremely anxious. Xianxia, you actually dared to keep another man behind my back." The eternal night devil was furious. "I warned you before. You're already mine. You're not allowed to go out and seduce other people. You actually dared to disobey me." When Bo Yang heard this, he knew that the eternal night devil had misunderstood. He hurriedly raised his head and said, "Master, you've misunderstood. He's not my lover." "If he's not your lover, why would you save him time and time again, and even give him pills?" Whoa, F***ck, 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 how did the Demon King know? How did he know? Bo Yang was shocked. His mind turned for a moment, and he denied it. "No, I didn't." "You're still trying to deny it?" The eternal night devil gritted his teeth. Bo Yang anxiously said, "Master, you've really misunderstood. Zhou and I aren't lovers at all." "Did Lu Jianfeng tell you something?" "Things aren't what you think they are." "Aren't what I think they are?" The eternal night devil stared at him coldly. Bo Yang continued to struggle under his murderous gaze. "Master, I realized that Lu Jianfeng has bad intentions. He secretly established his own power in the human world. We've been incompatible for a long time. He slandered me and accused me of betraying you. Don't listen to his words." "Slandered?" The eternal night devil seemed to be in disbelief. He shook Zhou, who was about to roll his eyes, and said, "Didn't you go against Lu Jianfeng to save him? Weren't you protecting him just now?" Bo Yang almost shed tears of sorrow. Yes, no matter how glib his tongue was, the evidence was irrefutable. He couldn't deny it. What should he do? What should he do? The male lead couldn't die. "Master, I have my reasons." Bo Yang could only tell the truth. He anxiously looked at the male lead who seemed to be breathing out more than he was breathing. "Oh, what reasons?" The eternal night devil's expression was cold. He was like a big tiger that wanted to eat its prey. Bo Yang was shocked and scared. He said bitterly, "Master, if Zhou dies, I'll die too." Xiao Ling sighed heavily in his mind. Oh? You'll die? Why? The eternal night devil obviously didn't believe him. Bo Yang couldn't explain it clearly. He was still thinking about how to explain it in a way that the eternal night devil could accept. The eternal night devil sneered, "Can't say it? Xianxia, you really put in a lot of effort to save him." Bo Yang immediately said, "Master, I'm telling the truth. My life is linked to Zhou. If he dies, I'll die too. I had no choice but to save him." "Liar!" The eternal night devil shouted angrily. He suddenly threw the half-dead Zhou to the ground. He raised his hand. Again. The magic accumulated in his palm was increasing. If he really hit him, Zhou would probably turn into ashes immediately. Bo Yang didn't think twice. He rushed forward and covered Zhou with his body. "Master, you can't kill him. I beg you. You think I don't dare to kill you?" The eternal night devil was so angry that his eyes turned red. Zhou was thrown to the ground. He could finally vent his anger. Seeing Bo Yang protecting him, his expression became very complicated. "Mr. Xia, you still dare to speak when you're about to die?" The eternal night devil was a little worried about Bo Yang. He only felt hatred for Zhou. "If you want to kill him, you have to kill me first." Bo Yang didn't care so much. He was going to die anyway. He could only use brute force. "Mister, you can do it." Xiaoling didn't know how to resolve the situation. She could only encourage him feebly. There must be a way to solve this. Think quickly. Bo Yang's brain spun quickly. The eternal night devil's face was full of hurt and disbelief. His raised hand didn't fall down. "Why? Why are you so protective of him? Is he that important?" Suddenly, as if there was a god helping him, Bo Yang suddenly thought of something. "Of course he's important, because..." Bo Yang gritted his teeth and got up from the ground. He said to the eternal night devil, "Because he's the most important person to me." The eternal night devil took a step back. The magic in his body rushed out like a hurricane, trapping the three of them in the middle. The black magic quickly covered the entire sea. Under the strong airflow, Bo Yang almost couldn't open his eyes. He knew that the Demon King was really angry this time. If he was really angry, he and Zhou wouldn't even have bones left. "Now that things have come to this, I have to say it," he said loudly. "Actually, Zhou is my son." The frenzied magic power stagnated. "Zhou. The eternal night devil." Bo Yang said sadly, "Master, I really don't want to tell you the truth, but now that things have come to this, I really have no other choice." He turned to Zhou, who was so shocked that he almost turned around, and said affectionately, "Didn't you always ask me why I kept helping you? Now I'll tell you, it's because I'm your father." His eyes were filled with sparkling tears, and he walked over to Zhou and said, "Son, I'm your father." Zhou recovered from his shock and took a step back. "No, this is impossible." Bo Yang almost died from anger when he heard this, and continued to say affectionately, "I'm really your father. Your real hometown is not the Li family village, but the fog forest. That year I accidentally entered the human world and was seriously injured, but luckily I was saved by your mother. Your mother was an alchemist, and she lived in the fog forest. She didn't have any contact with the outside world, and didn't know the difference between humans and demons, so she saved me out of kindness." Bo Yang made a decision, and spoke more and more fluently. Because there was a description in the content, Xiaoling quickly read it and synchronized it to him. "After your mother saved me, I fell in love with her, but who knew that I had you? When I recovered and returned to the demon world, I wanted to bring you and your mother back, but who knew that when I came back, your mother had died in the fog forest, and I also thought that you had died in that riot. After so many years, when I saw you again in the secret fantasy realm, I knew that you were my son. You look very much like your mother. Your smooth skin, your handsome face, they are all very similar to your mother." Bo Yang said it very sadly. Zhou Ying's initial disbelief gradually turned into shock and numbness, because the secrets that Bai Yang spoke of were indeed his background, and it was a background that only he knew. Could the person in front of him really be his father? Zhou Ying's mind was in a mess. The eternal night devil also recovered from the shock, and raised his eyebrows. "Liar. I didn't." Bo Yang hurriedly explained, I really didn't. Zhou is really my son. Master, I saved him because he is your son. Father and son are connected by heart. You will forgive me, right? If he's really your son, I'll consider sparing his life, the eternal night devil said coldly. But is he? Yes. Bo Yang swore. If you don't believe me, you can use a blood test to check. Blood magic was a spell used in the demon realm to identify bloodlines. The higher the user's skill, the more accurate the result. Very well. What if the DNA test proves that he's not your son? The eternal night devil laughed in anger. If he really isn't my son, you don't have to do anything. I'll kill him on the spot. Bo Yang said without hesitation. Alright, I'll give you a chance. The eternal night devil did not seem to believe him at all. Now, I will use my blood magic to test him and let him know why he died. Alright, master, test him as soon as possible. Bo Yang said as he turned sideways. While the eternal night devil's attention was on Zhou, he hurriedly took out the mother fruit from his Qianquan bag and ate it. God, Queen Mother, Guanyin Bodhisattva, please make sure that the mother fruit is effective. Otherwise, he would have to fight the eternal night devil head-on. On the other side, the eternal night devil roughly took Zhou Ying's blood and came over to take Bo Yang's blood. Bo Yang generously extended his hand to let him take his blood. The eternal night devil glanced at him and used his fingernail to cut open his wrist. He used magic to swirl up a drop of blood. 2 drops of blood flew in the air. They were bright red and very dazzling. Zhou Ying looked at Bo Yang. Bo Yang gave him a loving look. Zhou Ying hurriedly turned his head away. The eternal night devil was expressionless the whole time. After taking the blood, he stood at the side and cast a spell. After a while, under the gaze of the 3 pairs of eyes, the blood floating in the air slowly approached each other and finally merged together. Zhou Ying. The eternal night devil. Seeing the blood of the 2 people gradually merge together, the eternal night devil and Zhou Ying's faces were filled with shock. The only thing missing was a few words written clearly on their faces, what the F***ck. The blood magic was similar to a paternity test in modern society. It was highly reliable. If it was done by someone else, there was a possibility of fraud. However, this time, the blood magic was done by the eternal night devil himself. He took the blood on the spot and there was no chance of fraud. Because of this, the current result had a huge impact on him. Zhou Ying was also in disbelief. It was hard for anyone to accept that they suddenly had a father out of nowhere. The 3 men at the scene looked at each other. Their emotions were extremely complicated. No one spoke first. Seeing that the blood magic was successful, Bo Yang's anxious heart finally calmed down. He said carefully, Master, see, I didn't lie to you, right? Zhou Ying is really my son. As he spoke, he sighed like he was possessed by a drama queen. The reason why I saved him was not because I wanted to go against Jun Shang, but because he is my son. I am ashamed to face his mother. If I don't save him, am I still human? As he spoke, his expression became emotional. It looked like he was about to cry. The eternal night devil's expression was very stiff. After hearing Bo Yang's words, the muscles on his face twitched unnaturally. After a long time, he said with difficulty, he's really your son? Yes, of course. Otherwise, why would I go through so much trouble to save him? Bo Yang hurriedly promised. No, I don't believe it. These words were not said by the eternal night devil, but by Zhou Ying, who was next to him. Bo Yang's attention was all on the eternal night devil. He knew that as long as the eternal night devil believed that Zhou Ying was really his son, there would be room to turn the situation around. When he heard Zhou Ying shout, he wanted to rush up and slap his head off. Are you an idiot? You should cooperate with me at this time. However, he couldn't do that at this time. Bo Yang could only forcefully mediate. I know it's hard for you to accept, so I didn't plan to acknowledge you at first. Bo Yang put on the face of an old father and said sadly, it's right that you don't acknowledge me. After all, I abandoned you and your mother for so many years. I feel guilty towards both of you. I'm sorry, male lead. Today, you have to acknowledge me as your father. No. No matter how smart a person was, their IQ would drop when they suddenly had to acknowledge their father. Zhou actually didn't cooperate with Bo Yang. Instead, he shook his head and retreated. He shook his head and denied, "You're obviously about the same age as me. You can't be my father." Bo Yang stabbed him 1,000 times in his heart, but he still looked like a father and son. "Although I look young, I'm actually a few thousand years old." Yes, except for Zhou, who could be considered young, tender and juicy, the Eternal Night Devil and Bo Yang were both old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. Of course, in the cultivation world, age and cultivation had a lot to do with each other. Maybe it was a balance designed by nature. The higher the cultivation, the harder it was to have children. The lower the cultivation, the higher the fertility. However, if one lost their virginity before embarking on cultivation and had children, the path of cultivation would be extremely difficult. It could even be cut off. This was a natural balance that could be understood. If cultivators' fertility wasn't limited, they could live for thousands of years, marry thousands of wives, thousands of husbands, and have thousands of children. Then, they would be the descendants of the top cultivators in the entire world. It was a huge disaster for humans. Logically speaking, people at Bo Yang's level shouldn't have children. However, it wasn't impossible for him to have children. A few thousand years old? Zhou was shocked. Bo Yang nodded. He wanted to think of a way to remind Zhou to cooperate with him, but then he changed his mind. It would be best if he let Zhou think that he was really his father. This way, Zhou Ying's reaction would be the most realistic, and he could get away with it. The Eternal Night Devil's expression changed. The atmosphere around them was oppressive and chaotic, indicating that his heart was fluctuating violently. With too much evidence in front of him, he had no choice but to believe it. A blank expression appeared on Zhou Ying's face. He muttered, "You're really my father?" Bo Yang said, "How can it be fake? The blood technique has already proved that you and I are related by blood." Zhou, Eternal Night Devil, yes, the blood technique couldn't be faked. This was the biggest and most powerful evidence. Bo Yang said to Zhou affectionately, "Son, I want to hear you call me dad." Zhou Ying's handsome face turned red. Bo Yang sighed. "It's okay. I abandoned you and your son. It's normal that you don't want to call me that." Then, he turned to the Eternal Night Devil and said righteously, "Master, this is the truth." The truth was that the male lead Zhou Ying's father was an extremely powerful existence in the Great World. The male lead only met his father after he ascended to the Great World. Eternal Night Devil, the shock was too great. His body stiffened and he didn't move at all. Bo Yang knelt in front of him and said, "Master, if you really want to kill my son, then kill me first. I'm willing to exchange my life for my son's." These words were very shameless. He was betting. He was betting on the Eternal Night Devil's feelings for him. If he really loved him, he wouldn't do anything. According to the Eternal Night Devil's attitude towards him in the past, he wouldn't do anything, right? Bo Yang's heart thumped. He didn't dare to confirm it. The Eternal Night Devil finally came back to his senses. After a while, he said, "Why would I want your life?" He slowly turned his gaze to Zhou and said calmly, "Even if Zhou is really your son, he's still the son of 7 stars in the prophecy." Bo Yang's heart skipped a beat. The Eternal Night Devil insisted on killing Zhou. As expected, love couldn't stop the Demon King's great cause. In the Demon King's heart, his great cause was always first. There was no other way. It seemed like he could only rely on his martial strength. However, the difference in cultivation between him and the Eternal Night Devil was too great. He couldn't win. The Demon King was already in the late stage of the tribulation passing stage. Although he didn't ascend, his strength increased with age. It was very terrifying. There was a rumor that the Eternal Night Devil didn't ascend not because he didn't have a chance, but because he didn't want to go to the Great World. He wanted to complete his great cause before leaving. "No, I don't want to fight him head-on. I just want to escape. Maybe I can delay him and let Zhou escape." Bo Yang quickly calculated his escape route in his mind. "I can spare his life." Bo Yang's rapidly spinning brain couldn't wrap around it. It took him a while to realize what the Eternal Night Devil said. "Master?" Bo Yang was surprised and happy. You promise not to kill Zhou, my son? The Eternal Night Devil said coldly, I can spare his life, but he must submit to the demon world and work for the demon race. Bo Yang. Zhou Ying, impossible. The Eternal Night Devil sneered, his eyes like ice. It's not up to you. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because I dote on your father. You are you, and he is him. I'm only sparing your life because of him. Zhou Ying seemed to understand something and looked at Bo Yang in surprise. Bo Yang quickly stood up and walked to Zhou Ying's side to protect him. He smiled stiffly at the Eternal Night Devil and said, Master, this child is still young and doesn't know anything. Don't be angry with him. His mother died early and no one taught him. He suffered a lot. He's only 23 years old this year. He's still a baby in the demon world. The Eternal Night Devil, the 20-year-old baby Zhou Ying, both of them looked at Bo Yang with indescribable eyes. After a while, Zhou Ying said, You even know my real age? The Eternal Night Devil stared at him. Bo Yang immediately said, You're my son. Of course I know. The Eternal Night Devil seemed to have thought of something and his face darkened. All right. He paused and said, What's the name of Zhou Ying's mother? Bo Yang quickly said, Yun Yang. All right, Yun Yang has been dead for so long. Don't think about her. Remember, you're now mine. The Eternal Night Devil announced domineeringly, I can promise you to spare Zhou Ying's life, but you have to forget about Yun Yang. Zhou Ying also has to submit to the demon world. Zhou Ying, who had been listening for a long time, finally couldn't help but say to the Eternal Night Devil, Why are you so domineering? He's my father. It's natural for him to think about my mother. The Eternal Night Devil immediately roared like a lion whose tail had been stepped on, Stop talking nonsense. Your father married me. He's mine. Even you have to call me father. Zhou Ying was so shocked that he almost turned around. What? My father married you? Bo Yang, whose secret was accidentally exposed, was speechless. The Eternal Night Devil turned around and stared at him fiercely. Zhou Ying also looked over in shock. Facing the two's piercing gazes, Bo Yang braced himself and said, Yes, yes. Zhou Ying, this is your... He pointed at the Eternal Night Devil and hesitated for a long time before finally saying, This is your stepfather. Zhou Ying was petrified. You can call him father. Bai Yang braced himself and continued. The Eternal Night Devil and Zhou Ying looked at each other. One had a son, and the other had two fathers. Both of them had mixed feelings. After a while, Zhou Ying reacted. What do you mean? You two are engaged? The Eternal Night Devil said, That's right. Bo Yang was speechless. He didn't seem to have the right to speak. He could only stand at the side and watch the Eternal Night Devil's expression. Zhou Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, and she roared, I don't want to. You abandoned us, mother and son, and married a man? And you want me to call him father? Do you have any sense of shame? Ah. Bai Yang, who had suffered a heavy blow to his chest, was speechless. The Eternal Night Devil's face darkened. What's with your attitude? How can you talk to your father like that? I don't agree. Zhou Ying screamed. His eyes turned red. If he had doubted the authenticity of Bo Yang being his father at the beginning, he was now completely engrossed in the fact that his father had abandoned his wife and son to marry a man and even wanted him to acknowledge a thief as his father. He was completely immersed in it and was furious. Thinking back to how his mother had painstakingly raised him when he was young, how an ordinary woman who didn't know any magic had to take care of a child in the fog forest. Comparing it to his scumbag father's actions, Zhou Ying trembled in anger. I don't have a father like you. No. Don't expect me to acknowledge you. Zhou Ying pointed at Bo Yang's nose and scolded, Xia, from now on, don't expect me to call you father. Bo Yang gasped. He clutched his chest and pretended to be in pain. Son, don't be like this, Zhou Ying shook his head crazily. He was immersed in the memories of his mother when he was young. You're not my father, you're not. His crazed look made him look like a young man who refused to admit that his father was a scumbag. Instead, it indirectly proved that Bo Yang was his father. The eternal night devil frowned and suppressed the doubts in his heart. He said in a low voice, "Whether you accept it or not, he is your father, and I am your stepfather." "Shut up, wild man." Zhou Ying immediately flew into a rage. "You actually married a man with a wife and children, are you king sick? Shameless. Despicable." The eternal night devil cracked open his mouth and revealed a cruel smile. "How dare you speak to me like that? Since I've acknowledged you as my son, I'll teach you a lesson and let you know what it means to respect your father." Without waiting for Bo Yang to stop him, he stepped forward and grabbed Zhou Ying by the neck and threw him to the ground. Then, he used both his hands and feet to beat him up. "Stop fighting," Bo Yang could not help but say. The eternal night devil raised his head and said fiercely, "It's right and proper for me to teach my son a lesson. You're not allowed to interrupt." After being yelled at, Bo Yang did not dare to say anything else. The eternal night devil continued to beat Zhou Ying, and Zhou Ying screamed in pain. Bo Yang could not bear to watch and turned his eyes away. The eternal night devil was furious and did not go easy on his son. Soon, his son was beaten to the brink of death. Bo Yang anxiously paced around at the side. There were a few times when he wanted to stop the fight, but he was forced back by the Demon King's fierce glare. Fortunately, the eternal night devil stopped at the last moment. Bo Yang went forward and forced a smile. "Master, he's still young. Don't be angry with him." After beating someone up, the eternal night devil was in a good mood. He slowly rolled up his sleeves and looked at Bo Yang from the corner of his eyes. Then, he glanced at Zhou Ying who was lying on the ground and said loudly, "Bring him back to the demon world." A man dressed in black appeared from the bushes in the distance and quickly came to Bo Yang and the others. He bowed to Bo Yang and the eternal night devil, then picked up Zhou Ying and disappeared into the bushes. Bo Yang looked worriedly in the direction where Zhou Ying left. He was secretly anxious. Going to the demon world would make it harder for him to escape. What should he do? He originally wanted to fool the Demon King and then find a chance to let Zhou Ying go. But in the end, the eternal night devil took him away once and for all. His anxious gaze fell on the eternal night devil's eyes, which proved that he was worried about his son. The eternal night devil thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill him. Your son is my son. As long as he's obedient, I won't mistreat you and your son." When he said this, the sun had completely risen. The sunlight shone through the dense trees and onto his head. Perhaps because of the filtering of the leaves, the sunlight was dyed the color of the forest. It was so green that it was shining. Bo Yang came back to his senses and forced a smile. "Okay. Damn it, if you find out that he's not my son, both of us will be in deep trouble. I don't know how long the effect of the mother fruit will last. I have to think of a way to get him out." "Let's go. Let's go back," the eternal night devil said. Bo Yang calculated in his heart. He nodded and followed him. Thus, the eternal night devil brought his wife and child, and the whole family rushed towards the passage to the demon world. Along the way, Bo Yang tried to find a chance to get Zhou Ying out, but to no avail. He could only obediently follow the Demon King back to the demon world through the passage. He didn't dare to make any big moves because he suspected that the Demon King had left a surveillance device on him and could hear him. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the eternal night devil's previous behavior. After thinking about it, the southern sea shark pearl on his neck was very suspicious. He had to think of a way to get the pearl. Bo Yang was still thinking about how to fool the Demon King. Who knew that just as they arrived at the Palace of Eternal Darkness, the Demon King's face immediately changed and he shouted, "Men, lock Zhou Ying in the dungeon." Bo Yang was shocked. "Master, why do you want to lock up my son?" The eternal night devil laughed coldly. "He's always against me and refuses to acknowledge us as his father. Aren't you going to lock him up and let him wander around?" "Bo Yang, it would be even harder to get him out if he was locked up." Thus, she said mournfully, "Jun Shang, it wasn't easy for me to recognize my son. Just let him stay with me." "You." The eternal night devil laughed coldly and said gently, "Don't tell me you've forgotten what you've done?" Bo Yang, the eternal night devil's face was cold. "I gave you face in front of so many people in the human world. Now that we're home, you have to give me an explanation." Bo Yang was finally a little scared. Damn, the eternal night devil was actually starting to settle scores. He couldn't even take care of himself now, so he could only postpone Zhou Ying's matter. What explanation, he stuttered. I said, I did it for my son, that's not a reason for you to betray me. The Eternal Night Devil's face was extremely cold. You have every reason to tell me the truth. But I'm afraid that you'll kill him. After all, he's the son of 7 stars. Bo Yang reacted quickly. Should I kill him now? The Eternal Night Devil waved his hand angrily. Bo Yang said softly. No. The Eternal Night Devil looked at his guilty expression and became angry. He grabbed his collar and dragged him into the back of the palace. Master? Bo Yang was dragged into a mess and tried his best to keep up with his pace. You have to be punished for your wrongdoings. When they arrived at the back of the palace, the Eternal Night Devil waved his hand to dismiss the surrounding servants and threw Bo Yang onto the huge dragon bed. Then, he slowly unbuttoned his clothes. You should compensate me for betraying me. The Eternal Night Devil's aura was very scary. Although he was smiling, Bo Yang's intuition told him that the Eternal Night Devil was very angry. It must not have felt good to do that with him at this time. Bo Yang's scalp went numb and he shrank back behind the bed. Master, I told you the location of the boundary marker. That's a great merit. That's what you should do. The Eternal Night Devil took off his clothes and revealed his muscular upper body. He slowly climbed onto the bed. Bo Yang struggled. Master, what do you want as compensation? Do you want to know the location of the last boundary marker? I'll go check it out immediately. He was about to climb off the bed when the Eternal Night Devil grabbed his leg and dragged him back. The Eternal Night Devil dragged him to his side and covered him with his body to prevent him from escaping. Master? Bo Yang blinked nervously. The Eternal Night Devil stared at his face for a moment and said in a low voice, since you have a child with someone else, you have to compensate me with a child. Bo Yang. The Eternal Night Devil bit his ear and whispered as he gasped, if you don't give me a child, I'll kill Zhou Ying. Then we'll be even. Even my ass, Bo Yang panicked. Master, don't joke around. I'm not joking. The Eternal Night Devil bit down from his ear to his chin. Knowing that Xianxia had an affair and even had a son, only God knew how jealous he was. I was too kind in the past. I shouldn't have shown mercy to people like you. He bit Bo Yang's lips and stopped him from saying what he didn't want to hear. Realizing that the Eternal Night Devil was serious, Bo Yang's hair stood on end. No. He didn't want to have a child, he struggled with all his might. As he struggled, the Eternal Night Devil became angry. 4 black tentacles that looked like tails suddenly appeared behind him and grabbed onto Bo Yang's limbs. Bo Yang screamed and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, the Eternal Night Devil didn't waver at all. He opened his legs and rushed in. Bo Yang screamed. His whole body trembled and he couldn't even move. The Eternal Night Devil's movements were no longer as gentle and rough as before. It was as if he was venting his anger. What followed was a storm. Lights, after all, it was a body that had been combined many times. Bo Yang quickly adapted to the rhythm. His body's functions were awakened and he felt a strong sense of pleasure. He screamed all the way and couldn't control himself. When he was about to reach the peak, a cold voice said in his ear, don't leak. If you leak, I'll kill Zhou Ying. Bo Yang was in a daze for a moment. When he realized what he had said, he forced himself to hold it back. Because of the strong feeling, the corners of his eyes produced physiological tears. You really love your son, TSK. The Eternal Night Devil's voice was cold and piercing. At the same time, he started a new round. Bo Yang didn't know how he got through it. Later on, his head became dizzy and he completely lost consciousness. Although Zhou Ying's life was saved, the Eternal Night Devil was still very angry. His life wasn't going to be easy. The next day, before he could get out of bed, the Eternal Night Devil walked to his side with a small black box. Then, he opened it in front of him and took out a black pill. This is a fertility pill that I got in the past. It said that it can make anyone pregnant. Bo Yang realized what he was going to do. He opened his eyes wide and shrank back in fear. Don't, Master, don't, he kept shaking his head as he shrank back. No, he couldn't have children, he never thought that he could have children, it was too crazy, he was crazy. Eat it, or I'll kill your son. The eternal night devil put the pill to his mouth, lowered his head and said coldly. Bo Yang hurriedly knelt on the bed and begged, Master, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please don't let me eat this. I betrayed you, I deserve to die. Hit me. The eternal night devil was unmoved. Eat it. Bo Yang shook his head. A trace of anger flashed in the eternal night devil's eyes. Then, he pinched Bo Yang's chin and forced the pill into his mouth. Bo Yang screamed and struggled with all his might. When he thought that he was going to eat the fertility pill and have a child, he felt that it was hard to accept. These days, he was in fear every day. He didn't please either side and suffered a lot. What kind of sin did he commit? Seeing that he was about to eat it, Bo Yang had no other choice. He was so anxious that he cried out. The eternal night devil's hand paused. Suddenly, his heart felt like it was being pierced by needles. In the end, he couldn't bear it. He took back the pill and patted Bo Yang's head. Don't cry. Bo Yang cried even harder. The eternal night devil had no other choice. He could only hug him and pat him gently. Okay. I was just scaring you. This pill isn't fertility. Don't cry. Bo Yang raised his head. The eternal night devil said helplessly, it really isn't. In order to prove the truth of his words, he put the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. This time, Bo Yang completely believed what he said. He wiped away his tears and bit down on his shoulder. He bit down viciously. The eternal night devil gasped. In the end, the eternal night devil couldn't bear to kill him and let him bite his shoulder. After a while, Bo Yang let go of his shoulder and said, Master, please don't tease me about having a child in the future. The eternal night devil thought about how he had a son with someone else and he couldn't even mention it. He felt a little sad. However, he didn't show it on his face and said, okay. Bo Yang observed his expression for a moment and guessed that he wouldn't blame him anymore. He asked tentatively, Master, can you let me see my son? The eternal night devil's face darkened. He just came back and he couldn't wait to see his son, it felt like his thoughts were all on his son. He was jealous and wanted to refuse, but then he thought about how he was the great lord of the devil world and recognized Zhou Ying as his stepson. He couldn't be so stingy. He thought about it and said gently, you can when you have a good rest. With that, he stood up, flicked his sleeves, and left. Bo Yang knew that he didn't like Zhou Ying and didn't want him to see Zhou Ying, but he had no choice. After all, Zhou Ying's life was closely related to his own. It was a mystery how long the effect of the mother fruit would last. The best way was to release Zhou Ying from prison and send him to the human world as soon as possible. He was also worried that the eternal night devil would do something behind his back. It was best to confirm his safety as soon as possible. Bo Yang anxiously wanted to get out of bed, but he pulled at the wound on his body. He grimaced in pain. He had no choice but to lie back on the bed and wait for the wound to heal. In the afternoon, his body had almost recovered. Bo Yang got up and went to see Zhou Ying. However, he was told that he was grounded and couldn't go out. What? Confinement? If he was really grounded and couldn't see Zhou Ying, wouldn't he be at the mercy of the eternal night devil? What if he killed Zhou Ying behind his back? Or what if he tortured Zhou Ying and made him wish he was dead? If Bo Yang knew that his plan would be ruined by the so-called Son of Seven Stars, and he had promised his lover that he wouldn't kill the Son of Seven Stars, he would choose to cripple the Son of Seven Stars' cultivation, or even dig out his eyes and cut off his limbs so that he wouldn't have a chance to turn things around. This way, he could ensure that the Son of Seven Stars wouldn't harm him while keeping his promise not to kill him. Bo Yang was worried that the eternal night devil would do the same. The more he thought about it, the scarier it became. Bo Yang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. They couldn't do anything, and they weren't well informed. They were just waiting for death. No, absolutely not. He walked to the door, and a guard jumped out to block his way. Lord Xia, please stay. The master said that the Lord Xia is not allowed to step out of the bedroom. Bo Yang gritted his teeth. Who do you think you are? How dare you stop me? The guard respectfully said, this subordinate is only following orders. Bo Yang pushed him away with a palm and deliberately said angrily, "I don't believe you dare to stop me." After saying this, he walked outside. But just as he stepped out of the door, a wall of light suddenly lit up at the door, blocking his way. An array, the eternal night devil's aura was very thick on the array. He was determined to lock Bo Yang up. Bo Yang knew that he couldn't force his way in. He gritted his teeth and said to the guard, "Please inform the master that I have something important to discuss with him." The guard had received the eternal night devil's order and was expressionless. "Lord Xia, the master is busy with official business and has no time to see you." "You don't listen to my orders?" Bo Yang angrily said. The guard was still respectful. This subordinate only listens to the master's orders. Bo Yang was rebuked and could only return to his sleeping quarters. He wasn't someone who would sit around and wait for death. After walking around the sleeping quarters for a while, he came up with an idea. He grabbed the porcelain bottle beside him and smashed it on the ground. He used his magic and madly smashed anything that could be smashed. He made a lot of noise as he smashed, deliberately creating a big commotion. After all this trouble, he finally summoned the Eternal Night Devil, who was busy with official business in the main hall. The Eternal Night Devil was indeed angry at Bo Yang and locked him up. Before he left, he set up an array and hurried to the main hall to deal with some matters. He turned around and forgot what he had said to Bo Yang. The guard wasn't lying. He had been in the human world for too long. The official business in the demon world was piled up like a mountain. He really didn't have time to deal with personal matters. "Master, how can you lock me up?" Before the Eternal Night Devil could speak, Bo Yang rushed up with an exaggerated expression and asked pitifully, "How can you do this to me?" The maids and guards around him secretly looked at him. The Eternal Night Devil frowned. "Don't mess around." In order to get out, Bo Yang didn't care about anything else. He knew that the Eternal Night Devil had feelings for him, but he didn't want to lose face. So he said sadly, "Last night, we slept on the same bed. You promised to let me see Zhou. Why did you turn your back on me today and lock me up?" Hearing his words, the guards and maids around him were shocked. Xianxia and the master had a close relationship. The rumors that they might have an intimate relationship were secretly spread in the palace, but no one had confirmed it. Everyone only dared to talk about it in private. They didn't expect it to be true. And it was from the Lord Xia himself. Combined with Bo Yang's words, it was obvious that the master agreed to some conditions of the Lord Xia in order to sleep with him. After he got out of bed, he pulled out Wu Qing and turned his back on him. Unexpectedly, the master, who was usually quiet and didn't get close to beautiful women, did something big. Not only did he sleep with the most famous playboy in the devil world, but he also played with his feelings. Everyone's gaze turned to the Eternal Night Devil, and there was a strange look in their eyes. The Eternal Night Devil's face darkened. Bo Yang continued to be sad. "Master, Zhou is my son. Didn't you say that you would recognize him as your stepson and treat him well? Is it all fake?" Everyone was shocked again. The Eternal Night Devil couldn't put down his face in front of everyone. Plus, he did promise Bo Yang to see Zhou. So he said, "I'll keep my word. I didn't stop you from seeing him." Bo Yang immediately said gratefully, "Thank you, master." The Eternal Night Devil was a little angry that he revealed Zhou Ying's matter. After all, he hadn't thought of how to deal with it. Now that Bo Yang had forcefully announced Zhou Ying's identity, he had to think carefully. After thinking for a while, he felt that it wasn't a big deal to let Bo Yang see Zhou Ying, so he simply agreed. Then he hurried back to the main hall to deal with official business. However, he didn't mention lifting Bo Yang's confinement. With the Eternal Night Devil's approval, Bo Yang finally had the right to go out. Even if he didn't lift his confinement, it was still good to see Zhou Ying. The guards in the main hall received the Eternal Night Devil's orders and let him go. They even brought him to the dungeon where Zhou Ying was locked up. Bo Yang knew that there was a huge dungeon set up under the Palace of Perpetual Darkness. It could hold hundreds of people. With the support of the Palace of Perpetual Darkness, it would be extremely difficult to escape once someone was sent in. From the entrance of a side hall, they entered a black underground passage. Following the spiral stone steps, Bo Yang walked down about a few hundred stone steps and entered the indestructible prison. The dungeon was built underground. It was very dark, but it wasn't damp. On the hard stone walls, there were candles burning at intervals. The flickering red flames became the only source of light in this prison. Bo Yang followed the respectful jailer into the depths of the dungeon. Probably because Zhou was Bo Yang's son, he was locked up in the innermost single cell. There was a simple stone bed and a table inside. The condition of the cell wasn't much better than the other cells. With the help of the candlelight in the corridor, Bo Yang saw Zhou sitting cross-legged on the stone bed. His eyes were closed, as if he was meditating. He looked like he had all 4 limbs and there were no wounds on his body. He was alive and well, and he seemed to be treated well. Bo Yang put down the stone in his heart. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that he had underestimated the eternal night demon monarch. With his personality, he probably wouldn't do such a sinister thing. Thinking about it this way, he felt a little guilty. Then he thought about how the demon king had forced him to give birth to a child, and he felt a little angry. Bo Yang walked to the bars and said to Zhou, "Son, father has come to see you." The person on the bed heard the noise. His eyelids twitched, but he didn't open his eyes. "Son." Bo Yang called out as he looked around. From the moment he entered the dungeon, he quickly memorized the location, access control, guards, and other details. He tried to analyze the weak points so that he could find an opportunity to bring Zhou out. However, after looking around, he realized in despair that unless he used force to break through, there was no way he could bring someone out without causing a commotion. "Son," he called out again. "Don't call me." Zhou finally opened his eyes. "I don't have a father like you." Because of his agitation, the aura around him suddenly radiated, shaking the entire cell. "Bo Yang." The male lead's cultivation has increased again. At this speed, he should be able to reach the Great Ascension stage soon, right? He couldn't help but ask. "Zhou, I've always been curious. How did you open the Mystery Dragon's secret realm that day? Your cultivation clearly hasn't reached the Great Ascension stage." Zhou coldly snorted and said proudly, "Why should I tell you?" "Because I'm your father." Bo Yang said. "You're not my father. I don't have a father like you." Zhou coldly said. "You're really rebellious." Bo Yang's face darkened. "I originally wanted to ask the master to let you out, but now I think it's better to let you stay in there." Zhou gritted his teeth and lightly snorted, saying, "That's because I can forcefully increase my cultivation in a short amount of time." It was just as he guessed. Bo Yang confirmed his guess and nodded, "So that's how it is. Forcefully increasing one's cultivation is very harmful to the body. Don't use it carelessly in the future." "I don't need you to tell me that." Zhou Ying's tone was very aggressive, completely like a young man facing his scumbag father. Bo Yang was mysteriously silent. This child got into the role of a son pretty quickly. Bo Yang thought for a moment and came up with a plan. He coldly said to Zhou, "Whether you're willing or not, you're still my son. In the future, you have to work for the demon realm and master. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your life. Do you hear me?" These words were said for the people around them to hear, and also for the eternal night devil who might be eavesdropping. "Impossible." Zhou rejected without even thinking about it. "Huh." Bo Yang was so angry that he laughed. "If you're not willing, then you can stay here forever." After saying this, he turned around and strode away, looking angry and anxious. From today onwards, no one is allowed to see him. Let him reflect on himself. Unless he agrees to work for master, he's not allowed to be released. After leaving the dungeon, Bo Yang gave the order to the guards around him. These words were said with a strong sense of righteousness, fully expressing his support for the eternal night devil. The guards hurriedly agreed. Bo Yang nodded and left, satisfied. The eternal night devil didn't torture Zhou and only locked him up. This fact made him feel relieved. Although the dungeon imprisoned Zhou, another advantage was that it gave him an excellent opportunity to cultivate, allowing him to concentrate on his cultivation. He didn't know if his declaration just now could make the eternal night devil let down his guard and release him from his imprisonment. Bo Yang pondered and called Xiaoling twice in his mind. After a while, Xiaoling replied, "Teacher?" Bo Yang was a bit confused. "Xiaoling, you haven't been talking much recently. Ever since they entered the mystery dragon's secret realm, Xiaoling rarely spoke in his mind. Sometimes, Bo Yang had to call it twice before it would respond. Xiaoling said, "I'm not feeling well." Not feeling well, a system said it wasn't feeling well. Bo Yang couldn't believe it. "Where are you feeling unwell?" "I don't know." Xiaoling's voice was a bit weak. "I want to sleep." "Not long ago, I was very sleepy, but recently, I've been getting sleepier." A system wanted to sleep. Bo Yang was a bit surprised. "You systems can sleep too?" Xiaoling said, "Logically speaking, they can't." "When did you start wanting to sleep?" Bo Yang was puzzled. Xiaoling seemed to be recalling. After a while, it said, "It should be from when you saved Shouing in Phoenix City." "Sigh, let's not talk about it. I'm really sleepy, I'm going to sleep." After it finished speaking, it went silent. "Xiaoling, Xiaoling." Bo Yang called a few times and didn't get a response, so he understood that Xiaoling had really fallen asleep. He was a bit uneasy. As a system, why would Xiaoling suddenly want to sleep? He felt that it wasn't that simple. Bo Yang felt a little uneasy. Xiaoling had been by his side since the beginning. The two of them were inseparable and had developed a deep relationship. It could be said that Xiaoling had given him a strong sense of security in this world. Whenever he encountered an emergency, even if he could not help, having someone by his side could ease the tension. Now that Xiaoling had suddenly left, Bo Yang was not used to it. Was she really alright? With doubts in his heart, he showed an anxious expression. He kept calling out Xiaoling's name in his mind, but unfortunately, Xiaoling did not respond. She was a system. Why did she suddenly want to sleep? Why did she want to sleep in Phoenix City? What happened in Phoenix City? Bo Yang thought about it carefully, but there was nothing strange. He had only saved the male lead, Zhou, in Phoenix City. It had nothing to do with Xiaoling. He called out Xiaoling's name in his mind. Xiaoling did not respond, and this continued for 2 days. Bo Yang confirmed that he did not get any response from Xiaoling, so he gave up on communicating with her and focused on the mission. At this point, even if he was alone, he had to hold on. As long as there was a chance, he would use it to praise the eternal night devil and express his loyalty. In order to get out, he did not care about his integrity anymore. Some of the words he said made him embarrassed. On the 3rd day, his actions finally moved the eternal night devil. After the eternal night devil finished his work, he would ask the guards about Bo Yang's performance in his free time. When he heard Bo Yang praising him everywhere, his face turned slightly red. Thus, in Bo Yang's eagerness, the eternal night devil finally came to the bedroom at night. Without saying anything, the eternal night devil gave him a good beating. In order to get out of the confinement, Bo Yang resisted the urge to escape and even took the initiative to seduce the eternal night devil, causing him to be even more aroused and kept him for an entire night. The next day, the eternal night devil looked at the dying Bo Yang and felt satisfied. His heart was filled with an indescribable warmth. His heart softened and he lifted the ban. After getting what he wanted, Bo Yang fainted completely. After resting for a day, Bo Yang woke up energetically in the evening and prepared to go out to find an escape route. Just as she arrived at the back garden, she bumped into a familiar colleague, Hua Feihua. The crossdresser seemed to be in a hurry, as if he had just rushed back from afar. When he saw Bo Yang, he smiled. "Lord Xia, what a coincidence." "Yeah, what a coincidence." Bo Yang smiled absent-mindedly and asked casually, "What are you doing in the Palace of Eternal Darkness so late at night, Lord Hua?" Hua Feihua said, "Oh, I found something that Master has always wanted in the Borderlands, so I rushed back to give it to Master." "What is it?" Bo Yang asked curiously. Hua Feihua did not answer and said with a smile, "I heard that this time, Master and you came back from the human world and brought back the Son of 7 Stars?" Bo Yang was shocked. This news had already been leaked. His expression did not change as he nodded calmly. "That's right." Hua Feihua took 2 steps closer to him. The crossdresser's body exuded a faint scent of cosmetics, which was demonic and sexy. He lowered his voice and said, "I also heard that the Son of Destiny seems to be the son of Lord Xie." Bo Yang was speechless. It seemed that the news in the Palace of Eternal Darkness had already spread. It was probably because the matter of his son was known to the outside world. He wondered what the outside world thought. Bo Yang nodded vaguely. You can say that. Hua Feihua seemed to be very surprised. He raised his thin eyebrows. It's really your son? Bo Yang immediately nodded calmly. That's right, it's really my son. Hua Feihua was speechless. Hua Feihua was silent for a moment, then a mysterious smile appeared on his face. In that case, congratulations to Lord Xia. He turned around as he spoke, as if he had no intention of pursuing the matter. Bo Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Hua Feihua nodded at him in a friendly manner, then turned and left in the direction of the main hall. He was probably going to see the Eternal Night Devil. Ever since he found out that Bo Yang was one of the Eternal Night Devil's men, Hua Feihua kept his distance from Bo Yang. He was polite and no longer joked around with him like before. Bo Yang looked in the direction that he left in. The tall palace was hidden under the night sky. Bright candlelight flickered. It was tall, majestic, and solemn. It symbolized the demonic world that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. He knew that the Eternal Night Devil was in that palace. Bo Yang sighed inwardly. He retracted his gaze and continued to investigate the surrounding routes. He was thinking about how to escape when Hua Feihua arrived at the door of the main hall. He quickly walked into the brightly lit main hall. Your subordinate pays his respects to master. The Eternal Night Devil was talking to someone. Hua Feihua stepped forward and knelt down on one knee to remind him. When the Eternal Night Devil saw him, he nodded slightly. He then exchanged a few words with the person and said, "You may leave first." "Yes, master." The person respectfully retreated, then turned and left the main hall. Only the Eternal Night Devil and Hua Feihua were left in the spacious main hall. The Eternal Night Devil said, "Why did you suddenly come back?" He had sent Hua Feihua to the borderlands. Why did he suddenly come back? Did something happen? Hua Feihua lowered his eyes and said, "After the rebellion of the 10 directional demon masters, their forces are still active in the borderlands. The Xianxia has completely suppressed the borderlands and killed the remaining traitors. He will be back in 2 days." Good. The Eternal Night Devil praised, "Good job. When he comes back, I will reward him greatly." It was obvious that he was in a good mood. The two discussed the matters of the borderlands for a while. Hua Feihua changed the topic and asked, "Master, I heard something on the way back. Lord Xia has a son in the human world? His son is the son of 7 stars who is obstructing Master's great cause?" When the Eternal Night Devil heard this, he pursed his lips slightly and did not say anything. Hua Feihua continued to ask, "Master, this sounds very suspicious. Don't you have any suspicions?" The Eternal Night Devil said, "I personally used a blood technique to test it. The two are indeed related." Hearing this, Hua Feihua was very surprised. "Really?" The Eternal Night Devil nodded. "Although I don't believe it either, the blood technique shows that Zhouying is indeed Xiezetian's son." After a pause, he continued, "Since Zhouying is Xiezetian's son, I will naturally not kill him indiscriminately. If he is willing to submit to the demon realm, I will naturally treat him well. If one did not personally experience it, it would be hard for one to believe such a ridiculous thing." Hua Feihua also believed that the Eternal Night Devil was not lying. Since he was not lying, it meant that the blood technique proved that Xiezetian and Zhouying were indeed father and son. Hua Feihua sorted out the key points. After pondering for a moment, she said to the Eternal Night Devil, "Master, I rushed back this time to report the situation with the Xianxia. Secondly, I brought back something for you." "What is it?" The Eternal Night Devil tilted his head curiously. Hua Feihua lowered her head and then took out a brocade pouch from her chest and opened it. As soon as the pouch was opened, a palm-sized mirror floated out. When it flew into the air, it became the size of a watermelon. The mirror was pure black and made of an unknown material. The edges were bumpy, as if it was not polished when it was made. It was very simple. The mirror was like the surface of a lake. It was silver and nothing could be seen. A mirror? The Eternal Night Devil was surprised. "This is the mirror of truth." As Hua Feihua spoke, the mirror floated in the air and flew into the Eternal Night Devil's hand. If someone lies to the mirror will reflect that person's appearance. The eternal night devil suddenly remembered that Hua Feihua had indeed recommended the Mirror of Truth and the South Sea Shark Pearl to him. He had also asked Hua Feihua to look for them. Back then, he had looked for these two items to curry favor with Xianxia. But now, the eternal night devil's fingers curled slightly. Then, he quickly opened them without Hua Feihua noticing. Just as well. I need this mirror. The eternal night devil took the mirror and looked at it repeatedly. The surface of the mirror was smooth, but nothing could be seen. It was very mysterious. It was cold to the touch and had a strange fluctuation. It was indeed a treasure. He casually said to the mirror, I love Xianxia. The mirror did not respond. He said again, I love Hua Feihua. Hua Feihua, the mirror slowly appeared and reflected the eternal night devil's face. The eternal night devil was surprised. It can actually see through lies. Hua Feihua did not know why, but she had mixed feelings. She said, Master, you should not use this mirror too often. This mirror can only ask 10 questions at a time. The eternal night devil looked up and said in surprise, Why didn't you say so earlier? I have already asked 2 questions just now. Hua Feihua nodded. The eternal night devil sighed regretfully and quickly put the mirror away. Thank you for your hard work. Hua Feihua bowed and said, I will take my leave. The eternal night devil got the mirror and immediately became anxious. He understood what Hua Feihua meant, and he also wanted to solve the doubts in his heart. After sending Hua Feihua away, he quickly stood up and rushed in the direction of the sleeping quarters. When he reached the sleeping quarters and found out that Bo Yang had already left, he anxiously chased out of the Palace of Eternal Darkness. Bai Yang planned his escape route and prepared to rush back. Just then, he met the Eternal Night Demon King who was chasing after him. His face stiffened. Then, he happily went up to him and said, My lord, why did you come out? The Eternal Night Devil was also very happy. In the past 2 days, his body and mind had been greatly satisfied by Bo Yang, and he indeed missed Bo Yang very much. When he saw him, his face turned slightly red and he said shyly, I heard that you came out, so I specially came to pick you up. Specially came to pick me up. When Bo Yang heard this, his anus tightened, and his scalp went numb, especially when he saw how shy he was. When the Demon King became shy, it meant that his boat was about to become a huge water tank. His lower body immediately began to hurt. Bo Yang forced himself to calm down and said, Master dotes on me so much, I am so grateful. As if, damn it, he only thinks about doing that all day long. Can't his brain be filled with something other than dirty? Bo Yang's balls hurt. The Eternal Night Devil walked over and stroked his hair. He said dotingly, You are my demon queen, so it is only right that I dote on you. Speaking of which, shouldn't we hold the ceremony? Previously, Bo Yang tried his best to fight for half a year to date. Now that more than half the time had passed, the Eternal Night Devil's thoughts began to stir again. Bo Yang's thoughts were not on it at all. When he heard the Eternal Night Devil's words, he reacted. Half a year had passed so quickly, he wailed in his heart, but on the surface, he said, I didn't expect that time with Master would pass so quickly. I didn't even realize that half a year had passed. Oh my God, can time pass slower? Sob sob sob. The Eternal Night Devil was very happy. Yes, time always passes quickly when I'm with you. Especially at night, it passes in the blink of an eye. F***ck. After doing it for an entire night, you still think that time is too short. Bo Yang felt that the pain in his butt was getting worse. He guessed that the Eternal Night Devil wanted to do it again, but his body could not take it anymore. Hence, he said with cold sweat, Master, the night is so beautiful. Don't you want to go out for a walk? The Eternal Night Devil looked up at the dark sky and pondered for a moment. He said, Zetian wants to go out for a walk? Bo Yang nodded vigorously. Yes, I really want to. It would be best if he could swim for an entire night and not think about it. The Eternal Night Devil laughed. Alright, I also have some things to ask you. Let's go. He leaned over and hugged Bo Yang. He used instant travel and left the Palace of Eternal Darkness. Soon, they arrived at a place. When the two of them stopped, Bo Yang looked around. The dark stones, the black dust floating in the air, the barren ground. Everything was very familiar. Bo Yang turned his head. Indeed, he saw the black miasma rising from the bottom of the cliff. It was gorgeous and spectacular. He remembered that the eternal night devil had brought him to this place last time. He had told him that this was the place where his parents had pledged their love. The Demon King's hobbies were always special. He would always choose a place like this where the miasma ran rampant. However, as long as he could stop him from doing it, then so be it. Bo Yang gritted his teeth and endured it. Master? Bo Yang pretended to be surprised. Isn't this the place where we came last time? The eternal night devil nodded. He walked to his side and looked at the miasma below the cliff. Bo Yang forced himself to praise him. It's very beautiful. The eternal night devil seemed to be thinking about something and didn't reply. Bo Yang said carefully, Master? The eternal night devil's strange attitude made him a little uneasy. Thinking of what the eternal night devil had said before, Bo Yang forced himself to change the topic. Master, you said that you have something to ask me. What is it? He swore that he only asked this to break the suffocating silence. There was no other meaning. However, the eternal night devil seemed to be touched. He was silent for a moment with his back facing Bo Yang. Suddenly, he said deeply, Zetian, my parents are pledging their love here. You and I are also pledging our loyalty here. Can I trust you? Why did he suddenly ask this? Bo Yang's heart was beating fast. He immediately said righteously, of course you can trust me. The eternal night devil turned his head and looked at him seriously for a moment. Then, he raised his hand and took out a mirror under Bo Yang's confused gaze. This is the mirror of truth. If you lie, the mirror will reflect your appearance, the eternal night devil said. Bo Yang. Bo Yang suddenly became nervous. He stuttered, Master, why are you suddenly, It's over. The sudden attack made Bo Yang panic. He hadn't thought of how to fool the Demon King, but the eternal night devil didn't give him a chance. He said directly, let me ask you. Is Zhou your son? Bo Yang was only afraid for a moment before his brain started working again. You said that the mirror is a lie detector? I don't believe you. Bo Yang felt that the Lord Devil Lord was most likely blackmailing him. So he forced himself to calm down and said with a smile, Master, where did you get this mirror? Can it really detect lies? He waved his hand in front of the mirror and stuck his face in front of it to make faces, but the mirror didn't reflect anything. Master, is this really a mirror? It can't reflect anything. The eternal night devil didn't answer. If he answered a question in front of the mirror, it would count as a question. He still had other questions to ask Bo Yang. Bo Yang was a little embarrassed that no one was there to support him. Seeing that the eternal night devil was expressionless, he laughed dryly and muttered, Why are you suddenly so serious? The eternal night devil's expression was very serious. I have a question to ask you. Now I'll ask and you'll answer. You're not allowed to talk nonsense, do you hear me? Bo Yang's chrysanthemum tightened, and his heart was filled with an ominous feeling. He deliberately laughed and said, Master, what are you doing? It's like you're interrogating a criminal, ha ha ha. The eternal night devil ignored his laughter and asked directly, Is Zhou your son? Bo Yang saw that he didn't succeed in changing the topic and thought that he might be blackmailing him, so he answered without thinking, Of course he is. The mirror floating in the air gradually reflected Bo Yang's face. Bo Yang. What the *CK was going on? Wasn't it unable to reflect anything just now? He turned to look at the eternal night devil and saw that the Demon King's handsome face was covered in a layer of black gas. Bo Yang's heart thumped. Master? The eternal night devil's face darkened as he said word by word, As long as you lie in front of the mirror of truth, it will reflect the appearance of the liar. Bo Yang's legs were a little weak. He said stubbornly, I'm not lying. He didn't know if it was because the surrounding miasma was too thick, but he was a little out of breath. That mirror was real, it really was a lie detector. Caught off guard, he was completely unprepared, and was in a complete mess. The eternal night devil stared at Bo Yang with a look of shock, relief, and heartache. He stared at Bo Yang until Bo Yang became even shorter, and his conscience began to ache. After a while, the eternal night devil continued to ask, in the past, you went to the human world many times. You said it was for me, but in fact, it was to see Zhou, right? Bo-yang, Xiaoling, Xiaoling. What should I do now? He asked frantically in his mind, but unfortunately, there was no response. Yes, Xiaoling was still in a deep sleep and couldn't reply to him. He had to face the Demon King's questions alone, as well as his anger. Why did the Demon King suddenly ask this? At most, he suspected that he had a close relationship with Zhou. Why did he suspect that he went to the demon world many times for Zhou? No one knew this secret. How should he answer? Would he get his dog head blown off? Is it? Probably because he didn't answer for a long time, the eternal night devil suddenly raised his voice. Bo-yang was frightened by his voice, and his whole body trembled. Yes. No, it's not. The originally empty surface of the mirror once again reflected his panicked face. The eternal night devil quietly stared at him, his eyes as deep as the abyss beside him. The aura on his body unconsciously floated out of his body, swirling around him like a trapped beast. Bo-yang saw his appearance and knew that he was really angry, and his legs went soft. Master, so, you were the one who misled me back then, making me think that you liked me, but everything was just my wishful thinking? The eternal night devil said coldly, and the aura on his body condensed into wisps of black smoke, which began to spread in all directions. Bo-yang, he was so scared that he didn't dare to speak. Speak. The eternal night devil sternly scolded. Bo-yang's whole body trembled, and he said in a trembling voice, Master, you only need to answer yes or no, or I'll immediately kill Zhou. The eternal night devil said sinisterly. What should he do now? The mirror of truth could detect lies, so he was doomed no matter what. At this critical moment, Bo-yang's panicked mind actually calmed down, and his survival instincts made him put up a desperate struggle. He jumped up and pointed at the mirror, saying, Master, there's something wrong with this mirror. I'm not lying, there's something wrong with this mirror. Jun Shang, who gave this mirror to you? He obviously wanted to use this mirror to sow discord between us. Master, you can't fall for it. The eternal night devil sneered, Xianxia, I never thought that you would be so good at sophistry. Why didn't I see it before? I didn't. Bo-yang desperately denied, I'm telling the truth, I didn't lie to you. The mirror once again reflected his anxious face. Bo-yang, damn it, he really wanted to smash this broken mirror. I'll ask you one more time, were you the one who misled me back then, making me wishful thinking? The eternal night devil said coldly. Bo-yang's legs turned to jelly. I'll count to 3, if you don't answer, I'll immediately kill Zhou, and then skin you alive. The eternal night devil's magic suddenly exploded, blowing Bo-yang to the ground. Bo-yang's mind went blank, and he realized that the eternal night devil was really angry, and his words were also true. He struggled to get up from the ground, saying, No. The eternal night devil's dark eyes stared at him. I'll answer. Don't be agitated. I answer. The eternal night devil raised his voice. At this point, Bo-yang looked at the mirror, gritted his teeth, and said fearfully. Yes. The mirror was as quiet as a chicken, showing nothing. Bo-yang, the eternal night devil closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The magic in his whole body was like a hurricane, blowing the sand and stones around. The originally hard stone walls actually started to crack, and a large number of stones were thrown in all directions by the magic. The scene was like the end of the world. A huge pressure came crashing down, and Bo-yang almost couldn't breathe. There was only one thought in his mind, it's all over now. He knelt on the ground and begged weakly, Master, please spare me and Zhou, I really didn't mean to lie to you. Please be magnanimous, let us go. The eternal night devil's whole body trembled, and his eyes started to turn red. Why? Why did you lie to me? Who is Zhou to you? Why do you protect him so much? You didn't even hesitate to go against me for him. Bo-yang was so scared that tears and snot flowed down his face. He went over on his knees and hugged his legs, crying bitterly. Master, Zhou is indeed not my son, but he is very important to me. If he dies, I will die too. That's why I kept saving him. Master, you have to believe me, he saw that the eternal night devil's eyes were getting redder and redder, so he immediately pointed at the mirror and said, "Master, look, the mirror didn't react, which means that I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth." The eternal night devil looked at the mirror, but it was very calm, and there was nothing on it. The redness in his eyes subsided, and the violent aura around him was slightly restrained. "Who is Zhou to you? Is he your lover?" "No, no. Definitely not." Bo Yang hugged his legs and shook his head. "He is an outsider. If his life wasn't connected to mine, I wouldn't have saved him." The eternal night devil looked at the mirror again, but there was no reaction from it. He gradually retracted his aura, but his face was still ugly. "Then let me ask you, what exactly are you?" He paused and suddenly couldn't ask any more. Bo Yang raised his tear-filled face and stared at him nervously, waiting for him to ask the question. Right now, he had no other choice but to confess and be lenient, fantasizing that the great demon lord would be lenient on account of his confession. The eternal night devil stared at him, and his expression changed unpredictably. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, and he moved his lips. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. It seemed that the question he was going to ask next was very difficult, making it difficult for him to ask. "Xianxia, please ask, this little one will definitely tell you everything he knows." Bai Yang had already lowered himself to this little one in a very pathetic manner. The eternal night devil took a deep breath and seemed to have calmed down a little. He leaned over and grabbed Bo Yang's chin, stared into his eyes, and asked, "I'll ask you, and you have to answer honestly." Bo Yang nodded desperately and stared at him. The eternal night devil's expression became distorted, and he asked with a hoarse voice, "Do you love me or not?" Bo Yang. He didn't react in time. He thought that the eternal night devil would ask him why Zhou Ying's life was connected to his. He was prepared to tell him everything, and since he was going to die anyway, he had no choice. But the eternal night devil asked him if he loved him. Bo Yang's highly nervous brain couldn't react, and he was stunned. Ah! In that short moment, the eternal night devil suddenly exploded. He grabbed the mirror and threw it towards the cliff, and his other hand grabbed Bo Yang's chin tightly. He said with red eyes, "Whether you love me or not, you have to be with me. You provoked me first, so you have to take responsibility. I don't care. You have to be with me, in this life, in the next life, forever." Bo Yang came back to his senses and quickly grabbed his wrist. "Master, I love you. Don't be agitated, I love you." The eternal night devil grabbed him with a distorted expression, and kissed him with his hot lips, or more accurately, he bit him. He was like a wild beast that had its favorite food in its mouth, and it had to eat it before it could feel at ease. Bai Yang was bitten to the point of pain. His lips were broken and blood was flowing out. "Master." Ugh, the eternal night devil still didn't let him go. He grabbed the back of his head and bit him fiercely. Bo Yang struggled with all his might, and he was almost out of breath. "Master, I love you. I didn't lie this time. I really didn't lie." Unfortunately, the eternal night devil didn't believe him anymore. Bo Yang was in despair. Looking at the eternal night demonic emperor's deranged appearance, he suddenly felt his heart ache. His heart felt as if it was being grabbed by a hand. He could feel the fear and sorrow behind his madness. He thought that he was lying. But he didn't. He was sure that he loved the demon king, loved the person beside him. Unfortunately, he didn't believe it anymore. Bo Yang was very sad. The eternal night devil was still kissing him. Bo Yang thought, "How can I make him believe that I didn't lie, if only the mirror was still here?" Mirror? Taking advantage of the eternal night devil's focus, Bo Yang used all his strength to push him away, and then rushed to the cliff. Under the eternal night devil's shocked gaze, he jumped into the gap filled with miasma. Zetian. There was a scream of shock and anger above his head. There was the sound of the wind, and the surrounding miasma was like a group of vampire bats that were startled, opening their sharp teeth to bite Bo Yang's body. Soon, Bo Yang's protective demon energy was bitten through, and the miasma eroded, cutting his skin like countless small knives. Falling, falling, falling without stopping. The lower he fell, the greater the damage he suffered. The miasma was so thick that it condensed into a solid substance, and falling into it was like falling into a swamp. Bo Yang squinted his eyes with difficulty, and saw a flash of silver light in the thick darkness below. It was the mirror that had just fallen. Bo Yang used all his strength to swim downstream, enduring the corrosion of the miasma, and came to the side of the mirror. The mirror was supported by the miasma and floated in the sticky black. Probably because of the special material, it wasn't damaged. Bo Yang held his breath and took the mirror in his hand, and then used all his strength to swim upstream. There was a strong suction force under his feet, like the abyss was preventing him from leaving. Bo Yang held the mirror in one hand and swam with the other, using all his strength to swim upstream. Just as he was exhausted, a hand reached over from above, pulled his hand, and pulled him out of the swamp. Then, it brought him out of the abyss, all the way up, and back to the cliff. Bo Yang stepped on the ground, and swayed for a while before he could stand firm. His entire body seemed to have been splashed with scalding pitch. His hair, skin, and clothes had all been corroded into tatters and stained with thick black miasma. His skin had festered beyond recognition, and he looked as terrifying as a severely burned man. Zetian. Zetian. The eternal night devil looked at him in horror. Bo Yang used his last breath, holding the mirror, and said in a hoarse voice, "Jizi Xuan, I'll answer your question. Although I've lied to you a lot, I love you, and that hasn't changed from the beginning to the end." After saying that, the mirror fell under the eternal night devil's shocked expression, and Bo Yang's vision was pitch black. After an unknown period of time, Bai Yang slowly woke up. He opened his eyes with great difficulty and saw the familiar black gauze curtain. His hand was a little sore, as if it had been tightly squeezed by something for a long time. He moved subconsciously, and a surprised voice came from beside him. "Zetian, you're awake?" Bo Yang turned around and saw the eternal night devil sitting by the bed with red and swollen eyes. He was looking at him in surprise, and his pupils were trembling slightly. It was obvious that he was very surprised. Memories flooded in like a tidal wave. Bai Yang rolled up from the bed and knelt on the bed with a podgy sound. He kowtowed very weakly. "Jun Shang, please spare me. I was forced to lie to you. I beg you to forgive me." Woo-woo. "It's over, it's all over now." The boat suddenly capsized and he was not prepared at all. Would the great devil monarch cut him into 8 pieces? Would he also kill Zhou along the way? The eternal night devil was slightly stunned, and his expression became very complicated. After a while, he said, "Forget it." Bo Yang, who was racking his brains to think of something to say to move the Demon King. "Huh?" The eternal night devil reached out his white hand and gently touched his head that had not fully recovered. "Don't worry, I won't kill you or Zhou. On the contrary, I will do my best to protect his safety. After all," he sighed. "After all, his life is connected to yours." Bo Yang opened his mouth wide and could not close it for a long time. What? From the Demon King's tone, it seemed that he had forgiven him. He let him go so easily. Was this a joke? He was ready to wake up and get beaten up again. "Master?" he asked carefully. "You're not angry anymore? What do you think?" The eternal night devil glared at him. "As expected, he won't forgive me so easily." Bo Yang curled into a ball and knelt down on the bed again. "Master, I don't ask for your forgiveness. I only ask that you spare my and Zhou Ying's lives." The eternal night demon emperor picked him up impatiently. "Don't kneel down when you just woke up. I'm angry. I'm angry because you refused to talk nicely and risked your life to jump into the miasma, making yourself half dead. If you dare to do that again, I'll break Zhou Ying's legs." Bo Yang was shocked. He couldn't believe that he had managed to get away with it just like that. Could it be? Could it be that by jumping off the cliff and grabbing a mirror, and saying "I love you" to the Demon King, he would be able to write off all the lies he had done in the past? The Demon King was too easy to deal with. The eternal night devil seemed to have thought of something and his handsome face turned red. He touched Bo Yang's face and said, "Get well soon. I've already asked the priestess to choose a good date. It's the 5th of next month. I'll announce to everyone that you're my demon queen." Bo Yang. First, he was caught off guard by the interrogation, and now, he was suddenly arranged to get married. Bo Yang was a little confused. So fast? he blurted out. The Eternal Night Devil raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, "How is it fast? Our half a year of dating should end on the 2nd of next month. Our wedding is 2 days later than that." Bo Yang, was it hard to accept that it was 2 days late? Why did he have to be so precise? The Eternal Night Devil seemed to have thought of something and kissed Bo Yang's face shyly. He said softly, "When we become husband and wife, you're not allowed to find excuses to reject me." Bo Yang's butt tightened, and he felt a dull pain. "Have a good rest. I'll go settle some things. When I come back, I hope you'll tell me the whole truth." The Eternal Night Devil pressed Bo Yang onto the bed and tucked him in. He then stood up and left the bedroom. Bo Yang lay there in a daze for a while. He couldn't lie down anymore and got up. He walked around the bedroom, still unable to believe that he had successfully escaped. The Eternal Night Devil loved him that much. First, he accepted his son, then he forgave him for his betrayal. Which man in the world could do that? But he had to leave. If he left, would he be very sad? Bo Yang thought about it and felt his heart ache. If he stayed, would he have to abandon his family and friends in the real world? In the past, Bo Yang would choose the real world without hesitation. But this time, he hesitated. He even thought that it would be great if he didn't go back in the first place. Since he couldn't go back, he could stay with a clear conscience. The Demon King asked him to tell him the whole truth. Should he tell him everything? If he told him, would he be noticed by the main system and be in danger? Xiaoling. He called out in his mind again. Xiaoling still didn't respond. In this vast world, he felt lonely for the first time. As he walked, he accidentally came to a mirror. The mirror reflected his face. Half of his hair was gone, and his face was full of scars. Bo Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. So ugly? How did the Eternal Night Devil kiss him just now? He loved him. He loved him so much that he could accept everything. He said with red eyes that they had to be together regardless of whether he loved him or not. His shy look. His blushing face. Each and every one of them turned into a pool of warm water, gently swaying in his heart. What about himself? Do I love him? Bo Yang asked himself. His emotions surged again. Bo Yang didn't know what this feeling was. It was probably that he didn't care about anything for one person, even if he had to lose his life. With a strange feeling, Bo Yang walked to the bedside with heavy steps and sat down. He slowly thought about what to do next. Maybe, stay. Tell him the truth. Tell him that he loved him. He slowly convinced himself. Maybe thousands of years passed in this world, but only a moment passed in the outside world. When the two of them grew old and died together, maybe only a day had passed in the outside world. He would wake up then and accompany his family. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. After Bai Yang made up his mind, his entire body relaxed. He stood up. He couldn't wait to go outside and tell the Eternal Night Devil his decision. Just as he took 2 steps, the ground suddenly shook. He stumbled and quickly steadied himself. There was a commotion outside. It sounded like someone was screaming. The shaking was getting stronger. Bo Yang realized that something was wrong. He was now in the Palace of Eternal Darkness. Below the Palace of Eternal Darkness was the main array of the demon world. It was very powerful and hadn't been shaken for thousands of years. Even if the rest of the demon world collapsed, the Palace of Eternal Darkness would still stand. But now, the entire Palace of Eternal Darkness was shaking. It was as if there was an earthquake below. Bo Yang rushed out of the palace. The servants and guards outside hurriedly walked around, looking everywhere to find out what was wrong. What happened? Bo Yang grabbed one of the guards and asked. The guard was shocked when he saw him. Only when he heard his voice did he realize that it was Xianxia. He quickly said respectfully, Lord Xia, we still don't know why the Palace of Eternal Darkness is shaking. Look. One of the servants next to him shouted. Bo Yang and the guard turned their heads and looked in the direction the servant was pointing. They saw a white line suddenly appear from the east side of the prison. It pierced through the ground and into the sky. That is, Bo Yang's pupil shrank. That is the dragon's sword. At the same time, there was a beep in his mind that had been silent for a long time. Xiao Ling's voice sounded mechanically. It has been detected that the male lead Zhou Ying has broken through to the Great Ascension stage. The hidden mission has been activated. The world has entered the countdown to its destruction, Bo Yang. The countdown has begun. There are 33 days and 1 hour left before the world is destroyed. Host, please prepare to leave. Bo Yang. Damn, what the hell is going on? Bo Yang suddenly fainted. The male lead has broken through. What kind of bullshit hidden mission has been activated? The world is about to be destroyed. Leave. How do I leave? Xiao Ling, what's going on? What hidden mission? Why don't I know about it? Bo Yang asked repeatedly. However, Xiao Ling still repeated mechanically, it has been detected that the male lead Zhou Ying has broken through to the Great Ascension stage. The hidden mission has been activated. The world has entered the countdown to its destruction. Host, please prepare to leave. If the world is destroyed, what will happen to the others? Tell me, Xiao Ling. Bo Yang shouted desperately. Xiao Ling suddenly went silent. After a while, a strange yet somewhat familiar male voice came out. It sounded like the buzzing sound of an old-fashioned radio when the signal was bad. Xiao Bai, it's me. I'm Ji Yuan. I can only come out because Xiao Ling is asleep. This is my message. I'm here to save you. Listen to what I have to say next. Bo Yang. Bo Yang was in a daze for a moment before he realized who Ji Yuan was. His mind was in a mess. First, it was the hidden mission. Then, it was Xiao Ling's abnormality. Now, it was Ji Yuan. He was completely confused. Xiao Bai, listen carefully. You're not Zhou Ying. Your real name is Bo Yang. You're from the modern world. The world you're in now is a virtual world created by a book. I don't know how long you've been in this world, but I have to tell you that 5 years have passed in the outside world, Bo Yang. 5 years, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He remembered that he was only 25 years old when he came in. Now that 5 years had passed, did that mean that he was an old leftover man? Ji Yuan's voice was a little hurried. He hurriedly explained Bo Yang's background and why he came to this world. And from his description, he thought that Bo Yang was Zhou Ying. Bo Yang was dazed for a moment before he remembered that when he was sent in, someone did tell him that he would become Zhou Ying. It was just that an accident happened midway that he became Xianxia. Originally, everything was good. Uncle sent you in with good intentions, but I didn't expect that it was all a trap. Your uncle bribed Uncle's confidant. First, he created a car accident that caused your brother to become a vegetable. Then, he deliberately led Uncle to send you into this world. Your uncle arranged everything long ago. Before you entered this world, he implanted a hidden mission. As long as you reach the Great Ascension stage, the whole world will enter a countdown to destruction. But from the Great Ascension stage to the Immortal Ascension stage, 33 days is completely insufficient. Your uncle wanted to kill you. We found out too late. Halfway through, our team desperately tried to intercept the system to prevent you from entering the world. We wanted to pull you out, but we didn't succeed. The main system took shape and attacked us. I don't know if you were affected by this, but we had no choice but to follow the main system's progress and find another way. We couldn't change the system's structure. Later, we found a loophole in the system. I've already brought the data package in. Listen, the data package is in your room in the Tingyun sect. The data package will only appear when the hidden mission is triggered and the main system is shaken. Immediately rush back to the Tingyun sect to get the data package. The things in the data package will allow your cultivation to rise to the tribulation stage in an instant. At the same time, it will accelerate the progress of the whole world. Listen carefully. The plot set up by the main system is Zhou Ying. That is, you have to kill Xianxia, defeat the eternal night devil, and then ascend to the immortal world. We'll use the data package to accelerate the progress. As long as you kill Xianxia, you can ascend. At the same time, the main system won't notice anything strange. At the moment of ascension, the main system will open. You need to seize the opportunity to leave this world. Do you understand? Bo Yang was stunned. Remember, the trigger for ascension is to kill Xianxia. He's in the human world, and his cultivation isn't as strong as yours. You can definitely kill him easily. Xiao Bai, I don't know if you believe what I'm saying, but I want to tell you that everything you're experiencing now is a plot set up by the system. Whether it's Zhao Qing'er or Feng Ming, they're all virtual characters. Please don't invest too much in them, the countdown to the world's destruction has started. You should hear Xiaoling's voice. Listen to me. Don't be greedy for this fake time. Your parents, brother, and there are many people waiting for you outside. This is a message I left on December 4, 2018. Bo Yang was stunned for a while before he reacted. His mind turned and he began to digest the information. My brother's accident was caused by my uncle. My accident when I came in was also caused by my uncle. The world is about to be destroyed. Ji Yuan and the people outside all think that I am Zhou Ying. Ji Yuan brought the data package in to save me. I have to get the data package if I want to leave. The key to ascending or leaving is to kill Xiaozetian. Kill Xiaozetian, kill me? Bo Yang was confused. How can I leave if I die? If I leave, what will happen to Ji Zixuan? Does the destruction of the world mean that everyone? Bo Yang sucked in a breath of air. At this time, Xiaoling's voice sounded in his mind. You're finally awake. And, what's wrong with sir? Why is your face so pale? Bo Yang suppressed the complicated feelings in his heart and asked, Xiaoling, you're awake? Xiaoling was puzzled. And, you, what happened? Bo Yang, Xiaoling, let me ask you. Do you remember what happened when you were asleep? What happened? I don't know. Xiaoling said. Just now, the male lead Zhou Ying ascended to the Great Ascension stage and triggered a hidden mission. The world's destruction has entered a countdown. Xiaoling screamed. What? There's such a thing? Bo Yang said, yes, you don't know? I don't know. Xiaoling panicked. The world's destruction means that we're all going to die here? No, the countdown, how long is there? 33 heavens. Xiaoling said in horror, 33 heavens? How can the mission be completed in such a short time? Bo Yang heard her words and continued to ask, yes, 33 heavens. Zhou Ying can't ascend to the tribulation stage. I'm dead. Xiaoling cried. Sir, if you die, I'll disappear with you. Xiaoling doesn't want to die, woo-woo. Bo Yang's heart skipped a beat. Listening to Xiaoling's tone, not only did she not know anything, her life seemed to be tied to his. He was worried that Xiaoling was on the main system's side, so he continued probing. When you were asleep, you said that it had been 5 years in the outside world, but I remember you saying that I had only been here for a short period of time. Xiaoling fell silent. Xiaoling? Bo Yang sensed something from her silence and continued, now that we are in the same boat, you have to tell me the truth. Xiaoling sighed and replied, Sir, since I've already said it, I won't hide it anymore. Yes, it has indeed been a few years since you came to this world. Bo Yang was shocked. Xiaoling said, do you still remember when you first entered this world? Bo Yang nodded. That day, when we entered this world, the main system made a mistake, and we stayed in the dark transit space for a long time. Later, when I asked the main system, I found out that someone had tried to invade the main system to stop you and me, so the main system transferred us to the transit space. You were not awakened at that time, so you were in a state of deep sleep. So. Bo Yang's hands trembled slightly. Xiaoling said, so according to the time in the real world, we stayed in that transit space for 5 years and 1 month. In other words, the message left behind by Ji Yuan was real. 5 years had already passed in the outside world. No, 5 years had already passed before he entered this world. Then what about now? How many years have passed? Bo Yang asked anxiously. Sir, I don't know. When we enter this world from the transit space, the flow of time is different from the outside world. Bo Yang took a deep breath. So it means that more than 5 years have passed outside? Xiaoling said, yes, but sir, don't be too anxious. If there are no accidents, the flow of time in this world is much slower than in the outside world. It is very likely that only a few days have passed, or at most a month has passed. Bo Yang could not help but ask, why didn't you tell me before? Xiaoling was silent for a moment before saying, the main system did not let me tell you. Then why are you telling me now? Bo Yang did not believe it. Xiaoling said, I don't know what happened. Not long after we entered this world, the main system seemed to have been invaded by a virus from the outside world, and it weakened my control. Sir, you asked me why I was not punished for doing things that did not fit the character or destroyed the plot. Now, I can answer you. Because the main system was infected with a virus, it lost most of its control over you and me, so as long as Sir does not go overboard, there is no problem. Virus? Bo Yang's heart skipped a beat. Could the so-called virus be the team invading the main system that Ji Yuan mentioned? Bo Yang said, Xiaoling, answer me, whose side are you on now? The main system or me? Xiaoling answered without thinking, of course it's you, sir. I am your service system. I am one with you. Okay, Xiaoling, I believe you. Bo Yang said, I just received a piece of information. The information said that the trial that I entered this world was a trap. The so-called hidden mission of the world's destruction was to kill me. What should I do now? Xiaoling was shocked and said, Sir, I have never heard of this mission. Don't worry, I will ask the main system first. After saying this, her voice disappeared. After a while, she said in his mind, there is actually such a hidden mission. Just now, I applied to extend the destruction time, but it was rejected by the main system. What should I do now, sir? I don't want to die, and I don't want you to die, woo-woo. Xiaoling began to cry. Her anxious appearance did not seem fake. After coming to this world, Xiaoling did not lie except to hide things. Bo Yang also believed her. It should be said that he had to believe her. Because she was his companion system, his every move couldn't escape her sight. Bo Yang took a deep breath and said, right now, there is only one way. Xiaoling, what way? Complete the mission and leave before the world is destroyed. Bo Yang said. But how will Xianxia complete the mission? Xiaoling did not have any confidence. Bo Yang thought about it, gritted his teeth, and decided to tell her everything. Xiaoling, can I trust you? Xiaoling said, of course, sir. I am your companion system. If you don't trust me, who will you trust? Bo Yang took a deep breath and said, actually, the words I told you just now were not from you, but from someone else. Who? Xiaoling was shocked. Could it be that other than us, there is someone else who came in? Came in? Bo Yang keenly grasped this point, he only left a message. He might not have come in. No, people from the outside cannot come in contact with us, and it is impossible for them to bring us a message. Unless they also came in as a trial taker. That's not right. Sir, your mission has not been completed. The main system is sealed, and people from the outside cannot enter. Sir, are you sure it was someone else who left the message? Bo Yang, I'm sure. Xiaoling did not seem to know what was going on. I don't know how he did it, but the biggest possibility is that he came in as a trial taker. This time, Bo Yang was shocked. You mean there are other trial takers besides me? The person who sent me the message is also in this world? Xiaoling thought about it and said, since I have already lost control of the main system, I might as well tell you. Of course, there are other trial takers in this world. Before you, we received 8 of them. Under normal circumstances, we received 1 at a time, and at most, we received 3 at a time. These trial takers do not have memories of the real world, but you, sir, are an exception. You still have memories of the real world. I think it might be because we were stopped midway, and stayed in the transfer space for too long. If what Sir said is true, then the person who sent you the message should have come in as a trial taker, and it is very likely that he has lost his memories of the real world. Bo Yang was shocked. Then does he know about the hidden mission? Does he have a system on him? Xiaoling said, it depends on what identity he used to come in. As far as I know, non-VIP customers do not have a system. Bo Yang, I don't know if he is a VIP. Xiaoling thought about it and said, according to what Sir said, I think that person did not enter this world for the trial. Then, it is very likely that he did not go through the main system's VIP review. He should have used a special method to come in. Otherwise, he would not have been able to bring the message with him. Naturally, he would not have a system. Now, he might have lost his memories and think that he is a member of this world. Bo Yang. Bo Yang, then does he know that the world is about to be destroyed? If he doesn't know, won't he have to die with the others? Xiaoling said, in theory, that is the case. If he can complete the mission before the world is destroyed, then he can also leave. Bo Yang was very anxious. What mission does he have? What if he can't complete it? If he dies, then it will be because of me. Although I don't like him, he took the risk to save me. I can't leave him to die. I have to find him and bring him out. Xiaoling comforted him, sir, he was able to force his way in as a trial taker, so he should have a backup plan. Maybe he is safer than you. Or maybe he doesn't have a mission at all. After all, he did not come in the normal way. Also, even if you want to help him, you have to know who he is. He has lost his memories, and even his face has changed. It is impossible to find him. Sir, it is more important that we find a way to go back. Bo Yang scratched his head in frustration. There was a ball of fire in his heart. First, the destruction of the 33 heavens was already troublesome enough. Now, he had to think about how to save the eternal night devil. Now, he knew that Ji Yuan had also come in, and his life might be in danger. He was going crazy, but Xiaoling's words were very reasonable. In this vast sea of people, where could he find someone who had lost his memories? He could barely take care of himself, and he did not have the time to search. The only thing he prayed for was that Ji Yuan had a backup plan and had a way to save his life. Xiaoling said, Sir, who is that person? What message did he leave for you? At this point, he could only be honest with him. Bo Yang told Xiaoling Ji Yuan's message. Xiaoling was very happy to hear it. That's great. Let's hurry up and get the data package so we can go home early. Bo Yang was not happy. Xiaoling, sir, are you still worried about Mr. Ji? Bo Yang nodded. I think Sir has no need to worry at all. Why? If Mr. G's purpose of coming in was to save Sir, there's a high chance that he set the mission so that you can complete it. Bo Yang immediately understood. You mean that as long as I complete the mission, his mission will also be completed? Xiaoling said, that's very likely. Sir said that he left a message on October 4, 2018. Let me calculate. If the time he came in was the time he left the message, he entered the world 1 month earlier than Sir. Bo Yang was very surprised. Earlier than me? Xiaoling, yes, sir. You stayed in the transit space for 5 years and 1 month. I guess that Mr. G first tried to stop you and me, but he did not succeed. Instead, he caused chaos in the system. They did not dare to mess with the system again. 5 years later, they found a way to forcefully bring the data package in as a trial taker. They even left a message for you, sir. The trigger condition for the data package is when the main system's hidden mission is triggered. At that time, the main system will have a certain error, and the data package will appear in this world normally. When Mr. G arrived in this world, he lost his memories and became a member of this world. At this time, Sir was still in the transit space. After that, the main system sent us into this world. Bo Yang, he also thought of what Xiaoling said. He began to filter in his mind who Ji Yuan was, but there were too many people. He really could not guess. 5 years, he did not know what the outside world did to make him sleep for 5 years before being sent in. He did not know how worried his parents and brother were. Why was Ji Yuan willing to risk his life to come in? There were too many questions in his mind. Forget it, he did not want to think about it. As long as he was safe, it was fine. Other than Ji Yuan, there was another matter that had to be dealt with. If we leave, then what about the eternal night devil? What about Ji Zixuan? Bo Yang said. I don't want him to die. I want to save him. Sir. Xiaoling said sadly. The eternal night devil is just a set of data. He is not human. You can't save him. No. He is human. Bo Yang insisted. I want to save him. Xiaoling, don't you like him a lot too? We can't abandon him and leave by ourselves. Do you have the heart to do that? Tell me, how can we save him? Xiaoling was silent for a moment. Sir, Bo Yang pressed on. Do you really have the heart to do that? Xiao Ling was silent for a moment and said, I know of a way to save him, but I don't know if it counts as saving him. Bo Yang was overjoyed. What way? The Great Demon King is just like me. He is just a set of data. When I leave this world, I will clear my database and put the Great Demon King's data into my database. When the time comes, we can bring him along. When Sir returns to the real world, we can transfer the Great Demon King's data to another system, Xiao Ling said. Bo Yang said, that's great. While he was happy, he suddenly thought of the key point. Clear your database? That's right. Xiao Ling said. If I clear your database, will you be affected? Bo Yang asked hesitantly. Xiao Ling said, Sir, are you worried about me? Bo Yang nodded. Xiao Ling said, Xiao Ling is so happy. After a pause, she continued, well, clearing the database won't make me disappear. It will just clear my memories. Sir, when the time comes, I will forget everything, including you. Xiao Ling. Bo Yang didn't know what to say. Xiao Ling comforted him. Sir, don't be sad. I also like the Great Demon King. I am willing to lose my data to save him. As long as Sir remembers me, it's fine. When we return to the real world, Sir can tell me about us, okay? For some reason, when he heard Xiao Ling's cute voice, Bo Yang's nose twitched. He choked and said, okay. Then it's settled. Xiao Ling's voice was full of energy. Sir, let's quickly complete the mission and let Zhouing ascend before the world is destroyed. Only then can he save our lives and the Great Demon King's. Bo Yang took a deep breath and said, you're right. I will do it immediately. I also hope that Ji Yuan can return safely with me. Bo Yang's heart relaxed. His emotions became extremely complicated. Ji Yuan, oh Ji Yuan. I never thought that you would come to save me. A slender figure gradually appeared in Bo Yang's mind. Even after such a long time, the memory was still so clear. Actually, Ji Yuan and Bo Yang knew each other since high school. However, because Bo Yang hated him, he never called him Big Brother. He only called him Big Brother's friend. Why was this person so annoying? Whenever he talked about it, he would cry and snot. Bo Yang was lazy since he was young. He had no ambition and his grades were average. He knew a little about painting, piano, and violin, but he was never good at it. At first, everyone thought that there was no problem. However, this Ji Yuan just had to show off his skills in front of him. Bo Yang finally drew a painting and happily showed it to his brother. However, Ji Yuan immediately drew a painting that was comparable to a master's and gave it to him. This hit him half to death. There was a birthday party where there were a lot of guests. Bo Yang wore a white suit to play the piano. He wanted to show off his skills in front of everyone. In the end, this idiot Ji Yuan just had to come over and play a duet with him. This made his piano skills seem unbearable. There was another time when he learned how to ride a horse. He just had to show off his horsemanship skills in front of Bo Yang. Bo Yang was angry and wanted to compete with him. In the end, he fell off the horse and broke his leg. It was fractured for a month, there were too many small things to count. This made Bo Yang hate him very much. He even snatched away the girls who liked him many times. Originally, Bo Yang was still popular. However, when Ji Yuan came, he stole everyone's attention. He even advised the young masters of the big families to choose a girl of equal social status. He told everyone not to have any wishful thinking. In 25 years, he did not have a girlfriend, it was all because of him, just thinking about it made him angry. This kind of person should be beaten up half to death. Unfortunately, his brother admired him a lot and wanted Bo Yang to ask him for advice. Advice my ass, he can be a proud son of God, and I can be a rich second-generation rice worm. Isn't it good to live in peace? Why did he always have to show off? As he got older, that person became harder to get along with. He spoke less and often stared at him. Who knew what he was up to? He was very shrewd. When Bo Yang saw him, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. He was a little scared. Also, his brother trusted that person more and more. He even told him secrets. There were many times when Bo Yang wanted to remind his brother that that person was also doing business. He was also a competitor, his brother. However, his brother did not take his words to heart. He just smiled. Bo Yang had no choice. He could only try to distance himself from that person. However, he did not expect that such a person would come to save him. Bo Yang's feelings were very complicated. With a plan, Bo Yang calmed down a little. He decided to look for the Eternal Night Devil and tell him about his plan. He wanted him to follow him to bring Zhou Ying back to the Tingyun sect and get the data package. The only problem was that the trigger for Zhou Ying's ascension was killing Xianxia. Ji Yuan had left a message saying that as long as Xianxia was killed, Zhou Ying could ascend and Bo Yang's mission would be completed. However, killing Xianxia meant killing himself. If the character died, he would also die in reality. It was a dilemma. Xiaoling also thought of this. Sir, you said that the trigger for Zhou Ying's ascension is to kill you. What should we do? Bo Yang said, we can only take a gamble now. A gamble? Xiaoling was curious. Sir, you have a plan? Bai Yang nodded. The condition to kill Xianxia is very vague. Making Xianxia really die and making Zhou Ying mistakenly believe that Xianxia is dead are two different concepts. If the trigger condition is to make Xianxia really die, then we are completely faced with a dead end and can only resign ourselves to fate. If the trigger condition is to make Zhou Ying believe that he killed Xianxia, then we still have a chance of survival, so? Bo Yang looked up at the sky that was already lit up in the distance. His expression was serious. So I have no choice but to try. After eliminating all possibilities, there was only one path left. Bo Yang had no choice. He could not resign himself to fate. He could only try his best to choose to believe that the trigger was to let Zhou Ying think that he killed Xianxia. The dragon sword between heaven and earth became incomparably huge, like a pillar that supported the heavens. Such a huge commotion alarmed everyone. Bo Yang gritted his teeth and rushed in the direction of the dragon sword. The reason why the dragon sword became the male lead's golden finger was that it was a divine weapon that was ranked high in the upper realm. It accidentally fell into the human realm and was picked up by the male lead. It could not even use 1/10 of its strength. Now that the male lead broke through the Deshang stage, it caused the resonance of the dragon sword, causing the effect of 1 + 1 far greater than 2, instantly shaking the world. Before Bo Yang could reach the dungeon, he saw a circle of white light rise from the dragon sword. It was like a nuclear explosion, and a huge shockwave swept across the entire palace of everlasting darkness. The originally majestic palace was shattered into pieces by the white light. The demon race that was closer to the white light didn't even have time to scream before it was melted by the pressure of the dragon sword. Even someone as strong as Bo Yang was forced to take a few steps back by the shockwave and had no choice but to use his magic to resist it. About 3 seconds later, the white light faded, and the palace of perpetual darkness disappeared. The ground was a mess, and there were broken tiles everywhere. The injured guards wailed in the ruins. The scene that seemed like the end of the world shocked Bo Yang. It wasn't because of the wailing of the guards. For a world that was about to be destroyed, except for the most important few people, no one's wailing could move Bo Yang, let alone a pile of data that was about to disappear. The reason why he was shocked was because Zhou Ying had made such a big move that it would be difficult for the Eternal Night Devil to protect him. The Palace of Everlasting Darkness was the symbol of the demon realm. The significance of destroying the Palace of Everlasting Darkness was equivalent to destroying the White House in the United States in front of the whole world. Even if the Eternal Night Devil agreed to let Zhou Ying go, the other demon race wouldn't agree. Now, Zhou Ying's life was not only related to himself, but also related to the Demon King and Ji Yuan. In any case, he couldn't die. Originally, Bo Yang planned to let the Demon King take Zhou Ying to the Tingyun sect together, but now it seemed unlikely. Bo Yang once again rushed in the direction where the dragon sword disappeared. In addition to him, many other high-level demon race members also rushed over. Bo Yang increased his speed and teleported 1,000 miles to the top of the dungeon. He shouted at the ruins below, Zhou Ying. Accompanied by a crashing sound, the rocks below rolled. Zhou Ying crawled out from the cracks in the rocks. His whole body was in tatters, and he looked battered and exhausted. He hugged the dragon sword, and his expression was a little dazed. Zhou, are you okay? Bo Yang landed beside him and sized him up. When Zhou saw him, he reacted for a while before softly calling out. Father? Bo Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this critical moment, he was finally willing to call him father. Why did this happen? Zhou still didn't understand the situation, and said somewhat helplessly, I didn't do it on purpose. I know. Bo Yang patted him on the shoulder. Let's go. Zhou broke through to the Great Ascension stage, resonated with the dragon's sword, and destroyed the Palace of Eternal Darkness. This wasn't what he wanted, but it happened because of him. Others wouldn't let him go just because he didn't do it on purpose. Let's go. He pulled Zhou up and walked outside. If they were surrounded by the rest of the army, they would be finished today. Dark clouds suddenly gathered above the gray ruins. Where are you going? In the center of the magic vortex, a figure slowly descended. Bo Yang didn't even think about it as he pulled Zhou and turned to run. However, a tall figure appeared behind them and blocked their path. Xianxia, you actually dared to escape with Zhou? Hua Feihua's face was cold, and her beautiful eyes were full of killing intent. Xianxia, Zhou, hurry up and surrender. Xianxia's voice was full of pressure from behind. Except for Lu Jianfeng, who was in the mortal realm, the four great protectors of the demon realm were all present. Bo Yang knew that he couldn't escape. He gritted his teeth and stopped. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Zhou. I'll hold them back later. You look for a chance to escape. Zhou was anxious. Father, don't be afraid. When you escape, I'll look for a chance to escape too. We'll meet at the Tingyun sect. Got it? Bo Yang hurriedly left a sentence. Without another word, the magic in his body soared, and he directly attacked Xianxia behind him. Xianxia wasn't as cunning as Hua Feihua. He didn't expect Bo Yang to suddenly attack him. Caught off guard, he was hit back. Zhou Ying's reaction was also fast. His figure immediately turned into a ray of light and escaped in another direction where no one could stop him. Where do you think you're going? Hua Feihua, who had been paying attention to the situation, chased after him, but was blocked by Bo Yang. Hua Feihua said angrily, Xianxia, do you know what you're doing? Bo Yang said, of course I know. Hua Feihua said while fighting with him, you want to betray master? At this time, Xianxia also reacted and joined the battle. Bo Yang instantly felt the pressure double. He knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long under the pincer attack of two masters. He could only hope that Zhou could escape first. While fighting with Xianxia and Hua Feihua, he also paid attention to Zhou Ying's movements. He saw that Zhou Ying had already rushed to the destroyed gate of the Palace of Perpetual Darkness. He was one step away from leaving the Palace of Perpetual Darkness. At that moment, a hand reached out from the side and grabbed Zhou Ying's neck. Bo Yang was shocked for a moment. His hand revealed a flaw, and he was knocked down by Hua Feihua in an instant. He struggled to get up. Hua Feihua and Xianxia stopped attacking. The Eternal Night Devil had already brought Zhou Ying to their side. The Eternal Night Devil was wearing a solemn black robe with a coiled dragon on it. He carried the male protagonist like he was carrying a little chick. Step by step, he slowly walked to Bo Yang's side. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind, and black magic energy floated around him like smoke. As long as his master's mood changed, the magic energy would turn into a giant beast that bared its fangs and brandished its claws, pouncing on the prey that angered its master. Bo Yang struggled to stand up straight, gritted his teeth, and said, Master, when the Eternal Night Devil appeared, Hua Feihua and Xianxia automatically retreated to the side. The Eternal Night Devil threw Zhou Ying, who was almost unable to vent his anger, to the ground. Zhou Ying had already broken through the Mahayana stage, so he wouldn't be caught like a little chick by the Eternal Night Devil as soon as they met. The main reason was that he had just resonated with the dragon sword and released a huge amount of spiritual power. His body was already hollowed out, and in addition, the Eternal Night Devil appeared very suddenly, causing him to have no power to fight back. Master. Hua Feihua was about to speak, but she was interrupted by the Eternal Night Devil. The Eternal Night Devil's gaze moved back and forth between Bo Yang and Zhou Ying. After a while, he said, What are you going to do? As he said this, his eyes stared at Bo Yang. Bo Yang, what was he going to do? Did he have a choice? Bo Yang smiled bitterly to himself, took a deep breath, and said to the Eternal Night Devil, Master, I hope you can spare Zhou Ying's life. That's impossible. Hua Feihua and Xianxia said at the same time. Behind the two of them, countless soldiers slowly approached, surrounding Bo Yang and Zhou Ying in the middle. From the looks in their eyes, it seemed that they didn't agree with Bo Yang's request. Thinking about it, who would agree? Bo Yang knew that it was too much to make such a request, but at this point, he could only go all the way. Master. He thought for a moment, his eyes fixed on the Eternal Night Devil, and said seriously, Zhou Ying is related to our lives. He must live, and he must ascend. The Eternal Night Devil didn't say anything. Hua Feihua frowned. Xianxia, if you are willing to kill Zhou Ying with your own hands, the master may spare your life. I advise you not to be so stubborn. Master, I'm telling the truth. Don't you have the mirror of truth? I can swear to the mirror of truth, Bo Yang said loudly. The only way to escape now was to ask the Eternal Night Devil to let them go. However, the premise was that the Eternal Night Devil had to believe him. The Eternal Night Devil was silent for a moment, then he raised his hand slightly, and a small mirror appeared in his palm. Can you guarantee that what you just said is true? He asked in a low voice. Bo Yang immediately answered loudly, I guarantee that what I said is true. Under everyone's gaze, the mirror didn't react. Xianxia and the other members of the demon race didn't know what happened, but Hua Feihua was the one who found the mirror of truth personally. Seeing that the mirror didn't react, she couldn't help but frown. Okay, I won't kill Zhou Ying, the Eternal Night Devil said. Master. Xianxia was shocked, and the other members of the demon race also exclaimed. They couldn't understand the Eternal Night Devil's decision. You can't let him go. My brother died here, you can't let him go, a small guard shouted from afar with red eyes. His cries resonated, and many people immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, Master, please take back your order. Bo Yang suddenly became nervous, knowing that it would be difficult to leave today. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. Master, if you're willing to let us go, I'll tell you the location of the last boundary stone, Bo Yang said loudly, not only for the Eternal Night Devil to hear, but also for the people around him to hear. Hua Feihua and Xianxia's expressions became serious when it came to the boundary stone. You really know where the boundary stone is? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Bo Yang nodded, looked around, and said, I'll use the location of the boundary stone in exchange for Zhou Ying's life, how about that? The significance of the boundary stone was extraordinary. The members of the demon race around them immediately whispered to each other and discussed. Okay, I promise you. As long as you tell me the location of the boundary stone, I'll let Zhou Ying go. When the Eternal Night Devil said this, there was no expression on his face. He was neither angry nor nervous, as if nothing could shake his decision. With the Eternal Night Devil's words, Bo Yang sighed in relief. Master. The other members of the demon race obviously didn't agree. The Eternal Night Devil glanced at them coldly, suppressing their dissatisfaction. The scene quickly quieted down. The Eternal Night Devil turned his head and looked down at Bo Yang and Zhou Ying, saying, Speak, where is the last boundary stone? The silver mirror of truth floated in the air, emitting a faint light. That was the sign of magic being activated, and it could distinguish between the real and the fake. Bo Yang took a deep breath and said to the mirror, the last boundary stone is in the Tingyan sect. Tingyan sect, the demon race was in an uproar. Even Zhou Ying stared at Bo Yang in shock. Impossible. Lord Lu has been in the Tingyan sect for many years, and he hasn't found any information about the boundary stone. Hua Feihua immediately expressed her doubts, and at the same time, she looked up at the mirror. The mirror didn't reflect anyone's figure, which meant that what Bo Yang said was true. Master, I've already told you the location of the boundary stone. Can you let us go now? Bo Yang asked the Eternal Night Devil seriously, ignoring the discussions of the demon race. We can't let them go. The surrounding demon race raised their fists angrily. Some people even shouted, traitors! Kill the traitors! The Eternal Night Devil turned his head and glanced at them. Those people trembled as if they had been punched, and they didn't dare to say a word. His sharp eyes cut through everyone's bodies, and no one dared to look him in the eye. This was the pressure of the king of the demon world. After a while, the eternal night devil retracted his gaze and said slowly to Bo Yang, "I'm a man of my word. Since you told me the location of the boundary stone, I naturally agreed to let Zhou go. But you..." He pointed a slender finger at Bo Yang, and his tone was gentle and firm. "You can't go." Bo Yang blinked and said seriously, "Master, forgive me for not being able to do it." "Traitor!" the surrounding people shouted. Hua Feihua understood the relationship between the two, and she stepped forward. "Xianxia, don't be willful. Master asked you to stay, so stay." Bo Yang shook his head. "I'm sorry." The eternal night devil clenched his fists and loosened them, but his expression was calm. "You want to go with him?" Bo Yang nodded. "You can't go." "Traitor!" The surrounding people of the demon race became more and more agitated. The eternal night devil had already agreed to let Zhou live, and now he was going to let the traitor Xianxia go. The palace of eternal darkness was destroyed, and many people of the demon race died. Even if the eternal night devil was stubborn, it was difficult to suppress the emotions of the people. The eternal night devil raised his hand slightly, indicating for everyone to stop talking. The crowd quieted down. The eternal night devil said to Bo Yang, "Did you hear what your brothers and sisters said? I can't let you go like this, or I won't be able to answer to the entire demon world." Hearing this, Bo Yang's heart sank. He could understand the eternal night devil's decision. After all, in this situation, as a responsible ruler, it was impossible for him to not consider the feelings of the people. But he had to follow Zhou back to the Tingyun sect. "Kill the traitor! Kill him!" The people around him shouted. Zhou immediately drew the dragon sword and stood close to Bo Yang, protecting him as he looked around vigilantly. Bo Yang thought to himself, "Son, father didn't dote on you for nothing. But it's impossible for the two of us to go against an army of thousands of people. There's no other way." Bo Yang could only say to the eternal night devil, "Master, are you going to kill me? I've worked so hard for you, and you want to kill me just because I made a mistake?" He tried to play the emotional card. The eternal night devil remained silent. "Master." Xianxia opened his mouth, as if he wanted to plead for mercy, but in the end, he didn't say a word. Hua Feihua also had a hesitant look on her face. The two of them looked at the eternal night devil, waiting for him to make a decision. The wind of the demon world blew. Without the obstruction of the palace of eternal darkness, the miasma spread from all directions, rolling up the sand on the ground. After a while, the eternal night devil spoke. Today, every word he said was very slow, and no one knew what he was thinking. He said, "I can let you go, but you have to take 3 of my moves." The eternal night devil slowly added the last sentence, "If you're still alive after 3 moves, you can leave on your own and never come back." Bo Yang was stunned. While he was stunned, the aura around the eternal night devil continued to rise, connecting with the miasma in the sky. The demonic power that appeared behind him was like a giant beast. The earth faintly shook. A huge pressure radiated in all directions, and the demon race who were slightly weaker couldn't resist this pressure, so they all chose to retreat. Under everyone's gaze, the giant beast roared and rushed towards Bo Yang. Most of the people who received such a blow would probably turn into ashes. The number of people who could withstand such a blow could be counted on one's fingers. The shadow of the giant beast whizzed past. The demonic power dissipated, and Bo Yang stood in the middle of the ruins, unharmed. His face was full of shock, then he lowered his head and looked at the southern sea shark pearl on his neck. Bo Yang was stunned, and so were the others. In order to appease the crowd, the eternal night demon monarch proposed to let Bai Yang take 3 of his moves. Everyone around agreed in their hearts. After all, when the demon monarch attacked, there was basically no one who could take all 3 moves from him. If the traitor Xianxia could take 3 hits, he would be crippled if not dead. Hence, everyone thought that Xianxia was dead for sure. However, they did not expect Xianxia to be unscathed after such a terrifying attack. It was too shocking. Bo Yang was the first to react. When the demon king attacked him, the South Sea shark pearl suddenly emitted a white light, forming a protective shield that wrapped around him tightly. He remembered that when the Eternal Night Devil gave him the South Sea Shark Pearl, he said that he would place a protective shield inside the pearl that could withstand 3 hits from him. In that case, the Eternal Night Devil was going easy on him when he said that he would let him go after 3 hits. Bai Yang's mood instantly became bitter and sour. The Eternal Night Demonic Monarch had never intended to make things difficult for him from the start. Even though Zhou had destroyed the Palace of Eternal Darkness, the Eternal Night Demonic Monarch had still protected him. It was only because he had told him that Zhou Ying's life was linked to his. A crack appeared on the South Sea Shark Pearl. Second attack. The Eternal Night Devil's calm voice sounded in his ears. Bo Yang came back to his senses. The Eternal Night Devil gathered all the magic in his body. He was like the center of a hurricane, full of power. Bo Yang quickly became alert. A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. The huge magic caused the surroundings to change. A huge ball of light formed in the sky above the ruins. With a crack, it struck Bo Yang's head. The power of this attack was not inferior to the tribulation lightning of the tribulation stage. Bo Yang was deep in it, and he could feel the power of the attack. He was surrounded by a barrier, which blocked most of the magic. Cracks started to appear on the barrier. The magic seeped in through the cracks and hit Bo Yang until he spat out blood. The power of the lightning gradually dissipated. Bo Yang was beaten until his body was in tatters. He looked extremely miserable. However, he only suffered superficial injuries. "Father!" Zhou Ying screamed and hurriedly jumped over to support him. He choked with sobs. "Father, are you okay?" "Son." Bo Yang pretended to cough and said weakly, "I'm fine." Zhou Ying's eyes reddened. "How can you be fine? Don't lie." Bo Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. The Eternal Night Demon Monarch, who was standing far away, saw him vomit blood. His body trembled slightly, as if he wanted to walk over, but he held himself back in the end. Zhou Ying screamed in fear, "Father, don't let anything happen to you." He turned around and shouted at the Eternal Night Demon King, "Come at me if you dare. I'll take the last attack." Bo Yang was originally weak to the point of dying. When he heard this, he hurriedly pushed him away. "Go away. What a joke." If Zhou Ying were to take the Eternal Night Devil's attack head-on, he would turn into ashes in minutes. "Father, don't force yourself. You've already done so much for me. This time, I'll take the blame," Zhou Ying said emotionally. His face was slightly red. "Good son, but I don't need you to take the blame. Listen, I'm fine." Bo Yang grabbed his hand and said, "I only hope that you can ascend as soon as possible. This is my only wish." Zhou Ying was in great pain. "Son, if we can escape this time, I hope you still remember the promise you made to me." Bo Yang seized the opportunity to say this. Zhou Ying wiped his tears and said with red eyes, "What promise?" "You promised me that if I asked for anything, you would definitely fulfill it, right?" In this situation, Zhou Ying was very emotional. How could he not agree to any of Bo Yang's requests? Even if Bo Yang wanted the stars in the sky, he would probably try his best to pluck them. "Father, as long as you can live, I'll promise you anything," Zhou Ying said as he cried. "I was waiting for you to say that, son." Bo Yang's spirits were lifted. "Don't forget what you said." Then he pushed Zhou Ying away and stood up shakily. He stared straight at the Eternal Night Devil and said, "Come." The surrounding people watched everything in silence. Xianxia was able to hold on until now because he had won everyone's respect in the demon realm. The Eternal Night Devil's eyes slightly blinked. His body's aura rose once again, but when it reached a certain limit, a giant black dragon roared and charged towards Bo Yang. Bo Yang used all of his strength to block it. The Southern Sea Shark Pearl released a protective barrier once again. The barrier was covered with cracks like a spider web, and it looked like it would shatter into pieces in the next second. Bo Yang thought that it would shatter this time. In an instant, a white light suddenly pierced through the heavens and the earth, standing in front of Bai Yang and blocking the majestic black dragon. Through the intense light, Bo Yang saw that it was the dragon sword. He quickly turned his head and saw that Zhou Ying's mouth was bleeding and his face was as pale as paper. Silly son, Zhou Ying's cultivation was far inferior to the eternal night devil's. He was unable to use the dragon sword's true strength at the moment, so he only blocked it for a moment before collapsing to the ground with blood spurting out of his mouth. However, he had blocked a portion of the power. Bo Yang also had a protective barrier. After 2 layers of defense, the power of the black dragon was reduced to a certain extent. Bo Yang used his strength to block it. Because of Zhou Ying's block, the protective barrier that was originally on the verge of collapse did not shatter. The black dragon swept past, and the southern sea shark pearl instantly dimmed. It could not withstand any more attacks. Everyone present held their breaths. When the smoke dissipated, Bo Yang and Zhou Ying were lying on the ground. Master. Hua Feihua walked towards Bo Yang with a complicated expression. She wanted to check on the 2 corpses. In the next moment, Bo Yang coughed as he crawled up from the ground. Probably because of his heavy injuries, he could not stop coughing. His face was unnaturally red. He was still alive. Hua Feihua was shocked. After 3 powerful attacks, even Hua Feihua could not guarantee that she would survive. However, Bo Yang actually survived. He quickly turned to look at the eternal night devil. However, he saw that the demon king's face was still expressionless. Bai Yang struggled to stand up and looked around. Finally, his gaze landed on the eternal night demon king who was standing in front of him like a mountain. He said in a hoarse voice, "My lord, I have already received 3 of your attacks. Can you let us go now?" Everyone's gaze turned towards the eternal night devil. The eternal night devil took 2 steps forward. His black boots made a rustling sound as they stepped on the grayish-black stones. "You can leave." He stood still, his gaze deep. "Don't ever come back." This time, no one objected. Everyone had seen the power of the eternal night devil's 3 attacks. No one could guarantee that they would survive after those 3 attacks. No, it should be said that they would definitely die. Xianxia had withstood those 3 attacks. Even if he did not die, he would be crippled. Everyone had already forced the eternal night devil to take a step back. They could not force him to kill anyone. Therefore, no one objected. Bo Yang bowed deeply to the eternal night devil. "Thank you, master." After saying that, he bent down and picked up Zhou Ying from the ground. He carried him out of the palace without looking back. The guards retreated to both sides like a tide, opening up a path for them. Bo Yang carried the unconscious Zhou Ying under the suffocating gaze of everyone. He walked out of the encirclement and left the ruins of the Palace of Eternal Darkness. From the beginning to the end, his expression was calm. He had no choice but to move forward. He wanted to save himself, but more importantly, he wanted to save the people important to him. After walking out of the ruins of the Palace of Eternal Darkness, Bo Yang turned his head and saw the eternal night devil standing on a broken wall. His entire body was black and had merged with the darkness of the world. Even though he was so far away, he could still feel the demon king's gaze on him. Bo Yang's heart trembled. He quickly turned his head and left with his back facing the eternal night devil. He was afraid that if he continued to watch, he would not be able to resist staying. Carrying Zhou Ying through the passage and out of the demon world, Bo Yang finally could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His vision turned black. He quickly raised his hand to support himself on a tree next to him to stabilize his body. He slowed down a little and suppressed his surging blood. He put Zhou Ying on the ground and patted his pale face. He called out, "Zhou Ying, Zhou Ying." Zhou Ying did not wake up. Originally, when he broke through to the Great Ascension realm and resonated with the dragon's sword, the spirit energy he released destroyed the entire Palace of Eternal Darkness. His body was very weak. After that, he forcefully used the dragon's sword to block the eternal night devil's demonic energy. His body suffered a huge impact and his injuries must be very serious. Bo Yang quickly used his demonic energy to check on Zhou Ying's condition. As expected, it was a mess. He had planned to leave the demon world and immediately head to the Tingyun sect to get the data package. With Zhou Ying's current condition, it was impossible for him to do so. Bo Yang was helpless. He could only carry Zhou Ying and find a safe place to set up a formation and focus on healing his injuries. If he could use the dragon's sword to open the Xianlong secret realm, Zhou Ying's injuries would recover quickly. Unfortunately, Bo Yang could not open the Xianlong's secret realm. He could only go into seclusion to heal Zhou Ying's meridians. It took him 3 days to recover. What made him even more anxious was that even though Zhou Ying's body had recovered, he was still unconscious and had not woken up. Bo Yang used all kinds of methods to wake him up. He used his demonic energy to check on his body countless times, but he still could not find any problems. Seeing the days pass by, Bo Yang was so frustrated that he wanted to destroy everything. What's going on? Bo Yang used his demonic energy to bombard the cave. The entire mountain shook from the explosions. Mister, don't be anxious. There's no point in being anxious. Xiaoling comforted him. Bo Yang grabbed his hair. He almost wanted to cry. It's been 7 days. Zhou Ying still hasn't woken up. What should we do when the 33 days are up? Xiaoling did not know how to comfort him. She was also very uneasy. Mister, do you want to bring Zhou Ying to the godly doctor? Even I can't find anything wrong with him. Can the godly doctor of the mortal world see anything? Bo Yang punched the wall, creating a fist-sized hole. The pain calmed his heated mind. Maybe, Xiaoling said carefully, maybe what? Maybe I can go to the Tingyun sect to get the data package first. Bo Yang said. Xiaoling said, yes, yes, yes. Let's get the data package first, then save Zhou Ying. Bo Yang looked at the male lead lying quietly on the ground and took a deep breath. Let's wait for 1 more day. If he still doesn't wake up, I'll go to the Tingyun sect to get the data package first. He had been waiting for Zhou Ying to wake up for 2 reasons. First, he did not know where Zhou Ying lived in the Tingyun sect. He did not know how the data package would appear. If Zhou Ying was the trigger for the data package to appear, it would be useless for him to go alone. Second, Zhou Ying was unconscious. Something could happen at any time. He did not want to leave him alone. Time was of the essence. Bo Yang's toes curled up nervously. He stared at Zhou Ying until sunrise the next day. Bo Yang's heart sank, but at the same time, he relaxed. His heart sank because Zhou Ying did not wake up. He relaxed because he could make up his mind to get the data package. He walked out of the cave and was about to use instant travel to the Tingyun sect. Suddenly, there was a strong fluctuation of spiritual power from the cave behind him. The fluctuation was so strong that it faintly shook the earth. Bo Yang quickly turned and entered the cave. He was pleasantly surprised to find that Zhou Ying had already opened his eyes. Those eyes were overflowing with light and were full of spiritual power. The spiritual power in his body was obviously much stronger than before. He actually advanced again. Bo Yang finally understood why Zhou Ying had been unconscious before. It turned out that he had been stimulated and fell into a deep sleep. It was because his cultivation had advanced again. No wonder he could not find the reason no matter how he checked. Zhou Ying, you're awake. Bo Yang was pleasantly surprised. Because of his high expectations, his joy was very strong. Zhou Ying saw him the moment he opened his eyes. His feelings were very complicated. Staring at Bo Yang's surprised face, he was very emotional. No one had ever treated him so well and wholeheartedly for him. The scenes of what Bo Yang had done for him flashed before his eyes. In the past, he had complained about Bo Yang abandoning him and his mother. At this moment, the past grievances disappeared. Zhou Ying stood up and sincerely called out to Bo Yang, "Dad." Bo Yang immediately hugged him. It's good that you're awake. It's good that you're awake. My life is saved. Devil Monarch Eternal Night and Ji Yuan can be saved as well. Zhou Ying's nose twitched. He hugged him back. Dad, I will be filial to you in the future. I won't let you suffer any more harm. Bo Yang was a little uncomfortable being hugged by him. He broke free and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's hurry to the Tingyun sect." Zhou Ying was a little confused. What are we going to do at the Tingyun sect? Bo Yang said, we're going to your old residence to get something very important. That thing is very important to both you and me. We have to get it. Zhou Ying's heart was filled with the warmth of a father and son. He immediately patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Dad. I'll definitely get it for you." Bo Yang was very pleased. He looked at him kindly. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Let's go. He patted Zhou Ying's head. His hair was very soft. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If I leave and the world is destroyed, will this child? Bo Yang quickly stopped his thoughts and stopped himself from thinking about it. I can't save everyone, he said to himself. In order to save the Eternal Night Devil, Xiaoling had already promised to clear his database. He couldn't force her to do so. Bo Yang hardened his heart and said with a smile, let's go. The two of them had high cultivation levels. They quickly arrived at the foot of the Tingyan sect. Then, they discovered that Zhou Ying had become a traitor that everyone wanted to beat up. Previously, Zhou Ying had been expelled from the Tingyan sect because he stole the Bianzhu. Later, Lu Jianfei revealed that he was in cahoots with the demon race. His reputation was completely ruined. Now, it was basically impossible to enter the Tingyan sect openly. Bo Yang was worried that he would be implicated and unwilling to do anything. He deliberately asked, now that everyone is saying that you're a traitor, do you hate me? Zhou Ying shook his head, his eyes bright. No matter who Dad is, I won't hate Dad. Bo Yang looked at his puppy-like sparkling eyes. His heart ached. He looked away. Now, we can only sneak into the Tingyan sect. Zhou Ying nodded and said, I know a path that can lead directly up the mountain. Zhou Ying often sneaked down the mountain when he was in the Tingyan sect. He had already figured out the way, so it wasn't difficult to find a path up the mountain. That night, the two of them changed their clothes and took advantage of the dark night to sneak into the Tingyan sect. Zhou Ying was very familiar with the Tingyan sect, so he could carefully avoid all kinds of traps and walk to the foot of the mountain. However, the two of them stopped when they reached the barrier protecting the mountain. They couldn't force their way in. The barrier protecting the mountain required a Tingyan sect disciple token to enter. Dad, don't worry. Probably afraid that Bo Yang would be worried, Zhou Ying comforted him. Every 2 hours, there will be a patrol team formed by disciples patrolling around. Let's find two who are alone. Bo Yang immediately understood what he meant and nodded. Okay. It would be best if they could get the data package without alerting others. If they really couldn't, they could force their way in. It wasn't like they hadn't done it before. The two of them were like black cats, quietly hiding on top of a big tree. Probably bored, Zhou Ying whispered, Dad, what is that important thing? What does it look like? Bo Yang thought, you're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? He said calmly, you'll know when we get there. Zhou Ying probably knew that he didn't want to talk about this topic, so he asked, is the boundary marker really in the Tingyan sect? How do you know? Bo Yang thought, I know. He thought for a moment and said, I investigated it. Zhou Ying originally wanted to improve the father-son relationship between the two, but Bo Yang didn't want to continue the conversation. He stopped talking and turned to stare at the path in front of him. After a while, a pair of young people wearing Tingyan sect disciple uniforms walked over from the path. The Tingyan sect's patrol team was divided into 2 groups, and they patrolled a fixed place. Just nice. Without Zhou Ying saying anything, Bo Yang quietly floated down and quickly landed behind the 2 disciples. Zhou Ying exclaimed, don't kill them. He knocked the 2 disciples unconscious. Bo Yang bent down and took the disciple's token, then threw one to Zhou Ying, who was coming down from the tree. Let's go, Bo Yang said. Zhou Ying felt a little awkward. Just now, he really thought that Bo Yang was going to kill someone. Bo Yang didn't seem to take it to heart. He took the token and pressed it against the enchantment, opening a gap in the enchantment. Zhou Ying drew a gourd and walked into the protective barrier. Zhou Ying was very familiar with every blade of grass and tree in the Tingyan sect. He led Bo Yang to avoid all the alarm traps and soon arrived at a small mountain. There were many houses on the hill. The houses were very sturdy and were divided into many small rooms. 2 to 3 people slept in each room. There were also a few large rooms with more than 10 people sleeping in them. With a quick glance, Bo Yang understood that this was the place where the lowest-level disciples of the Tingyan sect lived. After that, Zhou Ying brought Bo Yang to a room in the corner, opened the restriction, and entered. The room was very small and clean. There was only 1 bed in it. Bo Yang remembered the plot of the novel. Zhou didn't want to live with others, so he thought of a way to transfer to this room. This is where you live? Bo Yang looked around and asked. Zhou nodded. Father, what do you want to take? Bo Yang looked around and saw everything in the small room clearly. A bed, a small round table, 2 high stools, a small wardrobe that was as tall as a person, and a shelf for miscellaneous items. Bo Yang first looked over the bed, but there was nothing. He opened the wardrobe to check, but there was still nothing. Finally, he checked the items on the shelf again, but there was still nothing strange. Bo Yang was a little confused. Xiaoling, where is the data package? Xiaoling was also confused. Teacher, I don't know. Bo Yang, what does the data package look like? Xiaoling, I don't know. Bo Yang didn't give up and searched over and over again, but there was still nothing. Father, what are you looking for? Zhou asked. Let me help you look for it. Bo Yang couldn't tell what it was, and said angrily, it's just a stupid data package. I can't find it no matter how hard I look. As soon as he said that, a few rays of light appeared on the small round table in the room. Then, the rays of light grew rapidly, like a two-dimensional drawing on a computer. They kept twisting, and then the light on the ball of light disappeared and turned into a black pill. Seeing this scene, Bo Yang instantly understood that the pill was the data package. Found it. Bo Yang walked over and picked up the pill in surprise. Zhou was so shocked that he couldn't come back to his senses. This was his room, and he knew very well what was in it, but he never knew that there was a pill in it. That scene just now was too magical, and he had never seen it before. What is this? Zhou asked curiously. Bo Yang couldn't wait to pour the pill into his mouth, but the time and place weren't right, so he pulled him out and whispered, let's talk outside. Just as they walked to the door suddenly opened from the outside, and a clear female voice shouted, who is it? Following the woman's words, a bright sword flew in from outside the door. Bo Yang almost bumped into it. In order to hide his presence, he restrained all his senses and didn't notice that there was someone outside the door. He hurriedly reached out 2 fingers to catch the tip of the sword, and forcibly blocked the woman's attack. The woman was shocked and wanted to pull her sword back, but she couldn't. Bo Yang already had the intention to kill. But at this moment, Zhou whispered, Qing'er? The woman stopped moving. Bo Yang thought, Qing'er? Zhao Qing'er, with the help of the dim moonlight, he saw the woman outside the door clearly. It was indeed Zhao Qing'er dressed in green. Why did she come to Zhou Ying's room in the middle of the night? Is it you? Zhao Qing'er's body trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes were full of tears, as if she was going to cry in the next second. Bo Yang sighed slightly and could only retreat into the darkness, waiting for this pair of lovers to talk about their love. Although he wanted to take Zhou Ying away and stuff the pill into his mouth, he was also a good father. Zhao Qing'er rushed in and directly rushed into Zhou Ying's arms, crying, am I dreaming? I see you again, Zhou Ying, is it really you? Tell me this isn't a dream. Zhou Ying didn't know what to do for a moment, then hugged her and said, it's me. Zhao Qing'er kept hitting his chest with her little fists, crying as she did so, you big liar, big bad guy. Why didn't you come back to see me? You don't know that I... Zhou Ying deliberately asked, what's wrong with you? Zhao Qing'er blushed and hit him with her little fists again, crying, you're so annoying, you missed me? Zhou Ying smiled naughtily. Zhao Qing'er's face was red. Bo Yang rolled his eyes at the side and continued to pretend that he couldn't see him. After reuniting after a long time, the 2 lovers were whispering sweet nothings to each other, and it looked like they were going to talk until dawn. Bo Yang saw that it wasn't going to work, so he immediately broke them up and said coldly, it's getting late, we should go. Who? Zhao Qing'er didn't expect that there would be someone else in the room and screamed in fear. Bo Yang was a little worried that her scream would wake the people around her, so he said directly, lower your voice. Zhou Ying comforted her, don't be afraid, he's not a bad guy. Zhao Qing'er also saw Bo Yang, but it was too dark and she couldn't see clearly. She turned to Zhou Ying and asked, who is he? Zhou Ying was silent. Bo Yang thought that Zhou Ying might have said that he had accepted him, but in fact, he was still estranged from his identity as a member of the demon race. But so what? Bo Yang directly spoke for him and said coldly, I'm Zhou Ying's father, and also your future father-in-law. Zhou Ying, Zhao Qing'er, Bo Yang walked out of the darkness, and he had completely recovered his appearance. He had black hair and black eyes, and he was extremely handsome. Zhao Qing'er gasped and pointed at him. He's not. Zhou Ying held her finger. Don't be afraid, he's really my father. Zhao Qing'er was confused. She was also one of the hostages that Bo Yang had kidnapped. Suddenly, the kidnapper became her father-in-law, and her worldview was greatly impacted. Bo Yang urged Zhou Ying again, let's go, it's going to be dawn if we don't leave now. Zhou Ying reluctantly said to Zhao Qing'er, Qing'er, I have to go, in the future, I'll come and see you. Zhao Qing'er pulled on his sleeve, her eyes anxious, Zhou Ying. Maybe she wanted to ask Zhou Ying to stay, but in the end, she didn't say it because of other reasons. Zhou Ying was in an awkward situation now, and forcing him to stay would only bring disaster to him. As one of the male lead's harem, how could she do something so immature? So Zhao Qing'er didn't say anything in the end. Bo Yang forcefully pulled Zhou Ying out. Zhou Ying. Zhao Qing'er chased after him from the room. Zhou Ying immediately stopped and turned to look at Zhao Qing'er. Zhao Qing'er walked to his side and looked up. I like you. Zhou Ying's dark eyes flashed with surprise, sadness, and annoyance. In the end, he held her face and kissed her forehead, saying softly, wait for me. Then he turned around and left without looking back. Zhao Qing'er watched him leave. Bo Yang watched from beginning to end, and could only sigh at how pure love was in the human world. It wasn't like the eternal night devil, who directly pounced on them. If the situation just now had been between him and the eternal night devil, they probably wouldn't have been able to get out of bed and wouldn't have been able to leave. Demon King, Bo Yang subconsciously reached out and grabbed the cracked southern sea shark pearl around his neck. He didn't know how the eternal night devil was doing. Was he disappointed? Was he angry? With complicated feelings, Bo Yang and Zhou Ying left the Tingyun sect. At the entrance of the passage between the demon world and the human world, Zhong Shua and Hua Feihua finished counting the people around them and said to the person standing at the front, reporting to the master, everyone has been gathered. The eternal night devil, who was wearing a black robe, turned around. His handsome face was expressionless. He looked around at the army that was ready to go and said in a deep voice, let's go. With a flick of his sleeve, his black cloak drew a sharp arc in the dark night. The eternal night devil walked at the front and directly stepped into the passage. Hua Feihua followed closely behind, followed by more than 100 well-trained high-level demon race members. Zhong Shua stayed behind to manage the rear. He also had to manage the following army. Further away, the army gathered. The demon race army of the 10 Directions realm had all gathered at the ruins of the Palace of Perpetual Darkness, waiting for the final battle. As long as the boundary stone was destroyed, the boundary between the human world and the demon world would disappear. Under the leadership of Zhong Shua, the army would invade the human world and quickly occupy the entire area with the Black Cloud sect as the core. Everything had already been arranged around the Black Cloud sect. The demon race would use this place as a stronghold to attack other places in the human world. However, the premise of all this was to destroy the boundary stone in the Tingyun sect. The Tingyun sect was the #1 sect in the world and had many experts. The eternal night devil didn't dare to be careless. He directly led Hua Feihua and the most elite demon race there and cooperated with Lu Jianfeng to take down the Tingyun sect in one fell swoop before they could react. The war was about to start. The human world. The sky brightened. Bo Yang and Zhou Ying came to the cave they were in before. Bo Yang directly handed the pill to Zhou Ying. Eat this. Zhou Ying asked curiously, Father, what is this? Why is it in my room? Bo Yang said, this is a medicine that can increase your cultivation. Eat it quickly. I won't harm you. After so many things, the two had already built up trust. Zhou Ying didn't suspect anything. He took the pill and swallowed it. Then, his eyes widened. At the same time, Ji Yuan's calm voice sounded in Bo Yang's mind. Data package activated. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. With a bang, a huge amount of spiritual power burst out from Zhou Ying's body. Countless golden data chains flew out from his body, and the numbers on them began to climb. When they Reached a certain number, the golden data stopped moving and then flew back into Zhou Ying's body. Everything returned to normal. Little Bai, hold the tracker in your hand immediately. The tracker will allow you to accurately find Xiaotian's location. Then, find him and kill him. I've reached the tribulation stage? Zhou Ying's shocked and incredulous voice sounded. How can this be? How can this be? Zhou Ying was confused. He had actually reached the late tribulation stage just by eating a broken pill. Bo Yang looked at him. Zhou Ying's whole body was filled with an incredible rhythm. His eyes were clearer and more intelligent. The powerful pressure made him feel a little pressured. What is this? Zhou Ying lowered his head in surprise. Bo Yang looked over and saw a tracker flashing red in Zhou Ying's hand. After a few beeps, the electronic female voice in the tracker said, Xiaotian has been detected. Kill him. When they heard the electronic voice, both of them were stunned. Zhou Ying subconsciously looked at the beeping tracker in his hand, but Bo Yang had already regained his senses. Sir, the Great Demon King hasn't arrived yet. The male lead can't ascend now. If he ascends, I won't be able to capture the Great Demon King's data in time. Xiaoling's anxious voice sounded in his mind. Zhou Ying raised the tracker and looked around, then asked Bo Yang, what is this? Don't worry about it. Bo Yang grabbed the tracker in his hand and put it away. To Zhou Ying, there was no need for such a thing. Zhou Ying, you once said that you'll agree to any request I have, right? Bo Yang stared straight at Zhou Ying and asked sincerely. Father, what request do you have? Zhou Ying was very confused from beginning to end. Promise me first. Bo Yang anxiously wanted to make a promise. Zhou Ying thought about it and said, as long as I can do it, I'll definitely promise you. I've been waiting for you to say that. Bo Yang licked his lips and said seriously, I hope you can kill me. Zhou Ying, he furrowed his slender eyebrows, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Father, what did you just say? Bo Yang repeated seriously, I hope you can kill me. Zhou Ying was stunned. After a while, his eyes slowly widened. What? You want me to kill you? He repeated in disbelief. Bo Yang said, yes, kill me. Zhou Ying seemed to be frightened and took a step back, shaking his head as he retreated. Impossible. Father, what kind of medicine did you take? Are you joking? Bo Yang stepped forward and closed in on him. I'm not joking. I'm serious. Zhou Ying covered his head with his hands. First, he took a pill. Then, he suddenly reached the crossing calamity stage. Then, a strange instrument appeared in his hand. Now, his father asked him to kill him. A series of unimaginable things made him completely confused. You must be joking. Father, tell me what happened. Why did I suddenly advance to the crossing calamity stage? What did you feed me? Why did you make such a strange request again? Because of his agitation, Zhou Ying's spiritual energy fluctuated violently. A powerful spiritual pressure filled the entire cave, making it hard for Bo Yang to breathe. Bo Yang had no choice but to use his magic to resist, and said the words that he had already thought of, this world is about to be destroyed, and it's all because of me. Only by killing me can you save this world. Zhou Ying obviously didn't believe him. He shook his head and said, you must be talking nonsense. What do you mean the world is going to be destroyed? What's wrong with you? Have you gone mad? As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed Bo Yang's arm. His spiritual energy followed the meridians in his arm to explore Bo Yang's body. Zhou Ying's current cultivation level completely crushed Bo Yang. Bo Yang couldn't move and let him do whatever he wanted. I didn't go mad. What I said is true. Bo Yang said anxiously, Zhou Ying, didn't you promise me that no matter what request I made, you would do it? Now, my only request is to kill me. Zhou Ying simply grabbed his arm, Father, no matter what you say, I won't agree to such an unreasonable request. How is it unreasonable? Bo Yang suddenly became furious, you promised me. Are you going back on your words? He knew that he might encounter difficulties, but he didn't expect Zhou Ying to reject him without hesitation. If he couldn't complete the task, everyone would be finished. Zhou hesitated for a moment. Father, change your request. I really can't do this. Little bastard. Bo Yang anxiously scolded, listen to me clearly. I only have this request. You have to do it. If not, the world will be destroyed and everyone will be finished. Zhou was silent for a moment. He still shook his head firmly. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Bo Yang became even angrier. Would you rather watch the world be destroyed than kill me? Zhou reasoned with him, unless you can prove that the world's destruction is related to you. Bo Yang, damn little bastard. Bo Yang pointed at his nose and scolded, how can I prove this? You're obviously making things difficult for me. Zhou obediently accepted the scolding. He lowered his head and said softly, aren't you also making things difficult for me? You. Bo Yang was so angry that his whole body trembled, but he couldn't do anything. At this moment, he really wanted to kill this troublesome little bastard. I don't care. You promised me before that you would do whatever I asked of you. You have to do it. You said it before. Unable to reason with him, Bo Yang started to throw a tantrum. Zhou had no choice but to go forward and coax him, Dad, don't be unreasonable. No one can do such a request. You have to change to someone else. Don't make things difficult for me. As he said that, he went forward to pull Bo Yang. Who knew that he would use too much force and Bo Yang would fall to the ground? Bo Yang fell to the ground. He was stunned for a moment, then instantly flew into a rage. Not only did you not promise me, you even hit me. Bo Yang knew that he couldn't beat him, so he didn't want to fight him head-on. He just rolled around on the ground and wailed, you unfilial son. You didn't keep your word and hit your dad. Zhou helplessly looked at him rolling on the ground, I didn't do it on purpose. I also didn't know that I would be so strong, I don't care. Bo Yang continued to throw a tantrum and didn't listen to his explanation, you promised me. You promised to kill me. Zhou Ying's face was full of worry. He squatted on the ground and said, Dad, don't be unreasonable. I never promised you. Bo Yang continued to roll around on the ground, if you don't promise me, I won't get up. Zhou didn't know what to do with him. He said softly, the ground is dirty. Get up. I won't. Unless you agree to my request. Bo Yang continued to throw a tantrum. Zhou saw that his persuasion was fruitless. He rubbed his forehead and stood up, all right, if you want to lie down, then continue lying down. I'll leave first. As he spoke, he turned and left the cave. Bo Yang, who was lying on the ground, little brat wasn't the eternal night devil. If it was the eternal night devil, he would definitely surrender if he threw a tantrum. If it was the little brat, it would be hard to coax him. Demon King, seeing that he had left, Bo Yang could only get up and chase after him, Zhou, stop right there. Zhou turned a deaf ear to him and continued to walk up the mountain path. He probably couldn't be bothered with Bo Yang. Xiaoling said in his mind, he doesn't seem to believe what you said. Bo Yang was very anxious. He was really anxious. He suddenly hated himself for being too nice to Zhou, causing him to be unable to do anything to him. How good would it be if he was his enemy? Enemy? Bo Yang had an idea. He used instant travel and rushed to Zhou side, blocking his path. Actually, I'm not your dad. Zhou raised his eyebrows and said helplessly, don't be unreasonable. No matter what you say, I won't kill you. You don't believe me, right? Bo Yang said, I'm indeed not your dad. Last time, in order to get away with it, I used the mother fruit to fuse our blood. That's why the Demon King let us go. Zhou Ying's expression became serious. Bo Yang saw that he was willing to listen to him and continued, the reason why I helped you is only for one goal, and that is for you to kill me with your own hands. I hope that you can fulfill this wish of mine. Then he raised his right hand and swore to the heavens, I swear, every word I said is true. Dad, is your brain not clear? Zhou walked around him, I'm hungry, let's go eat. He was already a powerful being in the tribulation passing stage. Why would he still need to eat? Not to mention the tribulation passing stage, as long as he cultivated to the golden core stage, he didn't need to eat. Although Zhou Ying's expression was calm, Bo Yang thought that perhaps what he said just now had some effect. The two of them used instant travel and walked out of the mountain, arriving at a town. This town belonged to mortals. Although it was small, it was extraordinarily lively and filled with smoke and fire. Zhou Ying walked straight to a clean little restaurant and ordered a bowl of noodles. Bo Yang followed him in. Smelling the fragrance that he hadn't smelled in a long time, his mouth exuded a bit of hunger, and he also ordered a bowl of noodles. When the noodles arrived, Zhou Ying buried his head and ate. Bo Yang also ate 2 mouthfuls. As he ate, Bo Yang earnestly said, "Zhou Ying, I really need your help. In my life, I only want to die." Zhou Ying suddenly slammed the table and said coldly, "Eat the noodles." Bo Yang was shocked, and then he said angrily, "Little brat, you dare to be fierce to me?" Zhou Ying was expressionless. "Didn't you say that I'm not your son?" Bo Yang, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Suddenly, a clanging sound came from the street. Everyone turned their heads because of the noise and saw a man wearing a small gray hat holding a gong on the street. He knocked on it and shouted, "Something bad is going to happen, something bad is going to happen. Demon race invasion, war is about to break out." Hearing that the demon race invasion, everyone panicked. Demon race invasion? When did this happen? Is this real? You're not lying to us, right? Isn't there a barrier blocking them? What about those great immortals from the cultivation sects? What are they doing? The people on the street stopped the man and asked him all at once. Bo Yang and Zhou Ying also put down their chopsticks and pricked up their ears to listen to the conversation. The man said, "Just yesterday, the Demon King led hundreds of demon race troops to attack the Tingyun sect. The Tingyun sect resisted with all their might, and there were countless casualties. I heard that the demon race has already established a passage in the human world. Soon, tens of millions of troops will arrive. Our area will become a battlefield. Everyone, hurry up and move." Hearing such words, some people were doubtful, and some were panicked. More and more people gathered around. Everyone was asking each other questions and discussing. Demon race invasion? Zhou Ying suddenly stood up and instantly appeared in front of the man. "Is what you said true?" The man was startled by Zhou Ying's sudden appearance. Then, he reacted and patted his chest. "It's absolutely true. How would I dare to joke about such a thing?" Bo Yang's heart trembled. They're fighting, they're fighting. The Tingyun sect is fighting. Let's hurry up and leave." Another person from outside the town was running and shouting. Behind him, several people were also running and shouting. "Everyone, hurry up and leave. It'll be too late to leave." At this moment, the people who were still watching quickly scattered like birds and beasts. They went home to pack their things and escape. Bo Yang and Zhou Ying released their spiritual perception at the same time and radiated it into the distance. Not long after, Bo Yang saw a violent collision of power coming from the Tingyun sect. White spiritual power and black demonic power were entangled, and the world was shaking. Both of them were shocked, but the things that were shaking were different. "Qing-er!" Zhou Ying exclaimed and quickly teleported thousands of miles in the direction of the Tingyun sect. Bo Yang followed closely behind, his heart beating wildly. The last boundary stone was indeed in the Tingyun sect. He had told the Demon King the location of the boundary stone. The Eternal Night Devil would definitely bring people to destroy it. There was no doubt about this. Bo Yang planned to let Zhou Ying kill him in the Tingyun sect. The Eternal Night Devil was also present, and Xiao Ling could take away the Eternal Night Devil's data at the same time. Everything was originally planned well, but now 2 problems had appeared. First, Zhou Ying refused to kill him. Second, the Eternal Night Devil should have been able to destroy the boundary stone easily, but his whereabouts were exposed, causing the entire cultivation world to know about the invasion of the demon race. At that time, the entire cultivation world would go all out to suppress him. Why did it become like this? Wasn't Lu Jianfeng in the Tingyun sect? With the Eternal Night Devil and Lu Jianfeng working together, they should have been able to destroy the boundary stone unexpectedly. How did it become like this? Bo Yang was very anxious. The 2 of them were extremely fast and arrived at the Tingyun sect's boundary in a short while. Looking from afar, the mountain range of the Tingyun sect was surrounded by white gas. Spiritual power was boiling, and from time to time, there would be low explosive sounds. It seemed that the battle was very intense. Further away, a large number of cultivators rushed over like countless meteors, gathering at the Tingyan sect. Just by looking at them from afar, one could feel the tyrannical strength of those cultivators. The eternal night devil's cultivation was unfathomable, but 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. With the suppression of the human boundary, his chances of escaping were very slim under the siege of so many people. Bo Yang's heart trembled, and he increased his speed. Suddenly, Xiaoling's voice sounded in his mind, "Sir, we're about to see the Demon King. Do you need me to grab the data?" Bo Yang thought for a moment and gritted his teeth, "Wait for me to get close and then start grabbing." He realized that today might be his last chance. If he didn't act now, the eternal night devil would die. If he died, there would be no point in him living. "Okay." Xiaoling said, "Sir, you have to remember that the data I grab can only be stored for 3 hours. If I can't leave this world in 3 hours, the data and I will be destroyed." Bo Yang took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, I will leave within 3 hours." "Okay, I'll go prepare first," Xiaoling said energetically. Bo Yang and Zhou Ying had already arrived at the foot of the Tingyan sect. The 2 didn't hesitate and quickly flew up, directly flying into the air above the Tingyan sect. Zhou Ying had advanced to the tribulation passing stage, and he wasn't familiar with the sudden increase in his cultivation. He hadn't learned how to flexibly control the pressure on his body, so when he was about to approach the Tingyan sect, he attracted everyone's attention. Under the suppression of his spiritual power, Bo Yang was ignored. The 2 of them rose into the air together. The wind suddenly became stronger, and it blew past their faces. Bo Yang looked at the center where the spiritual power was the most chaotic. At the same time, someone on the top of the mountain also looked over. Bo Yang looked through the thousands of people and met that person's quiet eyes. End of chapter 101. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.